Should the bride be acquainted with the groom before the marriage ceremony?
In respectable circles, yes, but not tonight on
People Are Funny.
Yes, NBC presents John Goodell's production of People Are Funny, transcribed from Hollywood. And now here's America's top master of ceremonies, Art Linkletter.
I know you're all expecting to get something from me, but it's a nice warm welcome anyway. And it comes at just the right time for a very distressed girl backstage who probably heard this applause. We just picked her out of the audience to try to demonstrate tonight that all the world loves a lover. In other words, people will do almost anything for two lovers in distress. And tonight we've got a couple of people who are not only in distress, but, well, to tell you how tough it is, they're bride and groom, and they've never met each other yet. Wait till you see what happens. Where's our bride? Will you bring her out? Oh, she's a pretty little bride, and I can tell she's a bride because she has a bridal veil on. And her name is Miss?
Jean Parker.
And Jean, talk nice and loud so we can all hear you and tell us, where do you come from?
In Kalispell, Montana.
Who?
Kalispell, Montana.
Where's Kalispell?
It's Montana.
It's just a little town?
Yes, it's a small town.
How many people?
About 9,000.
And you're how old?
19.
And what are you doing in Los Angeles?
Going to school.
And you're unmarried?
Yes, I am.
That's why you volunteered out of the audience?
Yes.
You don't know what's going to happen to you?
I haven't an idea.
Well, now, I've got to ask you a couple of very important questions. Would you get married if you found the right man?
Sure.
What is the right man like, in your opinion?
Oh, he's generous.
Yes.
Handsome.
Uh-huh. What age?
Oh, about 23.
23, uh-huh. Maybe I got just the fellow for you. Bring out the groom, please. How do you do? What a handsome fella. You ever met this man?
No, I haven't.
Your name, sir?
Warren Schultz.
Warren, meet Jean Parker.
Hello, Jean. How are you?
This is the man we picked to be your groom.
Oh.
Are you generous?
I think so.
Is he handsome?
Yeah.
Yeah. Are you eligible?
No, sir. Not quite.
You're not single?
Not now.
You're married?
Yes, sir.
Children?
Only 2.
Oh, gee, isn't that awful? You can't really want somebody else's husband, can you?
Well.
We're in a kind of a dilemma here. Well, she says. Well, now, this is actually what we've done. We've picked these 2 people out of the audience to send them out to be a bride and groom. Now, you're eligible, but you're not, but you can remember what it was like, can't you? How long you been married?
13 years.
Yeah. Were you in the war?
Yes, I was.
What'd you do in the war?
Well, I was one of the crushed hat boys.
Crushed hat?
Mm-hmm. I was a pilot for the Air Force.
Ah. Well, how'd you do?
Well, I started out real good, didn't wind up so good.
What do you mean you didn't wind up so well?
Oh, I was a guest of the German people for a short while.
Oh, you were in a German prison camp?
Yes, sir.
Oh, well, then going through a marriage ceremony again will be nothing for you. Huh?
I don't know.
Well, actually, we don't have in mind you 2 getting married, but we do have in mind having the 2 of you pretend that you're on your way to a wedding ceremony. Now, this isn't just enough. Irv, would you bring in something else for the young lady? Here's a pretty little bridal corsage for you and some rice. And a little Balenciaga perfume behind your ears. We've got you all set. But there is a very important old American tradition when it comes to a wedding. There should be something at the wedding, something old, something...
Blue?
Something blue, something...
New,
and something borrowed. Yeah, you got the whole thing off meter there. Something old, something new, something borrowed, something blue. Now, this is what we're going to do tonight with the 2 of you. We're going to send you out into the streets of Hollywood to see whether or not people will help 2 folks who are on their way to getting married and do not have everything that a marriage tradition calls for. And to decide what you're going to try to get, would you pick one of these 2 slips of paper? And would you open it up? And would you read what you have gotten there?
Something old, something new.
All right. Now, that means that you'll get something borrowed and something blue. But, ladies and gentlemen, since this is People Are Funny, we are not interested in things. We're interested in people. And so tonight, we're going to send you two out separately, working alone, because this is the battle of the sexes. And once you've been married, you'll find out what that means. And you must bring back someone old and someone new. Now, how old is someone old, in your opinion?
60.
Anybody over 60. And now someone new will make anybody under 6. And you must bring back someone borrowed and someone blue. In other words, you must borrow a woman from a husband or a sweetheart or from somebody to whom she belongs, one way or the other. And somebody blue is somebody that looks melancholy and an old sourpuss. Now, of course, you can't tell them you're from People Are Funny. You can tell them you need witnesses at the wedding or best men or anything and that you're in a rush. And the first one of you back to the program, before we sign off the air, with someone that you've picked, gets a beautiful 21-inch Stromberg Carlson console model television set. Now, let's see who does the best job. A single girl, inexperienced, innocent. A single girl. Or a married man out on the streets of Hollywood tonight looking for help for two lovers. So on your way, come back. The first one back wins the prize. Say goodbye to them, audience. There you go. You know, he's the one really taking the chance, because if he borrows somebody's wife, brings her back here, he may find the guy doesn't want her back, and he'll be stuck with two.
Where's the music coming from?
From this little phonograph here.
You're kidding. Where's the electric cord?
Doesn't need any.
No electric cord? How's it work?
Well, it's brand new. RCA Victor Skipper. Portable phonograph and a portable radio. Works on batteries.
Works on battery. Imagine that.
You can enjoy records anywhere. On a picnic, hayride, out in your backyard, or you can even play it in a canoe or a car.
Nothing to plug in. Works on batteries. An RCA Victor.
The Skipper by RCA Victor. It stores 14 records right inside the case.
Works on battery.
RCA batteries, the best you can buy.
What's it cost?
As little as $59.95 at your RCA Victor dealer.
Before we went on the air, ladies and gentlemen, I selected this guest of ours right out of the studio audience because he put his hand up when I asked for men who love babies. And you have any particular reason, sir, for loving babies?
Well, I've had 3 children of my own.
Yeah.
And we have 5 grandchildren.
And your name is?
Frank Case, C-A-S-E.
Where are you from, Frank?
Syracuse, New York.
And you a retired man?
That's right.
Mr. Case, you like children?
Yes, I do.
And you'd like to win a prize?
Yeah, sure.
2 things.
All right.
Well, they fit together very interestingly tonight because on this raised playpen, which does not happen to have any bars on it because we don't want any children hanging around bars on this show, we have placed several different kinds of prizes. There's a People Are Funny game worth $1.49. There's a lemon there that's worth about a nickel. There's a stereo realist camera worth $160. There's a $500 strand of genuine Duchess pearls. And there's a diamond ring out there by Lucien Piccard worth $1,000 in cash. Some rather interestingly different prizes, don't you think?
Yes.
Now, this is where the baby begins to get into the picture. The baby is going to select the prize that you get on People Are Funny tonight, Mr. Case. And you can talk to the baby and encourage it, but you can't touch it or hand it anything. And whatever the baby picks out, you get. All right, ladies and gentlemen, here's our prize picker, young Mr. Gowdy. Look at him. Hi. And would you put him right up here in the playpen and right down on his knees? There you are. And give me the little thing. Now, this young fella is going to start, and he's beginning to look at things. Oh, the first thing he did was pick up a $500 string of pearls. Now, start the clock, boys. Start the clock, because in a minute and a half, whatever this child is holding, you can have, Mr. Case. Uh-huh. Yes. Now, the baby's sitting there, and he's got a hold of the pearls. You coax him, Mr. Case.
You hold it up in the grampy, see? You hold it up the grampy. Can you show it to grampy?
He's just sitting there. Come on.
We don't like that over there. We like
Oh, he picked up the sign, but he didn't pick up the diamond ring. He's got a hold of the pearls. Uh-huh. He picked up the sign. If he keeps the sign, you get the diamond ring, too. Seconds. He's got a hold of the pearls. Come on, honey. Boop, boop. Hello. 20 seconds, and he's got a hold of the pearls. 10 seconds. And Grandpa is really talking to him. Hello. 5 seconds. Time's up. Well, Grandpa Case, you almost had the two biggest prizes. He picked up the $1,000 diamond ring. He put the $1,000 diamond ring down. And isn't he a handsome young fella? He's still got a hold of the pearls. And those beautiful Duchess pearls are yours. As a matter of fact, we'll give you the child, too. Grandpa Case from Syracuse, New York, came out with a $500 prize and a new grandson. You know, people are funny. Two people look at the same thing, and they see entirely different things. And we're going to prove it to you tonight. Let's bring in the young man first, who is our special guest. I say special because he was picked as a volunteer last week when we did the show. How do you do, sir?
I do, Mr. Linkletter.
Your name is?
Jack Schmidt.
How old are you, Jack?
24.
You volunteered when I asked for what kind of people?
A young married couple who had a car older than 5 years.
That is correct. Now, we had to pick you last week because we wanted you to bring your car down, and this is it, isn't it?
Yes, it is.
This car is about what vintage?
1947.
47, Well, that's older than 5 years. Now, we also asked you to get the blue book on this car, this family buggy of yours. What is the blue book on this 47 car?
$250.
$250. Well, now let's find a little bit more about you before we find out about the car. What do you do for a living?
Well, I go to school in the mornings, and I'm a salesman in the afternoon.
And you are married because your wife was with you. Where's your wife now?
She's backstage somewhere.
That's right. We have her bound and gagged in a soundproof room where she can't hear any of this first part of the show. Now, by the way, what does she do?
She goes to school and is a secretary in the afternoon.
Oh, you both work?
Yes.
And you both go to school?
Yes, we do.
We have established the car is worth about $250. And the reason we asked you to bring it down here today so we could move it into our set was because I wanted to see whether or not a young couple, obviously you can use a little money,
yes,
whether you would like to make a profit on this car. Now, the blue book's $250?
Yes.
I have here in my hot little fist $500, twice the blue book value of the car. But what I want to find out from you is whether or not the car is worth double what the blue book value is, what a dealer would give you. So let me hear you sell me on your family buggy. How long have you had it?
A year.
All right. What about it? How's the rubber, for instance?
Well, this car is in excellent shape. It was my grandfather's before me. It was never taken out of the town of Fullerton.
Is this the truth?
This is the truth.
This sounds like it. All cars are owned by little old ladies in Pasadena who are school teachers and kept it up on... Are you kidding me?
No, I'm not.
Raise your right hand. This was owned by your grandfather?
This was owned by my grandfather.
Never was out of the family?
Never was out of the family.
Your grandfather is a good, sober, serious man?
He is.
Well, I'll be a son of a gun. The tires are okay, huh? How about the transmission?
Well, it's excellent. After all, it's an old car, but it works very well.
How about the upholstery? Looks a little stained.
Well, a new set of seat covers would fix it up.
How about the oil?
Oh, doesn't use any oil. It's excellent.
What's that pool doing down there? What is the pool doing on our stage?
Knowing your show, you probably...
No, we didn't. Does it use oil?
Just a little occasionally.
Just a little oil. Well, it sounds like a pretty good job. Paint job's pretty good. Body's in pretty good shape. Here's the $500. You have done a good job of selling me your car. Just something occurred to me. Is this your car?
Yes, it is.
No, yours.
Well, it's ours.
Aha. This is a community property state? Your wife owns half of this car?
Yes.
All right. Before you agree to sell this car to me for $500, shouldn't we consult her?
I suppose.
All right. That's all I want. Is your wife an honest woman?
I believe so.
You trust her? You have nothing to worry. Stand aside. Bring in the wife. We'll find out what happens around here. It's their car. And he sold it to me for $500. Now, before she gets out here, every time she knocks it, I'm going to knock $100 off the price. Every time I say it's too bad, off goes $100. And you did sell it to me. All right. We'll wait. She's coming from the dungeons. We keep her down where Jack Benny has his money all locked up. We'll see. Hello, how do you do? Would you come over here, please? You are Mrs.
Elizabeth Schmitz.
And Mrs. Schmitz, we've just been talking to your husband about this car which you were asked to bring down here, huh? Well, now, Mrs. Schmitz, you know this program, People Are Funny.
Yes.
And you know perfectly good and well that on this program we give away new houses and sometimes we give away new cars.
Oh.
But we asked you to bring this car down to see whether or not you needed a new car. Now, this car looks to be in pretty good shape. Isn't it?
Well...
I don't know whether you really need a new car.
Well, I tell you, the tires aren't too good, really.
Oh, that's too bad.
They don't have any tread on them. I mean, there's one of them that has tread on it.
One tire has tread, but the other three don't have much tread.
No, that's right.
How about the oil?
Well, it's awful expensive to run. I mean, it takes a lot of oil, and we're always having to pay money to the gas station man for oil.
That's too bad. An oil fixing up those oil things sometimes costs $100. You know, to get a thing fixed up. How about the paint?
Well, the paint's all right, but it has a couple of dents in the back fenders. Did you see them?
No. Oh, that's too bad. Too bad. Dents. Huh?
Why is it too bad?
It's too bad because it's a shame to see a good car like this with all the defects that you point out. How about the upholstery?
Well, it's kind of old.
You'd like a new car, wouldn't you?
Oh, sure.
I just wondered, Upholstery's pretty bad. Well, those are quite a few things. How much do you have left?
$200.
Mrs. Schmitz, turn around. You see what your husband's holding? I bought this car from him for $500, and every time you said something bad about it, we took $100 away.
How could you?
How could we? We were taking your word for it.
That wasn't fair.
I didn't tell you were going to get a new car, did I?
Well, not really.
Are you an honest woman?
Yeah.
You always tell the truth.
Always tell the truth.
I ask you one more question. How are the brakes?
Well, it stops if you press on them real hard.
I wanted to prove that even after she knew the gag, she would tell the truth. Your grandfather must be in jail for reckless driving. He's probably a centenarian delinquent. Well, actually, what we have done here is to prove that two people look at the same thing entirely differently when they have two different advantages to gain. You thought maybe you'd... give me that last $100, Pat. Take the $100. Take the $200. Take the car and go home. And when you get home, you'll find waiting for you a couple of round-trip tickets on United Airlines DC-7 mainliner to Las Vegas, and an all-expense-paid week at the Sahara Hotel in Las Vegas. You got your $200, you got the car, you got an honest wife. You should be very happy with her. And to make you real pretty up there, here's a bottle of nice Arpège perfume.
Oh, thank you.
Thanks for both of you proving that people can be truthful with two different viewpoints. At the beginning of the show, we sent out two contestants out of our audience dressed as bride and groom to have a treasure hunt for people. Someone old, someone new, someone borrowed, and someone blue. The first one back to the studio with both of his people wins a beautiful television set. So let's bring out the bride first. A pretty little girl dressed up especially in our bridal veil. And your name again is?
Jean Parker.
Yes, you're the girl from the little town in Montana.
That's right.
Did you have fun tonight?
Oh, boy.
Did you find that we proved that all the world loves a lover, and people in trouble on their way to getting married, people will do anything for them, or won't they?
Well, not anything.
Well, I mean, did you ask? Now, you had to get somebody old and somebody new, and the old had to be over?
60.
And the new had to be?
Under 6.
Did you get them both?
Yes, I did.
How many people did you go to before you got them both?
Oh, 7 or 8.
7 or 8, but you finally came back with them both? Let's meet them and see whom she brought back with no help from anybody but herself. Here they come. Well, how do you do, sir? You stand right over here, and you stand right there. Well, now, which one of these two did you get first?
I got the man first.
The man. And, sir, could we find out who you are?
Smitty.
Yeah, how old are you, Smitty?
71.
You got one over 60. And what were you doing tonight when this young, pretty little bride approached you?
I was doing a little work.
What kind of work?
Putting away some papers.
Oh, you're a paper boy?
That's right.
A newspaper boy, uh-huh. What paper do you sell?
Sell them all.
Oh, uh-huh. You single or married?
Married.
You're married. Now, what did she say to you when she walked up to you?
She said she'd like to have a witness. She's going to get married.
A witness, huh?
Yes.
And you said you'd be willing to come along?
I said I'd be glad to go along with it.
Well, you have done the job. You've gotten a witness, see? Now, you're witnessing it, aren't you? Now, this one was second.
Yes.
All right. What's your name?
Lynn.
Glenn?
Lynn.
Lynn who?
Lynn Christian Hassan.
Lynn Christian Hatton. How old are you?
4.
4? Well, I'm glad to see you. Now, are you married or single?
Single.
You're single, huh? And Lynn, what were you doing tonight? Where were you going tonight? Were you standing somewhere?
No, I was going to Seoul.
Going to a show? Who were you with?
My daddy.
Oh, and what did this girl want when she walked up?
She said, I want you to go to here.
To where she was getting married. Oh, what did you tell the father? Or the girl?
Well, the father was a little dubious about it, and he said, well, why do you want her? And I said, well, she's awfully cute. And I said I needed someone for a wedding, to carry the flowers. And
oh, a little flower girl. Well, let's see what you're wearing for a flower girl. What do you have on? Your pajamas?
No.
What do you have on?
A suit.
A suit. Look at the zipper down the front. Oh, boy. Well, you did it. You got them both. Now, if you folks will just step back here about 2 feet, and if you move over, we'll bring out the groom and see how he did. Out on the streets of Hollywood with no help, working separately. Your name again, sir?
Warren Schultz.
You were to pretend that you were on your way to a wedding, and you were to get somebody borrowed and somebody blue.
That's right, Art.
Did you go to many people?
Oh, not too many, about 5, 6 people.
And if they knew you were going to a wedding, they'd do anything for you.
They were very helpful.
Let's meet the 2 people that he brought back. Uh-huh. If you people will just stand right here next to me, up in close here. Which one is borrowed?
The young lady.
Hello. Who are you?
Terry Edwards.
What do you do, Terry?
I work at American Electronics.
American Electronics. And what do you do over there?
I'm a lead lady.
A lead lady. Well, you certainly did borrow a beautiful girl. How did you borrow her? Did she belong to somebody?
Well, it looked like she belonged to somebody.
Why?
Well, she was sitting with them, and they were eating.
In a restaurant?
In a restaurant.
Your husband?
No, my fiancé.
Oh, what did you say?
Well, I told them that I was getting married, and I asked them if they'd help me out, that we needed some witnesses, and we wanted another girl, and if he didn't mind, would she oblige and come with me?
And leave him there?
Well, he wouldn't quite go for that.
Oh, he came alone.
Yeah.
What, were you in the middle of the meal?
Just finishing.
Just finishing, and he accepted, your fiancé agreed to let you be borrowed if he came along.
Yes.
Well, you did it. You did it. Where's your fiancé right now?
Back.
Back there. Oh, he's the fellow with the gun. Uh-huh. And you, sir, would you come a little closer and tell us who you are?
It's Morris Kahn.
He's the fellow that's supposed to be melancholy or blue. Why did you pick him?
Well, he started off being melancholy.
He looks sad. Let me see you look blue.
His jacket was blue.
His jacket's blue.
Shirt's blue. Trousers are blue.
So, in other words, you were taking no chance. Something borrowed, something blue in color, and you're not a melancholy fellow, are you?
Huh? Well, sometimes, yeah.
You are. Your disposition is blue.
Yeah.
Yeah, you poor fellow. He doesn't look it now, does he?
Not at all.
You almost laughed your way out of a prize for him, you know. Well, ladies and gentlemen, apparently these two people competed very successfully in that they both brought back someone borrowed, someone blue, someone old, and someone new. Mr. Irvin Atkins, would you give me a report, please, on who was back first?
The lady was back first.
By how much time?
Oh, quite a bit of time, 7 or 8 minutes.
7 or 8 minutes. Well, you get the consolation prize, and what a prize it is. A beautiful third-dimensional stereo realist camera and a viewer. This is worth several $100s, and you'll get some beautiful third-dimensional pictures out of it.
Well, thanks a million, all right.
You get the first prize. I'll tell you about in a second. Each of these 3 grown-ups will get a Lucien Piccard wristwatch, a beautiful one for taking time out from your meal and from your melancholy and from your newspaper to come back here. And, young lady, how would you like to have a nice new bicycle your size? Would you? And you'll be the flower girl at the wedding. Say something.
Thank you.
Goodbye, and you're welcome. And you, my pretty little miss, you get a 21-inch Stromberg Carlson television set. There's nothing finer than a Stromberg Carlson. Compliments of people are funny. Goodbye, and good luck to all of you. Well, ladies and gentlemen, next week, the little man who isn't there makes it tough for the little man who is there. Listen in and find out what I mean.
Here, ladies, is how to save up to half on truly quality broadloom rugs and wall-to-wall carpeting. Deal direct with the manufacturer. Get factory-to-you savings on the newest, richest-looking deep-pile broadlooms you ever saw. The whole money-saving story is told in the free Olson Rug and Decorating Guide that shows these gorgeous broadlooms in full color in model rooms. Write for this free 44-page book. Read how much you save by letting Olson Master Weavers use the good wool and other valuable materials in your worn rugs, carpets, and clothing to weave brand new broadlooms and pass the savings on to you. See the newest, smartest rug colors, patterns, and effects that can be yours at such tremendous factory-to-you savings. For your free copy of the new 1956 Olson Rug and Decorating Guide, address Olson Rug Company, Zone 2, Chicago, Illinois. That's O-L-S-O-N, Olson Rug Company, Zone 2, Chicago, Illinois.
Good night, everybody.
This program was transcribed from Hollywood.
Can a woman learn about a man just by dancing with him? If she can, she'll win herself a big prize because this is People Are Funny.
Yes, NBC presents John Goodell's production of People Are Funny, transcribed from Hollywood. And now here's America's top master of ceremonies, Art Linkletter.
Ladies and gentlemen, one of the easiest tricks of all to prove is that people are funny about money. Now, take, for instance, a millionaire who's lost a couple of $100,000. People aren't nearly as unhappy about him as they would be about a little girl who has lost just $1. And we're going to try to prove this tonight as we bring it to our special guest star spot, Miss Penny
Atkinson.
Miss Penny Atkinson. And Miss Penny Atkinson is a young actress. At least she does some acting here in Hollywood, don't you, Penny?
Yes.
And what's your age?
8.
And where do you go to school?
Marymount School.
Do you want to be a motion picture star when you grow up or work in television, or do you have some other idea?
Well, I think I'll be a tap dancer.
Oh, well, that's nice, but in the meantime, we have some acting for you to do. You have pretty brown eyes and a few freckles on your nose, and you're wearing your regular, everyday dress.
Yes.
She wanted to wear a party dress, and we had her change back to a regular dress because we have a very special stunt. Now, does your mother ever send you down to the store to get groceries?
Sometimes.
That's what I'm going to do tonight, Penny. Here's a little list. Can you read that?
Yes. Buttermilk, 1/4 butter.
1/4 pound of butter.
1/4 pound of butter, loaf of bread, and bottle ketchup.
All right. Now, we're going to send you to a nearby market to pick up some groceries. Now, that would cost about $1, you see. I have $1 right here, and I'm not going to give it to you. I'm going to pretend that I'm your papa, and I gave you this $1 to buy those groceries.
Yes.
Now, when you get to the grocery store, you must pretend that you have lost the $1. Now, how are you going to act, do you think?
Well, sad.
That's right. You're afraid to go home because, gee, you don't have the groceries, and your mother or daddy might spank you.
Yeah.
So what can you do?
Try to get somebody to give me $1, I guess.
That's the stunt. We've gotten it across to you perfectly. If this young lady can either by her appearance or her action or any way whatsoever get people to be sympathetic and offer to pay for the groceries, then we want you to ask that person to come back here and your daddy will give him the $1 back. Okay?
Okay.
Now you have some fun. Don't be funny and don't tell them you're from People Are Funny.
I won't.
You be a sad little girl.
I will.
Now you take the list. Mr. Atkins over there will see that you get to a grocery store, and he'll be around so that there'll be no problems, but he'll be in the background. And you see if you can bring somebody back who will help you out. Goodbye, Penny. Say goodbye to our audience. There they go out the side door. Now, if she finds somebody who is sweet enough, a grown-up person, to offer to pay her $1, and that person comes back, I'm going to repay the $1 to that person, man or woman. And I'm going to put it in a very special container. And as a matter of fact, I think I'll walk right over here and let you see the container it's going to be in. Take it away, boys. How do you like that? A brand new jet-styled Plymouth convertible with push-button driving. Yes, sir, what a beautiful streamlined Plymouth convertible, and I'm going to put the $1 right under this windshield wiper. Now, if somebody comes back, they get the $1, they get the container, all for helping a little girl who lost the $1. We'll see how funny people are.
Don't breathe a word. They may run out. I promise. RCA Victor. Spring trading specials. Big savings. Big savings?
Big savings when you trade your old TV for a new RCA Victor.
I like this model.
Big screen RCA Victor table model. Nationally advertised price, $199.95.
And I can get it for less than that?
With your trade-in allowance, it's yours for less than many small screen sets.
This set over here is nice and modern.
Handsome big screen table model with many extra features.
How much?
Nationally advertised price, $229.95. Your trade-in allowance gives you a big savings.
Look at this beautiful console.
RCA Victor Television Deluxe Console. Nationally advertised price, $329.95. Big trade-in allowances bring you big savings. This is a limited-time offer at RCA Victor dealers everywhere.
Ladies and gentlemen, our next stunt is going to be quite a different stunt than that which you usually see on People Are Funny. While it is gay and lighthearted in nature, involves a contest, and should bring us some fun, it has serious overtones because of the subject we have deliberately selected for this particular stunt. Would you three men turn around, please? These three men on these stools, just remain seated. These three men on these stools, you will get to know a little better as the stunt goes on. They are very special guests of ours. This lady, if you'll turn around, is a volunteer selected out of the audience. A housewife from where?
Mill Valley, California.
And your name is?
Vera Baytag.
And Vera, how many children do you have?
1, 8 months old.
And where do you come from?
Austria.
Austria. How long have you been in this country?
7 years.
Mm-hmm. Did you meet your husband in Austria?
No, I met him in New Jersey.
How did you happen to meet him?
Well, I was teaching dancing at Arthur Murray's, and he was a pupil.
Oh, do most dancing teachers marry their pupils?
I think most of them do.
Uh-huh. Well, that's fine. And you live in Mill Valley, California, up by San Francisco.
That's right.
Mrs. Maytag, you were selected because you said when you volunteered out of the audience you were observant, you knew how to dance.
Right.
You must know how to dance. I want you to look at these three men, because this is where the observation part of the stunt comes in. These three men are different in this way. One of them has both of his legs and is perfectly sound. One of the other has lost a leg and is wearing an artificial leg. And the other one has lost both of his legs and is wearing 2 artificial legs. Now, these three men have volunteered to be our special guests because they are vitally interested in the rehabilitation program of thousands of veterans all over the United States, many of whom are learning to use artificial limbs as a result of the wars and as a result of accidents right here in these United States. They're all three good sports, and they are going to participate in a contest. You are going to dance with each one of them. And if you can tell me, after you have danced with the three of them, which one does not have an artificial leg, I am going to give you a beautiful new outfit as a prize worn by our model who's coming in, a beautiful Hanmacher suit and coat worth hundreds of dollars and especially tailored for you. Isn't that beautiful?
Certainly is.
Now that prize is yours. Show them that lovely coat as well as the suit. That will spur you on to make your decision. Now, would you please stand up? You are Mr.?
Mr. Ed Rosica.
Mr. Ed Rosica.
Right.
Mm-hmm. How old are you, Ed?
42.
42. Would you stand up, please, sir? You are?
Fred Quisenberry.
How old are you, Fred?
44.
44. Our next guest?
Mr. Charles Hutter.
And how old are you, Charlie?
40.
40. Now, if you three men will remain standing, I will come over to the jukebox. I will start one of my favorite songs, our People Are Funny theme song, which you hear at the start of the show. We're going to ask you to dance with each of them for about 30 seconds, one after the other. I'll tell you when to start and when to stop. And at the end of the time, we'll see if you can tell. All right, here we go. Start with the first gentleman first when you hear the music. All right, fine. Now the next gentleman. You're not judging how good a dancer they are. You're judging the other. All right, now our next guest. All right, time's Time's up. Now, if you gentlemen will be seated again, and if you'll come over here and sit down by me. This is a rather interesting choice, isn't it?
Very difficult.
It is difficult?
Certainly.
Which one of these three is whole-bodied and has no artificial leg, in your opinion?
I think the middle one.
You think the middle one. Would you please stand up, sir? Your name is?
Fred Quisenberry.
Now, Fred, are you or are you not wearing an artificial leg?
I am wearing an artificial leg.
And you are the man with just one leg?
I have just one leg amputated.
How long ago did you have the accident?
Well, when I was 11 years old.
Uh-huh. And what is your business now?
I manufacture artificial limbs.
Uh-huh. And as a matter of fact, you told me before we went on the air that these artificial limbs more and more are becoming built and fixed so that people can live a perfectly, almost a normal life.
Well, that's our aim, is to rehabilitate people to the highest extent and put them back into life as near a whole person as possible.
Mm-hmm. And you dance?
Oh, yes.
Walk and run and live a normal life?
I live a completely normal life.
Mm-hmm. Well, thank you very much. You'll just sit down. Thank you. Well, you've lost the first prize. I tell you, I'll give you a beautiful new, for your home, a beautiful new Mohawk carpet from the looms of Mohawk for any one of the rooms of your house, and a foam set cushion to go with it, if you can tell me. Which one, the outside man or the inside man?
It's strictly a guess. I really don't know.
Well, this, I think, will be a very, very wonderful inspiration to a lot of boys all over the country who are faced with the prospect of making their life over again with one or both legs off. Which one are you going to say?
This one.
This one right here, you'll say.
Right.
Well, let's see. Since you've got to know one way or the other now, I'll start with the other gentleman. Would you please stand up? Your name is?
Dr. Charles Hutter.
And what do you do, doctor?
I'm an orthopedic surgeon.
Now, how many amputees do you work with in the matter of learning to be a rehabilitator?
About 2,000.
Uh-huh. Do you or do you not have your own legs?
I have my own legs.
Well, then she was right, but purely on a guess, which is a great tribute, isn't it?
Yes.
To this business.
Yes.
In the years that you've spent working with boys who are back from overseas, doctor, what sort of a thing have you learned that you would like to tell other young men and women who have lost a limb or two?
Well, I think the most important thing is that they have a satisfactory stump that can tolerate the pressures of an artificial leg, and that after that has been accomplished, they should feel that they have to conquer a new problem, and if they'll put their heart into learning how to walk and how to use their prosthesis, they'll have no difficulty with fooling people and recovering their complete use of their extremity.
Thank you very much. Now I know you're all anxious to meet our third guest, whom she selected as a pure chance guest. You didn't feel any awkwardness or anything at all, and your name is?
It's Ed Rosika.
Ed, who do you work for?
I work for the U.S. Veterans Administration in this area.
And on what occasion did you lose your two legs, Ed?
It was about 11 years ago at the Battle of the Bulge, landmine explosion, World War II.
World War II, uh-huh. And Ed, you came back, and naturally you were discouraged and disappointed and unhappy about life with two legs missing, but you certainly made up for lost time. Isn't it true that you, when you came back, you had a little girl?
That's right, my little daughter, Jerry Ann.
How old was she when you got back?
Well, when I got there, was at discharge. She was about 11 months old and just learning to walk.
So?
So we learned to walk together.
The two of them.
In Los Angeles.
Daddy and daughter learned to walk together. You with your new legs and her with her comparatively new legs.
That's right. We had a lot of fun together, and we learned to walk together.
And now you go dancing and you do other things that you thought you never could do.
Well, I still do those things. I try, and I was married before I was in service, and I had a good wife who sort of stood by me, and now we've got 3 children and a happy, normal family.
Now, you work for the government, don't you?
That's right. Veterans Administration in medical counseling and rehabilitation work, helping others, we'll say less fortunate than ourselves, to be rehabilitated. We help them get artificial limbs, teach them how to use them, and this right here is part of our little clinic team that operates at the Los Angeles VA regional office downtown. Dr. Hutter, Fred Quisenberry, and several other men and physical therapists and myself make up the clinic team here. And we've always found through the years that our slogan sort of is that It's not what you've lost, but it's what you have left that counts.
Well, what do you think about that, ladies and gentlemen? Aren't these three fellas fine representative Americans? And Mrs. Basic? Well, we thank you for helping us demonstrate that not that people are funny, but that people are pretty swell and courageous and fine. And we are going to send the Mohawk carpet up to your home. We hope you enjoy it. And you three gentlemen, we have some special presents for you after the program.
No artificial limb.
Goodbye. Thank you very much. Every once in a while, we come out in the audience looking for some very special guest. And just before going on the air, we told you we were looking for amateur cooks. Do we have any men around here who think they're good cooks? Let's see some hands of men who think they're good cooks. Some over there. Here's a fellow in the front row. Would you stand up, sir? What's your name?
Joel Starles.
What do you do for a living, Joel?
I'm an attorney.
And you're a cook?
I think so.
A good cook?
Pretty good.
Come on out here, Joel. I'm going to find out what kind of a fellow you are. Come right on up the aisle here where we can all see you. You married or single?
I'm single.
Oh, you have to cook, don't you?
That's right.
What's your specialty dish, Mr. Starl? What do you cook if you were going to show off?
Chicken.
And you've been cooking and you've been hanging around kitchens and taking care of your own meal fixing?
Most of the time.
I'd like to ask you why do you think that the men, if they put their mind to it, are as good a cook as a woman?
I think they're better.
You do?
I do.
You have sampled some of your friends' wives' cooking?
Some of my friends' wives' cooking, that's right.
And you think...
I think when the men put their mind to it, they're better.
Well, you know, it's funny about men. They do kind of feel they can do everything better, and so while we had you outside, before we put you back in the seat tonight, we asked some women here to volunteer to ask you some questions to test what kind of a cook you are. And I want to tell you that if you can answer 5 out of 7 questions by housewives who are now your friends after what you've said to them, you are going to win a beautiful Lambretta motor scooter, the finest motor scooter made. You'll find the Lambretta is great for fun, for economy, and the perfect vehicle for any use. For every single question you lose of the 7 you'll be asked, I have a very interesting thing for you. Miss Penny, will you come out, please? I'd like to have you folks meet the home economics editor of the Los Angeles Examiner, Miss Prudence Penny. We have certainly admired all the wonderful things that you have been writing in the papers about good cooking, and I see that you are standing there with all kinds of things. Now, how many different kinds of ingredients do you have?
At least 13, Art.
And you have a bowl?
Yes, a wonderful mixing bowl and my spoon, and I'm all ready to make that caliente souffle tonight.
Now, Miss Prudence Penny is going to make a special new dish that has never been tried before in the history of the world, and we are going to let the women call out the ingredients if you miss their questions, and when she has mixed the dish, you get to taste it. All right, now let's see. Where's our first lady? Would you stand up? Come right in here, Joe. You're Mrs.?
Mrs. Marilyn Modnick.
From?
North Hollywood.
A housewife.
That's right.
Now, what question would you have for our young bachelor?
Well, I'd like to ask him what's the difference between a white egg and a brown egg.
A white egg and a brown egg.
A white egg and a brown egg? The shell of a white egg is white, and the shell of a brown egg is brown.
Is a brown egg stronger?
There's no difference except in the color of the shell.
Well, he said that.
All right.
You said white egg, a white shell, and the brown shell. That is correct. Who's the next lady? Let's see the hands. This lady right here. Would you stand up? You are Mrs.?
Frank Dauterman from San Gabriel.
California.
Yes.
Now, you look like a good cook. Do you have a question for our proud chef?
Yes, I do. What will stop a berry pie from boiling over?
What will stop a berry pie from boiling over?
I never heard of boiling a berry pie.
You're supposed to bake them. We have, without doubt, one of the sneakiest contestants in the history of People Are Funny. When you bake them, you mean?
Yeah.
When you bake a pie, what stops them from boiling over?
You take it out of the oven.
Prudence Penny. I think he's right. What is the answer?
Hard to go better than that, but my answer is that if you put moisture on the edge of the lower crust before sealing the top crust on, you will find that it will not boil over.
Now, he has missed your question. What out of the secret list that we gave you would you like to have Miss Penny put into our brand new recipe?
Raw oysters and chocolate syrup.
All right, there are the raw oysters. You notice it's very important that the oysters go in before the chocolate syrup.
That's right.
Oh, we have the start of an unusual dish. Thank you. Our next guest. Let's see another one. Come on down here. This lady is Mrs.
Robert Mayer.
From?
Lodi, California.
What would you like to ask, Mrs. Mayer?
How do you keep onions from burning your eyes while peeling them?
How do you peel an onion and prevent it from burning your eyes? Close your eyes. Prudence Penny?
The best answer is to peel them under water, or running water if you prefer.
Oh, you didn't know that. Joel, I'm amazed at you. What would you like to add to our recipe?
Soft strawberry ice cream and sauerkraut.
Oh, look, the strawberry ice cream goes in on top of the chocolate sauce and the oysters, and then the sauerkraut. I've made this dish. You've made it? He's already made it. Let's see. This lady, would you stand up, please? You are
Mrs. Paul Wilson from Altadena, California.
What is your question?
How do you prevent sour cream from curdling when used to make pheasant gravy?
Keep stirring. Prudence?
No, that isn't correct. The answer is to put it in at the very last and have it on very low heat and leave it there just a few seconds, just to heat it through.
What would you like to add to the recipe?
Horseradish and raw egg.
Horseradish? This dish is the dish that you serve your relatives just before you want them to go back home. How many has he missed? He's missed 3 out of 4, so he can't win the 5 out of 7. Let's go over and see what the dish looks like. Isn't that beauty? Now, great. We didn't have to go any farther than 4 because that eliminated you from the 5 for 7 winning of this motor scooter. And we'd like to have each of the ladies who ask questions have a bottle of Balenciaga perfume from Paris, France. We want for Prudence Penny to take home with her a beautiful Bell & Howell camera and projector. And there it is for your own home movies. And now, could we have the dish, please? Now, here, ladies and gentlemen, we have our gentleman cook about to give the taste of this lovely dish. After you. I'll take some myself. Lovely.
I've made it often.
We have proved that men may be funny, but they better not brag about being good cooks after tonight. So, Chef, we're going to send for your home a beautiful Baker's Pride automatic oven. You can make pizzas and all kinds of baking on it for your own home better than a wife.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Monitor NBC this weekend. It's radio's wonderful surprise show where you might hear anything from a joke told by genial Bob Hope to a joke told by your next-door neighbor. A whole new world of sound and experience is at your fingertips. You might hear the boom of a heartbeat or night talk on the ocean floor. In scope, you'll be whisked around the world. Meet the most outstanding personalities of our times and hear their opinions. It's new and exciting listening for the entire family. Just one more reason why NBC leads the rest with the best in radio entertainment. Hear Monitor this weekend.
Ladies and gentlemen, I've just been informed that our 8-year-old actress, Miss Penny Atkinson, is back outside the theater. You remember we sent her out at the start of the program with a list of groceries. And she was to go up and pretend that she had lost the $1 given her by her mother or her daddy, and if any one person would offer to pay for her groceries or give her $1 so that she wouldn't have to go home and take a spanking, we were going to bring that person back, and he was going to win this beautiful Plymouth convertible with jet styling and push-button driving. The dollar bill I'm going to return is right underneath that windshield wiper. So they're standing outside the theater doors. If someone is with her, they'll get the surprise of their life. Would you have Penny come back in? And Penny, you're back alone. Oh, Penny, tell us what happened when you went up.
Well, a lot of people passed me, but some looked at me, but not very many. And then I talked...
Now, you were crying and pretending to be very sad.
And then I talked to 3 people. One lady, I thought she was going to give the money to me, but she said, go home and tell your mother.
In other words, just go home and tell your mother you lost the dog.
Yeah, and she was giggling all the time.
She was giggling? Well, you don't think she suspected anything, do you?
No, I don't think so.
I mean, there were no cameras or no lights, and Mr. Atkins stood well back, didn't you, Irv? They didn't see you. Uh-huh.
And then another person came, and he said, oh, you're too young to be out this time of the night. Go home.
And then when you told him you needed $1, what did he say?
Well, I didn't have time to tell him that. He just went.
Oh, he just said, you go home, little girl, and went away.
Yes.
Now, the third person.
Well, that person, he said he didn't have $1, but I think he did because he was just real good.
Oh, he was, and he just says, I don't have $1.
Yes.
And he wouldn't give you $1.
No.
In other words, all the people who passed you, those who stopped and those who didn't, nobody offered to help a little girl.
Yes, nobody offered.
Well, now, do you know what I was going to give that person if they had helped you?
Yes.
I was going to give them that brand new automobile. Thousands of dollars worth of car for a $1 investment. Well, ladies and gentlemen, we never know how these stunts are going to play out. But here's a cute and appealing and sympathetic little girl who didn't find anybody who'd help her out. And all those people, if they see this show right now, are going to give themselves a good, big kick right where it'll do them the most good. Penny, thank you very much for trying.
Thank you.
Goodbye, honey. Just go right out that way. No more for tonight, except the promise for next week, when a year-old baby will decide whether a guest wins a 5-cent lemon or a $1,000 diamond ring. Don't miss this one. Good night, everybody.
This program was transcribed from Hollywood.
Hey, Cinderella is here at last. And wait till you see what we're going to do for her on People Are Funny. Yes, that's time from Hollywood, John Goodell's production of People Are Funny, brought to you by Raleigh Cigarettes. Smokers, does your cigarette pack have a coupon on its back, good for valuable premiums? It does if you're smoking Raleigh cigarettes, the only pack with a coupon on its back. Raleigh's, America's greatest cigarette value. And now, here is radio's top master of ceremonies, Art Linkletter.
Well, hello there, and thank you for the generous applause. Yes, we have more news tonight from the Portuguese fisherman who found the first plastic ball that we dropped in the Atlantic Ocean more than a year ago. Remember, a few weeks ago, he found the ball off the coast of the little island where he lives in the Azores. It's worth $2,000 to him. And ever since then, we've been trying to get him to come to Hollywood. But get this, he doesn't want to come. He can't believe he's going to get a $2,000 prize. Thinks it's all a trick. Yes, people are funny. And Rod O'Connor, who's first to prove it on the show tonight?
Mr. Robert Peterwright from North Hollywood. Meet Art Linkletter.
Hello, Bob. Hello, Art. Great, big, tall fella. How tall are you, Bob?
6'6".
6'6". You know, it's good that you're big and strong and young, because in the next half hour, you may meet the angriest person you've ever seen. Don't worry, I'm insured. Now, Bob, first of all, we'd like to start you off with a carton of Raleigh cigarettes. That's the pack with the coupon on the back. Married or single?
Married.
What's business he in?
Television appliances.
Have any little ones?
No.
How long you been married now, Bob?
7 months.
And
First time you ever been on one of these kind of shows?
Yes,
nervous?
it is. Oh, slightly.
Oh, it's really easy. You're in the salesmanship line, aren't you? You sell
Yes.
things?
Mhm.
There's a lot of funny and interesting stunts for people selling various things. Have you ever heard of the gag where the kitchenware manufacturers who put out utensils send salesmen out to private homes to cook what they call free demonstration dinners for the families?
Yes, I have.
That certainly is an interesting way to sell things, isn't
Oh,
it?
it is, yes, sir.
It just so happens that we know of a family in a nearby neighborhood who are having just such a dinner prepared for them, and the date was set last week by a salesman from the company, and the man who's been working on the meal is here now to tell us what's been going on. Mr. Herbert Litton, what have you been doing for the last couple hours, Mr. Litton?
Well, I went over to this lady's house and made preparations for her dinner.
You didn't tell her you were the cook.
Oh, no. I told her that the boss, Chef Pierre, would be over the main part of the meal at 7 o'clock. I told him it was a terrific 7-course dinner.
Oh, and they were all ready and excited. The family was there.
A lot of guests.
A lot of guests. You say you started preparations?
That's right.
What did you do?
Well, I went to the kitchen and started cooking cabbage and sauerkraut and a big skillet of fried onions and garlic. Boy, what a smell.
The whole joint was really steaming, huh?
Right.
What else did you do? You were out there in the kitchen practically alone.
Yes, it just so happened I spilled a sack of flour on the floor, upset a can of tomato juice, and accidentally broke several dishes.
Well, what about the lady of the house? Did she object to all this?
Well, she wasn't any too happy about it.
In other words, this demonstration, the guests are out in the living room right now.
Yes, a lot of them there.
Well, what did you finally do when you got into an awful mess in the kitchen?
Well, I told her that Chef Pierre, the boss, would be over soon and straighten the whole matter out.
Uh-huh. And then you quit and walked out of the house?
That's right.
What time did you tell her Chef Pierre would arrive?
I said 7 o'clock.
It's now 7:35. Mr. Federite, doesn't this worry you?
Why should it?
You don't listen to this program very often, do you? Why do you suppose we've been telling you all this stuff? Hello, Chef Pierre.
Oh, no.
That's you. Come on over here, boy. Now, here's the picture. Here's a lady, has a house full of guests, and worst of all, one of the guests is her husband's boss. A friend of the family who was in it with us arranged a whole mean trick on him, and now she's got nothing to serve so far except the odor of cabbages and onions. Now, what do you think she'll do when you walk in 45 minutes late and say, I'm Chef Pierre?
Probably blow her top.
Well, you haven't heard the half of it. As a matter of fact, she expects you to show up with a wonderful 7-course dinner. Have you got one handy?
No, I haven't.
Well, that's what we expected, and we're prepared for any eventuality. We have one for you. Now, what am I handing you right there?
Looks like a bottle of pills.
That's right. Now, we want you to walk in the house and say, folks, I'm Chef Pierre with a special announcement. Our company has just this day gone out of the kitchen utensil business because we have perfected a new capsule food. And then you pour out a handful of these colored pills, and you say, this little red one is a T-bone steak, and the brown one is mashed potatoes with gravy on it, and the yellow one is lemon meringue pie, and go right around the room giving each of them their 7-course dinner. What do you think will happen then?
Well, I really don't know.
You don't know? That's what we want. We don't know either. We want to find out. And the idea is that you get a big prize if you come back before the end of the show alive. Now, you got that?
Yes, I have.
Now, by the way, try to get them to come back with you after you take the stunt as far as you can go, and that'll be your toughest job. On your way, say goodbye to them, audience.
Does your cigarette pack have a coupon on its back good for valuable premiums? It does if you're smoking Rawleigh's, America's greatest cigarette value.
Well, that young man is 6 feet 6? I'll wager when he comes back, he's under 6 feet. Now I'm coming down in the audience, and I'd like to have some lady put up her hand who'd like to take a chance on a little stunt here. Here's a lady with pretty gray hair, and her name is
Mrs. Haskins.
Where are you from?
San Juan, California.
And what do you do?
Housewife.
And your husband's a?
Roofer.
And you've been married for?
23 years.
Now, you're kind of a gal I like to give prizes to, and here is the interesting little game we picked out for you. I'm going to read a list of Raleigh prizes, and you can stop me anytime you want to, and you get every prize that I've named up to that point. However, if you do not stop me before 20 seconds go by, you get nothing. You understand that? In other words, it's an interesting game. The longer you wait before you yell stop, the more prizes you get. But if you wait too long and you're too greedy, you don't get anything. You got it? Now, don't anybody help her out. It's going to go for 20 seconds. The time starts. Don't look at the watch. The time starts right now. And you get America's #1 electric shaver, a surefire cigarette lighter, a mahogany-topped coffee table, a beautiful full-size blanket.
That's it.
That's it? How many seconds?
10 seconds.
Oh, look what you missed. A new Cadillac, a brand new... Well, I might as well say it. She missed it. No, you just missed a 5-quart aluminum Dutch oven, but you did get an electric shaver, a cigarette lighter, a mahogany-top coffee table, and a beautiful full-size blanket. And, of course, as I often say, these are really wonderful prizes, and they're all on display, as you can see, up on the stage. The best of its kind, everything up there, top quality, nationally advertised. And, by the way, every one of you listeners can get these wonderful gifts we give away on People Are Funny. They're all Raleigh premiums.
Yes, it pays and pays handsomely to smoke Raleigh cigarettes. For Raleigh's and only Raleigh's give you the finest quality cigarette made, plus those famous Raleigh premiums. There are over 75 premiums. They're beautiful, and you can get them just like gifts. Just smoke Raleigh's and save the coupons. And remember,
Raleigh's are the finest quality cigarettes made. Raleigh cigarettes are richer tasting, more satisfying.
Yes, Raleigh's are America's greatest cigarette value. So always get the pack with a coupon on the back. Raleigh cigarettes.
Who's next, Rod?
Mr. Ad Wild, Jr. from Jackson, Mississippi, meet Art Linkletter.
Hello, Ad.
Hello, Art.
Nice to see you. Did you ever read the story called 3 Minutes to Live?
No, I haven't.
Well, it hasn't been written yet, but you may be in it. As a matter of fact, I'll bet you've had some pretty exciting experiences in your life. What are you?
Lieutenant.
Yes, so you have Purple Heart and 2 battle stars, and you've been, what's this blue one again?
Combat Infantry badge.
Combat Infantry. You married or single?
Married.
Oh, you deserve to wear the Combat Infantry badge. In the meantime, we'd like to have you have a carton of Raleigh cigarettes. That's the pack with the coupon on the back. What you doing out here, Ad?
I'm going to catch a boat up here at San Francisco.
Where are you going to go?
I wish I knew.
You don't know, huh? They still have secret things, huh?
They haven't told me yet.
Yeah, you know where you might wind up?
I got
Oakland. That's right across the bay. Do you know who the Secretary of State of the United States of America is?
Yes, I do.
Very important man. I think we should all know him. But do you think that most people do know who he is?
Yes, his name's in the newspaper often enough.
Now, the next question, Mr. Wilde. Would you mind being hit over the head with just a flimsy paper bag?
No, not at all.
I'm glad you're cooperative. Of course, this flimsy paper bag happens to be filled with nice, juicy, cooked spaghetti.
Oh.
But don't worry. We don't ever do anything to anybody unless we give them a chance, first of all, to agree to the deal. Now, here's the deal. We have a man with a traveling microphone somewhere in Los Angeles waiting to ring doorbells of unsuspecting houses and ask the people there if they know the name of the Secretary of State. Now, if this man gets the correct answer to that question in 3 calls at 3 houses, you will not be hit over the head, but you will get $100 in cash from Raleigh cigarettes. And the person who answers the question will also get $100. How does that sound?
Take a chance on it.
You will take a chance. They're putting a towel around his neck. This is what we call precautionary battle conditions. And you see the man standing up there, that's spaghetti in the bag. The man with the microphone out in Los Angeles is Stu Wilson, dressed as a tattered old broken-down bum, and the microphone is hidden in his lapel. Now, he's inside a big apartment house in Los Angeles where there are lots of people living in a close vicinity. He's about to ring the doorbell of one of the apartments. Now, remember, Ad, if he gets the correct answer in 3 calls, you get $100. If he doesn't, you get hit over the head with a big paper bag filled with cooked spaghetti. Engineer, tune in our man with the question.
Here's the bell. Maybe coming to the door now. Good evening. Good evening, madam. I wonder if you would like to answer a question for me for $100. Does that sound good? Here's the 100 right here, and it's a very easy question. Oh, don't let these clothes bother you. I just happen to have a little bit, and I like to give it away. What I want to know is, who is Secretary of the State of the United States?
I couldn't tell you offhand.
You couldn't tell me offhand. Well, all right. And as much as you've tried to answer anyway, this is a surprise for you. I'd like to have this $10 bill here.
Oh, no,
Oh, it's perfectly all right. Go right ahead.
No,
Don't worry about it at all. It's okay. Thank you very much. Appreciate it. Sorry you couldn't answer.
Cut him off, engineer. See, she wouldn't even take the $10 bill. She was so embarrassed. Well, Ad, our man right now is rushing over to another door in the same apartment house, and we'll be back to him just as soon as I get the word through these earphones that he's over there. By the way, I forgot to ask you an important question. Do you like spaghetti?
No, not really.
You'll find it dribbling down over the ears. It tastes entirely different. Now, you still have 2 chances. I wonder if the next person will know the answer. It'll be worth $100 to both of you. Wait a second. Here it is. Stu Wilson's at the next door. Tune him in, engineer.
Just rang the bell. Good evening. I wanted to know if you would answer a question for me for $100. Answer a question for me for $100. Here it is right here. Well, now, you want to open up the door and I'll tell you about it. There's nothing to be alarmed about. A lady standing in the back of the door here, you're looking through the window at me. Really and truly, I would like to give you this $100 if you can answer the question. Now, then, that's all right. There's nothing to worry about. And tell me, who is the Secretary of the State of the United States?
My golly, I know it so well. I read it so many times.
Well, I guess we all have. It's one of those things that sort of slips your mind. Don't you worry about these clothes I've got on. I've got a rich uncle. That's
Who is the Secretary of...
The State of the United States. Can you answer? And that's $100 right there. You can see it, I'm sure. Oh, my goodness. I wish you could, too. Well, I'll tell you what, inasmuch as you tried anyway, I want you to take along this $10 bill here.
Oh, is it sure?
It is good. You bet your life. You can even chew it if you want to.
Well, Mom,
Thanks.
I've known the question.
I wish you had, too. You knew the question. I wish you'd known the answer.
Thank you so much anyway for this.
Thank you. Appreciate having you talk with me.
Send a care package to Europe.
A care package to Europe? That's a wonderful thing to do with that kid. Okay, bye. Good night.
Cut him off while he goes to the next door. Say, maybe nobody knows who the Secretary of State of the United States is, Ed. You ever think of that?
They better.
Your last chance is coming up. Look at that. Look at that spaghetti hanging over your head. Don't feel badly. We could have put brickbats in that sack, you know.
One more chance.
One more chance. All right. Uh-oh, he's at the last door. Turn him on, engineer.
Good evening. Good evening. I wonder if I could talk to you just a second. I want to ask you whether or not you can answer a question for me for $100.
Here's somebody who can, though.
Someone who can, you think? Well, fine. Be glad to talk to whoever it is. Calling someone. Well, how do you do, sir? Here's $100 right here that I'll be glad to give to you if you can answer a question for me. But I see you have quite a few people in the room there, and I've just got to make one stipulation. The answer has to come from you and not from the people back there. Do you understand that? I see you're looking me over. Well, don't worry about it because...
looking at the money.
Well, I have a lot of money I like to give away like this. Don't worry about it all. Here is the question. Now, this has to come from you, remember. Who is the Secretary of State of the United States?
Well, I believe the name is Atchison.
His name is Atchison.
Cut him off, engineer. Cut him off. That's right. Dean Atchison is Secretary of State. Lieutenant, you're saved. Thank goodness. Well, wait a minute. I tell you what we'll do for the fun of it. Let's hear the rest of the conversation. They're still talking. Turn them on again, engineer.
And there'll be some people very, very happy that you got the right answer. Believe me.
Is that so?
Yes, sir. Here's your $100, Mr. And inasmuch... Hey, that's a big dog you have there with the door open now. Here's your $100, and inasmuch... It's all right. It really is.
Is that real money?
That is real money. There's no gag about this whatsoever.
What happens now?
You have a fine bunch
I
of
never
people
had
in
any
here.
luck like this in my life.
Well, you have it now. You have the $100.
Cut him off. That's enough. Lieutenant? That stranger saved you. He's looking around for the spaghetti still. That spaghetti's gone. You've been saved, and you've won for yourself, and for him, by the way, $100 each from Raleigh Cigarettes. Goodbye, and thanks from Raleigh. People are funny.
Does your cigarette pack have a coupon on its back good for valuable premium? It does if you're smoking Raleigh's, America's greatest cigarette value.
Well, for the past 3 weeks, Raleigh Cigarettes has conducted a secret nationwide search in factories and stores and offices, and we were looking for the Raleigh Cinderella girl. A search inspired, by the way, by Walt Disney's new cartoon feature picture, Cinderella. And at last, she was chosen and flown to Hollywood yesterday on a TWA 300-mile-an-hour Transworld Airline Constellation. And here she is, Miss Serena McKinney of Omaha, Nebraska. Serena, come on up here, honey child. I'd like to describe for our listeners that Serena is a very pretty brunette, about 5'8", 6?
5'6.5".
5'6.5", weighing about 127 pounds.
Oh, you flatter me. About 135.
Wearing a sweater and a black skirt and wearing rather long hair. How was your trip out, Serena?
Oh, it was just grand.
Was it first airplane trip?
Oh, yes.
Real thrill, wasn't it?
It was.
Those Connies really fly.
Oh, yes.
How old are you, by the way?
21.
And how did you happen to be picked as Cinderella? For instance, what were you doing when the man walked up?
Well, I was standing in a music store looking at some sheet music, and a gentleman walked up to me, and he said, what size shoe do you wear? And I said, 6.5. And he said, well, I think you'd make a lovely Cinderella. And I thought, well, this is certainly a new line. I suppose he was trying to make a date and all that sort of thing. And so then he carried on, and I decided that he was really serious.
Where did he say he was from?
He was from Radio WOW, and he said he was looking for the entrance into the Cinderella contest.
So you sent us some pictures, and you wrote us a letter?
Yes.
And you were picked by the judges over all the other girls all over the country. Tell us, what kind of work do you do? What kind of a job do you have?
Well, I was a typist and file clerk, and I'm between jobs now.
What was your salary?
About $24 a week.
Well, with whom do you live back in Omaha?
Well, I live with my mother. She works, too.
She works, too, Were you born in Omaha, Serena?
No, I was raised in the Ozarks.
An Ozark gal, eh? Let me see. Yep, she's got shoes on there. And did you live on a farm?
Well, yes.
Did you work on the farm yourself?
Well, our whole family worked. We worked in the fields, baled hay and thrashed hay, and we had a combine, and we also raised cows and chickens and pigs.
Well, from pigs to Hollywood, that is really that's a real Cinderella gal, and now all you have to do is to try on our magic slipper, and if it fits, Raleigh Cigarettes will try to grant your greatest wish. But first, we have a lovely Cinderella gift for you in this beautiful big box. Would you bring it up here? It's all wrapped up in blue ribbon. Would you look inside and tell us what it is? Just open the paper.
Oh!
Look what it is. It's a pumpkin and a dozen white rats. Yes. That is just like in the Cinderella story, isn't it? These are the pumpkin and the white mice, and they're going to be your coach and 4 white horses. Boys, bring me my magic wand, if you please. Cinderella, close your eyes, and when you open them, you'll see a surprise. Bibbidi, bobbidi, boo. Now, Cinderella, open your eyes and tell me what you see right here.
Oh, it's a beautiful picture of a wonderful automobile.
That great big, long, black limousine is going to be your special coach in Hollywood. A big, beautiful Tanner limousine waiting outside NBC right now. Be at your service all the time you're in Hollywood. Any place you want to go in Southern California. And there's a man coming out from behind the picture. Oh, looks like he has a chauffeur's cap on. Would you come up, sir? Your name?
Al Lucky.
And who are you, Mr. Lucky?
I'm the Cinderella's chauffeur, ready to take her any place her heart desires.
A real chauffeur in a great big black limousine. And here comes another man now. Who are you, sir?
I am Jean-Paul from the House of Westmore.
Jean-Paul?
Cinderella's godfather.
What are you going to do for Cinderella as her godfather?
Well, already she is beautiful, but I'm going to make her a romantic hairdo. And we'll give her a manicure and also makeup, too.
You'll give her a real professional job, huh?
Certainly.
Oh,
how do you like that, Cinderella?
That's just wonderful. Thank you so much.
And when Westmore does it, they know how to do it. And now a third man is coming from behind the picture. Who are you, sir?
Kenneth Kessler, sir.
Kenneth Kessler, and what are you going to do for Cinderella?
I am Cinderella's godfather from the Walt Disney Studios with the very Jordell gown that Cinderella wore in the picture, designed by Jordell.
And you have it right here. Would you open it up? Oh, what a gorgeous gown. Isn't that beautiful? It's all white with gold stars on it and tulle and brochure and brocades and the pendants and all the stuff. In other words, it's darn pretty. And now comes you can wear it tonight, by the way. That gown's been cut to your size. A fourth man comes out from behind the magic coach. Who are you, sir?
Wilton Snyder. I have something from Kenneth Hopkins, a surprise. 2 beautiful hats.
Well, Kenneth Hopkins hats, let's see them. They're...
To wear in the daytime.
Yeah?
And another one to wear at night.
Isn't that beautiful? Well, now, isn't that nice, Cinderella? Now, let's see, there's something missing. A man. You're all dressed up and no place to go. Do you have a boyfriend at home?
Well, not seriously.
Oh, you better not. We're going to look for a Prince Charming. Would you be interested, Serena, if we introduced you to a few eligible young men to take you to some famous Hollywood spots during the week?
Oh, I certainly would. I've always wanted to go there.
Well, here comes one right now. A handsome young motion picture executive, Mr. Bob Raines.
Hello, Art. Hello, Cinderella.
Bob, where do you want to take our lovely Cinderella girl? You know all about Hollywood.
We're supposed to go to Chasen's or some food, and we'll meet some movie stars there.
Oh,
that's your business, isn't it?
All right.
All right, you'll meet movie stars with Bob Raines, and here come two more escorts for you. Two leading men from RKO Studios, Mr. Steve Brody and Robert Bantry. Hiya, fellas.
Why, thank you.
Steve, how are you going to entertain her?
Well, I thought maybe if you really want to see Hollywood, we'd go to the Brown Derby.
Yeah?
You know, for a little dinner.
Yeah.
Then kind of top the evening off with a little dancing at the Hollywood Bowl.
That's
all right.
Oh, I'd love to.
Let's go to the Biltmore Bowl. The Hollywood Bowl is so empty these days. There's so much more room.
Yeah.
You stay out of the Hollywood Bowl with our Cinderella. Right. He would take her to the only place without a roof in Hollywood. Robert Bantry, where are you going to take our lovely Cinderella?
Well, I thought we'd have dinner at the Beachcombers and then go dancing at the Beverly Hills Hotel.
How do you like that, Cinderella?
I'd just love to. Thank you
These
very
fellas
much.
are nice and tall, too. Wait a minute, that's not all. Here comes a fourth escort for you, a famous radio, television, and picture star, Roddy McDowell. Hello, Roddy. Well, Roddy, as certainly as an eligible bachelor, as all these men happen to be, what are you going to do with Cinderella to make her stay a happy one?
Well, I was wondering if Cinderella would like to go to the Coconut Grove for the evening.
I'd love to.
Wonderful.
Really.
Fine.
Well, that takes care of you for the rest of the week, Cinderella. And we have two other surprise dates for Sunday and Monday. But wait a minute, there's one night missing. Tonight. Have you any idea who's taking you out tonight?
You?
Father of five. No, I think I'm married. But tonight, Cinderella, you get to go out with Prince Charming himself out of Walt Disney's wonderful new film version of Cinderella, the owner of the romantic voice of Prince Charming that you'll hear, Mr. William Phipps. And here he comes with white tie and tails and a box full of orchids. Mr. Phipps, this is Cinderella.
Hello, Cinderella.
Listen to that Prince Charming voice. Say hello to her again.
Hello, Cinderella.
Oh.
I'm highly honored, Cinderella.
Uh-huh.
We have just 4 romantic hours between now and midnight. Shall we make the most of them?
Oh, yes.
It was never like this in Omaha. What a lovely couple. Prince Charming, where are you taking her?
I think I'll take her to Ciro's.
Ciro's.
Oh,
You'll have a chance to get into that formal Cinderella gown between. Yes. Have you decided upon your greatest wish, Cinderella?
Yes, I have.
All right. If it's at all possible, we'll grant your one greatest wish if the Cinderella slipper fits you. Where is the slipper we sent you?
I saw no slipper.
Well, we sent it to station WOW. Didn't they show it to you?
No, they just asked me what size shoe I wore.
Oh, they didn't try it on. Well, you don't have it with you? It must be back in Omaha. Well, I'll tell you what we'll do. We'll try to grant your greatest wish after you try on the shoe. And there's only one thing to do. We'll send back for it. And next week, we'll have it here. And will you be here?
Yes, sir.
Will you have your feet with you?
Yes.
Fine. All right. Until then, off you go, Cinderella and Prince Charming. And look at all the other wonderful escorts. And by the way, fellas, wait a minute. I have news. Cinderella. One more thing. You know the story. Escorts, if you don't get her back to the Hollywood Plaza by midnight every night, back she goes to Omaha with her pumpkin. Say, Lieutenant, would you come back up here for just a second to the microphone? Do you happen to have any change in your pocket?
Yes, sir.
Let me see the change, will you? About how much do you have? Oh, quite a bit. Now, that's fine. That's real money. Now, what am I doing right now?
Throwing my money away.
That's exactly right.
I certainly am, and that's what you and everyone else does when you don't get the most for your money. That's why I advise everyone to get the pack with the coupon on the back, Raleigh cigarettes, and then you will be getting the most for your money. With Raleigh, you'll be getting the finest quality cigarette made, a richer tasting, more satisfying cigarette, and Raleigh is the only popular brand that gives you a bonus of profit-sharing premium coupons. That's why Raleigh's are America's greatest cigarette value. That's why you should take my advice and switch to Raleigh, the pack with the coupon on the back.
And now for the man we sent out, Mr. Peter Ray. He's not back yet, John?
No, not yet.
Well, he ought to be back by this time. Remember, folks, at the beginning of the show, we sent a contestant to a house in a nearby neighborhood to pretend to be a chef for a kitchenware company. And a whole house full of guests were waiting for him, including the lady's husband's boss. And the chef showed up 45 minutes late to prepare a 7-course dinner. But the dinner we gave him to serve was nothing but concentrated food pills. Has he come back yet, John?
Not here yet.
Well, I wonder what kind of trouble he must have got in over at the house. He was supposed to be back long before this. The program only has a few moments to go. Ladies and gentlemen, I might say that this has only happened twice before in the 9 years that People Are Funny's been on the air. Isn't he in sight? Well, anyway, when Mr. Peter Ray gets back, if he does, Raleigh Cigarettes is going to give him $100 worth of those fine prizes over there, and the people whose house we have upset will get $150 worth. Silverware, deluxe picnic set, anything they want, if they'll only forgive us. And we'll send the whole house full of guests over to Mike Lyman's restaurant for a real 7-course dinner, if they'll even talk to us. And we'll let you know next week exactly what happened to our guest. And also next week, will the shoe fit Cinderella, and what will be her greatest wish? Be sure to tune in and find out. And now this is Art Linkletter asking,
does your cigarette pack have a coupon on its back, good for valuable premiums?
It does if you're smoking Raleigh's, America's greatest cigarette value. Goodbye.
Give me a man who smokes a pipe. Pipe smokers look so masculine, so satisfied.
Satisfied? Yes. Especially when they smoke Sir Walter Raleigh. Richer tasting, smoother smoking, Sir Walter Raleigh.
And I like the aroma of a pipe.
Aroma? Sir Walter Raleigh is the brand of grand aroma.
Yes. Give me a man who smokes a pipe.
So, men, give the ladies a treat. Give yourselves a treat. Light up your pipe with Sir Walter Raleigh.
Next week, what will be Cinderella's greatest wish? This is Rod O'Connor saying goodbye for Raleigh's People Are Funny, transcribed from Hollywood.
Be sure to hear Morton Downey tonight on NBC.
Hear Morton Downey at 11:15 on KFI and KFI-FM Los Angeles. On KFI and KFI-FM Los Angeles. On KFI and KFI-FM Los Angeles. On KFI and KFI-FM Los Angeles.
At last, Cinderella gets her greatest wish.
If the magic slipper fits, because this is
People Are Funny.
Yes, transcribed from Hollywood, John Goodell's production of People Are Funny, brought to you by Raleigh Cigarettes.
Smokers, does your cigarette pack have a coupon on its back, good for valuable premiums? It does if you're smoking Raleigh cigarettes, a pack with a coupon on its back. Raleigh, America's greatest cigarette value.
And now, here is radio's top master of ceremonies, Art Linkletter.
Thank you, and hello there, everybody. For the second time in the history of the People Are Funny program, last week, we sent a man outside to do a stunt, and he didn't get back in time to report. He'd gone to a house near here to pretend to be a chef for a kitchenware company. A whole house full of guests were expecting a 7-course dinner, a demonstration kitchenware dinner. The owner of the house, Eric Benson, had even invited his boss. He didn't know anything about it. You know what kind of a dinner our contestant showed up with? Concentrated food pills. Benson works for a roofing company, but he never raised the roof as fast as he did last week. Our poor guy was nearly thrown out of the joint before he could tell them that we were taking them all to Mike Lyman's for a full-course meal. And by the time he'd calmed this raging mob down, it was too late to get back here before the program was over. It was really a hassle. Anyway, we gave the Bensons $150 worth of prizes. Everybody's happy, and so let's start making somebody unhappy all over again. Rod O'Connor, who's first?
Mr. Irvin Shadrow from Los Angeles. Meet Art Linkletter.
Hello, sir.
Hello, Art.
Did he say Shadrow?
That's correct.
Meshach and Abednego. Where'd they go? Sounds like that famous trio. How old are you, Mr. Shadrow?
I'm 24, Art.
Mm-hmm. How are you in an emergency? Are you pretty quick at grasping a new situation?
Oh, I think so.
Uh-huh. That may help you later. Right now, I have a carton of Raleigh cigarettes for you. That's the pack with the coupon on the back. Well, what's your business, Mr. Shadrow?
I'm in the scrap metal business, Art.
Is that a nice way of saying junk dealer?
That's right.
That's all right. That's a mighty fine business. You've come to the right place. You live here in Hollywood?
No, I live in Los Angeles.
Mm-hmm. You go to movies lots?
Oh, about once every week.
Well, how would you like tonight to meet a newcomer, a cute little Hollywood movie kid?
Oh, that would be great.
All right, we're going to have you meet her. Bring out the kid, and here it comes, a real live goat. And it's coming out now from the center of the stage, and it's all white, and it has a beautiful pair of horns. And now, that is definitely not a kid. It's grown up. As a matter of fact, that is a milk goat. And now coming out on the stage is a pail and a stool. Does this suggest anything to you?
I think I know what you mean.
Yeah. Now, did you ever milk a goat in your life?
No, I didn't, Art.
Uh-huh. Well, here's the deal. If you can milk this goat right now, Raleigh Cigarettes will give you $50 worth of those fine prizes over there. Are you willing to try?
I'll try it, Art.
All right, let's get down on the stool there. I'll come around and describe what goes on. And there's the pail. Well, the goat's standing very patiently. He's put the pail over, and now the goat moves over, and now we move over, and now the pail's moved over again. And now the goat kicks the pail over, and Mr. Shadrow doesn't know what's going to happen, and I'm sure the goat's even more bewildered. Now, you'll notice that there are only 2 faucets. That's the first thing to look for. And lean the milk pail over, and don't try to put the... There, now grasp gently. All right, now there he goes. All right, give a squeeze. Are you squeezing?
I'm squeezing, Art.
We'll start a little higher. You're not supposed to use 2 hands. That's not fair. Just one hand at a time. There you are. Now let it fill up. There you are. Up, there he got some. He got some. Not in the pail, but on my pant leg. Mr. Shadrow, get up. Mr. Shadrow, you have won $50 worth of prizes. Now, that's just the introduction to tonight's idea. We want to really be generous with you. Would you like to earn some more prizes?
Sounds like a pretty good deal.
All right. We want you to go out to a nearby neighborhood and sell goat's milk from door to door. The idea is to cut out the middleman, take it direct from the factory to the consumer. You got the idea?
I'm beginning to understand.
That's fine. Now, we want to dress you. Boys, bring out the coveralls, the white coveralls, just like the milkmen wear. And Mr. Atkins is already dressed in those white coveralls, so the 2 of you will make a very nice team. He'll hold the goat's head. Now, suppose you try it on me. Supposing I'm the lady of the house, and here you come with your goat, and you knock on the door. What are you going to say? I want to hear how it's going to sound.
How do you do, madam?
You do?
I have some very fresh goat's milk. In fact, it's so fresh that it's direct from the producer to you.
Oh, yeah. Well, is it very expensive?
No, it's only 15 cents a pint.
Aha. Is it full of vitamins?
Full of vitamin A, B, C, and D.
Aha. It's, now, that sounds pretty good. I think you're going to do fine. Now, if you can sell this milk for any amount whatsoever, even a penny a pint, as long as you get some money, you get $100 worth of prizes in addition to the 50 that you just won. Now, go to as many places as you can. Get back on time. Now, keep calm. Keep the goat calm. Don't let anybody get your goat, by the way, on this stunt. And so say goodbye to him, audience. There he goes. There's a truck waiting outside to take this new enterprising businessman from door to door, and he will sell the milk from door to door. Of course, we did add one little thing that'll make it fun. We're not going to bother going from house to house, you see, but we're going to let him out in front of the Hollywood Plaza Hotel. They're going to be operating on the 3rd and 4th floors. And in that swank hotel, I don't know what the guests are going to come think of when they open the door and there's a goat standing there. We'll hear about it if he comes back.
Does your cigarette pack have a coupon on its back, good for valuable premiums? It does if you're smoking Raleigh's, America's greatest cigarette value.
Coming your way 2 weeks from today, big news, good news.
I'm going to take this moment to ask if there is anybody in our audience tonight who has a birthday. Anybody who has a birthday today in the entire house. Is there anybody who has any kind of a birthday or anniversary? There's a lady, John. What are you celebrating, madam? Second anniversary. Come on down the aisle here. You're Mrs.
Forrest.
Miss who?
Forrest.
Where are you from, Miss Forrest?
Bakersfield.
Do you and your husband enjoy reading?
Yeah.
Well, we have for you a 20-volume set of light literature, and here it is, 20 books of matches. There you are. Just take it right home with you. Oh, no, I was just kidding. Come on down here with me to the stage. I'm going to give you your choice of any one of those beautiful gifts up there. Now, which would you like? Would you like handsome bathroom scales? Are you worried about your diet?
No.
Would you like a complete set of polished brass fireplace fixtures? Lightweight travel luggage, windproof cigarette lighter, matching pen and pencil set, any of those things? Well, there are dozens of things. Don't hurry. You can make up your mind. Every one is the best of its kind, nationally advertised, top quality. And by the way, every one of you listeners can get these wonderful gifts that we give away on People Are Funny because they're all Raleigh premiums.
Yes, it pays and pays handsomely to smoke Raleigh's cigarettes. For Raleigh's and only Raleigh's give you the finest quality cigarette made, plus those famous Raleigh premiums. There are over 75 premiums. They're beautiful, and you can get them just like gifts. Just smoke Raleigh's and save the coupons. And remember,
Raleigh's are the finest quality cigarettes made. Raleigh cigarettes are richer tasting, more satisfying.
yes, Raleigh's are America's greatest cigarette value. So always get the pack with a coupon on the back. Raleigh's cigarettes.
Folks, we all make dumb mistakes. So on this show, we're coming down on the audience to see if some of you here will admit to the dumbest thing you ever did. And maybe talking about your mistakes will help someone else feel a little
Speaking
smarter.
off stage where our studio audience can't hear me. Raleigh Cigarettes will give $100 cash to the person who lost the most by the dumbest thing he ever did. That's $100 for the most costly mistake. Now back to Art Linkletter.
Talk to some of the people who'd like to volunteer. You're Mr.
Charles Metzger.
Where are you from, Charlie?
Brooklyn, New York.
And your business?
I'm a director of sightseeing people.
All right. And what is the dumbest mistake you ever made?
When I got married, I had the habit of calling my wife Sylvia. Her name was Beatrice. And she would have given me a divorce because it was getting irritable. I even said Sylvia in my sleep. And again, I say her name is Beatrice.
Well, who was Sylvia?
A cashier in a former business I had of mine.
And your wife was not the Sylvia you kept?
No, sir. And I cured that by going to a psychiatrist, and I invested $15, $5 for his fee, and $10 I had to buy a parrot. He suggested I talk to the parrot for 2 weeks and call the parrot Beatrice and try to make it say Beatrice. Eventually, I tried to, but believe it or not, once in a while I'd say Sylvia, and then I just have a lot to explain.
That's a very interesting thing. Well, they do wonders for the sale of parrots all over the country. Let me talk to this lady right up here. Her name is Mrs.
Miss Virginia Skiba.
Where are you from, Miss Skiba?
I'm a Transworld airline hostess based in Kansas City.
What's the dumbest mistake you ever made?
Well, I think it was on my fourth trip when I was taking a flight from Kansas City to Newark, and we had stops in Indianapolis and Dayton. Anyway, when we landed, I said, this is the Dayton Municipal Airport. You can pick up your baggages and so-and-so. And 4 of the passengers got off. And when we took off, the captain called me up to the cockpit, and he said, what happened? You left 4 Dayton passengers in Indianapolis, and that's what happened. And we had to go back for them, and it caused a big delay. And they called me in and almost meant my job. By the time we got to Dayton, I just wished that I hadn't been on the plane. They just looked at me. I mean, I was the most ignorant person you could imagine.
In other words, you got people off in the wrong city.
Yeah.
But you're still working for TWA.
Yes.
And no more mistakes.
Oh, no.
That's like the porter, the person complained, I got 1 tan shoe, 1 black shoe, porter. And he says, that's funny. He says, this is the second time this morning that mistake's been made. Our next guest is Mrs.
Myrtle Molinex.
Where are you from, Myrtle?
Vincennes, Indiana.
And what was the dumbest mistake you ever made?
Well, long years ago, I was cashier in a restaurant, and of course, you know, when the boss comes in to have their meals, well, you got to hurry like everything, and the rest of the help was gone for the afternoon, so I hurried to wait on them, and let me say that the lady was rather tall, and the gentleman was short, and he wore a toupee.
And she was his wife?
Yes, and she was really, they were sitting at the table, and she didn't like no fun at all. So I served them and hurried, you know, and thought I was just doing great. And here I'd had a ring on that had a Tiffany mounting to it, and the prongs got caught in his toupee, which he was wearing, of course. And as I went to set his plate down, I took off his toupee, too. So the lady thought I did that on purpose. I didn't.
Did she have you fired?
She fired me.
Well, I hope she's very sorry, just because you dumped the boss's toupee in the soup. Do we have any more time, John? Well, ladies and gentlemen, Raleigh Cigarettes is offering a special consolation prize to the person who lost the most by the dumbest thing he ever did. And, Rod, in the opinion of the Board of Judges, which one of these good sports I just talked to suffered the greatest loss by his dumb act?
Miss Myrtle Molinet, who got fouled up with a toupee. Art is the winner.
The one who lost her job and lost her livelihood because she lifted the toupee off the boss's head. We're going to award her. You never got the job back.
No, I didn't.
But that job right now is worth to you $100 in cash. It'll help make up for the loss you had. Thank you, and from Raleigh, people are funny.
Coming your way 2 weeks from today, big news. Good news.
Say, Art, what is this big news?
Just listen in 2 weeks from tonight, and you'll find out.
Okay, Rod, who's next?
Mr. Elmer Shard from Los Angeles. Meet Art Linkletter.
Come on up here, Mr. Shard. Tell me, Mr. Shard, you a city boy, a country boy?
No, just visiting here, Art.
And where are you from?
Pittston, Pennsylvania.
What business you engaged in back in...
I'm a newspaper man.
Have you ever engaged in a duel?
No, I don't believe so.
Well, I just wondered. There's always a first time. Are you a married man, Mr. Shard?
Yes, I am.
Now, you have no objections to a duel if it's fought under fair conditions.
As a newspaper man, I've fought many duels. You had to.
With the pen. Have a bottle of seltzer water. This is a different kind of a duel, Mr. Shard. Now, I take this other bottle of seltzer water. Now, boys, put the sheets around both of us. I'm going to explain this duel very briefly. You are going to name animals, any animal you want to, and for every animal that you name, you get $10 in cash. And you just name the animals, as many as you can, before the bell rings. Now, that's simple, isn't it?
Yes, it is.
Now, there's one little thing I want to point out. If you name a certain animal, whose name I will not tell you, I squirt you with the seltzer. If you go until the bell rings without naming this animal, then you get to squirt me. You got that?
Yeah, I think I understand.
You'd like to do that, wouldn't you?
Well, I think it's going to be fun.
Yeah, you think so? All right, take him over there, boys, and plug up his ears while I tell our listeners what the animal is so you'll know whether he's coming close or not. Now, they can't hear. They're talking to him. The animal is a lion, L-I-O-N. Now, remember, if he mentions the word lion before the bell rings, I give him the seltzer water. All right, boys, bring him back over here. Did you hear anything I said, Mr. Shard?
Oh, absolutely not.
Nothing. Now, remember, each animal you name will be worth $10, but if you name the secret animal before the bell rings, you get squirted. Now, start naming animals.
Armadillo, panda, anteater, zebra, giraffe, yak.
A yak?
Yep.
That's
llama.
Well, wait a minute. Name some common animals. Yak, a panda. Wait a minute. I never heard of those. Are those animals? A yak? All right. I'll help you out. You got 7 so far. Let's get to some common ones, easy ones, like who's the king of the beasts?
A tiger? Would it be a tiger?
A tiger. What kind of a den did they throw Daniel into? Quickly.
Must have been a pretty large one.
Get that ready, boy. All right. What animal roars at the beginning of the MGM pictures? Great big...
I really can't remember that one.
All right, now look. If I tell a lie to my wife, I'm a what? If I tell a lie to my wife, I'm a...
Well, a jackass, I would say.
That's no kidding about that. I give up. I was going to trick him on one of those. What animal did you think that I was trying to get you to say all along there?
It was a lion.
That's right. It was a lion, wasn't it? By the way, did anybody hear a bell ring? Hit her with a seltzer. I thought maybe he was going to come back at me. Mr. Sharp. How many animals did he name before we did give him the seltzer, John?
Including lion, 10.
10 animals. You're a good newspaper man and a fast thinker, Mr. Shard. That's a total of $100, even though we did make kind of a drip out of you here at the last. Goodbye and thanks from Raleigh. People are funny.
Does your cigarette pack have a coupon on its back good for valuable premiums? It does if you're smoking Raleigh's, America's greatest cigarette value.
Coming your way 2 weeks from today.
Big news. Good news.
And now back again after a hectic week in Hollywood, our Cinderella girl, ladies and gentlemen, Miss Serena McKinney of Omaha, Nebraska. Hello, Serena.
Good evening, Art.
My, if you listeners could see this beautiful brunette with her hair all done up in a smart new style, and she's wearing a beautiful Cinderella gown of white with sparkling stars dotted all through the material. 2 weeks ago, you were a typist in Omaha. And now look at you, Cinderella in Hollywood. How do you feel?
Oh, that's wonderful.
On last week's show, we gave you this Cinderella dress. We arranged a complete beauty treatment for you, gave you new hats, the use of a Tanner limousine, and a chauffeur to take you any place you wanted to go. And what else did we give you?
A lot of young men.
That's right. We introduced her to several handsome young Hollywood movie stars and personalities around town. Now, let's go through the week briefly. Where'd you go last Tuesday night after the show?
Well, last Tuesday night I went out with Bill Phipps, and we went to Ciro's. He was the fellow who did the Prince Charming in the picture Cinderella, and we just had a wonderful evening.
You went to Ciro's,
Mm-hmm.
What'd you talk about?
Well, he's an actor, and he likes Shakespeare, so we talked about acting in Shakespeare.
Talked about Shakespeare. What happened Wednesday night? Who'd you go with?
Well, Wednesday night I went out with Roddy McDowell. We went to the Coconut Grove. He's just wonderful.
Oh, yeah. What'd you talk about?
Well, we both have mutual interest in music, and particularly opera.
And you talked about opera?
Yes.
What a night. Opera one night, Shakespeare the next. What happened the next night, Thursday and Friday?
Well, the next night I went out with Al Weeks. He's a millionaire, you know. And we went to the Biltmore Bowl. And Friday evening, I went out with the motion picture executive, and we went to Chase and saw a lot of movie stars.
Oh, that was Mr. Bob Raines. Was Saturday the loneliest night in the week for you?
Oh, no.
Who'd you go out with?
Bob Bantry.
Oh, he's a leading man over at RKO.
He's a leading man at RKO.
Where'd you go?
Well, we went to the Beverly Hills Hotel, dining and dancing.
Oh, he was wonderful?
Oh yes.
Who'd you go out with Sunday?
Bob Bantry.
Oh, I guess he was wonderful, You going to see him again?
Yes.
We may have another story to report before this thing is up. We have more dates for you this week, Serena. And your own Tanner limousine is going to take you to the Palm Springs, where you'll be the guest of the Outpost Estates. And then you'll go on up to glamorous Las Vegas, Nevada, where you'll stay at the world-famous Flamingo. How does that sound?
Oh, it's marvelous. I can't believe it's happening to me.
Yes, you'll be able to tell them all about it back in Omaha if you last it. And last week, we said that Raleigh's would try to grant your greatest wish if you fit the Cinderella slipper. Have you decided on your greatest wish?
Yes, I have.
Now, if the magic slipper fits, you get your wish. Remember, ladies and gentlemen, we couldn't try on the slipper last week because this fabulous creation was still back at station WOW in Omaha, where it had been sent to try it on originally. We asked them to send it to Cinderella here in Hollywood. That's you. And so now we can see if it fits. You have the slipper with you?
Oh, I haven't seen the slipper.
You haven't seen it?
No.
They said they sent it to Cinderella. You sure you didn't get it?
No.
It's a Linkletter.
Well, who's this coming up out of the audience? Look at this beautiful redhead. Who? Oh, you're Helene Stanley.
Yes, that's right.
Well, my goodness, this is Cinderella, the girl who was the inspiration for the Walt Disney cartoonist who drew the original Cinderella, ladies and gentlemen. Serena McKinney, this is Helene Stanley.
Hello.
Do you know anything about this slipper?
Well, you don't have the slipper because it was sent to me.
Oh, I see. In other words, it was sent to Cinderella Hollywood.
Well, yes, that's right. It was addressed to Cinderella Hollywood, so it came to me.
Yeah, I guess around the studio they do call you Cinderella.
Yes, they do.
Well, now, let's have the slipper and we'll try it on our Cinderella girl and see if it fits.
Well, I don't have it. I sent it to the studio wardrobe department at RKO.
Oh, well, Miss McKinney, would you mind dropping by the RKO wardrobe department and picking up the Cinderella slipper?
No, not at all.
Well, that's fine. Of course, you'll have to hunt through. They put it in with all the rest of the shoes. How many shoes would you say are out there, Miss Stanley?
5,000 pairs.
Oh, no.
5? This is a terrible coincidence, isn't it? As a matter of fact, you will be able to find it, I figure, in about 3 or 4 days, Miss McKinney, and I'll give you a hint. It has heels. Happy hunting, huh?
Well, I'll do my best.
Say, I just thought of something. How would you like to have a part in a real moving picture while you're over there?
Are you kidding? You don't mean it.
No, I mean it. Ladies and gentlemen, we've arranged for you not just to walk on, you'll have a part in a real RKO movie this week. Mr. Walt Disney has arranged it for us. What do you think of that?
Oh, I think it's marvelous. I just can't believe it.
Would you really like to try that?
It would be wonderful.
Well, don't buy a mink coat yet. We want to see the test yet. And don't forget, while you're out there, to find the Cinderella slipper and bring it back here next week. Because if it fits, you get your greatest wish, if it's at all possible. So we'll see you next week. And thanks for coming over, the original Cinderella girl, Helene Stanley. It was real nice of you to pay us this visit and tell us about the slipper. Say, she's having a wonderful, wonderful time, and she's a grand girl. Right now, bring up our seltzer water duelist, our newspaper man, Mr. Shard. Since you've taken us for $100 tonight, Mr. Shard, I'd like to try a little experiment with you. Here are 2 packs of cigarettes. Now, one of those is a package of Raleighs. Now, look at the back of the packs. Do you see any difference?
Yes, one has a coupon.
Yes, this one over here on your right has the Raleigh coupon on the back.
Exactly. That coupon on the back of the Raleigh pack makes Raleigh America's greatest cigarette value, because Raleighs are guaranteed to be the finest quality cigarette made, a richer tasting, more satisfying cigarette. And Raleigh is the only popular brand that gives you a bonus of profit-sharing premium coupons. That's why Raleighs are America's greatest cigarette value. That's why you should take my advice and switch to Raleigh, the pack with the coupon on the back. Coming your way 2 weeks from today, big news, good news. At the beginning of the show, we sent a man out with a real live goat to go from door to door to try to sell goat's milk direct from the goat to the consumer. He's back now, so we're going to find out what happened to Mr. Shadrow. And here he comes with the goat and his white coat on. Mr. Shadrow, did you have fun tonight?
Oh, it was lots of fun, Art.
How many houses did you call on?
Houses? I didn't go to any houses. Your man, Mr. Atkins, took me to the Hollywood Plaza Hotel.
Which floor did you go to?
Well, we went on the 3rd floor.
You went up in the elevator with
That's
the goat?
Right, with the goat.
What happened at the first door?
Well, at the first door, there wasn't anybody there.
Oh, so you didn't sell any?
No, we didn't sell any.
You just squirted a little milk on the door and went on.
That's right.
Well, what happened at the first door where there was somebody?
Well, I tried to sell the gentleman some goat's milk.
It was a man, huh?
It was a man, and he said that he was only drinking scotch.
Well, that's a pretty tough thing to sell against. That must have been a very discouraging sale. Where did you go on to another room?
Yes, I went on to various other rooms, and I did sell some. One fellow in the hall of the Hollywood Plaza.
A guest?
No, he wasn't a guest. I believe he lived there.
Well... I don't get that, but we'll go right on anyway. In other words, he's paying there. He's not cheating there.
He's a paying guest there.
So
yes,
he bought some milk.
Yes, he bought some milk.
How much did you give him?
Well, I had to sell it wholesale.
Well, the way you were milking that cow a few minutes ago, wholesale is a large word. This goat, I mean. Pardon me, goat. How much milk did you get out?
Well, I tried it again in the corridor of the hotel, and I actually got some milk that time.
In the pail?
In the pail. That's right.
Would you say you got a half a pint?
About a quarter of a pint.
And how much did you get for the half a pint of milk that you got out of the goat?
5 cents.
5 cents. Mr. Atkins, is this all the truth? True. In other words, your report is very interesting. You actually did sell goat's milk.
That's right. I actually did sell goat's milk.
Ladies and gentlemen, we now have a little surprise for Mr. Shadrow. It so happens that Mr. Atkins had a microphone in his pocket, and we recorded everything that went on as he went down the hall. We had it rushed back to NBC here ahead of them. So, engineer, turn on the record and let's see what really happened.
I have some fresh goat's milk here, direct from the producer. Would you be interested in buying some? It's only 5 cents a quart. Would you be interested, sir?
Well, I'm afraid I wouldn't. You got a quart license quart?
5 cents a quart, that's right. I'm working my way through college, and it's really...
Really goat's milk. I'd like
I'll show you. I'll milk it right here. I'll show you. It's real goat's milk.
I've been trying to buy some goat's milk today.
Well, how about it? I have a wife and...
I'm willing.
Okay, thanks a lot.
That's enough, engineer. Let's hear what happens at the next door.
Good evening. I'm from the Smith Farm in Cucamonga. I have some fresh goat's milk here. Now, I'm offering... You like goat's milk?
Listening to people are funny. I expect you're going to get in on the end of it today.
Oh, I see. Would you be interested in buying this very fine goat's milk? It's only 5 cents a quart. A special offer?
No.
You sure if 2 cents a quart?
No.
A penny?
No.
Okay, thanks a lot.
Turn it off, engineer. And now let's try at the next door.
Good evening, sir. I have some very fresh goat's milk. It's direct from the producer to you. Now, I'm offering it a very special rate of 5 cents a quart. Now, if you ever drank goat's milk, you know that's quite cheap. Now, I'll show you. I'll milk it.
Never mind about that. All I'm drinking is scotch. Just get off the boat.
Well, this...
Get off the boat.
You could have it for breakfast with your coffee.
No, but not
or with your cereal.
Not really.
That's a fine sale. Cut him off. Well, anyway, Mr. Shadrow, you did sell some milk, didn't you?
Yes, I did.
I heard that squirt in the pail, didn't you, ladies and gentlemen? The man bought a quart. Now, I bet you didn't give him a quart for a nickel, but at any rate, you sold some milk, and so Rawley's wants you to have $100 worth more of those prizes over there, a high-powered electric lantern, a complete freshwater fishing outfit, anything you want. That makes $150 in all, Mr. Shadrow, and thanks to a real goat man from Raleigh's People Are Funny.
Thank you, Art.
Okay, good night. Ladies and gentlemen, will Cinderella find the magic slipper? Will she get her greatest wish? Listen to People Are Funny next week and find out. And now this is Art Linkletter reminding you that coming your way 2 weeks from today...
Big news. Good news.
And be sure to smoke Rawley's, America's greatest cigarette value. Goodbye.
Pipe smokers, you'll like Sir Walter Raleigh pipe tobacco.
You'll like the rich, full-bodied flavor of Sir Walter Raleigh. Never bitter, never biting.
You'll like the way Sir Walter Raleigh smokes cool, clean, never leaves a soggy heel in your pipe, just a nice dry ash.
And you'll like that grand aroma of Sir Walter Raleigh. You and your pipe will be welcome everywhere.
Yes, man, you'll like everything about Sir Walter Raleigh. It's the quality pipe tobacco of America.
What will be Cinderella's greatest wish when she finally gets a chance to say it? This is Rod O'Connor saying goodbye for Raleigh's People Are Funny, transcribed from Hollywood. Funny, transcribed from Hollywood. Funny, transcribed from Hollywood. Funny, transcribed from Hollywood.
Do you believe everything you're told? Maybe you do, but around here we expect you to prove it. Because this is People Are Funny.
Yes, NBC presents John Goodell's production of People Are Funny, transcribed from Hollywood. And now here's America's top master of ceremonies, Art Linkletter.
We're going to try to prove tonight that people are funny about beliefs. They hear something said over and over again, and they don't ever think again about it. They just accept it as face value. For instance, say, oh, there's no saying that 2 heads are better than 1. Well, that may be true, but who wants to spend the rest of his days in a bottle in Harvard? That's where you'd be if you had 2 heads. But on the other hand, on this program in the past, we have tried to prove this with such old statements as sleeping like a log. We put a man out in the forest, and we found out that sleeping like a log is not very comfortable. We've found that a barrel of monkeys is not so much fun as you might think it is. And tonight we got 2 college students here on a special trip, and we're going to try to prove the old thing all over again from a different angle. Come on out, boys. 2 young fellows from Oklahoma. And the first young fellow is Mr.
Joe Smelser.
Which college is it now, Joe?
The University of Oklahoma.
And your year up there is...
I'm a junior.
What are you studying to be, Joe?
I'm an English major.
Going to be a teacher when you get out?
No.
What are you going to do?
Well, I hope to go into television.
And be a
writer, such as that.
Uh-huh. Do they have a television course at the university?
Yes, I have pretty good facilities there.
Mm-hmm. You're down here in Hollywood on a holiday.
Uh-huh, that's right.
And you are?
Jack Close.
What grade you in, Jack?
I'm a junior.
Mm-hmm. Likewise. You two
Yes.
are buddies.
Yes.
What are you studying?
Pre-med.
Wow. You have another, 4 or 5 years?
About another 7.
7?
Yes.
Internship? And
Yes.
What are you going to specialize?
I don't plan to at present, no.
Uh-huh. You may get out of college and go into television with him and create a sequel to Medic. You write and you operate, huh? Well, now, fellas, in college, students are taught, especially in medicine, never to take anything for granted. Am I right?
That's correct.
The aim of most education is to encourage curiosity, to find out if things which are stated are true or are not true. If somebody tells you 1 and 1 makes 2, you should want to prove it, huh?
Yes.
All right. I wonder how you'll be on this one. I want you to take one of these. That's a peach, and that's a grape. Don't squeeze it, please. It's the only one we have. Now, there's a heavy peach and a light grape. Which would land first if you dropped these from a high place? The large, heavy peach or the light grape?
Well, I guess the large one, but the question kind of makes me suspicious. I don't know.
You think the large one because it's heavy?
Yes.
What do you think?
They'd both hit at the same time.
They would both hit at the same time?
Yes.
Even though one object was heavy and the other was light?
I think so.
What makes you think so? Have you ever tried this?
No, Galileo did.
Uh-huh. Pretty smart. Galileo did. That is correct. Galileo dropped 2 different sized balls from the Leaning Tower of Pisa, and he definitely proved this theory that both objects would hit at the same time. But I am skeptical. I went to college, too, and I learned to ask questions. So we're going to send you fellows out of the studio tonight, up the street to a high building, and there you will drop these out on Hollywood Boulevard. And we will see which one lands first. Are you willing to do it?
Yes.
In the interest of science?
Yes. Okay.
All right, fellas, off you go. Wait a minute. Come back here. You're here for how long from Oklahoma? A week's holiday?
Weeks.
A week's holiday. That's why we select you to be on the show. I'm trying to think of a better way to make this stunt more interesting. You're here for a week.
A week, huh?
I got the idea. Why should we take any substitute? Galileo went to the Leaning Tower of Pisa in Italy. We're going to send you to Rome and on up to Pisa, and you go up the Leaning Tower of Pisa and drop the grape, and you'll have to get fresh ones. What do you think of that?
Tremendous.
Will you go?
Yes.
You go?
We'll go.
All right. Now, this is the way it'll go. You'll take off for New York City tonight on a big United DC-7 mainliner. Then you'll catch a fast KLM Royal Dutch airliner, and the KLM is always the finest overseas flight in hospitality, and oh, how you'll eat. Oh, boy, it's just great. Now, you'll fly, you'll be at Rome tomorrow. Then you'll get a car, and we'll drive you up to Pisa. You'll go up to the tower, drop the grape, drop the peach, report on it, and come back.
Tremendous.
Huh? Will you go?
Yes.
Irv, do you have some cameras back there? Give them each a Bell & Howell camera. We want you to record with your Bell & Howells this trip. One can photograph the other, and vice versa. And when you're both up there dropping at the same time, you can bribe the guards or do something you want, anything you want. You all set? We have expense money for you. We have your airplane tickets. You'll be back on the next show to tell us whether or not what Galileo found out hundreds of years ago is still true. Set, fellas? On your way. Right out there, the airplane's way. Say goodbye to them, audience. Oh, boy. What a vacation trip they have. 2 University of Oklahoma boys flying to Europe. They'll loaf around over there for an hour or 2 and then fly back.
Every year more people buy RCA Victor than any other TV.
Give your family the luxury of big change RCA Victor television.
New lowboy models. Long, low, lovely. New full-door consoles. The ultimate in fine furniture.
Every year more people buy RCA Victor than any other TV.
Get RCA Victor television at the lowest prices in history.
You can own a big change RCA Victor for as little as $149.95.
Make this your year for new RCA Victor television.
Every year more people buy RCA Victor than any other TV.
I know that everybody in the country has heard the old gag about employees deliberately losing to their bosses in golf or bridge or something because they don't want to get the boss mad. Well, we thought on People Are Funny tonight we'd take a different tack. That we would pick a lady out of the audience and see whether or not she would deliberately lose a quiz contest to a stranger. Now, not just any stranger, but a stranger who'd had a chance to talk to her. Backstage right now in a soundproof room with a hidden microphone is a lady picked out of the audience. She told me that her job is to take temperatures of crankshafts. We'll see how her temperature goes at what's going to happen. Because the stranger who's in the room with her, and she saw picked out of the audience along with her as a volunteer, is not really a volunteer at all. He's our spy, and he is going to make a proposition to her. So listen to his pitch as right now we signal him and cut in our microphone. So engineer and John, give Mr. Weaver, our man, the signal. Listen.
Gee, we haven't got much time, and I'm a little bit embarrassed about this situation. I've been thinking about this quiz that we're going to go on today, and we both want to win awfully bad, both for a couple of different reasons.
Mm-hmm.
Seem like you're interested in the prizes, and I'm interested in winning for the prestige of winning. Now, I've got a little proposition I'd like to make to you where nobody will get hurt and we'll both get what we want. Now, if you would hedge a little bit on those questions and let me win, I'll give you all the prizes because they don't mean anything to me. It's a proposition that I've got to win because it's embarrassing to me if I don't. And what do you think of that? I mean, it's...
Well, they'll probably ask me some questions that I won't be able to answer anyhow. So
well, it's...
I don't know. That's...
Well, this is one way of making sure that you go back to Indiana with, the prizes and so forth. And here's where I'm up against it. See, my boss is out in the audience here today, and so's my wife, and we've got a half a dozen guests with us, and I've always been a blowhard and telling them how good I am on quiz programs and so forth. Gosh, if I don't win this, I'll never live it down.
Well, I don't know. I don't feel quite right about it, but...
Well, if you, nobody will be hurt by it. I mean, it's only a program.
No, I know
what the heck?
it is.
I mean, you'll be happy, I'll be happy, which is the important thing, isn't it? I mean, they got their program.
You're liable to win.
Well, if I win, then you won't get a prize. I mean, I don't need the prize that they give away in these programs.
Mm-hmm.
I just come up here for the fact that I wanted to be on a quiz program myself, and not actually to winning.
Well, if you want to win that bad, why, I guess it'll be all right.
Well, now it's settled.
Okay.
I mean...
How are you folks getting along? Oh, we're getting along all right, thanks. Well, I'll be back in a couple minutes, and you'll go on the stage. Okay. Don't get nervous now.
You're already nervous.
If I get any more nervous, I'll be 2 people. Now it's agreed.
Well, where is the... I'll ask you the questions, and then
You ask
see
me
if
the
you
questions?
can answer them. If you can't, I'll give you the answer. Where is that?
That way you win no matter what happens. Agreed?
Okay.
Shake.
We're partners. All I want to do is win the contest, and my boss doesn't think I'm a fool. I go out to Golden Bull, and I haven't won. I'm sweating like a...
I bet that'll be it.
No matter what it is, Al.
Oh, here.
Here it is. I'll bet you'll be on this.
Now, let's see. What's the first one?
Score, first quarter.
Does he, well...
I can just see Mr. Billingsley now.
Situation. Does he keep a steady position and wait for a safe distance or a safe chance to pass? That's two.
They're studying out of quiz books we gave them. They got a bunch of books they're reading.
Well, sometimes seldom.
That's the idea right now.
Well,
they've been studying together for about 10 minutes. All right, cut them off, engineer. Cut them off. Now, we want to see whether a woman out of the audience will feel sympathetic enough to some poor guy whose boss is in the audience so that he will win a contest. And I'm going to give her easy questions. If she misses those, she's got to throw the contest. And she's never met him before just a few minutes ago. All right, go get them and bring them in. They sounded like conspirators, didn't they, in there? He says, remember, I got to win. And now, ladies and gentlemen, for our next stunt, a quiz contest between two people pre-selected. Oh, come right in. Out of the audience. How do you do?
How do you do?
You are Mrs.?
Yanko, Mary Yanko.
From?
Gary, Indiana.
And Mrs. Yanko, are you a tourist out here?
Yes, I am.
Did you ever have any idea you'd be on People Are Funny?
Gosh, no.
But you just stuck your hand up. Huh?
I just took a chance.
Yes. Well, that's wonderful. What do you do back in your hometown?
I'm an observer. I take temperatures of rails and crankshafts. Automobile crankshafts.
Well, what do you do? Have a thermometer you stick in the engine? Huh?
No, I have an instrument that I take the temperatures of the rails and steel with.
Well, now, I've never known about this before. What should a good, normal, average, healthy crankshaft have in the way of a temperature?
Well, anything up to 1100, between 700 and 1100.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, I'll bet you never thought that there was a woman rail taker temperature of in the United States. Is there any future to this job? What kind of money does it pay?
Oh, very good.
Are you married?
Yes.
What's your husband do?
He's a stocker in the mill.
And is he with you tonight?
No, he's at home. I'm on vacation.
Well, good for you, Mrs. Yanko.
Yes.
Oh, yes, that's nice. Well, I don't need my temperature taken. Thanks, just the same. My crankcase is in great shape. Your name, sir?
Dick Weaver.
What do you do, Mr. Weaver?
I'm the manager at the Golden Bull Steakhouse over in East Whittier.
Ah, and as the manager, what is your main job? To seat people or to run the kitchen or what?
Well, I seat people, run the kitchen, run the bar, do the bus work, anything that happens to be done.
How big a restaurant is it?
We'll seat 150 people.
Ah, fine, uh-huh. And you're an ambitious young fella and probably married?
Very married.
Like to have a restaurant of your own someday?
Very true.
And be serving a bull of your own?
2 or 3 bulls.
Yes, well, you've come to the right place. I have an unlimited amount of bull. Well, now, the idea of tonight's quiz show is to pick a man and a woman out of the audience and just have a little fun with a quiz game, which we do from time to time. And we'd like to see which one of you can win in a little contest. We'll alternate questions back and forth. So we'll start right out. Mrs. Yanko?
Yes.
What kind of a fruit is a bing?
Cherry.
A cherry. That is correct. Now, your question, sir. What do they call a male goose?
A gander.
A gander. That is correct. Now, what is a Rome beauty, Mrs. Yanko? Now, remember, this is a contest, so everybody try their best. What is a Rome beauty?
An apple.
That is right. It's an apple. You've got 2 right. Mr. Weaver, what do they call a male sheep?
A ram.
What?
A ram.
A ram. That is correct. 2 and 2. Now the contest gets hotter now. What is an Alberta?
Peach.
A peach. That is correct. Boy, you're plenty good, Mrs. Yanko. Did you know that?
I just guessed at it.
Well, it's excellent. What do they call a male hog?
A boar.
A boar. That is correct. What kind of a fruit is a Valencia? Mrs. Yanko, what is a Valencia?
A grape?
You've never heard of a Valencia?
No.
It's an orange. It's an orange. You are wrong.
Yeah.
Huh? Yes. What do they call a male elephant?
A bull.
A bull. And finally, Mrs. Yanko, what kind of a fruit is a green gauge?
Plum?
That is correct. And you have one wrong, you have none wrong so far. What do they call a female deer?
A doe.
That is correct. That is the end of the contest, and I would like to ask you something right now. Did you do your best?
I tried to.
And you did your best?
My best.
Uh-huh. Mrs. Yanko, what were you and Mr. Weaver talking about in there before you came out here?
Well, we were wondering what kind of questions you were going to ask us.
Mm-hmm. Did Mr. Weaver make any kind of a proposition to you?
Oh, yes.
You're wondering how I would know? Huh?
You must have had a mic in there.
Not only did we have a microphone in there, but Mr. Weaver is not just a contestant, but we put him up to it. And what I would like to know is, what did you say to him, and why did you not try? Why did you tried to win anyhow, didn't you?
Yes.
Didn't he offer you something?
Yes.
What did he offer you?
The prizes.
If you would lose.
Mm-hmm.
And make him look good.
Mm-hmm.
But you didn't do it.
No.
Why not?
Well, I don't know.
Did you agree that you would?
Yes.
In other words, in there you agreed to throw the contest and let him have the prize.
Well, he wanted to look good in front of his boss.
That's what he said, and you were soft-hearted.
Yes.
And you said you would.
Yes.
Well, why didn't you deliberately throw it?
I don't know. I couldn't.
You just couldn't. Is that the answer?
Yes.
In other words, you could not cheat even if you had agreed to.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I think that's a very interesting thing. Here's a woman who almost became a part of a conspiracy, and at the last minute when she got out here, you wouldn't lose, would you?
No.
The invitation to dinner is still true.
What's that?
The invitation to dinner still holds.
That was his own idea to offer you a free dinner. Well, ladies and gentlemen, we didn't know how this was going to go, but it took an unexpected turn. I thought you would either agree to cheat and lose and stick with it or disagree, but you did the unexpected that none of us could have guessed. You agreed one place, disagreed another. So we have proved tonight that women are still the most changeable creatures ever born. You were honest enough to have your conscience at the last moment come to your rescue, and you wouldn't cheat even to help him. So we're going to give you, for your home, a beautiful consolation prize of a Tappan range, a great big range with all its exclusive features. Mr. Weaver, you're a good talker,
Thank you, Art.
and I want to give you my best wishes. Goodbye. Thank you very much.
If you like more adventure of the Western type, you'll enjoy listening to The Lone Ranger, heard every Monday through Friday on NBC Radio. From out of the action-packed West rides the masked man who is a friend to those who need help and feared by the outlaws and desperados. Astride his white horse Silver and accompanied by his faithful friend Tonto, the Lone Ranger is always on hand to uphold justice in the lawless West. You'll enjoy every thrilling episode of The Lone Ranger, heard each weekday on NBC Radio.
Ladies and gentlemen, again, People Are Funny plays the $10,000 word game. Over the last few weeks, we've been trying to give away $10,000 in cash in a game that only takes a couple of minutes to play. And our guests selected out of the audience on the basis of someone who volunteered and who has never won anything in their life is waiting backstage and has no idea what kind of a stunt she was selected for. She doesn't know anything about what's coming up. So let's bring her in and see what fun we have as we reveal what we're going to do. Can we have the young lady, please? Hello, over this way. Hello. You were just selected a moment ago out of our audience, and you had no idea you'd be on the show when you came here tonight, did you?
No, I didn't.
You're
No.
Mrs.?
Delbert Hahn.
Now, you know what kind of a show this is, Mrs. Hahn.
Yes, I do.
Anything can happen to you.
Yes.
You're willing to do anything.
Yes.
Try anything.
Yes.
You're a good sport.
Yes.
All right. Now, you remember I asked for a volunteer, Mrs. Hahn, is it?
Hahn, H-A-H-N.
Uh-huh. Who never won anything. Have you ever tried? Send in box tops?
No.
Why not?
Because I feel like the law of averages is against me.
You give up before you even start.
But I try to enter my children in things.
Yeah, have they ever won anything?
No, but we're trying right now to win a coloring contest.
Uh-huh. Have you ever bought a ticket for a bingo game or an Irish sweepstakes or anything?
No.
You don't
Just
take...
women's society, you know, a little...
Or raffle or something. You never won anything?
No, never.
What does your husband do?
He's a salesman for Weber's Baking Company.
Ah, and you have how many children?
2.
2 children. Well, now, Mrs. Hahn, I'll bet you'd like to win some money.
Oh, I would, very much so.
Uh-huh. I'm going to unveil something here and let you look at this wheelbarrow. What do you see?
Money?
$10,000 in cash. Are you still breathing?
Yes.
That's all yours in the next 2 minutes if you win a game that we have here on the stage. And here's how we play the game. If you will look around here, you will see a number of letters. A-C-R-E-S. In fact, that's a word, isn't it? Yeah, a word. But these letters can be moved in any position that you wish them to be moved, and you can make 5 different words with those same letters. You can see what words you can make. And back of one of these letters, you see I can move this and pull it up. Behind one of them is the letter 1, and behind the other 4 are the figures 0. So if you have the right word at the end of the game, the letter with the number 1 is up here, and you get 10,000. If it's another word, the letter with the 1 will be here, and you get 1,000, or 100, or 10, or $1. Now, Mrs. Hahn, do you want to take this word? This might be the $10,000 word. Or you can change it to another word. You'd like to change it. It's entirely up to you. Make another word. Just switch it right around. Races. Now, do you have any a hunch about it? Why did you change it and not take our word? Huh?
Well, I don't know. You didn't say that the other... Well, I mean, I just thought I'd take a chance.
All right. I just wondered because, people don't trust us. And they think...
You didn't imply that.
Oh, you didn't?
No.
You didn't think that we'd be sneaky enough to give you the $10 word and hope you'd take it and save ourselves $9,990.
I wasn't thinking that at all.
Are you sure?
I wasn't thinking at all.
But you, in other words, changed it around so you would take our $10,000.
No.
You don't want our $10,000.
Yes, I'll take that, but is it?
Well, I'll see. You stand over here now where I was standing, right here, and turn around, and we'll see what happens. We're looking for the letter 1.
Yes.
Well, so far you have $10,000. If the 1's here, you've won $10, and you have won... Oh. All right, let's try this one. $10,000 if the 1 is back of this R. Come to me. You have $1,000 or $100 left. the choice, haven't you? In other words,
Yes.
this is 1,000 or 100. Now, Mrs. Hone, if you want to, I'll just call off the game now and give you $500 in cash. You can take that home and spend it.
What did the others do that took a chance?
Or we can go on and play the game the way it was meant to be played.
I think I'll try this. Is it 1,000 or 1?
It's 1,000 or $100. Now, you see, you've already taken one chance. Or do... Want to take another one?
Yes. No, I think that I'll take the chance, please.
You will take the
chance.
chance. All right.
Does that mean that the chances are 1,000 to 1 that I would guess it? No, 1 to 2. That's right. Okay.
No.
I'm not too bright.
Now, wait a minute. Now, look. No, it's very simple to figure out.
I have 2 chances.
This is 1,000, and this is 100. See, if the 1 is back here, it's 100, or here it's 1,000. Now, if you take the 1,000 divided by the 100, you see, is 10. Then you take the multiple of 10, which is 2, over a factor of 5, which gives you...
I'll take the chance.
There's no way to figure. You want to take the
Because I'd
chance.
be happy with either.
All right, you go on back over there, and we'll see. It's up to you. We'll take the A and the C. It's $1,000 if the 1's back here, or it's 100 if it's there. I'd like to point out something for people who think we are sneaky characters. The word was acres. A-C-R-E-S. If you hadn't touched it, you'd have gotten $10,000. We were trying to give you the money, Mrs. Holmes. But $1,000 is not bad, is it?
I should say not. I'm very happy.
What are you going to do with it?
Oh, I have some wonderful charitable things that I want to do.
Some charity things? What's your number one charity?
Oh, Korea. We have a Bible club in Korea that we're supporting, and I've been saving my allowance to send, and I'm going to...
A Bible club from which church?
Well, it isn't from a church. It's our Presbyterian... they're orphans over in Korea, and there are 85 of them, and our church club sponsors one Bible club, which teaches them to... read and write and their religion. It's all the education they have.
Well, I can't think of a better thing for that $1,000 to go towards. Thank you very much, Mrs. Holmes. Well, let's call it a day for another week. Next week on People Are Funny, a man, a maid, and the sneakiest lie detector you ever heard about. Be sure to listen. Good night, everybody.
This program was transcribed from Hollywood.
May come true.
If the shoe fits, because this is...
People Are Funny!
Yes, that's right. From Hollywood, John Goodell's production of People Are Funny, brought to you by Rollie Cigarettes. Smokers, does your cigarette pack have a coupon on its back, good for valuable premiums? It does if you're smoking Rollie cigarettes, the pack with the coupon on its back. Rollie's, America's greatest cigarette value. And now, here is radio's top master of ceremonies, Art Linkletter.
Again, and I have news for you to start the show. The Portuguese fisherman who found the $2,000 sealed plastic ball on the shores of the Azores is on his way to Hollywood. You'll meet him very soon. And here's something else coming your way 1 week from today.
Big news. Good news.
And now, Rod O'Connor, who's first on the Raleigh Show?
Mr. and Mrs. Sherwood McDonald from Hollywood. Meet Art Linkletter.
Come right on up here, folks, to the microphone. Our first young man chewing gum assiduously is Mr.
McDonald.
What'd you do, swallow it?
Oh, no.
Let's find out a little bit about you, too. How long have you been married?
13 years.
You look like you've led a very happy married life.
Yes, indeed.
I mean, up to now. Meanwhile, have a carton of Raleigh cigarettes, the pack with the coupon on the back. What do you do, Mac, for a living?
Carpenter.
How do you think it would feel to be married to a famous movie actress?
Okay, if it's Betty Grable.
Not bad. You're going to find out. In the next half hour, you are going to be the husband of a movie star, Mr. McDonald. What a life. We're going to take you out of NBC and up the street here to a crowded Hollywood restaurant, and you're going to wait for her up there. You got that? Now listen carefully. Don't worry. You'll know her when she shows up, because she'll be wearing a complete Arabian costume, straight from the movie set where she's working on the life of Allah's Holiday. Now, what do you do when she walks into the restaurant?
I'll say hello.
What a wonderful greeting. This is Hollywood, Mr. McDonald. Husbands of movie stars rush up to their wives. I want you to do that. Rush up to her and say, "Darling, you look wonderful," and throw your arms around her and give her a great big kiss, you see?
I see.
That's the way you have to act if you're married to a movie star. You'll kind of like that, won't you?
Oh, fine.
That's fine. Well, now, don't be dreaming. This movie actress is going to be your own wife, Mrs. McDonald. That's where you come in. We're going to dress you in a complete Arab costume, a long flowing robe, an authentic harem veil, and everything you need. Now, you'll come into into the restaurant just like a movie queen, fresh from the set. And when you come in, Mac, you'll be ready to do your stuff?
Watch me and see.
All right, I will. Now, on your way up to the restaurant, Mr. Atkins will show you the way, and we're going to give you a costume now, Mrs. McDonald. You'll go right out to the dressing room there. Just take her right on out, John, and get her into the costume. Is he gone? Bring her back. Mrs. McDonald. He's gone. You're not going to the restaurant at all. You just sit down and enjoy the show. Ladies and gentlemen, from here on, the plot thickens. Bring on the next volunteer couple out of our studio audience. Come on, bring them on out here. They've been off stage, and how do you do?
How do you do?
I notice that you are all dressed up like an Arab.
Yeah.
You're Mrs. who?
Weiss.
Hello, Mr. Weiss.
How are you, sir?
How long have you two been married?
11 months and a few days.
We had you off stage because, Mrs. Weiss, we wanted you to get into this costume, and it's very, very pretty. Have you ever worn one like this before?
No.
Well, here's the idea. By the way, Mr. Weiss, what business are you in?
I'm a student.
Where?
SC.
Oh, and what does Mrs. Weiss do?
Housewife.
And who makes the living while he's studying?
We barely get along.
You barely are living, huh? Well, that's wonderful. Young kids like you are having a marvelous time. And Mrs. Weiss, we had you put on this Arab costume off stage because we want to find out how good an actress you are. Now, pull the veil down over her face. That's it, just like a real Arabian. Now, you see, it's a shame to hide your face, but that's the way the Arabs do it. Now, you'll be driven in a limousine to a big restaurant near here, and we want you to see how well you can carry this off. Yeah. We want you to try to fool the people into thinking that you are a real Arabian over here on a visit. Mm-hmm. And do you think you can do that?
I will try my best.
Make a real regal entrance. Walk right in and say, just like, here I am.
Fall over my pantaloons, what happened?
If you fall out of your pantaloons, everybody will notice. Now, don't be nervous. We'll send your husband to walk about 10 feet behind you as a bodyguard. Will you do that?
I sure will.
You intend to. Now, of course, you'll protect her. I'm sure nothing will happen, but I like your attitude. On your way, the limousine's waiting right outside NBC. Say goodbye to the princess. Oh, how would you like to be up there in that restaurant, huh? Can you picture that? Husband number one is going to rush up and throw a mad embrace around wife number two. And husband number two will probably sock husband number three. You know who husband number three is? Me. When he gets back here. We'll find out at the end of the show what happens. But here's something we know coming your way 1 week from today.
Big news. Good news. What is this big news you're talking about, Art?
Oh, you listen in 1 week from now and you'll find out. But right now I'm coming down in the audience,
And I'm going to look for some lady in the audience who really honestly thinks that she's psychic. Let me see your hands, ladies, if you think you have... All right, here's a lady way up the aisle. Would you stand up so everybody can see you? A nice, pretty, gray-haired lady with a feather in her hat, and her name is Mrs.?
Marie Schindler.
Mrs. or Miss?
Mrs.
Uh-huh. Where are you from, Marie?
Dayton, Ohio.
You think you're psychic?
I might be.
All right, we'll see. Now, the first part of the test is I'm thinking of a number between 1 and 10. Now, I'm concentrating on it. What do you think it is?
7.
That is right. I was thinking of 7, and John, give her $7. There you are. That's the first part of the test. Isn't that nice?
Wonderful.
Now for the second part of the test. If you guess what I'm thinking of, I'll give it to you, too. A mink coat, a 2-month trip to Europe, or a $3,000 automobile trailer.
A $3,000 automobile trailer.
I'm sorry, I wasn't thinking of any of those. I just mentioned those as examples. I was thinking of a horse and buggy. And here's the buggy. We brought along the buggy whip to make you kind of a little reminder. But you didn't do so well on that last one, did you?
No.
But as a consolation prize, we're going to give you your choice of any one of those Raleigh prizes up on stage. You see them? Maybe you like to fish, so there's rods and reels and lines and lures for fly and bait casting. Perhaps you'd like a genuine leather billfold and key case set for both men or women, a flash camera, a smartly styled nylon umbrella, or a complete picnic set including 2 big quart vacuum bottles, cups, lunchbox, and 300 ants, all in a handsome carrying case. We have dozens of other things, and every one is the best of its kind, top quality, nationally advertised. And every one of you listeners, by the way, can get these wonderful gifts we give away on People Are Funny because they're all Raleigh premiums.
Yes, it pays and pays handsomely to smoke Raleigh cigarettes. For Raleigh's and only Raleigh's give you the finest quality cigarette made, plus those famous Raleigh premiums. There are over 75 premiums. They're beautiful, and you can get them just like gifts. Just smoke Raleigh's and save the coupons. And remember,
Raleigh's are the finest quality cigarettes made. Raleigh cigarettes are richer tasting, more satisfying.
yes, Raleigh's are America's greatest cigarette value. So always get the pack with a coupon on the back. Raleigh cigarettes.
That's right, Rod. And who's next?
Mr. Don Marshall from Hollywood. Meet Art Linkletter.
Hello, Don. Come on up here to the microphone. Let's find out a little bit about you. First of all, I wonder, did you ever have a shampoo?
I sure did.
With whipped cream?
No, not with whipped cream.
Well, that's just an idea I had in mind. Before we cross that bridge, however, what am I handing you right here, Don?
A carton of Raleigh's.
That's right. That's the pack with the coupon on the back. Don, are you single or married?
I'm married.
What do you do for a living?
A tree surgeon.
A what?
A tree surgeon.
Well, you mean if a tree comes up with a little problem, you go out and operate?
Maybe I should have said tree dentist.
Did you ever fall out of a patient?
Yes, I have.
Don, tell me this. Valentine's Day is really Cupid's Day, isn't it?
Yes.
We're looking for a Cupid. Now, I wonder where we could find a Cupid.
I don't know, but don't look at me.
Who else, Mr. Marshall? After 16 years as a dental surgeon for trees, it's time that you had a new experience. Now, let's see. You're dressed pretty well. What does Cupid wear?
Nothing.
We won't go that far, ladies and gentlemen. We're going to wait for television for that one. No, Cupid does have something, Don. Cupid wears a pair of wings and a bow and arrow. So, boys, off with his coat and off with his shirt. Next, there goes his necktie and his brown shirt's coming off. And get the bow ready and the wings all set. Now his shirt is off. Makes a beautiful sight up here. And that's fine. We're strapping the wings on him. They're a beautiful little set of wings. Now his pants. Well, we just roll them up. That's it. That's fine. We have made out of this tree surgeon a very good-looking Cupid. Are you still tying the knot there? Where's the bow and arrow, fellows? Would you bring up Cupid's bow and arrow? Oh, it's a cute little quiver of golden arrows and a golden bow. And now, Mr. Marshall, you're set, aren't you? How do you feel?
Kind of silly.
Well, that's kind of natural because, frankly, you look a little silly at the moment, but you're an awful good sport. Now, Mr. Marshall, we have you dressed like Cupid. Do you know what Cupid is supposed to do?
Sure, make people fall in love.
That is right. Now, Cupid is supposed to be able to pick people out who should be in love. And then he makes a match out of them. You got that?
Yeah.
So let's try it. You come down in the audience, and I'm going to let you walk up the aisle with me, and you can just point out single girls and single boys. Will you all stand up? Gee, they're popping up all over here. Now, Cupid, this is what you'd be doing if you were flying around the studio. You'd shoot your arrow into one of the girls and one of the fellas. Which one are you going to pick to be a couple?
I think the girl in the blue blouse.
You mean way
on
over
the
there?
far side,
Yeah, way over there. And now pick a fella to go with her. Now the fellas remain standing up. She's a little
fellow
girl.
right here in a gray coat.
Right there. Now you think they'd make a good couple?
I think they would.
All right, come on up. Back up on the stage. Let's get the young lady up on the stage and the big tall fella and Cupid. And while they're coming up, would you come over here to the microphone? Who are you?
Carmen Silba,
How old are you, Carmen?
15.
15. Let's get Cupid a pair of glasses here. What is your name?
Gerald Moore.
And how old are you, Jerry?
Yesterday I was 23.
23. Just a perfect match. 23 and 15. Jerry, what do you do for a living?
I'm a registered male nurse.
A registered male nurse. Uh-huh. And, well, you've got an infant here. Practically. What do you do?
School.
You go to high school, do you? All right. Well, now that you two have just met for the first time, Gerald, this is...
Carmen.
Carmen, say hello.
Hello.
Now that you two have met, we'd like to have you just be alone. Boys, take them out to a rehearsal hall. There they go. So we'll call you back in a couple of minutes. Where is that Cupid? 15-year-old girl you pick out of the whole studio. Are you sure you picked the right couple?
Sure, love knows no age.
This is the first astigmatic Cupid I've seen in years. Well, you better be right, because we're going to bring those kids back in just a minute, and I'm going to ask them some questions. Now, listen, if they agree in their answers most of the time, Raleigh Cigarettes will give you, Cupid, $100 in cash for being a good Cupid. But if they disagree in these important questions more often than they agree, Mr. Marshall, look at this beautiful wedding cake coming up here. Isn't it beautiful? Has a little married couple on top, and it's all full of whipped cream and frosting. At most weddings, ladies and gentlemen, Cupid is on top of the cake. Tonight, if that couple is not well matched, our cake is going to be on top of Cupid. All right, bring out those newly mets now. Bring them back, fellas, and we will see whether Cupid gets cash or cake as his reward. And here they come. Look, we're thinking of getting you two kids married. Is that cute? You're single?
Yes.
And you're single, of course. Uh-huh. Now I'm going to ask you some questions to see whether or not you're well matched. Carmen, do you think a couple should go steady for at least a year before they're engaged?
No.
Yes.
No.
At least just everybody keep still here. Everybody keep still. Gerald?
Well, about 6 months.
Less than a year.
Yeah.
And you think a year or more?
Yes.
Uh-huh, that's very interesting, uh-huh. You don't agree, do you? No, you don't. I just wondered. How much money, Gerald, should a man be making before he gets married?
About $75 a week.
So, what do you think, Carmen?
Oh, at least 50.
Do you agree with her 50?
Yeah, it's all right.
Yeah, it's all right. All right. You agreed on that, huh? Would you like a big, expensive wedding or a small, cheap wedding, Carmen?
Oh, a small, cheap one.
Uh-huh. How about you?
A big cheap wedding because the father pays for the wedding.
The father pays for the wedding, does he? And you'd like to have a big, cheap wedding. And you'd like to have a little cheap wedding. All right, tell you what. That's disagreement. Very definitely disagreement. It's 2-1. How should the family money be handled, Carmen?
Oh, through the woman.
Through the what?
Through the woman.
The woman should handle the purse
yes.
strings. What do you think, Gerald?
I think the one that has the most intelligence, and that wouldn't be me.
All right. right, then you agree with her. You agree, And it's 2-2. One more to go. This is the one that counts. What do you think of this, Cupid?
Well, I don't know.
You think it's going along all right?
I think so.
Yeah. Lucky Cupid. All right. Finally, should the husband help with the housework, Carmen?
Yes.
Should he?
Yes.
How about it, John?
They agreed more than they disagreed. 3-2.
Well, Cupid, I would have given odds of 20-1 against you winning out, but Cupid was right. Cupid, you shot your arrow straight. These kids are well matched, apparently. So here's your $100 from Raleigh Cigarettes, and maybe they'll name their grandchildren after you. I don't know. And kids, Carmen and Roger, is it? Gerald, I mean. We think that you're so well matched that Raleigh Cigarettes wants you to have $150 worth of those fine prizes over there. So if you want to, you could start housekeeping. A mahogany top coffee table or fine aluminum kitchenware or anything you want. And if by some chance you don't get married, you can divide all the loot at your convenience. Goodbye and thanks to all of you from Raleigh's People Are Funny.
Does your cigarette pack have a coupon on its back, good for valuable premiums? It does if you're smoking Raleigh's, America's greatest cigarette value.
Coming your way 1 week from today,
big news, good news.
And I'll be in San Diego next Sunday night for a big show down there. But right now, who's next, Rod?
Our Cinderella girl.
Cinderella, we are glad you're here again. Cinderella, if the slipper fits you then, you will get your greatest wish. Cinderella.
Oh, Cinderella. She was a poor little working girl in Omaha, Nebraska, just 3 weeks ago. Then suddenly, touch and go. Yep, she was tapped by one of our scouts, a trip through the clouds to a suite at the Hollywood Plaza, beautiful clothes, a car, a chauffeur, a princess overnight with not one but 7 Prince Charmings. And now, ladies and gentlemen, if the magic shoe fits her, she gets her greatest wish.
Will she get her greatest wish?
And here she is, Cinderella, Serena McKinney. Cinderella, you're looking gorgeous tonight in your beautiful white gown, all star-bedecked, and carrying an armful of roses and California flowers. Cinderella, what kind of a time are you having in California?
Absolutely wonderful. I can hardly believe that a few weeks ago I was a typist in Omaha.
That's right. And if the magic slipper fits, Raleigh's will grant your greatest wish, if at all possible. Have you made up your mind about your greatest wish?
Yes, I have.
Good, but before we get to it, tell us, what happened to you in Hollywood during the past week? For instance, what did you see?
Well, I saw the Cinderella private showing of the picture, Walt Disney's Cinderella, and I enjoyed it very much.
Tell me this. You were in a movie, weren't you, this week?
Well, yes, I was. I was in a scene with Maureen O'Hara and Cornell Wilde and Dan O'Hurley and Sons of the Musketeers.
And you actually spoke lines?
Yes, I did.
Did you have some action? What did you do?
Oh, yes. Well, I sat on Mr. O'Hurley's lap, and when he told me that my lips were too pretty to be talking and made the customary advance, I said, "Oh, no, monsieur, no." And then I surrendered.
Oh, you kissed.
And then...
Sounds just like a girl from Omaha I used to know. But tell me this, Serena. Did you actually have these lines in the picture?
Yes, And then while we were thus embracing, Cornell Wilde and Alan Hale Jr. and Maureen O'Hara walk out, and then when they call his name, he stands up, and I fall on the floor and am very indignant about the whole thing and stomp out.
Well, that was a wonderful experience, wasn't it?
It certainly was.
Well, now, you also have seen some movie stars this week. I understand you had an interview with Hedda Hopper.
Oh, yes. Miss Hopper took me around the sets in Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer, and I met June Allison and had pictures taken with all of them, and Mario Lanza and Katherine Grayson. and Elizabeth Taylor and Esther Williams, and I don't know, many more.
Isn't that a marvelous thing? She's really been a Cinderella, ladies and gentlemen, and you've been hunting for Cinderella's slipper for the past 2 weeks?
That's true.
What happened this week in your search?
Well, I went to RKO Wardrobe, as you suggested, where I found at least 5,000 pair of shoes, and I looked and looked, and finally I found one, and that said Cinderella on the strap, and here it is.
Right out from the middle of the flowers, here is the slipper she found among 5,000 pair of shoes where we had it hidden, evidently, and you know it because it has the name written on it.
That's correct.
All right. Now, if you can try it on, and if it fits...
She will get her greatest wish.
Kick off your shoes, Serena. Sit right down there in the chair and try on Cinderella's shoe.
Will she get her greatest wish?
And now her... Well, what's happening?
It doesn't fit.
It doesn't go on. Oh, Serena. It doesn't fit after all this time?
No.
I guess you... It's the one we were looking for. I guess you don't get your greatest wish. Isn't that... Who is that calling down in the audience? It's Donald Duck, ladies and gentlemen, coming up out of the audience. Come on over here, Clarence Nash. This is the voice, Clarence Nash, the voice of Donald Duck. And, Donald, I'll bet you're up to some of your old tricks. Why are you here?
I'm ashamed of myself. I'm terribly ashamed of myself.
Well, you ought to be ashamed of yourself. What did you do? I can't understand a word you're saying, Donald Duck. Speak in your own voice just for the fun of it.
Oh, yes, okay. I played a terrible trick on Cinderella.
Did you?
On
What
Miss
did you
McKinney.
do?
Well, I tell you, the shoe she found wasn't the real Cinderella shoe.
It wasn't?
It's just one that I wrote Cinderella in, and she found it, you know.
Well, where is the real Cinderella shoe?
Right here.
You brought it? Well, you brought it? Well, now, let's try this one on. At last, we found the real Cinderella shoe. Try it on, Cinderella.
Will she get her greatest wish?
Remember, if it fits, we'll try to give you your greatest wish. And how's the fit?
Perfect.
At last. Ladies and gentlemen, Cinderella Serena McKinney has reached her big moment when you have fit. Here we stand in the center of the stage about to deliver What is Your Greatest Wish?
Well, ever since I was a little girl, I have wanted to be a concert singer. And back in Omaha, I have sung in church, and I have sung in recital, and many people have told me that I had operatic possibilities. However, it is rather difficult to continue studying on a typist salary.
That's absolutely right. Well, I'll tell you what. I happen to know Kurt Herbert Adler, the conductor of the San Francisco Opera Company, and we'll send you up to San Francisco and arrange for an official audition for you with that company. How would you like that?
Oh, that'll be grand. I'll do my best.
It's very difficult to get, and we will arrange it. And, of course, if the audition happens to show that you're not quite ready for the San Francisco Opera Company, would you like to continue your singing lessons or what?
Yes, I would like to continue back in Omaha.
Uh-huh. Well, I'll tell you what we'll do. If you don't quite make the grade this time, we'll send you back to Omaha on a TWA Constellation. And first of all, here is a $500 bill from Raleigh Cigarettes for some lessons.
Thank you.
And after Omaha, for instance, how would you like to try studying, well, let's say in Europe?
Oh, that would be marvelous. That's a singer's dream.
Well, here's another $500 for your fare over there, and then we'll give you another $500 for your living expenses while you're taking lessons, and still another $500 to pay for those lessons.
Oh, that's
$2,000. How do you like that?
Thank you so much.
All right. Isn't that marvelous?
Very grateful to you for all you've done for me.
Well, now you can spend full time on your career, and you may never have to go back to being a typist.
Oh,
now she gets her greatest wish.
Goodbye and good luck, Cinderella. Friends, did you ever notice in the cigarette ads that the people who give testimonials are usually movie stars, baseball players, or other celebrities? Well, every week I receive thousands of testimonial letters about Raleigh cigarettes, letters from just plain, everyday American men and women. And I can give you my word of honor that the writers of these letters are not paid 1 red cent for what they say about Raleigh cigarettes. Just listen to this honest, sincere letter from Paul Brown of San Bernardino, California.
The other night while listening to your program, I was smoking a highly advertised brand of cigarettes which had been my favorite for years. A friend of mine dropped in and he was smoking Rawleys. I smoked a Rawley for the first time that night and found it to be the finest cigarette I had ever smoked. I realized what I'd been missing. And besides, the other brand did not give me a profit-sharing premium coupon. What you say about Rawleys is honest advertising and absolutely true. From now on, you will have another satisfied Rawley smoker.
Thank you, Mr. Brown. And friends, take Mr. Brown's advice and switch to Rawley cigarettes, America's greatest cigarette value. At the beginning of the program, remember we sent a contestant, a married man, up to a crowded restaurant in Hollywood to wait for a woman he thought was his wife, made up like a movie actress in a complete Arab costume, and he was to rush up, throw his arms around her, and kiss her passionately. Because she was wearing a veil, of course, he couldn't know that he was going to be kissing a stranger. They're all back now, so let's bring them in and find out exactly what happened. Mr. McDonald was the name, wasn't it?
That's right.
Mr. McDonald?
That's right.
Here's your, there's some more people following you up. Here's an Arab woman. Who is she?
That's supposed to have been my wife.
Well, what happened?
I went over to the restaurant, over at Mike Lyman's.
Yeah?
And
you were standing there in the lobby?
I was standing there in the lobby, and then come a lady dressed in Arabs. I woke up, I grabbed her. I said, darling.
And you kissed her right through the veil?
I kissed her through the veil, and about that time, some big bruiser pushes me over in the corner. Ooh, was I unhappy with you.
The bodyguard came in. Mr. Weiss, what in the world were you doing there?
I was dragging him over to the corner to get hold of him. He was kissing my wife.
What in the world happened to your wife, Mr.?
That I don't know.
Well, if you turn around and look, here she comes sneaking up. She isn't dressed like an Arab at all.
Not at all.
Well, this was a terrible thing. Well, what was the reaction of the people in the restaurant?
Well, they didn't know whether it was Humphrey Bogart there or whether Mickey Corn come in.
I thought so. We could hear the blast clear down here at NBC. Well, Mrs. Weiss, how long have you and Mr. Weiss been married?
11 months and 2 days.
And already she's out kissing men in the lobbies of strange restaurants. Mr. Weiss, it's going to be a happy ending. Rawley Cigarettes wants each of you two couples to have $100 worth of our fine prizes. Perhaps an unbreakable vacuum coffee maker or a tweed-covered lightweight travel case or a 14-karat gold-tipped pen and pencil set. Anything you want. Bodyguard, Kisser, Arabian, and the Innocent Wife. Goodbye from Rawley's People Are Funny. Next week on People Are Funny, the most colossal trick that was ever played on anybody in the history of radio. Believe me. Try to guess it, you'll miss it a mile, but you'll know next week. And now this is Art Linkletter reminding you that coming your way 1 week from today...
Big news. Good news.
And be sure to smoke Rawley's, America's greatest cigarette value. Goodbye, everybody.
I like a man who smokes a pipe.
Yes, women prefer men who smoke pipes. And pipe smokers prefer Sir Walter Raleigh, the quality pipe tobacco of America.
Men look like he-men when they're smoking pipes.
And real he-men naturally prefer Sir Walter Raleigh. They like its mellow goodness, its rich, satisfying, no-bite flavor.
And Sir Walter Raleigh is so fragrant.
Yes, Sir Walter Raleigh is the brand of grand aroma.
Give me a man who smokes Sir Walter Raleigh.
Next week, the greatest trick ever played on radio. Be sure to listen. And now this is Rod O'Connor saying goodbye for Rawley's People Are Funny, transcribed from Hollywood.
Break the bank? Why, it's tomorrow on NBC.
You mean it's happened? Can't we stop it?
No, nothing we can do about it. We're back again with People Are Funny. Yes, that's right. From Hollywood, John Goodell's production of People Are Funny, brought to you by Rawley Cigarettes.
Decisions recently issued by the Federal Trade Commission, an agency of the United States government, should convince you
you cannot believe in throat tests.
You cannot believe in nose tests.
But you can believe your own eyes.
So take the Raleigh eye test and see for yourself the only real important difference between leading brands of cigarettes. The coupon on the back of the Raleigh pack.
And now here is radio's top master of ceremonies, Art Linkletter.
Well, hello there, everybody. Here we are again, ladies and gentlemen. We're starting our 10th season of People Are Funny on the radio for Raleigh Cigarettes. In those 9 years so far, we've used up almost 5,000 contestants. And I use the word used up advisedly. Right now we need fresh blood. And Rod O'Connor, who's here first to supply it?
Mr. Glenn Calhoun from Los Angeles. Meet Art Linkletter.
Hello, Mr. Calhoun.
How do you do, Art?
Have some nice fresh blood we can tamper with?
I believe I have a little bit.
How old a man are you, Glenn?
24, sir.
And what's the business you're in?
I'm Merchant Marine.
Huh? You've heard this program?
Yes, I have.
You know what happens to the first person on the radio with us?
I have a vague idea.
You know who is our first contestant tonight?
I am.
That's right. Yeah, it seems like you're so young to go so rapidly. You know, at the end of the season, we almost run out of ideas. But at the start of the season, we have millions of awful new gadgets to try out. Aren't you fortunate?
I guess I am.
Mr. Calhoun, you look like a bachelor.
Yes, sir, I am.
That's what I asked for from the audience when you came up and tried out a few minutes ago. I wondered if a bachelor lives much differently than normal people, so to speak. Does a bachelor ever have to borrow anything? Do you ever go next door like a married man does and borrow anything from a neighbor?
Well, no, sir, I don't.
Never do, huh?
I eat out and everything, so I don't have to borrow a cup of sugar or nothing like that.
Well, that's going to be interesting because we're going to give you a little foretaste of what married life is like. We're going to see how good you'd be, Glenn, at borrowing. Do you have any idea, for instance, what we might send you out to borrow?
I don't have any idea.
Uh-huh. That's just as well. You're happy up to now. Mr. Calhoun, you're going to a new neighborhood to try to borrow some total stranger's wife and child. Yes, that's the most unusual thing we could think of. Now, here's the plot. We have rented temporarily an apartment for you in a neighborhood where there are lots of children. Now, Mr. Atkins will take you over there. You rush around from door to door in the neighborhood and try to borrow a family. You see this man standing here? Have you ever seen him before?
No, sir, I haven't.
He's your rich Uncle Dudley tonight.
How do you do, Uncle Dudley?
How are you, son? He's willing to go along with the gag. Now, he's not really a rich uncle. His name is Herb Litton. He's a radio actor. But tonight he's going to help you. Now, here's how. Uncle Dudley, do all your nieces and nephews like you?
Why, sure.
And why do they like you?
Well, whenever I see them, I always slip them 100.
Now, Mr. Calhoun, here's the plot. Uncle Dudley will stay in your apartment while you rush around the neighborhood trying to borrow a family. Your story is that your rich uncle has dropped in as a surprise visit. He thinks that you're a married man with a family, and you must borrow a wife and child for an hour until he's gone. Now, you got all that?
Yes, I
You
have
tell him that he always gives you with the mother if she'll come and loan you her child.
All right.
You think you can do it?
I know I can. I believe I can.
I think you'll give an awful good try, believe me. Now, do your best, and at the end of the program, come back and tell us what happened. So on your way, say goodbye to him, audience. There he goes. He's really an enterprising character, isn't he? I think he'll do it if it's possible. And boy, what a spot he's going to be in. We didn't tell him everything, of course. In the first place, Mr. Irvin Atkins will only steer him to one house. We'll let him pick the rest out by himself. But at this first house, when he opens the door, what he's going to see in the doorway. And remember, Uncle Dudley said he always slips him 100, which he's going to divide with the housewife. He didn't mean $100. 100 pennies is all he meant. I don't care what she'll say when she gets 4 bits for loaning her child and herself for an hour or two. We'll find out, and there are a few other things en route for Mr. Bachelor.
The deal's going to net Mr. Calhoun more than $50, isn't it?
Oh, Mr. Calhoun will make more than $50. He'll get $100 worth of fine Raleigh prizes when he comes back. And they're all up here, folks. You notice these? A pop-up toaster. There's nothing like a pop-up toaster. Nationally advertised at $18.95. A deluxe 8-cup vacuum coffee maker, original windproof lighter, 1 zip and it's lit, a nationally known split bamboo fly rod and reel, a $33 value, handsome lightweight luggage, and, well, there are dozens of other things. Every one is the best of its kind. Top quality, nationally advertised.
They're all Raleigh cigarette premiums, and you can get them just like gifts. Just smoke Raleigh's and save the coupon. And remember,
You cannot believe in protest,
you cannot believe in nose tests.
but you can believe your own eyes. So take the Raleigh eye test and see for yourself the only real important difference between leading brands of cigarettes. The coupon on the back of the Raleigh pack.
And now I'm coming down in the audience with a prize for somebody sitting out there who doesn't even suspect they might be in line to win a prize tonight. Do we have any engaged couples here? Anybody who's planning on getting married in the next few days? There's a hand back there. Let's see. How soon are you getting married?
Sunday.
Sunday, uh-huh. Where's the fella?
Right here.
You're the fella. Well, how do you do? What's your name?
Rudy.
Rudy who?
Schmidt. Hello, Rudy.
Getting married on Sunday, huh? Who was the one who did the proposing? He's in the proper days. He doesn't know where he is or what. Do you remember? Huh?
Yeah, I did.
You did, uh-huh. Oh, that's wonderful. Well, where are you going to honeymoon?
That's not been decided on yet.
Uh-huh.
I think, I don't know whether we're going to have a honeymoon. He has to go in the Marines.
You're going in the Marines when?
Monday.
You're supposed to go into the Marine Corps on Monday, and you're getting married on Sunday. Well, you will spend your honeymoon at Camp Pendleton. It's a wonderful place for a honeymoon. Well, here's the prize I said we had for some engaged couple, but I think I'll let a gentleman sitting a couple of rows behind you give it to you. Have you ever seen that man in the second row back there before?
No, I haven't.
It's your commanding officer. This is Colonel Brower, the director of the 11th Marine Corps of the Reserve District. Hello, Colonel.
How do you do?
Let's give the colonel a practice salute, Private. That's a fine salute. Colonel Brower, this young man has a prize coming to him. Do you have any idea what kind of a prize we could give him?
Yes, sir. I'm very happy to present him with 15 days additional time in order that he'll have the opportunity to enjoy a little honeymoon. Here are your orders, son.
What do you think of that, Private, huh? Stand up there. You kind of surprised?
Yeah.
Didn't know this was going to happen to you, did you?
No, I didn't.
We happen to have learned that you have been frantically trying to contact the Marine headquarters, haven't you?
Yes, I have.
You haven't been able to do it. As far as you knew, you were going in next Monday. Well,
right.
We heard about it, and we got in touch with Colonel Brower, and, of course, the Marine Corps has always want to give a big helping hand to young fellows like you, so you have those 2 weeks for a honeymoon, and since you're here as a big surprise, which we worked through your father-in-law, who gave you these tickets, you see, you got to look at him looking around. Raleigh Cigarettes is going to help contribute a little more. We got this 15 days from the Marine Corps, but we're going to send you to Las Vegas, Nevada for a full week's honeymoon, all expenses paid, at the showplace of the nation, the fabulous Flamingo Hotel. Okay, boy. Happy honeymoon. Don't worry about him, folks. He'll be breathing again in just a few moments. That's good luck to you, boy and girl. Who's next, Rod?
Well, we have 3 special guests, Art. Miss Nancy Chamberlain and 2 young bachelors, Mr. James Johnson and Mr. Gene Schwartz.
Why, the place is loaded with bachelors, isn't it? But this time, ladies and gentlemen, we have 2 guys and only 1 gal. And it looks like a triangle. I happen to know that it is a triangle, and it's my job to see what can be done with a triangle. Let's talk to the young lady first. Your name is?
Nancy Chamberlain.
And where do you work, Nancy?
At Water and Fish.
Are you a secretary or what?
I'm what they call a service cashier.
Service cashier. You're about 22?
3.
23. Uh-huh. Miss Chamberlain, will you tell us why you're on People Are Funny?
To see if you can help me decide between 2 fellows.
That's right. You answered an ad in a paper. We advertised for young ladies with a special kind of a problem, and I would have bet personally 10 to 1 we'd never have gotten any answers, but you answered the ad among a couple of others. Now, both of these men want to,
marry me.
But you can't,
I can't decide.
You can't decide which one. Now, that is a problem. Folks, these two fellows are really in love with Miss Chamberlain, and she really can't decide which one to accept. Nancy, how long have you known your two suitors?
Jimmy about a year and Jean 6 months.
Uh-huh. Now, how did you persuade them to come on the program with you?
Well, I thought that it might help decide.
Yeah. All right, let's learn a little more about them. Jimmy Johnson, what do you do?
I work at Atwater and Fish also.
Oh, you work in the same plant she
Yes,
does.
I do.
Well, Gene Schwartz, where do you work?
I work for S&M Auto Seat Covers.
How old are you, Gene?
24.
And Jim?
25.
You know, this problem, Miss Chamberlain, might be solved for you by the Army.
Oh, no.
How about it, fellas?
That was a nasty thing to say.
Any chance of you being in the Army, Jimmy?
I don't think so, no.
Have you ever been in any service?
I was in the service last war.
Which branch?
Navy.
And how about you, Gene?
I was in the Navy.
Two ex-Navy men, uh-huh. Why do you want to marry Nancy, Jim?
Well, I think she's a pretty nice girl, and I've been looking around for quite a while to find someone.
Yeah. And, why do you think you'd like to get married, Gene? What do you like best about it?
Well, Nancy and I have talked it over a few times, and we both look down the same track, and we both want the same things out of life. I mean, a happy home and everything, so it's hard.
You don't want a happy home, eh, Jim?
Oh, yes.
Well, he's implying maybe you're different. Well, Jim, why do you think you're the best man for her?
Well, I don't think I'm the best man, but I think I can provide as well as anyone else.
What do you think, Gene? You should be selected.
Well, it's just that we see so much eye to eye, and we could be so happy together.
Yeah, well, you are a little shorter than Jim. Jim, where did you propose to her?
Well, in an automobile.
How about you, Gene?
In an automobile.
One of you is the man for her, and I'd like to help you make up your mind, Miss Chamberlain. Now, I don't think either of these men proposed under perhaps the right romantic conditions. Maybe there was the wrong setting. So here's what we'll do. For only one of you two men, we will furnish one of you with a beautiful, sleek English Jaguar Sport Roadster to take Nancy to Ciro's for dinner and dancing and a long ride up the coast past Malibu in the moonlight. How's that sound?
That sounds pretty nice.
Oh, yeah, so far. Now, here is the only question. Nancy, which of these fellows do you want to take you on this gay, romantic whirl?
I don't know.
I have an idea, but Mrs. Linkletter would object. Now, right back where we started. To settle this some way, what we need is a good impartial judge, and we just happen to have obtained a judge for these two fellows for this evening. He is Bobo, a pedigreed French poodle, and here he comes right out onto the stage. Now, Nancy, don't look so surprised. Dogs have a sixth sense. They always know a good man when they see one. Isn't that right, Nancy?
True.
True. Now, you should be willing to trust Bobo's judgment. Fellas, how do you like the dog?
Very nice.
Yeah, very nice dog.
Don't flatter him. He's a French poodle. He doesn't understand a word you're saying. Now, the important thing is how he likes you, because, fellas, he is going to judge you, and your whole future may depend upon his decision. Pop, take Bobo and put him in the middle of the stage. Now, fellas, one of you go over to one side of the dog, and one of you go over to the other side. Nancy, you come over here with me. When I give you the go-ahead, both of you start calling Bobo. Whistle at him, coax him, do anything you can to make him come to you. I'll give you 10 seconds, and at the end of that time, the fellow the dog is nearest to is the winner. Everything clear? Okay, take your positions. Everybody in the audience, please be quiet. Don't call the dog. Nancy doesn't even know you. Okay, fellas, start calling.
Here, Bobo.
Hey, Bobo. Bobo.
Come on, Bobo. Here, Bobo. Here, Bobo.
The dog is running out to the middle of the stage. And the dog has gone over to Gene. The dog went over to Gene's side of the stage. Gene, come on over here. Gene, you are the winner. And what did I say you'd win?
The date with Nancy.
No, I said the one the dog went to would be the winner, didn't I?
Yes.
But I didn't say what he'd win.
Oh.
You know what you get?
Bobo.
You get the dog. That's right. How do you like that? And Jim, this is the way we do things on People Are Funny. If it's sensible, we do it the other way. As a consolation prize, Jim, he got the dog. You lost. But as a consolation, you get the date with Nancy tonight.
Oh, that's very nice. I like that.
Uh-huh. Well, we're glad to solve your problem for you scientifically. As always, Gene, you'll see eye to eye with Bobo if you get down on your hands and knees. And Raleigh Cigarettes wants each one of you fellas to have, in fact, all three of you, to have $100 worth of those fine prizes over there. A beautiful fireplace set, a set of sterling silver, anything you want, which will make nice wedding presents for all three of you. And let us hear what finally happens, will you, Nancy?
Love to.
Goodbye and good luck from Raleigh's People Are Funny. Well, ladies and gentlemen, there's a case of a dog deciding. But now I'm coming down in the audience to pay somebody for talking at the rate of $5 a word. Let's see a hand right here. Anything you want, which will make nice wedding presents for all three of you. And let us hear what finally happens, will you, Nancy?
Love to.
Goodbye and good luck from Raleigh's People Are Funny. Well, ladies and gentlemen, there's a case of a dog deciding. But now I'm coming down in the audience to pay somebody for talking at the rate of $5 a word. Let's see a hand right here. Can you talk, mister?
Yes.
Pay that man $5, John. If he'd have said yes, sir, I'd have given him 10. Here's a lady, Mrs.
Soderbergh.
I tell you what we're going to do with you. Instead of just having you talk for money, give her 10 $5 bills. Will you, John? $50 has just been counted out in your hands. Do you like that?
Yes.
Goodbye. Now, wait a minute. You may not get to keep that money. Here's the idea. This is a little game. I'm going to say a word. When I say a word, you say the first word that comes into your mind quickly, without stopping to think, and then I'll try to read your character by those word associations. Every time I tell you something about yourself that you will admit's true, you give me back one of the $5. But if I miss, if I'm not right in your character analysis, I'll give you $5 more. Is that a deal?
That's a deal.
All right, let's go and see how it works. When I say the word, you say what comes to mind right away. Soap.
Water.
That's right. Now, the word associates soap and water. You are the clean type, and you take a bath at least once a week.
Well, I certainly do.
All right, I'll take $5, please.
I agree with you. I have to give you $5
What's
back.
that?
You mean each time I agree with you, I have to give you $5 back?
That's right. That's right. When I'm right. When I'm wrong, I give you $5. All right? Let's try this word. The word is man.
Husband.
That means you love your husband. You don't love your husband?
No.
So I'm wrong?
You're wrong.
Is your husband here tonight?
No. I don't think he's listening either. He's
So you
working.
don't love him. Give her $5, John. I'm wrong. Hands.
Feet.
You have 2 hands and 2 feet. Try to deny that. We'll take $5 back. We're going to get our money back or break her arm. All right, let's try this one. Fly.
Water.
That means that you're a good, clean housewife and there's no vermin and lice and flies crawling around your house.
No.
You're not a good housewife?
Mm-mm.
I'm wrong? You have a dirty house? I wonder what she'll admit to for $5. Give her another $5. Let's get out of there while we're still ahead. Okay, Ron, who's next?
Mr. Robert Songer from Los Angeles, meet Art Linkletter.
Ladies and gentlemen, we have coming up to the microphone now Mr. Songer. How old are you, sir?
75.
75. Uh-huh. And are you retired?
No, I'm just tired, not retired.
Oh, you're more tired than retired. What business have you been in all your life, Mr. Songer?
Ranching mostly.
You raise cattle or sheep or what?
Cattle.
Uh-huh. Are you a widower? Are you married or what?
I'm a widower.
Uh-huh. Mr. Songer, you're just 75, but you've probably been around older people. Which type would you rather be when you grow up? The nosy old type or the kindly type who goes around doing nice things for people? You'd probably rather be the nice type, wouldn't you?
Sure.
Well, most people would. Yeah, well, we'll help you. You're going to spend the next week. Are you free for a week?
Yes, sir.
That's what we wanted to know. If you're free for the next week, you're going to spend the next week being nice to people in a most unusual way.
Sure.
We are going to send you to an old folks' home somewhere in the United States. I won't say where. You'll change your name. You'll change your character. Because for 1 week, we're going to make you the nosiest old man in the whole world. In other words, we want you to go there and pry and ask questions and find out about people. Can you be nosy? Try it with me.
Is them your own teeth?
That's good enough. Are those my own teeth? I suppose you want me to answer that, true or false? But at any rate, never mind. Here's the idea. Being a nosy old guy, you'll naturally pry into the affairs of all these old people in the home. And you'll be doing it because we want to make one of these old folks very happy. And here's how. While you're snooping and prying around, you'll learn a lot about these people. We want you to find out which person in that old folks' home is the most deserving. The one who more than anybody else should have and needs a happy, happy surprise in their old age. Now, none of them will know about this because we've arranged for the radio in that particular home to be on the blink tonight for the broadcast. So it'll be up to you to pick out the one person who continues to be friendly and kind in spite of your nosiness. And bring him back here if you can with you. We'll find out what he or she wants more than anything in the world, and if it's at all possible, we'll grant that greatest wish. Now do you feel a little better about being a nosy old fellow for a week?
Sure.
All right, you'll do that?
Sure.
Mr. Songer, this is your chance to make some old folks' dream come true. So off you go. Goodbye, and see you next week, Mr. Songer. Friends, Fort Pearson is giving smokers the famous Raleigh eye test in the Prudential Square drugstore in Los Angeles. Let's listen in.
Pardon me, madam. May I ask your name?
Mrs. Salins.
Well, thank you very much. Miss Salins, I see that you're a cigarette smoker. Well, tell me, please, have you ever heard of throat tests and nose tests used to advertise certain brands of cigarettes?
Yes, I have.
Well, Mrs. Salins, decisions recently issued by the Federal Trade Commission, an agency of the United States government, appointed by law to safeguard the American public against false and misleading advertising claims, should convince you and every other intelligent smoker that you cannot believe in throat tests. You can't believe in nose tests, but you can believe in your own eyes. So, Mrs. Salins, I want to give you the Raleigh eye test so you can see for yourself the only real important difference between leading brands of cigarettes. Now, look, Mrs. Salins, let's compare your package of cigarettes with a package of Raleigh's. Let's turn them around so you can see their backs. Now for the eye test. Do you see the difference between Raleigh's and the other leading brand?
Sure, Raleigh's have a coupon on the back.
You're right, Mrs. Salins. Raleigh's do have a profit-sharing premium coupon on the back. And that Raleigh profit-sharing coupon is the only real important difference between leading brands of cigarettes. It's a difference you can believe because it's a difference you can see.
That makes sense to me. I'll give Raleigh's a trial.
Thank you very much, Mrs. Salins.
Thanks, Fort Pearson, for an interesting interview. And friends, switch to Raleigh's, the pack with the coupon on the back.
Art, our bachelor is back.
Remember, folks, we tried a very interesting experiment tonight. Would a man be able to talk a strange mother and her child, into pretending she was his wife in order to share the money of a rich uncle? At the beginning of the show, we sent this bachelor out to a nearby neighborhood to go from door to door to try to borrow a wife and child, and he was to promise them a split in the big dough his uncle would give him. Is he back? Let's bring him in. And here is our bachelor, Mr. Glenn Calhoun. Hello, Glenn. Well, you're a pretty fast-talking boy. I wonder how you did. Mr. Calhoun, I want to ask you, first of all, you're going to borrow a strange wife and a child to pretend to be your own. What happened at the very first house you went to?
This Chinese woman came to the door.
A Chinese lady, huh?
Yes, sir.
What did you say?
Well, after I wiped my brow and quit sweating, I said, Madam, I'm from the Daily News, and I'm taking subscriptions. Would you like to subscribe?
You didn't figure you could get that past your uncle.
I didn't think I could.
Well, then from then on, you could go to any house you wanted to.
Yes, sir.
So, how did you do? What did people say? Did you get turned down much?
Well, I got turned down once. I mean, this woman, she had a little baby, but I guess she thought I was crazy because she kept looking at me like that, you know, kind of funny.
But you promised her a split in the money?
Yes, I promised her a split in the money.
What'd she say?
Well, she said no. She said she didn't think she could. Her husband wasn't there, and she didn't want to do anything without him. She wanted to ask him about it.
Yeah. Well, did you?
But he wasn't there.
But then you went to the next place.
Yes, sir.
What happened there?
Well, this lady was married, but they didn't have she didn't have a baby.
Oh, yeah. Well, you couldn't wait, of course. And then, Did you go on?
Yes, I went on.
What happened the next place?
Well, I went out the next place, and there was a man opened the door. And as soon as I opened the door, I saw a big crib with a little bit of baby in it. I don't know, I guess it was about 8 or 9 months old. And I told him Dick and I was in, but he said his wife wasn't there.
In other words, you found a man with a baby but no wife,
That's
a wife
right.
with a baby but no husband,
That's right.
and a husband and wife with no baby.
I didn't have time to get them together, though, you know.
Are you available to work on our staff, old boy? Did you ever borrow a wife and a child?
Yes, sir, I got one.
You got one?
Yes, sir.
Are they here?
Yes, sir, they're out in the hall.
Well, let's bring them in. Here they come, a wife and a child, and it's a boy about 11 years, and a husband came in. Look at a husband. How do you do? What's your name?
Hugh Wilder.
And Mrs. Wilder?
Yes.
And your name?
Hugh Wilder.
Yeah. Oh, and the little Hugh. Well, how come the husband came along? He didn't go along with you to Uncle Dudley, did you?
Oh, yes, sir, he went with Uncle Dudley. I had to take him.
You mean you couldn't get her and the child without him?
Well, he came along, but see, as soon as I got in the room, he was my brother-in-law, so that was all right.
Oh, you told Uncle Dudley that he was your brother-in-law,
Yes,
and
sir.
she's your wife.
That's right.
How did you like this?
Well, it was all right. $50 is $50, you know.
Well, Mr. Calhoun, by the way, how long have you been married?
17 years.
Uh-huh. And what do you do?
I'm a pressman.
A pressman. Uh-huh. And what did you think, Mrs. Hughes, is it? Hugh, what did you think when this fellow came to the door? Did you answer the door or did your husband?
My husband went to the door. It was unusual, but since it was just next door, I didn't think anything could happen, especially if he went along.
Well, what was your first thought, Mr. Hugh?
Well, I kind of thought he was maybe drunk or something's wrong with him.
But then when you saw that he was all
I
right...
could see he was sober, and so he explained it'd be right near there, and I was going with him, so I knew nothing happen then.
Yeah. Well, then you went over, did you?
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Well, what happened when you went in the room? There was his rich Uncle Dudley.
Uncle Dudley.
Well, what did Uncle Dudley say or do?
Well, he's kind of affectionate.
Kind of affectionate. Well, when he met his favorite nephew's wife, what did he do?
Well, he put his arms around me and kissed me, like he was glad to see me.
What did you think of this, Mr. Hugh?
A kiss, $50.
Oh, brother, we have news. But at any rate, did you deliver the money? What happened?
Well, Uncle Dudley gave me the 100, all right. He said, every time I come see you, I always give you 100. And
well, you want to give him half the 100?
I've already give him the whole 100.
What did he give you?
100 pennies.
Mr. Hugh.
Yeah, I know now.
If you'd have known it was a buck, you'd have slammed the door, I'll bet,
right,
would you?
that's right.
In other words, young Mr. Hugh here is the only one who got a buck out of this thing.
Yes, sir.
Uh-huh. Well, I'm glad somebody enjoyed himself. What are you going to do with the money?
I don't know.
You're rich, aren't you? Income tax is next Friday. Now, it seems that young Mr. Hugh is the only one with a happy ending to his story tonight, but we want all of you to be happy. Mr. Calhoun, you did a wonderful job. We want you to have $100 worth of those fine prizes over there. Mr. and Mrs. Hugh, you also get $100 worth of your choice. Sheer nylon hosiery, a big washable clothes hamper, a deluxe inlaid bridge table, anything you want. I think you're all good sports. Goodbye from Raleigh's People Are Funny. Coming up soon on People Are Funny, ladies and gentlemen, the greatest manhunt in history. Listen next week and learn more about it. Now, this is Art Linkletter saying goodbye and reminding every intelligent smoker to take the Raleigh eye test. See for yourself the only real, important difference between leading brands of cigarettes, the coupon on the back of the Raleigh pack. Goodbye, everybody.
Pipe smokers, you'll like Sir Walter Raleigh, the quality pipe tobacco of America. Never bites, never leaves a soggy heel in your pipe. Sir Walter Raleigh smokes extra cool with a rich, full-bodied flavor. You'll like everything about Sir Walter Raleigh.
Next week, our nosy old man returns with somebody from the old folks' home. This is Rod O'Connor saying goodbye for Raleigh's People Are Funny, transcribed from Hollywood.
Have you heard?
Groucho Marx is coming October 4th to NBC.
Tonight, someone will croak. Wait till you see how on People Are Funny.
And now, here is radio's top master of ceremonies, Art Linkletter.
Oh, boy, are people funny. Even animals are funny. Did you hear about the farmer up in Salt Lake City? His house caught on fire. He has a watchdog. So faithful, he kept the fireman away till the whole house had been burned down. Really happened. May happen yet tonight, huh, Rod? Right. Who's first on the show tonight, Mr. O'Connor?
Mr. William Scherer from Louisville, Kentucky, Mr. Linkletter.
Hello, Bill.
Hello, Art.
Do you believe the old saying, the old wives' tale, I guess you might call it, that you get warts on your hands if you handle frogs?
No.
You don't believe it? No. We'll find out. What do you care if your fingers look like old pickles? I'd guess, Bill, that you are single.
I am.
And what business are you in?
I'm in the Naval Reserve waiting for my orders to go into the Army.
Your period of waiting is over. You're ready to go into action tonight. Mr. Scheer, for the next 30 minutes at any rate, you are a hunter. Boys, get the hunter's cap, put it on him. Give him the big net. Bring out the spear. Bring out the hip boots. Have you got any idea what you've been hunting?
I have no idea.
Uh-huh. Give him the hunter's call, will you? Blow that. Don't you recognize that? That's the call of a frog for his mate. Yes, Mr. Scheer, tonight you have been a frog hunter, let us say. Your bag of game, where is it, fellas? Bring out the gunny sack with a lot of big, beautiful, dead frogs inside of that. I'll tell you what you're going to do, Mr. Scheer, what every hunter does when he comes home with extra game. He's going to share it with his neighbors. You don't live around here, do you?
No, I don't.
We don't care. We'll find a neighborhood, and you're going to send you out with all this gear and equipment. You'll put the hip boots on out in the hall so you'll look like you've just come out of the swamps. We'll take off this blue suit coat. And then you just go up to any front door you want. You pick it out in the house while you're driving along in the neighborhood. Knock on the door. When somebody answers, what'll you say?
Want a frog?
That does seem a little inadequate, doesn't it? Now, I tell you, figure up some cute little story like you can say, I'm new in this neighborhood, and I know you'd like to have a couple of lovely, edible frogs I just caught.
How old are they?
The frogs? They're brand new caught. We killed them up in a vice president's office right here at NBC this afternoon. And then, of course, after you say your story, you reach in and pull out a frog and hand it to him.
Mm-hmm.
It'll be kind of fun to give away a lot of dead frogs, won't it?
Yes.
Uh-huh. You think? Well, I tell you, just for the fun of it, we're going to make it more lively. Boys, bring out the sack of live frogs. Now, those are the live ones in there, and they're really live frogs, believe me. We went to a lot of trouble to get them. See them jump in there? Now, you give people their choice, either a live frog or a dead frog, but you must give them away. Talk the people into it. Say frog legs are wonderful. They're edible. They taste a little like chicken, you know. And now, give them away even though they haven't been cleaned. I mean the frogs, not the people. You pick out anybody you want. Now, go to as many houses as you can, and if you manage to give all your frogs away, we'll give you $100 worth of our fine prizes. Now, Mr. Atkins will drive you to a nearby neighborhood, get you back on time, and by the way, if they ask you where you got the frogs, you got any idea where you go frog hunting around here?
No.
Well, say the La Brea tar pits. They get everything out of there. Whatever you say, you can't mention people are funny. Tell them you've been frog hunting someplace. You got the frog call? Give a blow. On your way. Say goodbye to them, audience. There goes old Hop-Along Shear. Remember, if he doesn't get rid of the frogs, he doesn't get the $100 worth of prizes. But now get this. If he does get rid of all the frogs, wait till you hear what happens then. He'll be in even worse trouble. Well, anyway, I hope he wins something. $100 worth of those big premiums over there, for instance.
A wonderful $21 combination electric grill and waffle iron. Handsome man's sport shirt in your choice of smart colors.
A new streamlined electric iron with temperature control and dozens of other things. Every one the best of its kind, top quality, nationally advertised. Art, our next contestant is Miss Margaret Roth from Los Angeles.
Well, Miss Roth, do you enjoy new experiences?
Oh, sure. Lots of fun.
Well, you're going to have one tonight. What do you do for a living, Margaret?
I'm a home economist, so I help demonstrate things, too.
Well, you're going to demonstrate something tonight. You're a pretty good talker, aren't you, Margaret?
Well,
you have to be in your line.
Make a stab at it.
As a home economist, you know that almost every woman listening in has at some time or another, including yourself, borrowed from friends and neighbors.
Oh, sure.
Well, what have you ever borrowed?
Oh, clothes, various articles of wearing apparel, food.
When you're short of something.
Yes, whatever you want to borrow.
Now, before we went on the air, you recall Mr. Goodell here asked you for the phone numbers of some of your married friends who live around Los Angeles?
That's right.
Mm-hmm. Well, we checked, didn't we, John?
Right.
To see if those friends were at home. And the second number you gave us answered. We just said, oh, sorry, wrong number, and hung up. So we know they're there. Now, we want you to go into that phone booth and call this woman who is a friend of yours and who is home and try to borrow something. Do you think you can do it?
Well, it depends. Maybe, I mean, what she's got. Whatever I have to borrow.
Oh, that's very easy. Whatever it is, she has it, I can assure you. Just tell me this one thing. Will you try?
Oh, yeah, sure.
I'll give you a $100 prize if you succeed. And it's a very little thing we want you to try to borrow. Her husband. Some lady down there figured it out, didn't you? I heard a lady say, I bet it's a husband. You want to get rid of yours? I'll tell you, you think you could do it, Margaret?
Well, I'll sure try.
All right, now look, we'll make it easy on you. We'll give you 3 minutes to do it. And we'll give you a good story to tell her we've invented. And if she's a good friend, she may lend you her husband. Now, you tell her that a friend of yours from back east came in suddenly, invited you out to Ciro's for an evening. Your regular boyfriend has a bad cold, and you want to know if she'll loan you her husband, see? You need an escort. What do you think she'll say?
Well, gee, I don't know. Hard to say.
You know her pretty well?
Oh, yes.
All right. Now, some women will do anything to get rid of their husbands. Maybe this woman will jump at the opportunity. Now, we have a phone booth over there, so your friend can't hear the reactions of our audience. And the lady's name is Mrs. Zam, isn't it? Z-A-M. Is it Alakazam?
No.
What's her name?
Her name is Martha.
Martha Zam. All right, Mr. Goodell, go into the phone booth and start dialing the number. And, Miss Roth, as soon as Mr. Goodell gets your number, you go into the booth. We give you 3 minutes. We'll close the door on you, but we have a microphone hooked on the line so everybody can hear the whole conversation. He should be having the number. All right, go on over there quickly now. Into the booth, take the call, and remember, you have 3 minutes to get it underway.
Hello, is this Martha?
Yes.
Well, how are you?
Hi, who's this?
This is Margaret.
Margaret Roth.
That's right.
Well, fine.
Well, how's everything over there?
Everything is just fine. What can I do you for?
Well, I'll tell you, I'm in a little spot, and I've been invited over to Ciro's, tonight.
Yeah?
And my boyfriend won't be able to make it, and I was just wondering if I could borrow your husband for the evening. It won't cost you anything, And, well, our friends will pick us up, and he won't have to take the car or drive or anything.
My husband?
Uh-huh.
Well, gee whiz, that's impossible, darling, because he has an engagement.
Well, listen, I'd invite you to come along, too, but you know how it is. They would have one-man short, and it would be a lot of fun.
Oh,
and I'll
could I try to get somebody else, because he has an engagement, Margaret?
Yeah, but I'll have him back before midnight.
Yeah, but it's impossible, dear. He has an engagement.
Well, after all, you really won't mind, and I won't be alone with him at any time, and I'll talk about you most of the time, real nice things about it and everything, and I'd help you get that new iron you want for bed, and and then I could tell him how fortunate he was having such a good manager, and how you do everything over in the yard, and, take care of things and make the house look so nice and everything like you do.
Are you sure you're just going to talk about the house and everything like that?
Oh, no. I'll tell you how nice you look when you get all fixed up and go out and everything, and what a good manager you are. And just push your stock
you're
up.
not going to be alone with him? You mean there's going to be a big group there?
What is it? I didn't hear.
Is there going to be quite a large group?
Oh, about 6 or so.
Uh-huh.
And,
well, I'll tell you, he has this musical engagement, but,
Oh, he
and
can
as
go...
a matter of fact, I think I can get him to go if you're sure there's a group.
Oh, that'd be swell. Now, if you say he can go, he'll go, won't he?
Well, if I say that he's going to go, he'll go. Sure you'll have him back by midnight?
Oh, yes, we'll be back by midnight. And listen, I'll bring you some match covers because I know how you like them for your collection.
Oh, well, that's wonderful.
Oh, okay, swell. We'll pick you up in about an hour or so.
Okay, well, thanks a lot. Goodbye.
Bye.
She did it 2 minutes and 23 seconds. 2 minutes and 23 seconds. She had 3 minutes. She's did it by 37 seconds. Come on out, Miss Dawn. You know the biggest laugh I got out of the whole thing? She says, if I say he goes, he goes. You have won the $100 prize, and of course we'll phone her right after the show and invite her and her husband to go along on the party. And before you go to Ciro's, don't forget to pick out $100 worth of those fine prizes over there. Many-purpose combination electric grill or a deluxe inlaid bridge table or anything you want. Goodbye and thanks from People Are Funny. Now, Rod, who's next?
Mr. Clyde Brennan from Los Angeles. Meet Art Linkletter.
And here he comes, dressed in an old-fashioned bathing suit. Hello, Mr. Brennan.
How do you do, sir?
Mr. Brennan, that's a gorgeous thing. You look a little like a cucumber. Do you know why we dressed you in the gay 90 bathing suit?
No, I don't. Afraid not.
Well, of course, it could be that you're going bathing, Mr. Brennan. Now, we picked you out of several volunteers who were bus drivers. Who do you drive a bus for?
Los Angeles Transit Line.
How long you been driving a bus?
About 12 years.
Who gives you the most trouble, men or women?
Well, women, I believe.
Is it because of they can't get the change out of their purse, or they don't know where they're going, or they're late in getting on, or what?
That's right.
Which? Did I hit it on every note?
You hit every note.
You were happy about being a bus driver?
Yes, sir.
Mm-hmm. You happy about being on the show?
I don't know.
You find out. Now, most people, do you think, feel that bus drivers are pretty good guys?
Well, I think so.
Mm-hmm. Want to bet?
Bet what?
Well, I'll tell you what I'll do, Clyde. This is an interesting experiment. I will pick 5 people at random, and if 3 of them have only good things to say about bus drivers, you get $100 worth of fine prizes. But if 3 of them have bad things to say, Mr. Brennan, what do you see being unveiled in the center of the stage?
It's like a tank of water.
That is a tank of water, but not just ordinary water, Mr. Brennan. That is ice water. Oh. And above it, you will notice a little seat. And the thing that supports the seat has a hinge in the middle of it. Just help him right up into the seat, because when he sits there and the... It's perfectly all right. You just sit right on the seat. He's a nice big fellow, too. Now take the plank out from underneath. Now, nothing is between Mr. Brennan and the ice water except a little support which might give way if somebody pulls a rope. If we hear 3 bad things about bus drivers, Mr. Brennan, out of 5, down you go. And you seem a little bit skeptical. I'll bet I know what you're thinking. I'll bet you're thinking that the people here in the audience, knowing where you are up there, will think up bad things to say, huh?
Well, you pick on the elderly women, will you, please?
Tell you what I'll do, Mr. Brennan. I'll do better than that. These people here are prejudiced. They'd feel one way or another because they're either sorry for you or they want to see you get into the water. So I'm going to leave the studio and go out onto Sunset Boulevard, where we have a microphone on a long line out there, and people walking by don't have any idea what's going on in here. I'm going to pick 5 passers-by at random out on Sunset, and if 3 out of the 5 say bad things, okay?
Well, there goes Art on his way to the street. You people here will be able to hear what goes on out there, but they won't be able to hear you. And remember now, if them think bus drivers are all wet, one bus driver we know will be all wet. Art will be there any second. Now, let's see what happens.
Here we are out on Sunset Boulevard, ladies and gentlemen. And our first guest coming up to the microphone now, here is a lady. Your name is?
Mrs. Lena Ratchett.
Do you ride in buses?
I sure do.
We're taking a poll on what people think of bus drivers. What is your opinion of bus drivers in general?
Well, they don't call out the streets loud enough. Then you go out of your way, maybe 2-3 blocks, and you have to go back. You tell them about it, and they say, well, madam, I couldn't help it.
that's a rather poor opinion of bus drivers.
That's right. They should talk a little louder or have them install speakers in their buses so that people wouldn't drive past their destination.
Thank you very much. Well, that is bad. Your name, sir?
Harry B. Thompson.
We're having a little poll out here on the street trying to discover what people think of bus drivers. In general, what is your opinion?
They pull away from transfer points entirely too fast. You can't make connections.
In other words, even if they see you running up, they may not wait for you.
You think they were going to the races?
Well, I'd say that's two bad opinions. Thank you very much. Could we get your name, please?
My name is Dick Walsh.
Uh-huh. What is your opinion of bus drivers?
Say, we on the radio?
Yeah, this is Coast to Coast Radio.
I ain't got nothing to say. Nothing.
All right, now, wait a minute. If you don't want to express opinion, that's all right. Here's our next guest, another man, wearing a light top coat. Your name, sir?
Harry Martin.
Uh-huh. You ride in the buses?
Every day. The Western Melrose bus down to downtown Los Angeles.
Uh-huh. Well, now, what do you think about bus drivers?
Well, I think they do a terrific job. I think they must have the brains of an Einstein to remember all the stuff. Some of these old bloggers that get on and start fumbling about for their monies and change. They can't get hold of the stuff, and the people waiting behind to try and get on. And these bus drivers keep their temper like angels. I think they're terrific.
Well, that's fine. You like bus drivers. That's two bad and one good so far. Here's a lady, Mrs.
Thelma Hanson.
What is your opinion of bus drivers?
Well, I think they're very nice and always very polite. All the time, are very nice and very polite.
All right, thank you very much. That's too good and too bad. Let me get this lady with the little cherries up on her hat. This one is quite important. You are Mrs.
C.A. Moore.
You ride the buses?
Yes, I live in the Valley in Encino, and I ride in every day, and I think they're very nice. There's one old man on our line that gets a little savage late at night, but I think it's because he's so old. Otherwise, they're very nice to me.
Well, now, you've qualified your statement. I want you to give me a straight answer. Yes or no, do you think bus drivers in general are okay?
Yes, I do. I think they're very nice.
Well, thank you very much. What you have just said is going to make a certain bus driver very happy. Thank you. You ask anybody who listens to People Are Funny, and you'll know why.
Well, Mr. Brannon, you won your bet. Help him down from his perch, fellas. And after the program, he gets to choose $100 worth of prizes. Handsome wristwatch, fine tailored sports jacket, anything he wants. There's Art.
What do you know? He did it. Mr. Brannon, were you a little nervous?
Yes, Art. Very much so.
That last lady looked so cross, too, when I walked up to her. You get $100 worth of prizes, and all I can say is that don't feel too bad about any of the criticisms, because people are funny, and when you deal with the public, you've got to meet a few people who are sore at anybody. Isn't that right?
That's right.
Thanks from People Are Funny for coming on down. Shucks, we got those tank and everything and that ice cold water going to waste. Anybody like to jump in? Who's next, Rod?
Mrs. Frances Anderson from Los Angeles. Meet Art Linkletter.
Hello, Mrs. Anderson.
Hello, Mr. Linkletter.
You look like the kind of lady who never gets into trouble.
No, I don't.
But there is always a first time.
There is.
This may be it. What do you do, Frances?
I'm a housewife.
And Mr. Anderson is a?
He's an electrical engineer.
And you have any little?
Yes, I do. Not so little. 2 boys, quite big.
Good for you. You look as if they'd be very young.
No, one's over 6 feet.
Really? You must have some magic mud pack or something. Mrs. Anderson, what were you asked to do when you were first chosen from out of our studio audience to be on the show tonight?
I was given 5 envelopes and told to write my name and address on each one.
Now, for doing that simple little stunt, you get $100 in cash.
Ooh-wee.
Wasn't that easy money?
Lovely. The easiest I've ever made.
Now, there's just one little catch. As soon as you wrote your name and address on those 5 envelopes, we changed your prize money, that $100, into $20 bills, and we put 1 into each of those envelopes. Would you like to know where they are now?
I certainly would.
So would I. Because right after you addressed them and the $20 bills were put inside, they were taken out and dropped on sidewalks around town. Now, those envelopes are all stamped and addressed to you because you addressed them yourself.
Yes, I did.
But they are not sealed. So to get your $100 prize money, Mrs. Anderson, all you have to do is to wait until people pick them up and mail them to you.
You mean I'm really trusting the public?
You have
How
to.
do I know they'll do that?
That's what we want to find out. Are people honest with other people's money? Very clever of me to use your money for this experiment, isn't it?
Very clever.
Now, don't worry. We've made it easy for you. We did not seal the envelopes, and inside each envelope, along with the $20 bill, is a letter. Here's a copy of it. Would you read it? It says,
Dear Francis, understand you're short of dough lately, so here's the $20 I owe you. Regards, George.
And the question is, will people who find these envelopes and read that note and look at the $20 bill mail them to you or not? And we'll find out, because now we want you to go home and wait for the mailman. And next week, come back and we'll get a report on whether or not people are honest. Okay, Francis?
I certainly will.
See you next week.
Art, our frog hunter is back.
Oh, the man with a sack of frogs, dead and alive? Well, let's get him back in and see if he got rid of them and gets the big prize. Send in the frog hunter. Look at him. He's really got the hip boots on. He's got the net and the frog stick and spear and the hat. Now, Mr. Sheriff, at how many homes did you try to give away your frogs?
Well, we stopped. I went in about 10 or 12 different places, and...
mostly men or women answered the door?
Well, there's a bunch of women playing bridge or doing something at the table, and I rang the doorbell, and the door was open a little bit, and nobody answered, so I knocked on the door, and this lady came to the door and opened it up, and I said, could I give you a frog? And she looked at me like I was nuts.
Yeah?
And I said, I got some frogs here. I've been out here at the tar pits frog hunting. I've got a bunch of frogs. She said, well, what am I going to do with a frog? So I said, I don't know, and I handed it to her. It was one of the live ones. She just stood there and looked at me. So
did she take it?
She took it, and there was some kids standing there, and this little girl was coming down the steps, and I run over to the house next door, and I run over to her, and I said, hi, and she said, hi, and I handed her a frog, and it jumped out of her hand, and
probably this other woman is using it right now for a bridge prize. They use anything for a bridge prize. And this little girl, was she scared of the frog?
No, she wasn't scared. She took it in her hand, and it jumped off, and the 2 dogs and a cat took out running after it. And I was running after the dogs and the cat trying to catch the frog.
Sounds like a very interesting evening for a boy with nothing to do. Did you give away more live or more dead frogs more easily?
I gave away the dead frogs easier.
They didn't want the live ones.
They said they could cook the live ones, but the dead ones, but the live ones they couldn't do anything with. So they
might wait for old age to finally die, you know.
Well, it kind of messed me up. I went in the sack to get the live frogs, and they were little bitty ones. And I reached in the sack and get the dead ones, and they were about that long.
About a foot long?
Yeah.
Did you give more than one away at a house?
No. Well, yes, I did. This one woman on the porch, I gave her one, and there was 2 of them standing there talking. I ran up and I asked her if she would like to have some frogs, and she slammed the door and hollered, no, get away from here.
Yeah.
And,
scared of frogs?
Yeah, and so this other
Must
lady...
be a Democrat.
This other lady was coming off the porch. I asked her, and she said, my son likes frogs. So I said, well, here you are. Here's one. And I threw one in her hand. Wrapped it up in paper for her. She wouldn't touch it.
Yeah. Well, I notice you're getting warts all over you here.
I got it all over me, whatever it is.
Don't get any on me. Now, here is that big question. Did you say you gave them all away?
I gave all I had with me away.
Well, that's wonderful. The Navy needs a man like you. As a matter of fact, that means you win your prize. $100 worth of those premiums over there, a complete fishing outfit, a big electric lantern for frog hunting, anything you want.
This is the United States Armed Forces Radio Service, the voice of information and education.
the most unusual movie premiere in Hollywood history.
And the most unusual stars will be from People Are Funny. And now here is radio's top master of ceremonies, Art Linkletter.
Hello there. You know, a couple of weeks ago, one of our volunteers from this show gave away a dozen dead frogs in a nearby neighborhood, and then learned too late we'd put a $100 bill in one of them. He went back to the neighborhood, said he was a frog inspector, and managed to find the right frog, and he got his $100 bill back. So now everybody's happy, except the frogs, of course. Okay, Rod O'Connor, who are we going to make unhappy tonight?
Mr. Alan Glanville from San Pedro, California. Meet Art Linkletter.
Hello, Alan.
Hello.
You're not really from San Pedro.
No, Art. I'm from England. I'm just staying in San Pedro right now.
Which part of England?
From Sussex.
And what are you doing in the United States, Alan?
I'm studying commercial fishing methods over here.
Both the stream and ocean?
No, merely ocean.
Uh-huh. Are you married or have you been caught?
No, I'm still running.
Good for you. Well, Mr. Glanville, you were picked out of the audience from among a number of people who said that they liked music. What particular interest would a commercial fisherman have in music?
Well, I have a hobby of music, and I make a point of going to whatever operas or concerts I can.
Oh, well, then with your background, you'd perhaps be able to say that you could tell fairly good music from mediocre music?
Oh, absolutely.
Uh-huh. Well, then, we'd like your judgment on these two musicians that you're going to hear in a minute. And they're back of the curtains on center stage, so you won't be influenced by their appearance. Just the music, and then you tell us what you think of them. All right, let's hear from the first musician, and listen carefully, Mr. Glanville. Oh, what'd you think of that, Alan?
Well, he's pretty hot.
Uh-huh. Now we'll hear from the other musician back of the curtain. All right, Mr. Glanville, that's all we can stand. I mean, that's all time we have for right now. Mr. Glanville, you've heard both musicians. Which do you think is the better?
Well, I think the first one was.
That's right. Do you think, for instance, that people would pay more money to hear him play, that is the second musician, than the first musician?
Oh, no, I think the first man would get the...
most money.
Most money, naturally, yeah.
Want to bet?
Well, what's the bet?
Oh, $100 worth of premiums against a bucket of ice water. Don't you think that's fair?
Ice water? What happens to the ice water?
Well, really nothing much. You don't have to worry about that, Mr. Glanville, because I want you to see who you're betting on before you say. Now, send out the first musician, will you? And ladies and gentlemen, here comes one of the foremost violinists of the United States, Mr. Joe Venuti. Hello, Joe. This is Alan Glanville, Joe. How you doing? He's one of our top jazz violinists from the past how many years, Joe?
Oh, about 25, 30.
Yeah, dates back with all of our great masters, Paul Whiteman and the whole gang. And, Joe, where are you playing these days?
I'm playing at Lyman's in Hollywood here.
Uh-huh. Now, Mr. Glanville, would you want to bet on Joe Venuti $100 worth of prizes against that bucket of ice water?
That's a bet.
Okay. Now bring out the other musician. Would you bring him out, please? Here's our second violinist. And, oh, he's just a little boy. Come on over here. Your name is,
Jeff Kaufman.
Mr. Kaufman, how old are you?
8.
This is Mr. Alan Glanville.
Hello?
How long have you been playing the violin, Jeff?
A month and a half.
All of us are vitally interested in what were you playing a minute ago?
Merrily.
Merrily what?
We roll along.
Oh, that's a new arrangement, Joe. That's who's doing your arranging now? Do you know what arrangements are? Oh, well, then there's no use thinking about it. Jeff, you have been playing a violin for a month and a half. Mr. Joe Venuti has been playing one professionally for 20 years. I'll tell you what we're going to do. We're going to send Mr. Venuti and Mr. Kaufman both out onto the main boulevards of Hollywood with their instruments. Do we have the tin cups, fellas? Bring out the tin cups. Joe, you never thought you'd get to this, did you? It's wonderful. Now, if Joe Venuti comes back with more money in his cup than young Mr. Kaufman, that means you win the bet. And Joe, to help your side of the bet, we have a big sign made to place beside you on the sidewalk while you're playing. Will you read what it says there, Joe?
Save good music. Give the funds and stamp out television.
That's right. Give to the fund to stamp out television. Oh, we're fighting back in radio. And so, in other words, Mr. Glanville, we're helping your man there. But the poor kid, only been playing a month and a half. He's such a cute little boy with big brown eyes. To help him out just a little, here is his poor little sister Gail sitting in a wagon. Isn't she a cutie pie? What's your name, honey?
Gail.
Gail who?
Gail Henderson.
Gail Henderson. How old are you, Gail? She's about 3. And she's sitting in a little red wagon with a little kind of a peasant cloth wrapped around her head, and she's looking so winsome, and you pull her along, and you hold your tin cup out, Joe, and you play. And you hold the tin cup, will you, Gail? Now, this is a very fair contest, isn't it, Alan? All right, take them out, fellas. Goodbye, Mr. Venuti. We'll hear from you at the end of the program. Say goodbye to them, audience. Now, Mr. Glanville, as you can see, over here in America, everything is absolutely fair.
Oh, yeah.
What a report they'll get back in Sussex. I used to drive one of those things. Oh, no, it's an Essex. Mr. Glanville, just so you'll be ready in case you lose the bet, would you mind going over there and sitting down under that bucket of ice water during the show? Fellas, put a rubber sheet around him. That's right. Now, when Joe Venuti and the young Mr. Kaufman come back at the end of the program, if Joe has made more money than the kid, Mr. Glanville will get $100 worth of premiums. But if the little boy makes more money, you'll find your musical judgment is all wet, Mr. Glanville, and so will you be. Listen to the bountiful premiums that you won't get if you lose, and they're all on display right over here.
A beautiful automatic electric percolator that retails for $10.95. A portable mixer that saves time and trouble in the kitchen. Gorgeous sterling silverware. An $11.95 handy electric knife sharpener. Smart Man's gabardine sports shirts. And dozens of other marvelous things. Every one the best of its kind, top quality, nationally advertised.
Folks, you've all heard the old saying that actions speak louder than words. Well, people are funny. So tonight, we're going to test the truth of that old saying, and here to help us is a distinguished psychologist from the American Institute of Family Relations, Dr. Paul Popenoe. Good evening, Doctor.
Glad to see you again.
Now, you talk to many thousands of people about their lives and their characters. And is it true that you can tell more about the character of people, Doctor, from what they do than from what they say?
Oh, absolutely. Just talk to a bunch of politicians. You'll soon come to that conclusion.
Well, maybe we'll find out tonight. Let's go down in the audience, just for fun, and ask people what they'd do if they had only 24 hours to live. And then you tell us, Doctor, how their answers reflect their basic character. And it'd be rather interesting to find out...
This is Rod O'Connor speaking off stage where the studio audience can't hear me. Get this. The person that Dr. Popenoe picks as the most unselfish will win $200 worth of prizes. See if you listeners make the same choice that Dr. Popenoe does. Remember, the most unselfish person gets a $200 prize. Now back to Art Linkletter.
And we're just about set to go with a young man who has volunteered, whose name is Mr.
Leonard Hoffman.
And what business are you in?
I'm an inspector out at a plant making aircraft valves.
Well, Leonard, what if you were suddenly confronted with the absolute fact, startling as it might seem, that you only had 24 hours to live? What would you do?
Well, I used to have a boss, for instance. He paid me my money. I couldn't do anything else. But with only 24 hours to live, I wouldn't need that money.
So what would you do?
We're on the air, aren't we?
Huh? Yeah, we're on the air. Oh, I mean, you'd go back? We're on the air. In other words, you go back and you tell the boss off.
Well, I told him off I left, but...
But you'd do more than that.
Oh, definitely.
Thank you very much. There is one gentleman. How would you analyze his character from that general...
Well, it's certainly very evident he's full of frustrations, Art. He has had to put up with a good many things in life he doesn't like, and he's full of inner conflicts. He's a man with frustrations, no doubt about it.
And if he had 24 hours to live, he'd try his best to resolve some of those.
He'd unload a few right on the spot.
I wouldn't want to be around either, if you don't mind. Let's talk to a lady over here. We'll be back to you in a minute. You're Mrs.
Harold Millmanger.
What would you do if you had 24 hours to live?
Start praying for more time.
You'd start praying for more time?
Yes.
What do you think about that, Doctor? What kind of character does that reveal?
I rather think that indicates a personality that doesn't like to face the facts. She will always be looking for a chance to get around what seems to be a difficult situation. She won't be willing to accept the inevitable.
In other words, instead of thinking of something to do, she's thinking of getting more time to do something she hasn't thought of doing.
That's it. How to get around, yes.
Here's a gentleman who's lived a good number of years. About how many, sir?
70.
70 years. And your name is?
Mark Dennis.
What do you do, Mr. Dennis?
I'm retired. I've been in the advertising business.
Well, if you had 24 hours to live, what would you do at the age of 70 now?
Well, I've been following a very strict diet for some time, and it's very uncomfortable. If I only had 24 hours to live, nothing would count for much. So I would indulge myself in those good foods that I like the best.
What do you think about that, Dr. Papineau?
Well, I think there's a man to whom the good things of life in the way of eating mean a good deal. His last thought would be at the level of his digestion rather than at the purely intellectual level.
Now, here's our next guest, a young fellow by the name of...
Lloyd Schaefer.
What do you do?
I'm a senior at high school.
Uh-huh. Well, it's very interesting now to see what a comparison between a man of 70 who has 24 hours to live with a boy in high school. What would you do if you had 24 hours to live?
Well, since I was 7, I've been under the care of Crippled Children's Society. And if I had only 24 hours, I'd like to give all my possessions, etc., to the kids of the society.
You mean they've helped you?
Yes, they've helped me a lot, so I'd like to help them.
Well, thanks very much for that comment. What do you think, Doctor, about this young fellow?
There's a real altruist. There's a man who, due to his own sufferings, has learned to take a lot of account for the sufferings of others. He's thinking outward rather than inward.
You seem to be in good health now. How are you feeling?
Okay now. Sir.
What has been your problem in the past?
I've had heart trouble.
And now you're all right?
Yes, sir.
Well, fine. I'm glad on this show we should never have a volunteer who isn't. Thank you very much. All right. Here's a fellow in his 50s.
59.
59, almost in the 60s. Mr.
Albert F. Anderson.
Mr. Anderson, what business are you in?
I'm in the title business.
Title?
Right.
Uh-huh. What would you do if you had 24 hours to live?
Well, in the first place, if I knew the very spot on which I was going to die, I'd never go near the place.
Oh, that's a clever angle.
I think seriously, however, that I would probably put my house in order financially and spiritually, and then communicate with all my good relatives and good friends as best I could.
And say goodbye.
Time this loud, that's right.
What do you think about that, Doctor?
Well, there's a man to whom friendship means a good deal. He's interested in having his folks know what he's doing. It's a dramatic situation. He would want to have them understand what he was up against. That would be one of his first thoughts. In anything that goes on, he'd want his friends to know about it. He's thinking more about his friends than a lot of other people are, and with reference to his own very dramatic situation.
Mm-hmm. Thank you very much. Well, we've had quite a variety, haven't we? We, I think, have proved tonight that people are funny. Some would think of their stomach. Some would think of their frustrations. Some would think of their friends. Some would think of a spot not to go to. But what we told our air audience that you and the studio audience did not know about was that the person, Doctor, that you selected as the one being the most unselfish, based on what they'd do if they only had 24 hours to live, would get a special surprise prize of $200 worth of prizes. And I almost don't have to ask you what your choice is.
No, sir, it's Lloyd Schaefer.
The young fellow who would give all of his possessions to the Crippled Children's Society. Well, Lloyd, congratulations, young man. You're going to take home with you a couple of $100 worth of our fine premiums up there. Maybe a beautiful wristwatch or some glassware for your folks. Anything you want. And by the way, each of the people we talked to tonight gets, as a little memento of their visit to our show, a lovely China-based lamp. And thanks to all of you and Dr. Papineau for proving once again that people are funny. Here's an announcement for you folks who like to put on plays, little theaters, high schools, church groups, clubs, and so forth. We've published a full 3-act play called People Are Funny, based on incidents from this program. It not only has a lot of stunts in it, but it's a complete play with a comedy story. For further information, write to People Are Funny Play, Box 2611, Hollywood 28. That's Box 2611, Hollywood 28, California.
Art, I want you to meet our next contestant, Mrs. Frances Anderson from Los Angeles.
Hello, Mrs. Anderson. You were the housewife from Los Angeles.
Mm-hmm.
And last week, Mrs. Anderson, on this program, we gave you 5 $20 bills, didn't we?
Yes, you did.
Well, we didn't quite give them to you. We had you address 5 envelopes to yourselves. Then we put one of your $20 bills in each envelope and dropped all 5, unsealed, here and there, up and down the main boulevards of Hollywood. We wanted to find out if the people who would naturally look at these envelopes and open them up and find the money would mail it to you or keep it for themselves. Now, in each envelope, there was a note. Do you remember what the note said, Mrs. Anderson?
Yes, the note said, Dear Francis, understand you are a little short of cash lately, so I'm sending you the $20 I owe you. Regards, George.
Now, here is the big question we've been waiting 1 week to find out. How many of the 5 envelopes did you get back?
I got 2.
Only 2. Were there any
Just
notes
2.
in them?
Nothing else, just the note and the $20 in 2 envelopes.
Well, did anybody at all call you and try to offer a split on the others?
No, I heard from nobody.
Nobody called? Nothing?
No, not a thing. Just 2 of them came just a couple of days later.
We figured they'd at least send a note on after taking the $20 bill out. No empty envelopes arrived, did they?
Not a thing.
Somewhere in the listening audience right now, there are 3 crooks. I hope you feel just awful, don't you, Mrs. Anderson?
I certainly do.
Mrs. Anderson, you shouldn't suffer on account of our experiment, should you?
No.
So here are $60 to make up for the money that didn't arrive in the mail. Thanks $100 worth for proving that people are funny. You folks in our studio audience are especially fortunate in being here tonight. Because, ladies and gentlemen, I have a special invitation from Universal International Studios to send 2 couples to the big premiere of Ronald Reagan and Diana Lynn's new motion picture at the Carthay Circle Theater right after our program tonight. Now, we'd like to have a couple of couples, married couples. Would you folks like to go? Come on up here. And the couple right back up here. Would you folks like to go? Come on right up to your seats. And come on down here because we'd want to find out if you'd like to attend the big premiere. You are Mr.
Purslin.
Mrs.?
This is Purslin.
Where are you from, Mr. Purslin?
Fargo, North Dakota.
What do you do up in Fargo?
Beer distributor.
What?
Beer distributor.
And, oops. Hello, Mrs.
Swift.
Hello, Mr. Swift.
How do you do, sir?
Well, now, what do you do for a living?
I'm in the refrigeration and air conditioning business in San Diego.
Okay. And you have never been to a big premiere with Moby?
No, never have.
Wouldn't it be fun?
Sure would.
Well, I tell you, you're going to have a wonderful time because as guests of People Are Funny, you 4 are going to be driven to this big premiere in a limousine with a liveried chauffeur. You'll sit in a special section with all the stars. Mrs. Purslin, won't that be thrilling?
Certainly will.
And by the way, one famous star does not have anybody to go with. And Universal International has asked us to get some folks to accompany him. Guess which one you're going with, Mr. Swift or Mrs. Swift, Ronald Reagan or Diana Lynn. Make a guess.
Ronald Reagan.
No, I'm sorry. You want to make a guess, Mr. Swift?
I'll take the other one.
No, I'm sorry. It's Francis the Mule. Because, ladies and gentlemen, the stars at this particular premiere, all the stars are animals in honor of the animal star of the picture, Bedtime for Bonzo. He happens to be a monkey. But there will be Lassie, Trigger, Jackie the Lion, and lots of others. Say, you humans will look kind of out of place, won't you? Well, don't worry. We'll fix that up. Boys, bring out the costume. There's the jackass costume. Now, Mrs. Swift, which end do you want your husband to be? The head or the tail end?
Do I have to answer that?
Well, which one would you like him to be?
Oh, let's let him be the rear end.
All right, then, we won't have any arguments. Which would you like your husband to
Well,
be?
he better take the other end, then.
Yeah. Okay, then it seems to be all set. And you two men can dress a little later out in the halls, and your wives will go along with you to this actual premiere. And after the show is over, you will go to dinner with us at one of the famous places here in Hollywood where the people stars, are going to be eating. Now, don't worry, nobody will make fun of you, because this whole premiere is being put on under the auspices of the American Humane Association and the SPCA. You'll be right at home. So goodbye, folks. Take your costume, and you're on your way to the premiere. See you later. Folks, at the beginning of the program, we put a Mr. Glanville from Sussex, England, under a bucket of water on the stage while we sent famous musician Joe Venuti out on the streets of Hollywood to see if he could make more money playing his violin than 8-year-old amateur fiddler Jeff Kaufman. So, what was the bet made on those musicians, Mr. Glanville?
Well, it was something about some prizes or a bucket of ice water.
That's right. We'll know whether you get $100 worth of Raleigh premiums or a couple of cents worth of ice water in just a minute. Here come the musicians from off stage where they've been very busily engaged out on the boulevards of Hollywood fiddling for money. Now, Mr. Jeff Kaufman, our 8-year-old boy, is pulling behind him a red wagon on which is seated a pretty, winsome little 3-year-old girl who is supposed to have been his sister. Jeff, where did you play?
I played on Hollywood and Vine.
Was there much of a crowd?
Yeah.
Well, what did you play? What number did you play?
Merrily We Roll Along.
What would you play for an encore? Merrily We Roll Along?
Yes.
Yes, that's the one you know. Did the crowd seem sympathetic, Joe?
Yes.
Did they like you? Did they applaud?
Yes.
Any remarks at all?
Mm-hmm.
What'd they say?
Well, they said, my sister was very nice.
After they heard you play, they all applauded and said your sister was very nice. Are you listening, Mr. Glanville?
I heard, yeah.
You know, for your information, you're here researching fish. We have fish in the pail, too. Mr. Venuti, where did you go to play?
I played at the northeast corner of Hollywood and Vine.
Mm-hmm. Did you have a crowd?
Oh, sure.
Mm-hmm. Any remarks at all about the sign that asked to give money to stamp out television?
Oh, none whatsoever, but they donated quite an amount of money in my little tin cup here.
Anybody recognize you by any chance?
Oh, sure, a few people. They say, yeah, that's Joe Venuti playing.
Out on the street, fiddling with a tin cup. Joe, there's a great living in this for you. You may take this up as a regular racket.
How they try it.
Now, here is the big question. Which earned the more money? Good music, played by a fine musician, or bad music, played by a couple of charming little kids? Now, remember, Mr. Glanville, you bet that the good music would get the most dough. If the boy collected more, you know what happens, don't you?
I do, yes. I get the ice water.
Mr. Venuti, how much money did you get in your tin cup?
I counted $1.05.
$1.05.
I thought that was pretty good.
That's pretty good. You were only out there 12 minutes. Let's see, in a month, that'd be $8,000. Jeff Kaufman, our 8-year-old musician, how much money did you get by actual count with your 3-year-old sister holding the tin cup?
$2.70.
$2.70. Let him have it back there, boys. There goes the water. Mr. Glanville, you lost the prize because people are funny. They don't know good music from bad. Isn't that right, Mr. Glanville?
Now I know how the fish feel.
Do you think there was any scientific value to this experiment, Mr. Glanville?
None whatever.
Why not?
Well, I think Mr. Venuti was a very fine violinist, and everybody knew it. But they were biased in favor of the little boy. I mean...
What do you mean they were biased?
Well, I mean, the American people are very open-hearted and generous people, and I think, in spite of the fact that Mr. Venuti was a very fine and accomplished violinist, they were in favor of the little boy because, after all... No,
oh, I don't know. Maybe he had some there, huh? Your fine eloquence, Mr. Glanville, has won you the sympathy of this audience. Do you think we ought to give him the prize anyway, huh? I don't know. All right, Mr. Glanville, this big-hearted American crowd has just given away my prizes. Goodbye, and thanks for being with us.
This is the United States Armed Forces Radio Service, the voice of information and education.
Hey, what's that? Are the Indians on the warpath?
Relax, Roy. That's just a contestant's heart on People Are Funny.
Yes, transcribed from Hollywood, John Goodell's production of People Are Funny. Brought to you by Milky Way and Forever Yours Candy Bars. Both quality bars made famous by Mars. And now, here is radio's top master of ceremonies, Art Linkletter.
Thank you very much, Roy, and good evening, everybody. How many times have you husbands heard your wives say, "This is your last chance"? Well, ladies and gentlemen, it isn't your last chance yet, but the time's not far away when you cannot dip into that $2,000 pot of gold that Milky Way is offering you each and every week, and for doing so little. Just a few words about the funniest thing that ever happened to you, and you may win up to $1,000 cash. Right now, Roy Rowan, who starts the Milky Way show from Hollywood?
Mrs. Gertrude Shum from Cincinnati, Ohio. Meet Art Linkletter.
Hello, Mrs. Shum.
Hello, Art. How you doing?
Just fine. You a housewife?
Oh, yes.
What's your husband do?
Jobber.
And have you ever heard this program before?
Many times.
We ought to have a lot of fun in an interesting experiment that we want to have you help us perform tonight. This is what we want to discover. In a strange town, without any particular references, we want to know whether a woman can buy things on credit easier than a man can. Now, what do you think about this?
Oh, I think so.
You think she can?
Uh-huh.
You think that clerks are easier on the women?
I think so.
Well, that's what we're going to find out. Maybe they are, maybe they're not. Now, we need a man, and we need a woman for this stunt. And Mrs. Shum, you'll be the woman.
Yes.
That's fine. I'm glad it works out that way. You're going to leave CBS and get into an automobile, and you're going to drive down Sunset Boulevard, and when you want to, you stop at some big service station. And you go in and buy a set of spark plugs and an inner tube. Have the attendant wrap them up and put them in the back seat. You got that?
Mm-hmm.
Then when you go to pay for them, of course, you discover that you left your purse at home. Now, do you think they'll trust you, or will they take the merchandise back?
Oh, boy, I'll really try.
You really give it an effort, won't you?
I'll do my best.
Good. Now, of course, while you're doing this, we'll send a man out in another car to another service station to try the same routine for comparison. You have any money with you, Mrs. Shum?
Mm-hmm.
Let's see it right here. Oh, right in the purse? Fine, just take the purse, will you, fellas? We want you to be telling the truth when you say you have no money with you. Now, Irv Atkins here will ride along with you. But when you pick out the service station you want to go in, you stop a half a block away, let Irv off, because we want you to go in by yourself, so it'll be an absolute bona fide stunt. Say goodbye to our audience. There she goes. Oh, my, this is an interesting stunt. Now we're going to send the man out. Well, let's get a man up here, please. Is she gone? Fine. I'd like to ask the audience a question. How many of you think that a woman will get credit easier than a man? Applaud. Fine. Now, how many think the man will get easier credit? No. I'm sorry, you're all wrong. Because tonight, nobody's going to get any credit. You think we'd be satisfied with a simple little plot like this after 12 years? No, sir. First of all, we're not going to send any man out at all to do anything. And secondly, Mrs. Shum is never going to reach that service station to make the purchases. What's going to stop her? You'll find out later.
And now, here is our second week's $1,000 cash prize winner in the Milky Way Funny Experience Contest, Mr. E.C. James, Pavo, Georgia. The 10 $100 winners have been notified by mail.
That's good news for somebody, folks. It might still be for you. But all good things come to an end, as Roy Rowan here can tell you.
This week, next week, your last 2 chances, ladies and gentlemen, to pick up $100 or even $1,000 in cash in Milky Way's Big Funny Experience Contest. So come on. It's easy enough if you work fast. Simply write us in 50 words or less on the subject, the funniest thing that ever happened to me. Put your name and address on your entry, enclose 2 Milky Way or Forever Yours candy bar wrappers, one of each is okay, too, and mail your entry to Milky Way, Box 224, Hollywood, California. Your entry must be postmarked before midnight, March the 14th, to be eligible for this week's prizes. Later entries go in next week's contest. The contest, of course, is subject to all federal, state, and local regulations. Each entry will be judged on the basis of originality, humor, and interest of the situation. All entries become the property of Mars Incorporated, and none will be returned.
That's the story, folks. And I'd love to see you pick off one of those 10 $100 cash prizes or the king-size 1,000. But you've got to hurry. Remember, Milky Way, Box 224, Hollywood, California. Hey, look at the pretty girl over there. Say, Roy, how about an introduction?
Miss Emma Nell Kettner from Paris, Illinois. Meet Art Linkletter.
Hello.
Hello, Art.
Miss Kettner, I would judge you to be in your early 20s.
I'm 19.
19, and very pretty. You believe in love at first sight?
Well, that all depends on what I cite.
Well, how would you like tonight to train your sights on a handsome male movie star?
Oh, I've heard that before. With a trigger.
Oh, now, wait a minute. No, you're getting warm, though. Guess again.
Francis?
The mule? She's heard the program before. As a matter of fact, you're not only getting warmer, but you're getting hot. Because right now, we'd like to have you meet one of tonight's special guest stars, the co-star of Columbia's new Technicolor picture, All Ashore, Mr. Dick Haymes. And M&L? Hello, Dick. This is M&L Kettner.
Hello, Emma. How are you?
Have you ever met a movie star before?
Oh, no.
Just keep breathing. You'll be all right. And isn't she a pretty girl,
She
Dick?
sure is. Wow.
Oh, my goodness.
Yeah, she's lovely.
Of course, Dick, you've had romantic experience yourself in pictures, haven't you?
Oh, yeah, sure.
In the picture All Ashore, who do you make love to?
Jody Lawrence.
Oh, that's not bad, is it?
No, it's a hard way to make a living. What are you going to do?
All day long slaving under the hot lights, kissing girls?
Yeah, isn't that murder? Art?
What is All Ashore, a musical?
Yes, sir. And it stars Mickey Rooney and myself, Peggy Ryan, Ray McDonald, and Jody Lawrence and Barbara Bates.
Where does it all happen?
Well, we went on location in Catalina, and we shot an awful lot of it in Catalina, which was great because it's in Technicolor. And it happens mostly in Catalina.
In other words, where there's fish and marine life of all kinds?
Oh, yeah.
Mm-hmm. Just wondered about that. Yeah. Miss Kettner, you've had any experience at all in playing love scenes?
No.
Would you like some?
Oh, that all depends.
Doesn't make any difference to me whether you like it or not. You're gonna. Yes, sir. You're going to be Dick Haymes, leading lady, in a little love scene. How does that sound now?
Fine.
Wonderful.
The first part is very simple. We bring up a chair, and Mr. Dick Haymes sits in the chair. Then as the plot goes on, M&L, you sit on Mr. Haymes' lap. Right now. Are you comfortable now, Miss Kettner?
Yes, very.
Are you happy, Mr. Haymes?
Oh, we needn't go any further, Dad.
No, the second part of the stunt is even better.
All right.
Now, you put your arms around each other. That's it. Fine. Now, Miss Kettner, here's how you can win a prize. This is actually all based on a very fundamental psychological stunt. We want to see whether a young, romantically inclined single girl sitting on the lap of a romantic movie star can concentrate under emotional stress. Now, Dick has just finished All Ashore, a picture about the Pacific Ocean and girls and fellas, and he's interested in fishing and marine life. So, for the next 2 minutes, no matter what is said to you, M&L, you must concentrate and answer with something about fish or fishing. If you can do that for 2 minutes without a slip, Milky Way will give you a very nice prize. But if you do not stick to the subject of fishing, then Dick Haymes gets a prize from you. A kiss.
Yeah. Nice.
Understand, Miss Kettner?
Yes, I understand.
All right with you, Richard?
Listen, you know it.
All right. The conversation begins right now.
Did anyone ever tell you that you have beautiful eyes?
Oh, the fish's eyes look terrible.
Did anyone ever tell you that you have a beautiful neck? How do you keep it so smooth and
Oh,
soft?
but fish are so scaly and slimy. Ugh.
Do you believe in kissing a boy on the first date?
Oh, I'd hate to kiss a fish. Oh.
Emma, what would you say if I asked you if I could run my hands through your hair?
Oh, I hate to get fish scales underneath my nails.
She's pretty good.
Yeah.
She's holding out pretty good. Yeah. Now, let me see. Could you ever learn to care for me?
Oh, fishing worms are terrible.
What would you say if I kissed you now, very, very tenderly?
Oh. Night crawlers are worse.
Night crawlers?
Let me ask you one more question. Just one more. M&L, what are you doing tonight?
Nothing.
There you go.
I got it.
Nothing. Oh, my gosh, Dick, you had the nicest kiss. M&L? I was about to announce that you had lost the contest, but Dick already knew it. That was a nice kiss, wasn't it?
Oh, yeah.
You missed out on the prize by not talking about fish, but that last mistake sounded like it was on purpose, huh?
Well.
M&L, Dick won the prize, and since you were honest enough to admit that you made a mistake on purpose, we're going to give you a prize anyway. And since you've done such a wonderful job with your end of the conversation, here's your prize, a 3-foot halibut. Oh, murder. Do you know anything about cleaning a fish, M&L?
Yes, a little.
Well, I tell you, if you get into that fish and clean it, you'll find that inside that halibut is a diamond-studded, solid gold Whitnauer watch from the Longines Whitnauer Watch Company, compliments of Milky Way. How does that sound? Huh? And say, would you, after that kiss, would you like to see more of Dick Haymes?
Yes.
Well, you just buy a ticket to the picture All Ashore, and you'll see more of Dick Haymes and all of his co-stars. Richard, thanks for being here.
Listen, I have to thank you. This was beautiful.
I know it was.
I want to do it all the time.
All Ashore, kid. Goodbye.
And brighten your day with Milky Way.
Well, I think I'll leave the stage now and come down the audience and have a little fun here. I think I'll start with an Air Force sergeant, aren't you?
Well, Airman First Class.
Airman First Class. Stand up, Airman First Class. What's your name?
Ralph Hodges.
Now, I'm going to read a list of prizes. Whenever you hear one that you like, you yell stop, and you get the prize that's next.
Uh-oh. All right.
Kind of fun, isn't it, huh? If you have intuition, you may get something real nice. You just yell stop anytime, and I'll give you the next thing. For instance, the first thing on the list is a Westinghouse electric dryer. Wouldn't that have been handy at camp?
Oh, I've been fine.
You can be sure if it's a Westinghouse, as they always say. Now, the next thing on the list is a box of Dr. Scholl's foot pads. The next thing, think what you'd have gotten. One tattoo placed anywhere.
I'm glad I didn't say stop.
Want me to stop now?
Okay, stop.
Oh, you stopped at just the right time. Here it comes. A great big beautiful red lobster. All right. Let me get a single gal here. You a single gal? Stand up here. What's your name?
Carol O'Connor.
Where are you from, Carol?
Salem.
Salem what?
Oregon.
And what do you do, Carol?
Well, I'm going to business college.
All right, Carol, I'm going to start talking. You can yell stop right now, or you can let me go a little while. You want me to stop?
Well,
All right, I'll go on. If you'd have yelled stop then, you'd have gotten a 9x12 Mohawk carpet from the looms of Mohawk.
oh.
The next thing is a fried egg sandwich. Want me to stop now?
No.
A week's trip at the beautiful Hotel Sahara in Las Vegas. It's written right down here. Want me to stop now?
No.
4 joints of stovepipe. Stop?
Huh?
You get free transportation to Hawaii, a pair of water wings. Let me try. Let's try another one here. You're Mrs.
Sadie Arkin.
Where are you from, Sadie?
Chicago, Illinois.
Sadie's a nice old-fashioned name, isn't it? Good
It is.
name. You grandmother?
I am.
Well, Sadie, I'm going to start talking. You yell stop.
I stop right now.
Oh, gosh, you know how to catch me, don't you? Look what it says there. 1 yard of wienerwurst. Let me try this gal. Another white-haired gal, probably grandmother, huh?
Yes.
You're Mrs.
Mrs. Leonard Clark.
The next thing is a 36-piece tea service. 3 dozen paper lily cups. Want me to stop next?
No.
All right. A Westinghouse electric blanket. You can be sure if it's Westinghouse. Next.
Stop.
1 cold pancake. And here it comes up the aisle. There you are. Well, folks, once again, we have given away radio's largest prizes. But it's fun. It's fun guessing where to stop. And it proves, once again, when it comes to giving away prizes, people are funny. Who's next, Roy?
Art, it's our amateur saxophone player, Dr. Richard Nelson, and his teacher, Freddie Martin.
And here they come. Hi, Freddie. Hello, Dr. Nelson. Now, Dr. Nelson, as I recall, you are
I'm a doctor, resident doctor in the hospital.
Resident doctor in which hospital?
The White Memorial Hospital here.
And you work long hours, but still, that if you could learn to play the Stein song in 1 week, why, Milky Way would send you and your wife to New England for a wonderful vacation. How'd you do the first week?
I'm afraid I flopped pretty bad.
Well, I think you're too modest. Freddie Martin, would you say he flopped?
Well, Art, after a week's practice, it was remarkable what he did. You could even recognize the melody now and then.
I see.
I think he has a big future as a doctor.
Well, he has worked all week. Do you think he's improved?
Well, yes, he's definitely improved. Now you can, he couldn't play a note at first. Now he can.
A note.
A note.
Well, that's progress. Doctor, have you put in some real hours of practice?
Oh, yes. Usually between 11:30 at night and 1 in the morning.
Because you work at the hospital the rest
right.
of the time.
That's right.
How are you getting along with the neighbors?
Well, we used to have very friendly neighbors.
Well, now, last week when you failed on the Stein song to go to Maine, we told you if you could play the sidewalks of New York by tonight, well enough to satisfy Freddie Martin, Milky Way would give you and your wife a wonderful vacation in New York City. Are you ready for the test?
Do my best, Art.
Let's hear the sidewalks of New York after 2 weeks of self-taught home practicing on a saxophone. Folks, let's not laugh. You are in at the birth of an original piece of music. That melody has never been heard before anywhere, I don't believe. Freddie?
No, Art, he's improvising.
He is so skilled and so calm and nonchalant, he is improvising on the saxophone.
That comes a little later, you know. You must learn the instrument first before you start to
Does
improvise.
he qualify
Doctor.
for the trip to New York, Freddie?
Well, his embouchure has improved a little, Art. His articulation is a little better, and his intonation, well, that leaves a little to be desired. He is playing a little pianissimo when he should play fortissimo. But I think...
Are you trying
I
to
don't
say...
think he's ready yet for a professional job.
Are you trying to say in a nice, professional way that it stinks? Doctor, I tell you, we're sorry. Freddie Martin is being as generous as he can, but that sidewalks of New York, if the sidewalks of New York are like that, I don't blame people for moving to Jersey, frankly. And so you didn't earn the trip to New England, and now you don't get the New York trip. We'll make it easier. Here's your last chance. Next week, come back and play Chicago, and Milky Way will send you and your wife on a 300-mile-an-hour TWA airline Constellation for an all-expense-paid vacation to Chicago. Freddie, will you help him?
I'm afraid that he's not practicing enough. It doesn't speak very well for me as a teacher, does it? But I'll continue if it kills him.
Now, Dr. Nelson, what do you think of Freddie as a teacher and as a critic?
Well, boy, he sure is critical.
Yeah.
I'd like to get a chance to have him in my hospital sometime.
Still haven't had my appendix removed.
Last week, the doctor promised to remove his appendix sometime, just for the fun of it. I think he'll cut a lot more out if he ever gets a chance. Well, you two are becoming close friends. And, Doctor, next week, you and Freddie come back. It's Chicago or nothing. And, Freddie, we'll be looking for you here in Southern California on your TV show this coming Friday.
Friday night, 7 o'clock.
Thank you, Freddie Martin. Oh, my. You know, we've made quite a to-do about the Milky Way's People Are Funny contest. But I don't want you to forget that there's no contest when it comes to pleasing your taste. Not if you stick with the Mars candy bar family. For instance, if your taste has made up its mind that light, pure milk chocolate is the only thing that will fill the bill for you, just say Milky Way. Believe me, your taste never had it better, because Milky Ways have that wonderful light, pure milk chocolate covering like no candy bar ever had it. But now, don't go away, you folks who like the best in dark chocolate. You want Milky Way's first cousin. That's the Mars Forever Yours bar. Dark chocolate. Heaps and heaps of the very tops in dark chocolate, flavored with purest vanilla, and wrapped over, under, and all around a terrific center of vanilla nougat. It's all that, plus an out-of-this-world layer of the creamiest golden caramel you've ever tasted. So name it to your taste. Light, pure milk chocolate, Milky Way, dark vanilla-flavored chocolate, forever yours. There is a pair of champs that are tailor-made to your taste. You better try them quick. You know, at the beginning of the show, we sent a lady out to see if she could buy something on credit at a nearby service station more easily than a man could. Now, of course, what she didn't know was that we never sent a man out. And furthermore, she'd never get to the service station to make the purchase. She's back now. You're going to find out what happened to her on the way. Bring her in, open the door, and in she comes, Mrs. Shum, our lady who went to the service station. And how'd you get along?
Oh, boy, I come near getting in the jailhouse.
Well, what's the matter? You had plenty of time. You didn't speed, I hope.
No, I didn't speed. Boy, I didn't get but to the half a block here when the policeman blew his whistle and hollered, "Stop, lady."
What'd he stop you for?
Well, he said there was no taillight. I don't know if he was telling the truth or not.
Well, Irv Atkins was still with you. You hadn't let him out.
Well, that guy done me more harm than good.
Well, you know, that's what he's been doing to us for years, too. Say no more, Mrs. Shum. We don't want to ask you any more about what happened in that automobile with the policeman stopping you. Do you know why I'm not going to ask you any more?
No.
Because what you didn't know was that we had a hidden microphone and a recording machine hidden in the back of the car you were driving, and everything you said to the cop was recorded, and we're going to play it back right now.
Say, what's the difference if I had a crazy man in here?
No, I haven't heard any of it. It's been on the record. Is it all right to play it?
Yeah, I don't care.
You don't care. All right, I don't know what it's going to sound like. This is all news to me. So, engineer, let's hear the record.
What'd you say? I'm sorry, sir, but your taillight's not working, lady. Are you aware that your taillight's not working?
No, I didn't know it.
Officer, we're in a hurry. Will you make it snappy, please? Well, I'm sorry, but I suggest you do this. Across the street's a service station there, and... Officer, this is a radio stunt. We're with People Are Funny. We're in a hurry. This lady's on an outside stunt. Won't you let us get going?
The car isn't mine. I'm just on the stage, and they just told me to drive the nearest gas station and try to buy a set of plugs without money.
I'm sorry, madam, but I suggest you stop here and go across the street. They have service station attendants. They will come and fix your taillight because you're driving illegally.
Look,
so
officer,
you may cause an accident.
You don't have to do your duty right to the letter of the law. We're doing a stunt. She has to get going. She won't even win a prize. We're from People Are Funny.
We're just coming back. We're just going to that gas station coming right back.
I'm sorry, you see, but you're driving illegally by not having a taillight.
Look.
And I'd appreciate if you leave it here at the curb. Go across to a service station there.
Now, look, this is no way to act. You work here in Hollywood all the time. You know about our show.
I beg your pardon now. I don't know who your friend is, sir, but, ma'am, but...
I'm no friend. I'm just a lady they picked out of the audience.
Look, come on, lady. Just get going. The heck with him. Let's just get going.
No, I'm sorry, ma'am, but you'll have to leave your car here and go to the service station attendant, and I'm sure that he'll be happy to put a plug in for you.
Let's get going. Let's just drive down the street.
No, may I see your driver's license, please?
It's in my car parked across the street there. I told you I'm from Cincinnati, and I keep my license in my glove compartment because I change bags so often that I'd just be caught without my driver's license when I drive a car. This isn't my car. They just picked me out of the audience.
Look, cars are speeding right down the street, and you want to give us a ticket for taillights. We're in a hurry.
Now, look, pardon me, sir, but I'm talking to the lady. I don't mean to be rude, but whenever you drive a car, no matter whose car you drive, you must have a driver's license with you, no matter whose car you drive. And that's a violation in California. You must have a driver's license, even though you drive a car around...
Good grief, to drive a car a half a block.
Yes, ma'am.
If you kept all the orders in this town that good, goodness, you'd lose your job, wouldn't you?
Well, I'm sorry, ma'am, but
look, the chief's a friend of mine. I'll have your job.
Now, look, I don't know who the gentleman is, but I think he's
from
very
this
rude.
broadcasting station here. He's one of the head men for the broadcasting station, only to go with me to be sure I don't get in any wreck.
Look at that car. I bet it's going 80 miles an hour.
Well, I'm sorry, sir, but we have to take it one man at a time. I'm on... you say where did you say your driver's license was?
Right over in the parking lot across from the station here in the car.
You know you're in violation by driving a car without a license. I have to give you a citation for it.
You know, I don't have to be driving the car from Cincinnati. My husband's driving it. Now, if you want to get down to technical points,
I know, but...
step right in there and you'll get a license. All you have to do is go in there. He's got him in his billfold. And he's not driving the car while he's sitting in there. Now, make something of it.
But look, you're behind the wheel.
You saw that program before, haven't you, man? You've lived here all your life, haven't you?
It makes no difference. You're on a highway. You're driving a car. You must have a driver's license, a valid driver's license.
Here's her purse, and there's a driver's license in there. Now, will that do all right?
Well, thank you. You should have told me that. We'd have saved a little time here. I know you're in a hurry, but your friend's very excitable. I suggest that you don't drive with such an excitable friend. Here.
I could have an insane person here. It wouldn't bother me anyhow. I'm driving the car.
Okay.
I'm sorry.
Let's go.
Well, there you are. That's what happened, Mrs. Shum. I think you're a pretty good talker, Mrs. Shum. And don't you think we have some of the nicest, politest police officers here in Los Angeles you ever heard in your life?
Well, he was pretty patient with us. You know, down in Cincinnati, they wouldn't have stood for all that back talk. And then, you know, he kept getting more serious. Well, and then when he said, let's go, I said, no, sir, I'm not laying in the jug.
No, sir, ma'am, you're not laying in the jug. You are back here on People Are Funny at CBS. You have participated in a stunt which we thought would be interesting, hearing a woman's natural reactions recorded after being picked up by a police officer. And for your prize, we're going to send back to your home in Cincinnati a beautiful Tappan gas range. Your dreams of good cooking will come true because good foods just happen when you're cooking on a Tappan. Isn't that nice?
Thank you very much.
Goodbye and thanks from Milky Way. Next week on People Are Funny, a woman you'll never want to meet. Tune in and see why. Right now, this is Art Linkletter saying goodnight from Hollywood and reminding you that the way to stay tops in your family is the Milky Way in boxes of 6 or 24. Good night, everybody.
People Are Funny is brought to you by Milky Way, America's biggest-selling chocolate-covered candy bar, and by Milky Way's first cousin, that dark chocolate-covered favorite, Forever Yours. Remember, when your taste tells you light, pure milk chocolate over chocolate malted milk nougat, ask for Milky Way. But when dark chocolate is your wish, Forever Yours is your dish. Milky Way, Forever Yours. Both quality candy bars made famous by Mars. This program was transcribed from Hollywood.
This is your last chance.
Your last chance to make $1,000 cash on
People Are Funny.
Yes, transcribed from Hollywood, John Goodell's production of People Are Funny. Brought to you by Milky Way and Forever Yours candy bars. Both quality bars made famous by Mars. And now, here is radio's top master of ceremonies, Art Linkletter.
Hello there. Shurin Begara, this is St. Patrick's Day, in honor of the good saint who drove the snakes out of Ireland. And you know where they came. And tonight we're going to drive some of them back out of Hollywood. Well, anyway, I hope the luck of the Irish is with all of you, because this is the last week of our big $2,000 contest. Now, it's a $1,000 cash first prize, or one of 10 $100 cash prizes. We'll tell you how you win them a little later. Right now, Roy Rowan, who's first on the Milky Way show from Hollywood?
Mrs. Lou Etta Nelson from Rockland, Idaho. Meet Art Linkletter.
How do you do, Mrs. Nelson?
How do you do?
Mrs. Nelson, I'm going to guess about you. I'd say you've been married for 8 years.
No.
How many?
6.
And I'd say you have 2 children.
Yes.
A boy and a girl.
Yes.
Boy 5 and a girl 3.
No. Boy 4 and a girl 3.
Well, that wasn't bad for guessing. And Mrs. Nelson, I'm going to guess some more. If your husband's an average husband, he likes steak, potatoes, and apple pie.
Good.
Is that right?
Mm-hmm.
And you cook for him?
Yes.
Mm-hmm. And when you do serve him dinner and cook dinner, he raves every night about the food and the service?
Ho, ho, ho.
Sounds like they've been married longer than that. Well, doesn't he ever leave you a tip on the dinner table?
No, he does not.
Well, I tell you, he sounds like the average American husband. And you sound like the average American wife who's a little tired of it all. And how would you like to have it all changed and get flattered and even paid for the work you do at the dinner table?
That would be wonderful.
That's good, because for the next 20 minutes, you're going to be a waitress at Mike Lyman's restaurant here in Hollywood. Yes, that's true. Mike Lyman's famous restaurant is up here in the heart of Hollywood, and where's the uniform, fellas? Bring it out here. Have you ever done any work as a waitress? Ever waited on anybody?
No.
Never had any experience like this?
No.
Well, when you volunteered, you were ready for anything, weren't you?
Yes.
All right. Now, have you ever been to New York City?
No.
Well, did you ever hear of a restaurant there where the waiters and waitresses, it's a big gag, you know, they insult the customers?
No.
Well, it's a very famous place and proves that people are funny. They go someplace to be insulted. Did you know there was a restaurant like that right here in Hollywood?
No, I didn't.
Well, there wasn't until tonight. You're going to start it. Tonight, your job is to be a waitress and go from table to table. You'll be assigned one by the manager up there, Max Lerner. Now, you're going to go up there and try to insult every customer you wait on. Now, just try it out. For instance, supposing that I was a customer up there and I said, "Lady, would you mind waiting on me?" What would you say?
Don't get your shirt off.
Don't get your shirt off. This is a new kind of an insult. Well, that's all right, but I want you to know this is a very respectable restaurant, no? Supposing I whistled at you and said, "How about some more butter?" What would you say?
Don't be a hog.
That's all right. That's all right. Just be as insulting as you can, any way you want. But if you serve soup at all, be sure you know that the thumb is in the soup as you bring it in. If there's a glass of water, they always start with that. Have a few crumbs floating around on it. If anybody complains, tell them to keep quiet or everybody will want them. Now, the manager knows you're coming over. The other waiters and waitresses do not know, but just the manager, so you can't be fired. Now, no matter what anybody wants to eat, no matter what they order, you push pickled pig's feet. And here is one last thing. At this time of the evening, there are bound to be some men dining alone over there. So you pick out a middle-aged one and walk up, stand by him for a minute, Mrs. Nelson, and maybe ask him what he wants for dinner or anything. Then you stop and you stand back and you put your hands on your hips and you say, I've told you a dozen times I won't go out with you. You're a married man. What do you think this guy will do, huh?
I don't know.
Well, we'll find out. Now, of course, this is the part that protects you, Mrs. Nelson. We are not going to get you in trouble because he'll pretend to get mad because actually he's going to be an actor we hired because we want to find out the reactions of the people around him. Irv Atkins, you drive her up to Lyman's. And remember, the only person in on the gag is Max Lerner, the manager, and he'll put you right to work as a waitress. So, on your way, say goodbye to Sourpuss Sally. There she goes. Oh, a little girl from Idaho is going to have a lot of fun, huh? Of course, we told her everything. She doesn't need to know one little tiny insignificant detail. We don't have any actor over there. No use doing it the easy way. Atkins will just point out some poor unsuspecting character sitting there. We should worry. We have lots of contestants. All right, Roy, who's the third $1,000 grand prize winner in our funny experience contest?
Art, the lucky winner is Gualterio Quinones from Philadelphia, Pennsylvania. And the 10 $100 prize winners have been notified by mail.
Well, there are 11 lucky people, and you too can be lucky. Now, folks, this is your last chance.
That's so right. This is positively the last week you can pick up one of Milky Way's $100 or $1,000 cash prizes that we've been giving out every week for funny stories from you. So come on, get in while the getting is good. Simply write us in 50 words or less on the subject, the funniest thing that ever happened to me. Put your name and address on your entry, enclose 2 Milky Way or Forever Yours candy bar wrappers, or one of each, and mail to Milky Way, Box 224, Hollywood, California. Send all the entries you like, so long as your name and address and the 2 candy bar wrappers are with each. But your entry must be postmarked before midnight this Saturday, March 21st, or you'll be out of the running. It will be judged on the basis of originality, humor, and interest of the situation. Judges' decisions are final. All entries become the property of Mars Incorporated, and none will be returned. The contest is subject to all federal, state, and local regulations.
Don't forget, we're announcing the $1,000 prize winner's name on People Are Funny. April 7th. Is that you? Well, maybe something funny happened to you. Send it to Milky Way, Box 224, Hollywood, California. Last call. Who's next, Roy?
Mr. George Dawley from Los Angeles. Meet Art Linkletter.
Hello, Mr. Dawley.
Linkletter?
Mr. Dawley, what do you do for a living?
Well, I work for Midland Properties Construction Company.
I'd say you're a man of 35?
Pretty close, 33.
33, married for 7 years.
12 years.
12 years, 5 children.
No one.
What do you do at the Midland Properties Construction Company?
Oh, I work as a clerk in their office.
That's the outfit, ladies and gentlemen, we sent a lot of tickets to. You have some people here with you from...
Yes, I do.
Is your boss here with you, Mr. Dawley?
Well, he just happens to be, yes.
Oh, he came along with the rest of the workers.
Yes.
What's his name?
Mr. Lushing.
Is he a nice boss?
Very nice.
Very nice, huh? You said that so easy, I don't know. Is he nice? Have you given it a lot of thought?
Yes, matter of fact, I have. He's a very nice man.
Does he give you a month's vacation, I suppose, with double pay every year?
Oh, without a doubt, without a doubt.
Does he?
Why, sure.
He is a nice boss. Does he give you a $100 raise every 6 months?
No, not exactly.
Does he share the profits at all?
No.
He isn't so nice as we made out at the start. Of course, you do call him a nice boss. What's his name?
Alfred Lushing.
Alfred Lushing. Now, the reason I ask that is that while we sent out tickets to the whole group and asked him to come along, he doesn't know that we're asking him up here right now. Mr. Lushing, the boss of the construction company. Would you come up? Come on. That's it. Give him a little encouragement. Mr. Lushing, would you come right over here, please? You know Mr. Dawley?
Yes, I do.
How long has he worked for you?
Oh, about 6 years, isn't it,
Oh,
George?
it's about 7 now.
7.
7 years. Let's not cut his service down, you know. He's going for that gold watch. Now, Mr. Dolly, what's your first name?
George.
George Dolly. When employees get together, you know, during off hours, they sometimes talk about their boss, don't they?
Well, sometimes.
Yes, of course they do. All employees do. They don't say anything uncomplimentary. Maybe someone will say, gee, if I wasn't smarter than him, I'd drop dead. Have you ever said anything like that?
No.
But deep down in your heart, what do you honestly think?
I think he's a very smart man.
You think he's a very smart man, uh-huh. Well, as a matter of fact, Mr. Lushing, you do look like a smart man. If you don't mind, I'm going to give you a quick intelligence test devised by Professor Terman of Stanford University. If the sun rises in the east, where does it set?
In the west.
Right. The world is flat as a pancake. True or false?
False.
Watch this one. If it's 3 o'clock in New York and 12 o'clock in Los Angeles, what time is it in West Los Angeles?
12 o'clock.
He passed. Mr. Dolly, you do have a smart boss, don't you?
Oh, without a doubt.
Ladies and gentlemen, in front of the public, from coast to coast, we want to see the reactions of an employee and an employer when they are in an intelligence test against each other. We're going to settle once and for all who is smarter, the employee or the employer. Don't you think that's a good idea, Mr. Dolly?
No, I don't.
Now, look, I'm sure your boss, Mr. Lushing, wouldn't mind if you beat him. Would you, Mr. Lushing?
Oh, no. No, I think he should do his best.
Well, Mr. Dolly versus his boss, Mr. Lushing. And I'm going to start with you, Mr. Dolly. I'll answer these to the best of your ability, both of you. Who is Secretary of State?
John Foster Dulles.
Now, before I even could say in Eisenhower's cabinet, that's right, John Foster Dulles. Now to the boss, Mr. Lushing. Who's Secretary of the Navy? In 1798. I'm sorry, time's up. It was Benjamin Stoddard, as everybody knows. Mr. Dolly, which of these figures is closest to the jet plane speed record? 20 miles an hour, 30 miles an hour, or 500 miles an hour?
500 miles an hour.
And now, Mr. Lushing, to be fair, I'll give you the same type of question. What is the maximum speed of a year-old bumblebee with a 20-mile tail wing? Wait a minute, I'm not through. I'm going to give him a hint. This is a female bumblebee.
I'm sorry, I don't know.
Shouldn't he have known that, Mr. Dolly?
Oh, I don't think that's a fair question.
You're being modest, that's all. Why don't you admit it? Now, Mr. Dolly, what is Harry Truman's daughter famous for? What is she? It begins with S.
Skating.
You know, that's absolutely right. The Harry Truman I'm thinking of runs a small shoemaker shop up near Lake Schenectady, and his daughter is an ice skater. It's correct. Mr. Lushing, the boss, what is President Eisenhower's wife's name?
Mamie.
I'm going to have to count that wrong. It's just half right. It's Mamie Eisenhower. Mr. Dolly, your boss could miss him, can't he?
Well, I don't think that was fair either.
Well, don't stick up for him. You're trying to lose this contest. Your next question. If I had 2 pets and you gave me 2 more next week, at the end of next week, how many would I have?
12.
You're right, they're rabbits. If you'd have said 1, they'd have died. Well, there's no use carrying this contest any further. It's kind of one-sided. What's the final score, Mr. Goodell?
Mr. Lushing, all wrong. Mr. Dolly, all right.
Well, we've settled who's smarter. Aren't you thrilled, Mr. Dolly?
I guess so, yes.
Yes, well, you ought to be. And Mr. Lushing, how do you feel about it?
Well, I think it's very good. The boys have to carry on the business.
In other words, you want smart employees.
That I do.
Yeah, you have to do less then.
Quite.
That's a mighty sound observation. Now, would you 2 men accept any prize we might offer as a reward for being here tonight?
Mm-hmm.
All right.
Yes.
We're going to give the boss a day off from work next week, Mr. Lushing and Mr. Dawley, for your prize, you've agreed to this. Yeah. Mr. Dawley will take over the job as the president of the Midland Properties Construction Company. Won't that be fun? George?
Well, yes, it certainly will. I don't think I'll be able to do as well as he does, though.
Oh, now, you don't need to say that. You can build the houses with a different slant the day he's gone. And just to make it more fun as the boss, Mr. Dawley, while you're in the office there, when you get home, you'll find there a 21-inch console model Westinghouse television set. Whoa. You can be sure if it's a Westinghouse. How does that sound?
Oh, that's wonderful. Thank you very,
Mr. Lushing, you have a day off. To give you something to read in your day off, here's a copy of the Bobbsey Twins at Cherry Farm. A lovely book. Goodbye, and thanks to both of you from Milky Way.
And don't forget to brighten your day with Milky Way.
Say, Roy, do you feel a draft somewhere?
Well, no, Art. That's our saxophone player. Blowing in for the 4th week. Dr. Richard Nelson with his wife and famous teacher, Freddie Martin.
Hi, folks. Hello, Freddie. Hello, Doctor.
Hi, Art.
Mrs. Nelson.
Hello.
Freddie Martin, from being one of the world's most famous band leaders, you have now been a music teacher for the last 3 weeks, trying to teach a young musician, Dr. Nelson, who has never before studied any music at all, how to play the saxophone. Mm-hmm. How do you like it?
Well, Art, I'm seriously considering shipping out on a live bait barge to Bombay.
Must have been a harrowing experience. And Dr. Nelson, you don't seem to be his favorite pupil. What's the trouble?
Well, I wouldn't say he was my favorite teacher either.
After 3 weeks, how do you like him as a critic? After all, he's been the judge of your music each week.
Well, as a critic, I'm just waiting to get a chance to operate on him.
You see the reason Dr. Nelson feels this way? We picked him out of the audience, 3 weeks ago, as a man who never studied music, and we gave him a saxophone and Freddie Martin. And after a week of practicing the Stein song, Freddie Martin had to judge whether he could play it well enough or not to get a vacation trip to New England. I remember you turned thumbs down, didn't you, Freddie?
Yes, I had to. Yeah. From a professional standpoint, I hated to do it, Art.
Oh, naturally. You know. So we gave him a second week to try, and the doc tried to learn the sidewalks of New York for a trip to New York City. And, Doctor, do you remember what Freddie thought of your rendition of that song?
Well, it went pretty good, except the last note is sure flubbed up.
Flub is a fine word. You cracked the sidewalks of New York. Anyway, tonight, you've come back for the 3rd week, and we're giving you another chance. Now, if you can play the tune Chicago, to Freddie's satisfaction, Milky Way will send you and Mrs. Nelson on an all-expense-paid vacation to the Windy City. What do you think of that?
Well, that's fine, but doesn't it seem like every week the trip gets nearer home?
It does. Well, you still want to go to Chicago, don't you?
Oh, sure.
All right, you've been practicing?
Yes,
I remember Dr. Nelson gets home from the hospital about 11 o'clock at night. It's the only time he has to practice. So, Doc Nelson, you are now going to try to play Chicago. And if you play it well enough, away you go. Let's hear it. Here we go. That's enough. No. Doctor, please. The Mars plant is located in Chicago, and if you have just ruined the next batch of Milky Ways, we're going to sue you. Freddie Martin, you're a perfectionist on a saxophone, perhaps one of the great saxophone players of the world. What would you say as to whether or not he's playing it well enough?
Well, Art, his embouchure is still very immature. His playing for the tune Chicago, that was a little on the legato side. Too much rubato, I'm afraid, Doctor.
Sounds bad. I don't know what you're saying.
Well,
does he go to Chicago or not?
I'm afraid. I hate to do this, but I'm afraid I couldn't say yes to that.
Well, Doctor, you have worked hard now for 3 weeks, and I think you do deserve some kind of a prize. I'm going to give you one more chance. You believe me, don't you, Doctor?
Frankly, no. fooled too many times already.
No, you've been a mighty good sport, and we're going to do this. In a hat that's being brought out right now are a number of songs and names of songs. Now, if you can play just the first note, only the first note of any of the songs in that hat, Milky Way will give you and Mrs. Nelson a wonderful vacation at the place mentioned in the title of the song. Oh, by the way, you don't read music, of course, so Freddie, he couldn't be expected to read the first note, so you just draw in the hat, just reach in there and grab one out, and tell him what the first note is.
B flat.
B flat. Now, Dr. Nelson, here's your chance. You play B flat, and Mrs. Nelson and you go to the place mentioned in the title. So play B flat and really make that sharp. What do you say, Freddie?
That's the most beautiful B flat I ever heard in my life.
You mean to say, Freddie?
We made it. Notes on that horn. He had to pick out a B flat.
You mean to say that his embouchure is not immature?
No, sir.
And
he had it right on the nose.
His legato is not tacit?
After all of these weeks, it's a pleasure now to hear that tone come out of there. That was beautiful.
They get the trick.
Right note.
Absolutely.
And by the way, you have the slip there. What is the name of the song you picked?
San Fernando Valley.
Well, for God's sake, that's wonderful. Now, that's Mr. Nelson, you and Mrs. Nelson will be flown on a TWA 300-mile-an-hour Transworld Airline Constellation from Los Angeles to San Fernando Valley. And while that is only a 6-mile trip by air, you do get a wonderful 8-mile bus trip to the airport. Now, you're going to vacation at a little motel. There's the telephone. Just a minute. Hello. Hello. Yes, this is Art Linkletter. Mm-hmm. Yes, the people are funny. Mm-hmm. Oh, yeah. Oh, yes. Mm-hmm. I understand. Thank you very much. That was TWA on the phone. Their planes, unfortunately, according to the schedule, do not land in San Fernando Valley. So once you get aboard, they will have to take you on across the United States to New York City. How do you like that, Mr.
Wonderful.
Wonderful. You like that, huh? Wait a minute. There goes the phone again. Yes, this is Linkletter again. Uh-huh. Yes, oh, yes, thank you. Oh, it does. Well, okay, I'll tell him. Fine, goodbye. What do you know? Something's happened again.
Oh, boy. Well,
Dr.
nice
Nelson?
thinking about it anyway.
Huh?
Nice thinking about it anyway.
I'm sorry, but that plane schedule doesn't happen to stop in New York long enough for you to get your luggage off, and you'll have to go on across the Atlantic Ocean to Paris, France. That's right. Isn't that nice? Yes, sir? You'll go all the way across to Paris with all expenses paid, and you'll stay at the famous Georges V Hotel. That's George V. That's where I stayed in Paris. You'll get a bigger room, though. You'll be near the Arc de Triomphe. You'll be on the Champs-Élysées. Oh, it'll be wonderful. And you'll really deserve it after these 4 weeks. And have a wonderful time. Do you speak French?
No, but do they understand the saxophone?
I would suggest, Doctor, that you leave the sax at home. The United States is having enough trouble with international harmony. As a matter of fact, Freddie Martin, what are you so happy about?
Well, the teacher always goes with the pupil, Art.
Oh, he does, huh?
Well, naturally.
As a matter of fact, Freddie, I know you're kidding me, but as a big surprise to you, we have already made arrangements, and we have your ticket to Paris. Yes, the Paris Inn, right here in downtown Los Angeles.
Oh, boy.
By the way, Dr. Nelson, are you glad that you came along for the trip?
Oh, boy, it's been worth every minute of those midnight hours I spent practicing.
I can't think of anybody I'd like and enjoy more giving a wonderful prize to than a young resident doctor doing his part for everybody. So goodbye from all of us and a happy vacation from Milky Way, forever yours, and Freddie Martin, your dear friend. Say, before I forget, Don't you forget, this is positively the last week you can pick up one of those big cash prizes in Milky Way's Funny Story Contest. And please make sure that 2 Milky Way or Forever Yours candy bar wrappers are with each entry. Of course, that should be easy enough. You'll be eating the bars before you send the wrappers, and believe me, your taste never had it so good. Your taste, mind you, because if you have that taste for light, pure milk chocolate, you simply concentrate on Milky Way, the finest of finest light, pure milk chocolate wrapped around chocolate and malted milk nougat and a creamy caramel layer. Yes, sir, it's great. On the other hand, folks, if you like dark chocolate better, you'll never get a better answer than when you ask for Milky Way's first cousin, the Mars Forever Yours bar. There's dark vanilla-flavored chocolate, a king-sized coating of it, and inside, vanilla nougat plus that famous creamy Mars golden caramel layer. Milky Way, Forever Yours. Cousins in good taste for your taste. Will you join me? At the beginning of the program, we sent a lady out to the middle of Hollywood to pretend she was a waitress at Mike Lyman's restaurant. Remember, she was dressed up as one. The manager was in on the gag. Her name was Mrs. Lou Etta Nelson, and she was supposed to insult the customers in that restaurant, especially one middle-aged customer who we told her was to be pointed out to her as an actor, and she was to accuse him out loud of trying to date her up. Of course, what she didn't know was that we had no actor up there. It was some stranger. We don't know who it was or what happened. So Mrs. Nelson's in the hall. Open the door, boys. Bring her in, and let's find out what happened to a tourist in Hollywood who got caught in the People Are Funny web. You went up to Mike Lyman's. Were there many people there at this time?
Yeah, it was crowded.
Uh-huh. Now, the manager was in on it, and he assigned you some tables.
Uh-huh.
Now, what did your first customer order? Do you remember?
He ordered the dinner.
The regular
complete
dinner.
dinner.
Yeah. Well, what did you say?
I told him that he would enjoy the pickled pig feet.
And what did he say to that?
He said, no, I'd rather have the roast beef. And I said, oh, it's done to perfection. You will really enjoy it tonight. It's excellent.
The pickled pig's feet.
Mm-hmm.
But did you insult anybody? How did you insult them?
Well, I poured water for a table there of 4, and I got some crumbs mixed in with it.
Were you very flip in your remarks with the customer?
I tried to be.
Did you insult any of them?
Well, they looked insulted.
Did anybody give you any tips?
No.
Now, Irv Atkins pointed out some middle-aged man who was an actor up there.
Yes.
And you walked over to him.
Mm-hmm.
What'd you do then? What'd you say?
I put my hands on my hips, and I said, now listen, I'm not going to have a date with you. You're already married.
Huh?
He looked at me, and he says, well, I didn't ask you for a date.
Did any of the other people around hear this?
Yes, everybody was looking at me. He denied it, but he got awfully riled up and mad, and he was speaking so loud.
Yeah, and now, did anybody get mad at all?
Well, they were provoked, yes.
Uh-huh. Would you say, generally speaking, that the average American public will stand for more than you thought it would stand for or not?
No, they want to be served properly, I'm quite sure.
Uh-huh. And you interested in meeting this gray-haired old man, this actor?
I don't know. I guess so.
We don't know who he is. He's no actor. In fact, we hope we'll never see him again. Wasn't that terrible? Our actor failed to show up, and so we just told her to point out anybody to you. It was a terrible mistake. Well, Mrs. Nelson, you were the victim of a little hoax, as usual, on this program, and also you performed a little experiment, which I hope will lead you to be happier at home with your husband, even though he is not, being an average American husband, as prolific in his praise of you as you'd like. Are you going to be happy to serve at home for a while again?
I certainly shall.
You go back to that little town in Idaho and glad to be there. And after coming here and doing such a good job, we'd like to have you take home with you a world-famous $350 Adler sewing machine in the Windsor desk model. Isn't that nice?
Oh, thank you very much.
Your choice of blonde or walnut finishes. It'll be wonderful for your home and for your children. And thanks from Milky Way. Goodbye, Mrs. Nelson. Yeah. No, next week on People Are Funny, we're going to try to get a man to fly without a plane, without a parachute. Will he do it? Tune in and find out. And now this is Art Linkletter saying goodnight from Milky Way and reminding you that you have only 4 more days to send in that funny experience for a chance at that grand prize of $1,000 cash or one of 10 $100 prizes. Now remember, the contest officially closes this Saturday, March 21st. But you still have time, so write your funny experience in 50 words or less. Mail with 2 wrappers from Milky Way or Forever Yours candy bars to Milky Way, Box 224, Hollywood, California. Do it now. Good night, folks. See you next Tuesday.
People Are Funny is brought to you by Milky Way, America's biggest-selling chocolate-covered candy bar, and by Milky Way's first cousin, that dark chocolate-covered favorite, Forever Yours. Remember, when your taste tells you light, pure milk chocolate over chocolate malted milk nougat, ask for Milky Way. But when dark chocolate is your wish, Forever Yours is your dish. Milky Way, Forever Yours. Both quality candy bars made famous by Mars. This program was transcribed from Hollywood.
Would you like to frighten away the income tax collector?
Find out how tonight on
People Are Funny.
Yes, transcribed from Hollywood, John Goodell's production of People Are Funny, brought to you by Forever Yours and Milky Way Candy Bars. Two quality bars made famous by Mars. And now, here's radio's top master of ceremonies, Art Linkletter.
Well, hello there and welcome to radio's most educational and cultural program. This is the program where we study human beings in a sort of an inhuman way. And I might tell you right here now that in 14 years of picking contestants out of the audience, we've never yet had anybody back down after they've once volunteered. They always do everything they can to complete the stunt. And let's see if we have a good audience here tonight. For instance, anybody, how many here are tourists? Yeah, right on. How many here are happy? Anybody here lend me $1,000? No! Who said no? I thought I'd trick you and load myself up tonight. Speaking of money, this is very important. Later tonight, I'm going to tell you how a dog somewhere in the United States will win $1,000 in cash. It might be your dog. Right now, Roy Rowan, who's first on the Forever Yours show?
Mr. Eric Reith from Shreveport, Louisiana. Meet Art Linkletter.
Hi, Eric.
Hi, Art.
How do you spell that last name?
R-E-I-T-H-E.
Huh? You never expected to be on this show when you came here tonight, did you?
No, it was the farthest thing from my mind.
I often wonder why people volunteer. What made you put up your hand when I asked for people, huh?
I'm a little woman.
Oh, the wife shoved the hand up, huh? Well, it's actually an easy program. It's a cinch to win prizes. For instance, I'll give you a prize if you can answer this question correctly. What is Mickey Mantle's Social Security number? Now, do you know or don't you know?
I do not know.
And that is the correct answer. He does not know. So he gets the prize, a wonderful treat for Halloween, a big 24-bar box of Forever Yours. And if you'll turn it over, you'll see a nice, big, exciting mask on the back that you could use for Halloween. Now you've won something, eh?
Yes, I have.
Isn't it easy?
Thank you.
Now, would you like to try for the $100,000? That's another program. Mr. Wright, is it?
Yes.
What do you do back in Louisiana?
I'm a instructor in an aeronautical instructor in aerodynamics.
Oh, for advanced students?
Primary and advanced.
Have you been a pilot yourself?
Yes, I have.
In which branch of the service?
Naval Air Corps.
Uh-huh. You're married and have...
None.
None, uh-huh. I just wondered. And is this the first time you've ever won anything? Have you ever won any prizes before anywhere?
No, I don't. No, I never have.
I just wondered, uh-huh. Now, tonight, you know, you're bound to get something.
That's the way you put that.
No, it's really a lot of fun. Now, you pay income taxes.
Yes, I do.
You fill out blanks. You're aware of the fact that everybody is expected to report his income.
Yes.
Mm-hmm. Now, Mr. Reith, have you read that recently the Department of Internal Revenue has been checking from door to door throughout the United States to see if people have paid their income tax?
Yes, I have.
Uh-huh. Have they come to your house yet?
No.
Uh-huh. Well, what do you think of this operation of theirs of going from door to door? Do you approve, or what's your...
Oh, pretty big operation, but I don't think...
Huh?
Well, I don't know.
Well, the reason I ask is that some critics of the plan have called this Operation Snoop. They don't think that people should be allowed to snoop around. What do you think?
Well, they shouldn't have anything to worry about if they pay their income tax.
Well, that's one way of looking at it. You think it's all right?
Yes, I do.
As a matter of fact, 53% of the American people approve of this, according to a Gallup poll. Of course, that means about 40% don't approve of it. Now, tonight, we're going to find out how people think about it here in Hollywood. And Mr. Wright, now look, you're not going to impersonate a Bureau of Internal man or anything like that. You're on the other side of the fence in this operation. Now look, here's a sign. Would you read what it says on the sign?
Keep out. These premises have been quarantined. Measles.
Now, Mr. Wright, don't you think a sign like that on the front door in the average house would keep away income tax investigators? Measles, mumps, scarlet fever. Isn't it a kind of a cute idea?
Yeah.
Well, now, we want to find out what people will think about this effort to keep away income tax collectors, because your job is to go out in a nearby neighborhood and try to peddle these signs for 50 cents apiece after you have told the people in the house that you have an inside tip that the federal investigator is coming this next week. Now, remember, we don't want you to actually sell the signs. We want to just find out what people think of this idea and if they're willing to buy them. And on the other hand, we might find out how many people will think you're unpatriotic and hit you right in the nose. Now, you got the idea, haven't you? Huh?
Yes, I have.
Now, I know that when you do get back, you'll have an interesting report on what people think about the collectors investigating, about this effort of yours to give them protection or anything else. Herb Atkins, you drive him there and get him back before the end of the program. Say goodbye to him, audience. Isn't that an interesting experiment? And very timely, too. And I've told him everything about it except for one little thing. Who do you think lives in one of the houses on that street we're sending him to? Yes, a tax collector. Wait till he gets to that house. That's all I got to say, brother. Well, here in America, we all have differences of opinion about things. There's something else a lot of people are arguing about these days. The Kinsey Report. Yeah, pro and con. Personally, I think the 800-page Kinsey Report is a good thing. It's wonderful for pressing flowers. That's how I use it. Of course, it's a bestseller. Did you ever wonder what makes a bestseller? It really, of course, isn't just one thing. It's a lot of things. And the same rule applies to candy bars like Forever Yours. You see, they're bestsellers themselves. You eat a Forever Yours, maybe you can't figure out any one thing that makes it good. Everything is good about Forever Yours. Take that pure dark chocolate coating. It's plenty good, and you get plenty of it. The folks at Mars are mighty generous when it comes to ladling on the chocolate, flavored with pure vanilla. And let's not be overlooking the golden caramel layer in the Forever Yours bars. So, there you are. It's no one thing. It's all good things that make Forever Yours a bestseller. And you can quote me, you can't buy a better candy bar. Give Forever Yours a real try soon, won't you?
Don't forget, always make yours forever yours.
Who's next on People Are Funny, Roy?
Mr. and Mrs. Clarence Sleater, but we're keeping Mrs. Sleater in a dressing room off stage.
Oh, yes, I noticed the lady wasn't along with you, Mr. Sleater. How do you spell Sleater?
Schlueter.
What kind of a name is that?
German.
German. Where are you from?
Belleville, Illinois.
Mm-hmm. And your wife is not with you at the moment?
No, sir, she isn't.
We were holding her off stage because I want to talk to you first, you see. Mr. Sleater, here's a treat to give those Halloween tricksters back there in Illinois. A big 24-bar box of Mars Forever Yours with a funny cutout full-face mask on the back of it. What do you do back there in Illinois?
I'm a machinist by trade.
Mm-hmm. Now, Mr. Sleater, you are a tourist.
Right, sir.
And you are not traveling alone, just you and your wife.
No, we're traveling with the Riekmans.
Uh-huh. Who is this fellow walking on stage back of you right now?
Lester Riekman.
Howdy, Les. You're traveling with this fellow, aren't you?
Yes, sir.
And, Les, you two are pretty good buddies, aren't you?
Yes, sir.
How long have you known him?
About 6 years.
You were where together?
Well, back in Illinois, and then we were in the Army together.
What did you do in the Army, Clarence Sleater?
I was a mess steward.
And what was he?
He was my first cook.
How was he?
Pretty good cook, sir.
Do you notice, Clarence, that Mr. Reichman is wearing a different suit than when he came to this show with you?
Yes, he is.
We picked him out of the audience after you and your wife had gone off stage, and you haven't seen him since then and didn't even know he was going to be on, did you?
No, sir, I didn't.
Well, now, that suit that he's wearing belongs to us. And in a couple of minutes, you'll find out why we had him change. The important thing I want everybody to get right now is that you two are real good buddies, huh?
Definitely.
Now, Mr. Sleater, would you do anything to keep your pal Lester here out of a jam?
Well, I guess I would if it would do him some good.
Well, believe me, you might be in a position to do him a world of good tonight. Would you go so far, for instance, as a buddy, to tell a lie or two for him?
Well, maybe one or two. I think I would.
You would tell a lie or two to keep him out of real trouble?
Out of real trouble.
Well, Clarence, it's my duty to tell you now that any lies you want to tell about him will certainly do him a lot of good. Because during the next 5 minutes or so, he is going to be sitting over a 500-gallon tank of ice water. It's now being unveiled. Take him right back up there. Now, you'll notice that he's walking a small plank across the top of the tremendous tank, which has a glass front so we can see what happens to anybody who falls into it. And he's sitting on a seat up there. That little seat has a trick joint that holds it up. And the moment somebody presses a little attachment, the joint folds up, and you know what happens to your buddy?
I've got a very good idea.
He goes into the drink. How do you feel up there, Lester? How do you feel?
It's not too good.
However, I wouldn't worry because you trust your buddy?
Oh, yeah, till the end.
In a moment, ladies and gentlemen, we're now going to bring the next performer in this eternal triangle on stage. Mrs. Sleater is going to come on stage, and I'm going to interview her and her husband. And you up there have nothing to fear so long as your buddy down here tells lies during the interview. The very first time he tells the truth, what do you think's going to happen to you?
I don't want to think about it.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is a test of friendship if we have ever had it. Now, Mr. Sleater, you must also not let your wife know that you're lying. You got that?
Right.
All right. Send in Mrs. Sleater. Mrs. Sleater, hello. How do you do? Been comfortable out there?
Yes.
Take a look around. Who do you see up there?
Huh? Lester Reichman?
Yeah. What's he doing up there?
I don't know.
Well, I want to tell you. He's just sitting up over there because that's a grandstand seat. And he likes to see things from up there, so don't bother about him at all. His stunt comes later. Meanwhile, now that we've got him up there, I would like to find a little bit about your married life, Corinne and Clarence. How long have you been married, Corinne?
It was 4 years last June.
And, of course, you're in love and all.
Sure.
And even people who are in love and who've been married have fights once in a while. Do you and your husband ever have an argument or quarrel about anything? Huh?
Well, we've never had a fist fight, but...
Well, I'm delighted to hear that. But, I mean, have you ever had, a little quarrel about anything? What do you quarrel about? If you argue about anything, what do you argue most about? Maybe the way he hangs up his clothes or he drives or something.
Oh, he gets kind of mad at me for leaving my shoes in the middle of the room.
Is that true, Clarence?
Why, dear, I never get mad at you for your shoes in the room.
Yes, you do. You always fall over.
Well, he's probably trying to protect you right there in front of the audience here. What are your husband's good habits, Corinne?
Oh, he helps me around the house. He a lot of times does the dishes all by himself, and he takes me out. And...
Is that right, Clarence?
Well, I don't think it is. Not exactly. I don't help you with the dishes. I go out and fool around with the car most of the time.
Is that true, Corinne?
No.
But, dear, you know it is. How did I ever get that Chevy to run all the way down here?
It's just a good car.
Well, are you deliberately, Clarence, trying to make your wife mad by contradicting her?
Well, after being married for 4 years, I know better than to try and do that.
Well, then, in other words, she is lying, then.
I wouldn't say that.
I'm a little confused about this argument. Mr. Reichman, which side are you on?
Mr. Sleater's. He's my friend.
Yeah, he is your friend,
What? Does he, Corinne, does Clarence here always remember your anniversary, your wedding anniversary? And your...
Oh, yes.
Well, I really don't do it all the time. You see, I've got a box of candy hidden in the desk drawer that I usually keep for occasions that I forget.
And generally you do forget, and she reminds you?
She reminds me about a couple of weeks later.
Corinne?
No.
Huh? Well, why is he saying this?
I don't know.
He's making you out to be a fibber.
That's right.
What do you think of him?
I think he's a fibber.
I knew, too. What? We've been talking about him. What do you think is your best quality, Corinne? What do you think is the nicest thing about you as a wife?
Well, I can cook pretty good, as you can see.
Yeah, you are a pretty good cook, isn't he, Mr. Mr. Sleater?
Well, as I told you before, I was a mess steward in the Army. I don't think that's her best trait.
What do you think up there?
He tells me always how to cook, so I know how good he can cook.
Well, I'm going to ask you one more question, Clarence. If you had to do it over again, would you marry... That is a dirty question, and I'm just coming to. Just before I answer this question, can we hold the handbag, please? Hold the handbag. Looked like a rather heavy, blunt weapon. Mrs. Slater, would you marry this same woman? Would you marry her if you had to do it all over again?
Well, no.
You would?
Yes. I think I would.
You said... Now, wait a minute. You said yes, you would marry her, and that's the truth.
Yes, it's got to be, because friendship's got to end someplace or another.
Well, Lester, you said you'd be friends to the end. This is the end.
Yeah.
Goodbye. What do you think of your bosom pal, Mr. Raymond?
He's not my friend.
Oh, now, wait, seriously. Do you blame him with a question like that?
Well, after being married 4 years, I do the same.
Yeah, all right. Well, you've certainly ruined our suit of clothes. Anyhow, folks, we wanted you to see this because this is an exact preview of how they handle the trials in Russia. But you've both been cheerful victims, each in your own way, and so the Forever Yours Candy Bars wants you two old friends to each have a 21-inch Stromberg Carlson table model television set with panoramic vision, huh?
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Than the Stromberg Carlson. Goodbye from People Are Funny.
And remember, always make yours forever yours.
Who's next, Roy?
Mr. Richard Kaiser, meet Art Linkletter.
Come on up here, Mr. Kaiser. So you'll have some really good candy to satisfy the spooks on Halloween. We have a box of 24 Milky Ways from Mars for you.
Thank you.
You like Milky Ways, Richard?
Oh, very much.
They're fine. You're a boy of about what age?
24.
24, huh? And you come from out of town. This is not your hometown. Don't tell me what it is. Is that right?
That's correct.
Uh-huh. And what are you doing these days? Where are you?
Well, I'm waiting for the Air Force to call me. I'm a reserve officer, and waiting
are
for
you?
them.
Uh-huh. Now, you're a single man, aren't you, Richard?
Yes, I am.
Mm-hmm. And you were chosen tonight from about a half a dozen volunteers who said that they like dogs. You like dogs?
Very much.
Mm-hmm. And you could get away for a visit to your old hometown for a week or so. Could you start tomorrow morning?
Oh, anytime.
Uh-huh. As long as the government hasn't got their hand on you, you can travel a little.
That's correct.
And, of course, at our expense. Now,
sure.
Don't tell me what your hometown is, but how long has it been since you were there?
Oh, a few years.
Would you like to go back?
Oh, very much.
Have any special friends or relatives?
Oh, lots of friends up there.
Uh-huh. Now, you're going to even like it better on this trip because you're going to give somebody in your hometown, somewhere in the United States, $1,000 in cash. Last week on this program, some kind person, right, sitting in our studio audience, I think it was a minister, volunteered to save a little puppy's life by adopting it from the Los Angeles City Pound 12 hours before it was scheduled to be put away. Now, that pup, it turned out, was a rich pup who was so grateful that he willed all of the money he had in the bank, $1,000 cash,
to some other homeless dog somewhere in the United States. Now, Richard Kaiser, your job is to find the missing heir. Last week, we asked our listeners to go to their pound and adopt a dog, because there are lots of cute dogs who otherwise have to be killed unless they're adopted. And the dog that they adopted during this last week might be Miss Doggy of 1953 with a dowry of $1,000 in cash. Now, Richard, you're going to leave tomorrow morning on a 300-mile-an-hour TWA Transworld Airline Constellation for your hometown. When you get there, you go to the poundmaster, get a list of all the people who have adopted dogs in the last week. Then you hunt up these people, go from place to place, grab cabs, interview them, and take a look at the dog they adopted, because you're going to be the one to pick the dog, just like they do in a queen contest, see? Except for one little difference. Beauty doesn't count, and they can either be boys or girls. Now, here's how you judge them. Friendliness, personality, good manners, obedience, intelligence. In other words, an all-around dog. Any ugly mutt, male or female, has as good a chance of winning as a fancy poodle. It's all up to you, Richard. Now, when you've made the choice, you bring the dog and its master back to Hollywood. We'll have them on the show and award the $1,000 cash. Now, you can leave tomorrow?
Yes.
All right. Well, now, here's the question. Which town in the United States is your old hometown?
Salt Lake City. Salt
Lake City. All right, you folks in Salt Lake City, if you have adopted a dog from your pound in the last week, you might get the $1,000. So, Mr. Kaiser, goodbye to you and good luck to you and your choice for Miss Doggy of 1953. We'll see you in a week. So long, Richard. The other night, all my little links, and I got a bunch of them, gave me a typical invitation to a typical parent's Halloween party. They said, Dad, we'll do the tricks, you get the treats. And that, of course, is simple, because I'm just buying a big supply of Mars dark chocolate favorite, Forever Yours. Now, you wait till you taste that delicious dark vanilla-flavored chocolate. And there's plenty of it, wrapped all around a Forever Yours candy bar. And that's just the beginning. Bite inside. You meet up with a creamy, fluffy vanilla nougat, topped with a wonderful layer of Mars' famous golden caramel. Forever Yours is the best dark chocolate you can buy. Just as Milky Way, its popular first cousin, is the best light chocolate candy bar you can get. Now, everybody loves Milky Way and its sweet, light, pure milk chocolate goodness. And, by the way, speaking of Halloween, this year the Mars people have added an extra treat of their own. On those big 24-bar boxes of Forever Yours and Milky Way, you'll find some swell, full-face, full-color, cut-out masks that the kids will enjoy. And on the Milky Way six-pack, Mars has also printed a colorful assortment of eye masks. Keep on good spookin' terms with your family and friends this Halloween. Treat them to Forever Yours and Milky Way. Do you remember at the beginning of the program we sent a man out to try to sell quarantine measles signs in a nearby neighborhood for 50 cents each? You remember he was to try to sell the householders that the signs might frighten away income tax investigators who are doing door-to-door checking. He's back now, so we'll find out what happened. Come on in, Mr. Rife. How many houses did you visit?
I checked approximately 9.
9 houses. Now, you went up the door, knocked on the door, and what did you say?
Well, the first thing I asked him was, I introduced myself, and I asked him whether or not they'd kept up with the news of late in the last couple, 2 or 3 weeks, pertaining to the write-ups given the Internal Revenue agents making door-to-door checks on the income tax. I brought it out, and I started to say that we had been visited in the apartment house that I had been living at the day before, and they had missed me, but they had gotten several of the other fellows in there, and they were pretty personal and quite outlandish in their quizzical remarks made at the people when they was asking them pertaining to their private income.
Oh, you just made up this story to tell them how bad it was when the people came around, Then did you bring out the signs?
No. I mentioned the fact that a bunch of us had gotten together, and at our own cost, we had a bunch of these signs printed up, which we figured that the people were interested enough to keep these men out, they would buy one and hang them on the door. But first we had to find out whether or not they liked the revenue agent coming to their door and checking on their individual incomes.
What was the reaction of these people after this long build-up?
The first house, there was against the internal agent coming into the place there, very definitely.
But what about buying a sign?
Well, they thought it was quite high. I departed there. In the second house, why, I found about the same thing, only they weren't interested in the sign, and the guy says that he'd handle it his own way.
How would he handle it? In what way?
Well, he says that he'd knock his head off if he stepped in through the door.
Did you sell any signs?
Well, I had the opportunity to sell one. This woman, she was very, very much against the man coming to her door and checking.
The idea of the sign appealed to her?
Well, it did, yes. So when I suggested the price was 50 cents, she looked at me, and I guess she was kind of a pinch penny. It was a little high.
It was a little high?
Yes.
And we thought 4 bits was very reasonable to get rid of the whole United States government. Did you ever collect any money?
No.
Did anything unusual happen to you anywhere else?
Yes, the next place I went to, the woman answered the door. I didn't stay there very long.
Why?
She told me to get out in no pleasant terms. As soon as I mentioned the fact that I was I was peddling these cards, and she says, well, I couldn't use the language. She said, I think it's right. She said, it's none of your business. She says, you let them do what they want to. So, before she could say much more, I just took her off.
Now, the last house you went to.
Oh.
What happened?
Well, the guy came to the door, and they were watching TV, and I explained my purpose, and I asked him first, I said, what do you think about the idea of these guys coming over? And he said, well, I don't like it. He said, I don't think it's right. So I told him that I was living down the street in an apartment house, and
you had these signs for sale?
I had these signs for sale that after a bunch of us guys had made them up, and he says, well, I'm with the Internal Revenue Bureau.
How did he deliver the line? Was he mad or just sedated it, huh?
Well, I kind of jumped it there a bit. First he asked me, he says, well, where are you from? I told him, the apartment house. He said, what's your address down there? Well, I didn't know the address. So he asked me the apartment number, and I told him apartment number. He said, well, I lived there a couple of years. He said, I never heard of that apartment number. At that time, I began to get worried, you know.
Well, then when he told you he was a tax collector, what'd you do?
Oh, well, we talked a little bit, and I told him, I said, oh, heck, fella, I said, it's just a gag. I said, I'm being initiated into a fraternity over here.
How old can a fraternity man get? That's what I want. Well, I'll tell you, what would you say would be the final statistics, the count on whether people approve or disapprove, according to your door-to-door check, of the Internal Bureau's plan, of the 9 houses?
Oh, the statistics I would say would be about 6 that are against it, and 2 for it, 1.
And 1 was a collector. That's the part of the census that we don't know how to count. But that's an interesting thing. It goes against the Gallup poll, which went the other way in the actual tabulation of the American people's vote in favor of letting them do a little looking around. Well, I'll tell you, Mr. Wright, you had a rather interesting evening, didn't you?
Yes, I did.
And I tell you, for your work tonight, Forever Yours wants you and your wife to have a beautiful Tappan gas range with the exclusive Tappan features for better cooking. What do you think of that, huh?
Thank you very much.
Good foods just happen when you're cooking on a Tappan, and that's what will be happening in your house for a long time. By the way, there's one little detail in connection with the gift of the prize I wanted to let you know. The range is considered income. And you owe $63, and I wouldn't forget that because you're one guy the U.S. government's going to be watching. Goodbye. Be sure to listen next week, and if you live in Salt Lake City, you may be the owner of that $1,000 dog. If you live in Los Angeles or are planning to come to Southern California for a visit, you can write for tickets to People Are Funny, CBS Hollywood 28, California. Always glad to see visitors to this town. And now this is Art Linkletter saying good night and reminding you, for some mighty good goblin on Halloween, treat those tricksters to Forever Yours and Milky Way. Buy them in the handy 6-pack and the big 24-bar boxes with the free, colorful cutout masks on the back. Good night, everybody.
People Are Funny is brought to you by Forever Yours Candy Bars, that dark chocolate-covered favorite. Remember, when your taste tells you light, pure milk chocolate over chocolate malted milk nougat, ask for Milky Way. But when dark chocolate is your wish, forever yours is your dish. Milky Way, forever yours. 2 quality candy bars made famous by Mars. This program was transcribed from Hollywood.
Lady, are you sure you know where your husband is tonight?
We have a lady who doesn't, and you'll meet her later on...
People Are Funny!
Yes, transcribed from Hollywood, John Goodell's production of People Are Funny, brought to you by Forever Yours and Milky Way Candy Bars. 2 quality bars made famous by Mars. And now here's radio's top master of ceremonies, Art Linkletter.
Hi, everybody. Welcome to Hollywood and the People Are Funny show. I think we're going to have a very busy and I hope exciting half hour ahead of you. You're going to hear about the dog who will inherit $1,000 cash. And you kids and parents all over the country, you'll learn how to get Halloween masks for nothing. But right now, Roy Rowan, who's first to help us prove that people are funny in Hollywood?
Miss Carol Nerby from Pasadena, California. Meet Art Linkletter.
Hello, Miss Nerby.
How do you do?
As you know, Halloween Tricks and Treats will be with us soon, October 31st. Your trick on this program will be along in a minute, but right now, here's a treat. A big 24-bar box of that dark chocolate favorite, Forever Yours.
Thank you.
Now, you're a single girl,
Yes.
and your first name is?
Carol.
What do you do, Carol?
I'm an X-ray technician, registered.
And you're very pretty blonde, and you've never been married?
No.
Uh-huh. There's no reason why you shouldn't if we found the right fella.
I don't think so.
Uh-huh. You're romantically inclined.
Why, certainly.
As a matter of fact, Miss Nerby, I must confess to something. Our first stunt tonight, we really need a married woman, and you're single, and would you pretend, just for the fun of it, pretend that you're married for the evening?
I will.
You will, all right. You go along with us. Okay, I now pronounce you a married woman. And what do you know, folks? Already, here is her first child. Will you bring it out, please? Just take him. He's a 6.5-month baby. Boy, is he a cutie pie? Say, don't things go fast on this show? She was a single girl a minute ago. Now she's married and has a baby. Take a look at him. Do you think he looks more like you or your husband?
Well, he doesn't have my brown eyes.
Yeah, and you don't know what your husband looks like, do you?
No, not now.
Well, it doesn't make any difference because, Mrs. Nerby, you don't have any husband now because he has just deserted you. You see, things do happen fast. A minute ago, she wasn't married. Now she's married, has a baby, and her husband's gone. And I'll tell you where he is. He's down at a Hollywood bus station getting ready to take a bus and desert you and your child. Are you properly confused?
I am.
You don't know what I'm driving at? Huh? I see a look of horror creeping into her eyes. Well, this is the truth, Miss Nerby. Here's the idea of the stunt. We're going to drive you, Mr. Irvin Atkins there, you and your new baby, down to a bus station, and he'll point out a man to you.
He will?
Now, you rush up to this stranger, and you accuse him of deserting you and your baby. I want you to make this dramatic and believable. Pretend I'm the husband. What would you say?
You scoundrel. How dare you run away and leave us alone?
That's pretty good, isn't it? She catches on real fast. Well, I tell you, you remember the landlady needs the rent? There's no milk for the baby in the house. Anything you can think of, don't worry about the stranger, because he's an actor that we've hired that Irv will point out. What we want to find out is the reactions of the people in the bus station. There are always maybe 30 or 40 people waiting. Will they take sides in a family squabble? People are funny about sticking their nose into other people's business. You get that?
Yes.
And kind of take note of what will they side with you or him and so forth, and it'll be kind of an interesting report when you get back, okay?
All right.
All right, on your way, Irv. Say goodbye to the poor deserted wife. You know how we're going to double-cross her? Oh, then you already know. I won't tell you. Wait till the end of the program and find out if you're right. Say, Roy, would you believe it? The other day I was actually talking to some men from Mars.
Oh, sure, Art. Everybody does.
They land in flying saucers, and they're little people with 3 heads and purple eyes.
Roy, one more word from you, and you'll be working on another show. These men from Mars do not have 3 heads and purple eyes. They're from the Mars Candy Company, right here on Earth. Of course, the candy they make is out of this world because they are the makers of the Forever Yours candy bars. When they make Forever Yours, they only have one thing in mind, and that's the pleasure you get from them. And that's why the Mars people don't care how much it costs, so long as they can turn out the best candy bar ever made. Now, you take that dark milk chocolate that covers a Forever Yours. It's the best dark chocolate that money can buy, and you get lots of it. Then there's the delicious nougat center, flavored with pure vanilla, and there's none finer. And when it comes to the caramel layer that tops the nougat, it's the tastiest you ever bit into. Now, you see, to make really good caramel, you have to put plenty of cream in it, and that's what Mars does. Puts plenty of the best cream and fresh country eggs and sugar, everything else that goes into caramel. Forever Yours just can't help being a great candy bar. If you'd try one, folks, you'd see. Why don't you try one tomorrow and see for yourself?
And always make yours forever yours.
Who's next, Roy?
Mr. Stanley Mitchell from Los Angeles. Meet Art Linkletter.
Howdy, Mr. Mitchell. You're Mr. Mitchell, a single man.
Yes, sir.
Well, to sweeten you up a little more, as a bachelor, here's a big box of 24 delicious Forever Yours candy bars.
Thank you.
Now, Stanley, what do you do for a living?
Take care of the mail.
Where?
Terminal Annex.
Here in Los Angeles?
Yes.
Mm-hmm. And you're 40?
Right.
And never been married?
Yes, I have.
How many true friends do you think you could count on? It's something very few people have given a lot of thought to, but how many would you say?
Well, quite a few.
You have a lot of friends?
Quite a few.
Uh-huh. What's your definition of a true friend?
Oh, I would say one who would go to bat for you when you're in a tough spot.
Mm-hmm. Another definition would be a fellow who might loan you money when you need it without asking you why you have to have it or when he'll get it back. Wouldn't that be a definition of a true friend?
You're forcing me to say yes.
I would say so. A true friend would do that. You go up to him and say, Joe, I need $10 or whatever it is, and he gives it to you.
You're right.
All right. Now, do you think that you have a friend whom you could telephone this evening who would let you borrow $100 on a quick, unexplained notice?
I think so.
You think you have? Well, we're going to find out. People are funny about judging how many friends they have. There's a telephone over there on that table. It's an outside phone with a connection. We'll be able to hear both ends of the conversation. And if you can get one of your friends to promise to lend you $100 tonight, we're going to give you an all-expense-paid vacation at the Sahara Hotel in Las Vegas.
Wow.
Now, you got a number in mind. You got some friend you know his number. Just lift up the receiver. He's really scratching his forehead there. And you just start dialing, and there are 2 rules. You can't tell him you're on People Are Funny. You can't tell him why you need it. You must do it in a minute and a half after you get him. After your friend.
I can't tell him why I need it?
No, you just say you need it badly. See? All right. Now, just start dialing. Lift it up and start dialing.
Hello?
Johnny?
Yes.
This is Stan.
Oh, how are you?
Pretty good. How are you?
Pretty good.
Say, I'm kind of a bad spot, but I need some money pretty bad. Can you let me have it for a day or so?
Well, listen, can you meet me down Petco tonight?
Well, I just like to know, you know, I mean, it's quite a bit, but I just like to know. I need it pretty bad.
Yeah, well, how much?
A minute to go.
You make it?
Well, where can I meet you?
Well,
can I come by someplace tonight after, see, I'll be back about 9:30.
9:30? Well, could you let me know now? I got to know right away.
Yeah, that's all
Is that all right?
Yeah.
Okay. Listen,
Who was that fella?
That was John Goodman, a clerk, friend of mine.
A clerk down at the postal department?
No, he works out at Hollywood Station.
The Hollywood Station. How do you like that? He even works in a different station
And you did it in how much time, John?
57 seconds.
57 seconds, and I tell you, kind of had your heart in your throat for a second. But when it came right down to the line, that boy delivered, and as a result of tonight's program, he'll probably get lots of calls from his friends. They know a good one now when they hear one. Well, Mr. Mitchell, you have a friend who trusts you, and you must be the kind of a fellow who merits it. And you win from Forever Yours an all-expense vacation at the luxurious Sahara Hotel in Las Vegas, and you'll be flown there on a 300-mile-an-hour TWA Transworld Airline Constellation. Have some fun, huh?
That's wonderful.
And besides that, because you have such a nice friend, we're going to send him from us an electric shaver and a Shavex, the amazing attachment that doubles the power of any electric shaver. Thanks from People Are Funny for proving that people are swell. Bye, Stanley.
And don't forget, always make yours forever yours.
Who's next, Roy Rowan?
Mrs. Lillian Peterson from Los Angeles. Meet Art Linkletter.
All right, Mrs. Peterson, you come on up here. What do you do as a job?
I work downtown at Bullock's.
Uh-huh. Now, Miss Peterson, to sweeten up those spooks that are going to come around next Halloween, we have a big box of Forever Yours bars from the Mars Candy Company for you. And you'll recall that you said you believe in female intuition?
Yes.
We think that people are funny about liking to tell of their narrow escapes. If anybody's ever escaped with their life in an interesting or unusual way, they're bound and determined to have everybody hear about it. And so you and I go down the audience, Mrs. Peterson. We're going down, walk up and down the aisles. We're going to talk to 3 or 4 people. And they're going to tell us their true stories of a narrow escape. But I must warn you that there is one person in the audience who is a phony, planted there by us, a liar. And he is not going to tell the truth. And Forever Yours will give you $200 worth of fine merchandise from the famous Spiegel catalog if you can tell us which one is lying after you've heard them all.
I'll try.
All right, let's see the hands of the people who'd like to tell us about their narrow escapes. Would you stand up, the lady right here in the coral suit? You are Mrs.
Healy.
And Mrs. Healy, supposing you just tell us in your own words where it happened and what happened.
Well, several years ago in Chicago, there were some new neighbors moved in who had built a very beautiful home in this residential district. And they moved in a few weeks before Halloween, and they had a housewarming Halloween night. And about 2 a.m, I was awakened with dreadful yelling and screaming, and the neighborhood being quiet, it alarmed me. I got up and put on my house slippers and went to the front window, and there was the street just milling with men beating and banging each other. In the meantime, a neighbor evidently called the police, and the patrol came and took them off. And a little while, a flashlight flashed over my windows, where in between times something I didn't know what it was went over my head, and I put my hand up, and my hair was full of glass. And these 2 men rang my doorbell, and they came to the door, and they said they were detectives. And they had noticed the hole in the glass, and they came and wanted to see if anybody was injured. And I told them that I was so surprised and scared I didn't know what to say. And one fellow looked down at me, and he said, "Boy, you'd been a cooked goose if you had shoes on. You have slippers on, and you were just below the bullet."
Now, you heard that story now, Mrs. Peterson. How do you do, sir?
How do you do?
Your name is?
Hal Keene.
Where are you from, Mr. Keene?
St. Louis, Missouri.
And what was the story of your narrow escape?
Well, a couple of years ago, I was wrestling professionally in a small town, or not too small town, Owensboro, Kentucky. And after my match, which I won, the people seemed to think that I was unfair in my tactics. And when the referee announced that I had won, it seemed like the whole arena arose and was just about to lynch me. And my opponent, still quite angry for something, I can't still to this day figure out what it was, runs over and he just hits me with all his might.
When you weren't looking?
Yes. And that's all I remember, that I was knocked out cold. But later on in the dressing room, I found out that if it hadn't been for the fact that he had knocked me out and they carried me on the stretcher, God only knows what might have happened to me with all those people who seemed to claim that I was wrong.
In other words, they were getting ready to form a lynch mob for you.
Yes, that's right.
Sounds interesting, doesn't it?
Well, I don't know too much about wrestling.
Our next guest is Mr.
Falk.
Where are you from, Mr. Falk?
Well, originally Chicago.
All right. What was your narrow escape?
Well, last year, my 25th anniversary, I almost forgot it. It was on November 11th. So in the last minute, I thought, well, I better get some silverware because it's my silver anniversary. So I went to the bank to get the money, and just as they handed me the money, I heard some the alarms and some bullets going, so I run for the door, and a bullet crashed the door above my head.
It was a bank holdup.
Mm-hmm.
Did you got out all right?
Yeah.
And didn't get hit?
No.
All right, there's two bullet stories. This was a bank holdup. The other one was a neighborhood brawl. Thank you very much, sir. We have one more guest, a lady. That makes two ladies and two men. And now remember, one of these is a liar. One of these is a liar because we put him here, or her, and she or he was to tell one fact in this story which would tip you off. You are Mrs.?
Mrs. Howard Rusted.
From where?
From Los Angeles now.
Mrs. Rusted, what happened to you?
Well, when I was about 3, we moved not too far from a railroad track, and one night my sister got scared. She was dreaming, and she tried to throw me out the upstairs window. And if the screen hadn't been there, I would have toppled out, but I yelled so when I hit the floor, she woke up.
How old were you? 3?
About 3.
How old was she?
Well, I wouldn't say. She was much older than I. She was
in other words,
about 14 years old.
And it was a nightmare, and she was in her sleep, taking you to the window to throw you out.
Yes.
Well, that's an exciting story, and it was a long time ago, wasn't it?
A long time ago.
Uh-huh. Well, now, Mrs. Peterson, you've been looking at all of these guests, and you can just glance around. Here they all stand. You can judge of their honesty of their expression, their delivery. There is one thing which is not true about the story. And remember, if you tell me in the first guess who is the phony in this little stunt to prove that people are phony, you'll get the $200 worth of choice merchandise from the famous Spiegel catalog, and Spiegel has satisfied thousands of customers for 88 years. Mrs. Peterson, who are you picking?
There's a man who has a suspicious look on his face. If I judge from that way, yes.
In other words, the wrestler
yes.
looks suspicious to you.
Yes.
Now, there's nothing about his story particularly, because you don't know anything about wrestling.
I know nothing whatsoever.
But your
about
intuition
wrestling.
tells you that there's something sneaky about him.
Yes, definitely. The way his eyes and the general contour of his face and so on.
Yeah. You know, this is very interesting because this happens in police lineups and things all the time where people identify suspicious-looking people, and often they are accused of crimes. And believe me, you have very good intuition most of the time, but not this time. He's a perfectly okay guy.
Is that right?
So I'm sorry you're wrong. Now, I'm going to have to drop the prize to $100 and give you a second guess. Now, you know that he told the truth. Now, if you had been listening carefully and looking carefully, I think you could have told. You want to take a second guess?
Well, I assure you it will be a guess at random this time, definitely.
Yes?
I have no idea now.
You haven't? Uh-huh. Well, what are you going to guess?
Well, I'll just guess this man then.
This man here?
Mm-hmm.
For any special reason?
No, just because I'm going to guess now.
In other words, you seem to think that the men are more apt to be liars than the women.
Well,
You've been married.
I am.
Oh, yes. Well, that explains everything. You still are married.
Yes, I am.
Uh-huh. Well, I tell you, you're feeling that the men are more liable to tell lies than the women.
No, they aren't. Women are bigger prevaricators than men.
Oh, you think so?
Oh, yes, definitely. Women are.
Yes, but not tonight.
No, not tonight.
Well, you have hit it right. Your guess was right. The second time, this man, who doesn't look sneaky at all, did tell the lie, and I will tell you what it was that should have tipped you off. It was the 25th wedding anniversary that he went to the bank, and it was November 11th. Now, what is November 11th?
Armistice.
Armistice Day. And what happens to the banks on Armistice
They're
Day?
closed.
That's right. Oh, that's right. And we want to thank you other guests who told us the true stories of your narrow escapes. We'd like to have each of you have a sparkling chrome Miramatic coffee maker. And thanks from Forever Yours for proving you can't be too careful when you judge people. Thank you.
And don't forget, always make yours forever yours.
2 weeks ago, a little pup from the Los Angeles City Pound had his life saved because he was adopted by a member of our studio audience a few hours before he was doomed to extinction. Now, strangely enough, on this program of all places, it turned out that this little dog had $1,000 in cash in the bank. And he had a little note around his neck, said he wanted to give it to some other homeless dog in a pound somewhere in the United States. Now, last week, We picked a man at random out of our studio audience to find the missing dog. We discovered he was a Reserve Air Force officer whose hometown was Salt Lake City, Utah. We sent him back to his hometown on a TWA 300-mile-an-hour Transworld Airline Constellation, where he was to interview people who had adopted dogs during the preceding week and to award $1,000 in cash to the dog of his choice. Now, he was supposed to be back here in Hollywood tonight. He didn't make it. We've had him on the telephone line, I think, for the last couple of minutes. John, is that right? Bring out the phone, and this is a regular phone. You take the microphone, John, and I'll chat with him.
Hello.
Hello.
Richard Kaiser.
Yes, this is Dick.
I thought we had lost you.
No, I'm still here.
You're in Salt Lake?
Yes.
And you were supposed to be back here this week. And I know, of course, that you were delayed in getting away due to your own personal problems. But what happened?
Well, this is more of a job than I figured. They're kind of hard to judge a dog, especially when there's that much money involved.
Well, what do you do now? You've got a list of the dogs adopted from the pound.
That's right.
And now you're visiting these homes.
Yes, I am. I have a list of things I look for in the dogs.
Like what?
Well, general appearance, their alertness. Does he learn tricks easily? Does he understand what is wanted? And friendliness. Does he come rushing up, wagging his tail? And is he a good protector? Does he watch the property, or does he watch the young children that are out playing? And then I sort of play with the dog a little and look him over, give him a general checking.
By the way, I did want to ask you, this is your old hometown, and you're single, aren't you?
Yes, I am.
Are you looking up any old girlfriends?
Oh, yes, I certainly am. I wish I was out judging the young ladies.
Stick to the dogs.
Well, I will.
You can see the girls on your own time. And, Dick, we'll see you back here in Hollywood next Tuesday with a full report and with the dog and with the person who adopted the dog from the pound, and we'll award the $1,000 then.
Okay, fine.
Goodbye, Dick.
Goodbye.
Well, there you have it, ladies and gentlemen. A young fella's up there in Salt Lake having the time of his life at our expense, and somebody's going to get $1,000 because they were nice enough and kind enough to get a little dog from a pound. We'll find out next week who it is when Mr. Kaiser brings the dog and the master back to Hollywood. A week from Saturday is Halloween, the night for all the spooks and the goblins to be out, and believe me, when they come to my house, they're going to be happy. Happy because I'm stocking up on Forever Yours and Milky Way candy bars right there at home. And the kids will really go for them. I know that from past seasons. It's the best candy that money can buy. And there's another reason I'm passing out Forever Yours and Milky Way candy bars this Halloween, the colorful free masks on the back of the Forever Yours 24-bar package, and on the backs of Milky Way's 24s and Milky Way 6-packs. Now, our announcer, Roy, is holding them up. Look at some of them. Here's one of a pirate, and here's one of a silly clown, and look at this horrible...
Art, that's me.
I beg your pardon, Roy. I didn't think they were turning out masks so frightening this year. Anyhow, there are 18 different masks in full color on the Mars candy boxes, and the kids will love them when they go out for tricks and treats. Now, ladies and gentlemen, take a tip from me and give Forever Yours and Milky Way candy bars on Halloween night. You'll be the ghost of the town with all the little spooks who come calling on you. Forever Yours and Milky Ways, the best treats that ever turned a trick on Halloween. Now, we had a stunt that started a few minutes ago that was one of the most exciting stunts as far as possibilities are concerned that we've done for a long time. We sent a single girl out pretending that she was married with a 6.5-month-old baby boy in her arms to go to a Hollywood bus station and accuse a strange man of trying to desert her and their baby. She's back. Let's find out what happened and what was the double cross. Here she comes, Miss Nervy, a very sweet gal from Canada originally. How do you like being a married lady?
Oh, just wonderful.
Yeah, I'll bet. You had to go up to a bus station tonight, and Mr. Atkins pointed out a fella, didn't he?
He certainly did.
What did you do, or what did he do when you went up and yelled about the desertion?
He denied it. He said, no, he wasn't married to me. He said, you must have the wrong lady.
The wrong what?
The husband. He said, lady, he said, you must have the wrong husband. I said, no, indeed, I haven't the wrong husband. Where are you going?
And did he try to get away from you?
Certainly he did. He sat there and tried to argue for a few minutes. And then I said, well, where do you think you're going? He said, I'm going to San Diego.
San Diego? What kind of a looking fellow was he?
Well, my husband is 6'2". He weighs 160 pounds.
Oh, you said that?
dark house.
This is what he looked like.
Yes.
And well, did he, what did the rest of the people around the place do?
Well, at first when I went in there, the people were hypnotized.
You mean by this suddenly being an eyewitness to such a personal drama?
That's right.
Did you get the proper inflection in your voice?
Oh, yes. And then they were standing there, and before we left, the people were just standing there looking, their eyes popping out of their heads. And
Did anybody do anything or say anything?
then we went over to the ticket office, and the man said, when he told me that the bus was leaving at 6:55, I said, well, he can't go on that one. That's only 10 minutes. I said, we got to talk this over.
Yeah.
So then he says, no. He says, I can't do that. So then he started edging away, and I kept going with him.
Well, the baby in your arms, where was he edging toward?
He was going to the men's room.
Did he get away from you, Eileen?
And actually, when he went in there, I stood there for a few minutes, and then I came away.
Did anybody take your side or any?
And when I came out, these three women rushed up, and one says, well, she ought to know her own husband. What's the matter with him then?
Yeah.
Where does he think he's going? Call the police.
These women, they were sticking their nose into
Oh,
your...
yes.
But no man at the station volunteered to say anything.
Oh, there was one sailor there, and he was really giving the man the eye.
But he didn't say anything.
No, he just was standing there looking.
Well, now, this is interesting to us because this is a bona fide experiment, and the women were the only ones who volunteered to call the police or do something drastic about it.
Well, there were 2 or 3 men there, but they were just sort of looking. They were maybe skeptical. I don't know.
Well, did you, Mr. Atkins, did you notice anything?
All I can say is when he steps out of that men's room, 3 old ladies are going to lynch him, Art.
3 old ladies. Well, now, didn't you feel a little sorry for the poor guy who was acting the part of your erring husband?
Oh, yes.
As a matter of fact, you should feel sorry because you know this program, don't you?
Oh, yes.
He was no more actor than you are. He was a perfectly innocent guy that Irv pointed out.
Oh,
This guy was a stranger. We just picked him out, and he's probably going to come out of the men's room along about Christmas. Isn't that awful?
Terrible.
Well, now you know exactly what will happen in a bus station if this ever occurs to you. But
I certainly will.
I'm sure the man you get will be too smart to ever leave you. Well, mistakes will happen, and because Irv did this dirty trick on you, I didn't want him to, but he did. It was his idea. We want you to have a beautiful Tappan gas range with exclusive Tappan features because good foods just happen when you're cooking on a Tappan. Can you cook?
I certainly can.
And you now got a Tappan? I'll bet you'll be married in a week. Goodbye, and thanks from People Are Funny. Well, I guess that's about it for tonight. If you live in Southern California or if you're going to come out here for a visit and you'd like to see People Are Funny, you can write to CBS Hollywood for tickets. Now, before I go on behalf of the Mars Candy Company, I'd like to extend greetings to a fine organization that's constantly at work to prevent accidents. It's the National Safety Council, which this week is observing its 41st National Safety Congress in Chicago. Congratulations and success in this important job. Now, this is Art Linkletter saying goodbye from Hollywood and reminding you it'll be a trick to treat this Halloween with Forever Yours and Milky Ways. Get them both in the economical 6-packs and the 24-bar boxes with the free, colorful cutout masks on the back. Goodbye, everybody. See you next week.
People Are Funny is brought to you by Forever Yours Candy Bars, that dark chocolate-covered favorite. Remember, when your taste tells you light, pure milk chocolate over chocolate malted milk nougat, ask for Milky Way. But when dark chocolate is your wish, Forever Yours is your dish. Milky Way, Forever Yours. 2 quality candy bars made famous by Mars. This program was transcribed from Hollywood.
Lady, are you sure you know where your husband is tonight?
We have a lady who doesn't, and you'll meet her later on
People Are Funny.
Yes, transcribed from Hollywood, John Goodell's production of People Are Funny, repeating the best shows of the past season. And now, here's radio's top master of ceremonies, Art Linkletter.
Howdy, everybody. Welcome to Hollywood and the People Are Funny show. I think we're going to have a very busy and I hope exciting half hour ahead of you. But right now, Roy Rowan, who's first to help us prove that people are funny in Hollywood?
Our first guest is Miss Carol Nerby from Pasadena, California.
Hello, Miss Nerby.
How do you do?
Did he say you're from Pasadena?
Well, I am now, but not originally.
Where are you from?
Well, I was born in Saskatoon, Saskatchewan, Canada.
Now, you're a single girl.
Yes.
And your first name is?
Carol.
What do you do, Carol?
I'm an X-ray technician, registered.
And you're very pretty blonde. And you've never been married?
No.
Uh-huh. There's no reason why you shouldn't if we found the right fella.
I don't think so.
Uh-huh. You're romantically inclined.
Why shouldn't I?
As a matter of fact, Miss Nerby, I must confess to something. Our first stunt tonight, we really need a married woman. And you're single. And would you pretend, just for the fun of it, pretend that you're married for the evening?
I will.
You will, all right. You go along with this. Okay, I now pronounce you a married woman. And what do you know, folks? Already, here is her first child. Will you bring it out, please? Just take him. He's a 6.5-month baby. Boy, is he a cutie pie? Say, don't things go fast on this show? She was a single girl a minute ago. Now she's married and has a baby. Ever held a baby before?
Oh, yes.
Uh-huh. An X-ray technician, huh? You're now an X-ray technician with him, and his thumb is right in his mouth. Pull it out. Attaboy. Oh, he gives it to me. Now, Mrs. Nerby, I'm going to call you Mrs. Nerby now. Take a look at him. Do you think he looks more like you or your husband?
Well, he doesn't have my brown eyes.
Yeah, and you don't know what your husband looks like, do you?
No, not now.
Well, it doesn't make any difference because, Mrs. Nerby, you don't have any husband now. Because he has just deserted you. You see, things do happen fast. A minute ago, she wasn't married. Now she's married, has a baby, and her husband's gone. And I'll tell you where he is. He's down at a Hollywood bus station, getting ready to take a bus and desert you and your child. Are you properly confused?
I am.
You don't know what I'm driving at? Huh? I see a look of horror creeping into her eyes. Well, this is the truth, Miss Nerby. Here's the idea of the stunt. We're going to drive you, Mr. Irvin Atkins there, you and your new baby, down to a bus station, and he'll point out a man to you.
He will?
Now, you rush up to this stranger, and you accuse him of deserting you and your baby. I want you to make this dramatic and believable. Pretend I'm the husband. What would you say?
You scoundrel. How dare you run away and leave us alone?
That's pretty good, isn't it? She catches on real fast. Well, I tell you, you remember the landlady needs the rent. There's no milk for the baby in the house. Anything you can think of. And really press him because we want to... Now, don't worry. Don't worry about the stranger because he's an actor that we've hired that Irv will point out. What we want to find out is the reactions of the people in the bus station. There are always maybe 30 or 40 people waiting. Will they take sides in a family squabble? People are funny about sticking their nose into other people's business. You get that?
Yes.
And kind of take note of what they will they side with you or him and so forth. And it'll be kind of an interesting report when you get back. Okay?
All right.
All right. On your way, Irv. Say goodbye to the poor deserted wife. You know, I have never seen a more nervous woman, and when she volunteered, and now she's got one of the worst stunts to perform because you know how we're going to double-cross her? Oh, then you already know. I won't tell you. Wait till the end of the program and find out if you're right. Who's next, Roy?
Our next guest is Miss Lillian Peterson from Los Angeles.
All right, Mrs. Peterson, what do you do as a job?
I work downtown at Bullock's.
Uh-huh. And you'll recall that you said you believe in female intuition?
Yes.
We think that people are funny about liking to tell of their narrow escapes. If anybody's ever escaped with their life in an interesting or unusual way, they're bound to determine to have everybody hear about it. And so you and I go down the audience, Mrs. Peterson. We're going down, walk up and down the aisles. We're going to talk to 3 or 4 people. And they're going to tell us their true stories of a narrow escape. But I must warn you that there is one person in the audience who is a phony, planted there by us, a liar. And he is not going to tell the truth. We're going to give you $200 worth of fine merchandise if you can tell us which one is lying after you've heard them all.
I'll try.
All right, get your affirmative intuition and a-working. Because here we go. All right, let's see the hands of the people who'd like to tell us about their narrow escapes. Would you stand up, the lady right here in the coral suit? You are Mrs.
Healy.
And Mrs. Healy, supposing you just tell us in your own words where it happened and what happened.
Well, several years ago in Chicago, there were some new neighbors moved in who had built a very beautiful home in this residential district. And they moved in a few weeks before Halloween, and they had a housewarming Halloween night. And about 2 in the morning, I was awakened with dreadful yelling and screaming, and the neighborhood being quiet, it alarmed me. I got up and put on my house slippers and went to the front window, and there was the street just milling with men beating and banging each other. In the meantime, a neighbor evidently called the police, and the patrol came and took them off. And a little while, a flashlight flashed over my windows, where in between time, something I didn't know what it was went over my head, and I put my hand up, and my hair was full of glass. And these 2 men rang my doorbell, and they came to the door, and they said they were detectives. And they had noticed the hole in the glass, and they came in and wanted to see if anybody was injured. And I told them that I was so surprised and scared I didn't know what to say. And one fellow looked down at me, and he said, "Boy, you'd been a cooked goose if you had shoes on. You have slippers on, and you were just below the bullet."
Now, you heard that story now, Mrs. Peterson. How do you do, sir?
How do you do?
Your name is?
Hal Keene.
Where are you from, Mr. Keene?
St. Louis, Missouri.
And what was the story of your narrow escape?
Well, a couple of years ago, I was wrestling professionally in a small town, or not too small town, Owensboro, Kentucky. And after my match, which I won, the people seemed to think that I was unfair in my tactics. And when the referee announced that I had won, it seemed like the whole arena arose and was just about to lynch me. And my opponent, still quite angry for something, I can't still to this day figure out what it was, runs over and he just hits me with all his might.
When you weren't looking?
Yes. And that's all I remember, that I was knocked out cold. But later on in the dressing room, I found out that if it hadn't been for the fact that he had knocked me out and they carried me on the stretcher, God only knows what might have happened to me with all those people who seemed to claim that I was wrong.
In other words, they were getting ready to form a lynch mob for you.
Yes, that's right.
Sounds interesting, doesn't it?
Well, I don't know too much about wrestling.
Our next guest is Mr.
Falk.
Where are you from, Mr. Falk?
Well, originally Chicago.
All right. What was your narrow escape?
Well, last year, my 25th anniversary, I almost forgot it. It was on November 11th. So in the last minute, I thought, well, I better get some silverware because it's my silver anniversary. So I went to the bank to get the money. And just as they handed me the money, I heard some the alarms and some bullets going. So I run for the door, and a bullet crashed the door above my head.
It was a bank holdup.
Mm-hmm.
Did you got out all right?
Yeah.
And didn't get hit?
No.
All right, there's 2 bullet stories. This was a bank holdup. The other one was a neighborhood brawl. Thank you very much, sir. We have one more guest, a lady. That makes 2 ladies and 2 men. Now, remember, one of these is a liar. One of them is a liar because we put him here, or her, and she or he was to tell one fact in this story which would tip you off. You are Mrs.?
Margaret Riggs.
And where are you from?
From Tacoma, Washington.
What was your narrow escape?
Well, in 1941, November, I believe it was, our Narrows Bridge fell in the water. And I was in the last car to get across. The next one went down with the bridge.
How tall a bridge is that?
It's almost 200 feet, about a mile long.
And you were at the tail end of the traffic that got across?
Yes, the next car was a truck, which went down.
Was your car swaying at all with the bridge?
Yes, quite a good deal.
Did you know it was going to go?
No, we had no idea then when we started across.
Who was in the car with you?
Well, we were riding with a doctor and another man who was with him, a real estate man.
If you'd been back 50 feet, you wouldn't be here right now.
Well, it's just about that close.
I'm just guessing, of course. Now, do we have any more? Oh, we have one more lady. We want to get them all in. You're Mrs.?
Mrs. Howard Rusted.
From where?
From Los Angeles now.
Mrs. Rusted, what happened to you?
Well, when I was about 3, we moved not too far from a railroad track, and one night my sister got scared. She was dreaming, and she tried to throw me out the upstairs window. And if the screen hadn't been there, I would have toppled out, but I yelled so when I hit the floor, she woke up.
How old were you? 3?
About 3.
How old was she?
Well, I wouldn't say. She was much older than I. She was
in other
about
words,
14 years old.
And it was a nightmare, and she was in her sleep, taking you to the window to throw you out.
Yes.
Well, that's an exciting story, and it was a long time ago, wasn't it?
A long time ago.
Uh-huh. Mrs. Peterson, who are you picking?
There's a man who had suspicious look on his face. If I judge from that way, yes.
In other words, the wrestler
Yes.
looks suspicious to you.
Yes.
Uh-huh.
Has a suspicious look.
Now, there's nothing about his story particularly, because you don't know anything about wrestling.
I know nothing whatsoever.
But your
about
intuition
wrestling.
tells you that there's something sneaky about him.
Yes, definitely. The way his eyes and the general contour of his face and so on.
You know, this is very interesting because this happens in police lineups and things all the time where people identify suspicious-looking people, and often they are accused of crimes. And believe me, you have very good intuition most of the time, but not this time. He's a perfectly okay guy.
Is that right?
So I'm sorry you're wrong. He is telling the truth.
As I told you, it was a mere guess.
Yes. Now, I'm going to have to drop the prize to $100 worth of choice merchandise and give you a second guess. Now, you know that he told the truth. Now, if you had been listening carefully and looking carefully, I think you could have told. You want to take a second guess?
Well, I assure you it will be a guess at random this time, definitely.
Yes.
I have no idea now.
You haven't? Uh-huh. Well, what are you going to guess?
Well, I'll just guess this man, then.
This man here? For any special reason?
No, just because I'm going to guess now.
In other words, you seem to think that the men are more apt to be liars than the women.
Well...
You have been married.
I am.
Oh, yes. Well, that explains everything. You still are married.
Yes, I am.
Uh-huh. Well, I tell you, you're feeling that the men are more liable to tell lies than the women.
No, they aren't. Women are bigger prevaricators than men.
Oh, you think so?
Oh, yes, definitely women are.
Yes, but not tonight.
No, not tonight.
Well, you have hit it right. Your guess was right. The second time, this man, who doesn't look sneaky at all, did tell the lie, and I will tell you what it was that should have tipped you off. He said that he...
Well, see, I was so definite that it was he that I just sort of let the rest of the story slide. He was acting as if he were the guilty person.
Yes, uh-huh. Well, we'll keep the doors locked and don't let him away. There may be something in his past that none of us know about. But I'll tell you what it was. Did anybody guess what it was that tipped them off? Well, I'll tell you. It was the 25th wedding anniversary that he went to the bank, and it was November 11th. Now, what is November 11th?
Armistice.
Armistice Day. And what happens to the banks on Armistice
They're
Day?
closed.
That's right. Oh, that's right. And we want to thank you other guests who told us the true stories of your narrow escapes. Thanks for proving you can't be too careful when you judge people. Thank you. Who's next on People Are Funny, Roy?
Our next guest is Mr. Sid Freeman from Culver City, California.
How do you do, Mr. Freeman?
How do you do, Art?
Now, Mr. Freeman, you're a specially invited guest here tonight. You live here in Hollywood.
In Culver City.
How long have you been in this part of the country?
Oh, 20 years.
Mm-hmm. You're married?
Yes.
You have any children?
2.
2 children. Now, what kind of a job do you have, Sid?
I'm a CPA.
That's a...
Certified public accountant.
Now, Mr. Freeman, would you tell the people why and how we happen to invite you to be here tonight?
I'm still trying to find out. But I was working in the office tonight, and Mr. Atkins called me, asked me to come over, so here I am.
That's right. We found out that you're one of the people who work around Hollywood at night from time to time.
That's right.
How often do you work late? In other words, put in extra hours at the office?
2 or 3 nights a week.
Now, what does your wife think about you working late?
Well, she gets a little tired of it sometimes.
How late do you stay out at night?
About 10 or 11 o'clock.
10 or 11. You ever phone your wife from the office?
Once in a while.
Does she ever phone you to see if you're really there?
Sometimes. Not to see if I'm really there, I hope.
No, she knows you're there, huh?
That's right.
Of course. But along that same line, while we're discussing that particular phase of this operation, does your wife ever question you about whether you come right straight home from work or what? Or where you eat when you're staying down here?
Oh, not too often, at least subtly.
Mm-hmm. And she thinks you're at the office right now.
Yes, I am.
Well, technically speaking, you are. We brought you over here from your office, didn't we?
That's right.
And she hasn't phoned and you haven't phoned her?
No.
All right. Now, as far as she's concerned, you're at the office working. Now, we promised you something for coming here.
That's right. $20 in cash and a chance at a prize.
That's right. Now, you have the $20 in cash, and here's the chance for the prize. For your home, a beautiful $200 carpet. And here is the test that we want to make, and right now, every husband all over the country is pricking up his ears and wondering if he couldn't learn something from what's going to happen. We want you to call your wife up right from here. See that phone over there on the table? It's a regular telephone. We want you to call her at your home and tell her you're still at work at the office. And we want you to try to get her to say these words to you. And we'll all be listening because we'll be hearing her conversation, too. These 3 words that every wife should occasionally say to her husband. I love you.
I'll try.
All right, now. Have you ever called her up before in your life and asked her to say I love you?
Oh, I don't know.
It's an ordinary request, isn't it?
Yes.
Uh-huh. Now, you're not really at the office. So, we're going to produce a few office sound effects in the background so that your wife naturally will believe you, okay?
Sure.
Now, this is a rather boisterous little office I have in mind. We'll give you a little preview of what it's going to sound like, boys. Sounds more like a bar to me. I don't know. Now, you got the picture, Mr. Freeman.
I've got it.
Yeah.
I don't know what I'm going to do with it, though.
Now, remember, you're at the office. If your wife asks you about the voices and the laughing and the merriment in the background, make up your own story. You're on your own. Just don't tell her you're from People Are Funny. You got that?
Right.
Now, you got a minute and a half. Get ready to do some fast talking after you get her. And you sit down there and just dial your home phone. Just lift up the receiver, and you're on your own. Uh-huh. You gave the telephone number to the operator.
Hello, honey.
Hello, darling.
Hi. How are the kids?
Oh, just fine, except for Sandy. She seems to have the sniffles. Craig doesn't want to go to bed.
Fine. I just called to see if you still love me. Do you?
Certainly, honey.
Well, say it.
What's the matter with you? Are you working hard?
Well, sure, I'm working hard.
That's fine.
Oh, what's the matter?
Oh, I'm just tired.
Oh, well. I'm pretty tired, too. Been working pretty hard today. Getting kind of rough.
Cut that guffin, come on. Where are you?
Where am I? I'm in the office. What do you think? Yeah.
What's all that noise? It sounds suspicious.
Oh, the architect down the hall is having a party. I can't help it. He won't keep quiet.
Sure sounds gay.
Yeah. You know, he's opening his new office.
Why didn't you say something about it to us?
I don't know. He should have invited us. Tell me you love me, will you?
I don't know why you asked me this. You know the answer. Of course I love you.
Thank you. I love you, too.
Tell her goodbye.
Well, goodbye, honey. I'll see you later. Bye.
Say, you've got a reasonable wife. How do you like that? There are 2 things about that conversation that interested me. I had on the earphone so I could hear her very clearly. Number 1, she wasn't really very suspicious at all, was she?
Well, I tell you, I have a few clients who are in the restaurant business and have bars.
And so she could expect.
Well, if I'd been in the office, it wouldn't have sounded like that, but she could have figured I was in a restaurant or something.
Uh-huh. And in other words, did you say you were at the office?
Yes, but she might not have noticed that.
Well, now, that was just a preliminary. The thing that interested me most about the conversation was how quickly you had an explanation of an office party down the hall with some poor architect got the whole load put on his shoulders, huh?
Well, that was a good excuse. I just opened an office, and there is an architect.
Now, and he might give an office party.
He might.
You're a very successful married man, Mr. Freeman. And you have succeeded in having your wife answer, I love you, in a rather inexplicable situation. Goodbye, and thanks for your help in proving that people are funny, Mr. Freeman. We had a stunt that started a few minutes ago that was one of the most exciting stunts, as far as possibilities are concerned, that we've done for a long time. We sent a single girl out, pretending that she was married with a 6.5-month-old baby boy in her arms, to go to a Hollywood bus station and accuse a strange man of trying to desert her and their baby. She's back. Let's find out what happened and what was the double cross. Here she comes, Miss Nervy, a very sweet gal from Canada originally. How do you like being a married lady?
Oh, just wonderful.
Yeah, I'll bet. You had to go up to a bus station tonight, and Mr. Atkins pointed out a fella, didn't he?
He certainly did.
What did you do, or what did he do when you went up and yelled about the desertion?
He denied it. He said, no, he wasn't married to me. He said, you must have the wrong husband. I said, no, indeed, I haven't the wrong husband. Where are you going?
And did he try to get away from you?
Certainly he did. He sat there and tried to argue for a few minutes. And then I said, well, where do you think you're going? He said, I'm going to San Diego.
San Diego. What did the rest of the people around the place do?
Well, at first when I went in there, the people were hypnotized.
You mean by this suddenly being an eyewitness to such a personal drama?
That's right.
Did you get the proper inflection in your voice?
Oh, yes. And then they were standing there, and before we left, the people were just standing there looking, their eyes popping out of their heads.
Did anybody do anything or say anything?
Then we went over to the ticket office, and the man said, when he told me that the bus was leaving, I said, well, he can't go on that one. I said, we got to talk this over.
Yeah.
So then he says, no. He says, I can't do that. So then he started edging away, and I kept going with him.
With the baby in your arms, where was he edging toward?
He was going to the men's room.
That's a husband's last refuge. In time of need. Did he get away from you?
Actually, when he went in there, I stood there for a few minutes, and then I came away.
Did anybody take your side, or any?
When I came out, these three women rushed up, and one says, well, she ought to know her own husband. What's the matter with him, then?
Yeah.
Where does he think he's going? Call the police.
These women, they were sticking their nose into
oh,
your...
yes.
But no man at the station volunteered to say anything.
Oh, there was one sailor there, and he was really giving the man the eye.
But he didn't say anything.
No, he just was standing there looking.
Well, now, this is interesting to us because this is a bona fide experiment, and the women were the only ones who volunteered to call the police or do something drastic about it.
Well, there were 2 or 3 men there, but they were just sort of looking. They were maybe skeptical. I don't know.
Well, didn't you feel a little sorry for the poor guy who was acting the part of your erring husband?
Oh, yes.
As a matter of fact, you should feel sorry because you know this program, don't you?
Oh, yes.
He was no more actor than you are. He was a perfectly innocent guy that Irv pointed out.
Oh, no!
Goodbye, and thanks from People Are Funny. Good night.
This is the United States Armed Forces Radio and Television Service.
Who's the better loser, a man or a woman?
It all depends on what they lose on...
People Are Funny.
Yes, transcribed from Hollywood, John Goodell's production of People Are Funny, brought to you by Forever Yours and Milky Way Candy Bars. Both quality bars made famous by Mars. And now here's radio's top master of ceremonies, Art Linkletter.
Hello there, everybody. Well, here it is, a brand new year, our first broadcast of the new year, and guess what? I've made a resolution to be kind, courteous and considerate to every contestant on People Are Funny through the whole year. Well, Roy Rowan, who's first to prove that I can't keep a resolution?
Mr. Robert Jeffrey from Meriden, Connecticut. Meet Art Linkletter.
How do you do, Mr. Jeffrey?
How do you do, Mr.
Did he say Meriden, Connecticut?
That's right, Meriden.
Well, that's the magic word. You win a big box of dark chocolate goodness, 24 Forever Yours candy bars. What do you do back there?
I work for International Silver Company.
You're married, man, aren't you?
Yes, I am.
Mm-hmm. You know, we give away some nice prizes on this show.
Yes, I know you do.
How would you like to win? A 1954 Hudson Jet with Hudson's instant action super induction engine.
Yeah, I would.
Uh-huh. Well, Mr. Jeffrey, I'm happy to be able to tell you that you are the only person who can't win it. Because this one's an outside stunt for our listeners only. Look at that. Only 1 minute of the broadcast, and I've already broken my resolution to be kind to contestants. Well, anyway, it's better to give than receive. Don't you think so?
Yes, I do.
I hope you believe that. Because, Mr. Jeffrey, your stunt tonight is to make somebody happy by giving them a gift. Now, this is what's going to happen. You're going to leave CBS and be driven out into Hollywood to a residential neighborhood. You're going to pick out any house. That's up to you. You just say, that one right there. We stop the car and you get out and you walk up. Be sure you notice the number of the street and everything, because when somebody answers the door, you tell them that you live at the same number, 2 blocks over, and that you got a Christmas present, you unwrapped it, and then you saw by the card inside that it was not for you and that you were bringing it over to them. You got that?
Yes, I've got that.
All right, now, then you come over and you hand the person this beautiful antique lamp like this. Here, take it. You dropped it.
You dropped it.
Yeah, I dropped it, didn't I?
Yes, you did.
This is what we want you to do, see? I have some more lamps like this one. Now, you're going to have them in the back of the car. And you're going to take one of the lamps at a time. And you're going to go up to these doors, see? And you're going to say what I told you, that you got the present. And as they reach out for the lamp, you drop it, just like I did. And it smashes into bits right on the porch in front of them. In other words, there are 2 basic emotions inside the mind of this person at the door. They're happy and grateful to you for being honest enough to bring their present over, and then they're madder than heck because you just busted it in front of them.
I see.
Now, the question is, will they bust you? I think this is going to be an interesting experiment. We want you to take down, as long as you last, the various comments and the reactions of what they do. And then you come back and report on how the people reacted when the late Christmas present arrived. Say goodbye to them, audience. Say, Roy Rowan, how about you and I playing a game here?
All right.
We got a couple of good words, Forever Yours, and we'll spell them out. And for each letter, think up a word that describes this candy bar from Mars.
Oh, I get the idea, Art. Like F stands for forever. It will be your favorite forever.
That's right, Roy. The next letter is O. O is for out of this world, because a Forever Yours candy bar is really out of this world.
R for rich, a coating of rich, dark milk chocolate.
E for everything, and everything in a Forever Yours is the finest that money can buy.
V for vanilla. Mars flavors the dark chocolate and fluffy white nougat inside with pure vanilla.
E is for enjoyment. You'll really enjoy the creamy golden caramel layer.
R for reliable, and Forever Yours is always a reliable, fresh candy treat.
Y-O-U-R-S for yours, because always make yours forever yours. Who's next, Roy?
Mr. and Mrs. George Cannon from Fairbanks, Alaska, Art, but they're waiting off stage.
Oh, yes, they're the newlyweds. And down through the last 13 years, some of our very finest guests on this program have been newlyweds. You know why? Newlyweds are a little more self-conscious, a little more easily embarrassed, a little more nervous than anybody else. Now, what we're going to find out tonight is how much Mrs. Cannon, the wife, one of our newlyweds, will sacrifice to keep her husband from doing a very embarrassing thing. Now, we'll give them a test. You'll find out what it is as it goes along. And at a certain point, if she will save him from embarrassment at considerable sacrifice to her own self, we're going to give her a surprise gift that she doesn't know anything about. A beautiful Tappan gas range for their new home. All right, boys, bring them out and watch what happens. Because, remember, this is just a test. They don't know what's going on as yet. And our next couple is coming here now, Mr. and Mrs. Cannon. Oh, hello. How do you do, George? Where are you from, George?
Fairbanks, Alaska.
Oh, the ice is broken up early this winter. What do you do up there?
I have the photo finishing concession at Ladd Air Force Base and photography.
Uh-huh. And Mrs. Cannon?
I work for the Ladd Air Force Base for the Controller's Office.
How long you been married?
17 days, 23 hours, and 15 minutes.
I'd say that you're in your late 30s.
A little later than that, Art.
Uh-huh. What kept you? Why did you wait so long to get married, George?
Had to find a good girl.
How'd you find her? What was she doing when you found her?
I called a friend of mine to ask her if she would like to go with me to Officers Club at Candlelight and Wine, and she said that she was busy, but there was a nice gal that came in that she had known in Tokyo. She thought that she would like to go.
Ah, and you made a blind date with him?
It's a good one, too.
Yes. Well, now, you're going to go back to Alaska?
A week from tomorrow.
Yes. I feel sentimental when I talk to newlyweds. I'd like to do something nice for you, Mrs. Cannon.
Thank you.
How would you like a few nice additions to your wardrobe, for instance?
I'd love that.
All right. I'm going to make it easy for you. You're just going to answer a few simple questions and a little quiz, and for every correct answer you give me, I'll add something nice to your wardrobe. How does that sound?
Well, thank you. That's wonderful.
Uh-huh. Mr. Cannon, does this sound like a good deal to you?
Sounds fine.
Well, I'm glad you agree, because the other part of the game goes this way. Every time we add to her wardrobe, we subtract from yours.
Oh,
no. How does that sound?
Not so good.
You may think you're back in Alaska here in a couple of minutes. Now, you remember that, Mrs. Cannon? Well, I'll show you how it works out. For instance, what's your address up there?
821 Northwood Building, Fairbanks, Alaska.
That is absolutely right. And you have just won for yourself a pair of lovely ladies' shoes from Forever Yours.
Well, thank you.
Isn't that nice? Oh, by the way, Mr. Cannon, the other half of the game, would you take your shoes off, please? Oh, get a load of those socks. All right, now that's the first part of the game. Now, Mrs. Cannon, here's your next question. Do you know who was the second Assistant Secretary of the Navy?
I don't know.
That is correct. I asked you, do you know? You do not know. That is right. For that, you get a lovely cashmere sweater. Well, Mr. Cannon, you don't have a cashmere sweater on, but you have a coat on. We're paralleling here, so we'll take his coat off. That's fine. She's a pretty smart wife, huh?
Yes, she is.
Yeah. Now, Mrs. Cannon, for a new blouse, listen carefully. If Railroad A is 4,157 miles long, and Railroad B is 2,237 miles long, which one is wider?
Well, they're the same width.
That is right. They are the same width, and you have just won a beautiful blouse. We'd like to have your shirt, please, if you don't mind. All right. Now we come to a very important question, Mrs. Cannon. Your next prize is a beautiful pair of slacks. How are you today, Mr. Cannon?
Fine, Art.
What is the capital city of Illinois?
Chicago.
You know something? Chicago is not the capital of Illinois. The capital of Illinois happened, does anybody know? Springfield. Now, Mrs. Cannon, did you know that? What was going on? I don't know whether you're deliberately trying to avoid winning these new slacks or whether you're not. Well, I tell you, you've only been married 17 days. Your husband is standing here with his pants on at the moment. But he will lose them here in front of 1,000 people if you answer this question correctly. Also, you'll get a $60 dress for yourself. Now, think these two alternatives over. You got a $60 dress or a husband without pants. Who was the first president of the United States?
I don't know.
Now, folks, just a minute. We don't want to make this too hard. I'm going to give you a hint. He was connected with a hatchet and a cherry tree. You don't want to say, all right? Do you have any ideas?
Go ahead, honey. Say Washington.
You want her to get the dress. You don't care about your pants. You let hers answer the question. You don't want to say?
I don't know.
Look at the dress. Look at the dress. Very beautiful dress. Feel it. She's looking over at her husband. Has a nice feel to it. Silky. What do you think?
I don't remember.
It's up to her. It's up to her. Mrs. Cannon, this was really a test to see whether or not you would, for a prize, let your husband be this embarrassed. Now, how about reversing the game now? Would you like to have some new clothes?
Yes, I would, Art.
No, we're going to save that for television. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm just kidding, and I'm not kidding about this, Mrs. Cannon, because you were a real nice, modest bride, and you did save your husband from embarrassment, even though he wanted you to have the dress, figuring he'd save himself $60. We're going to give you a surprise prize, a beautiful Tappan gas range for your home with the exclusive Tappan features. Isn't that
wonderful.
nice? Good foods happen when you're cooking on a Tappan, whether you're in Alaska or in the Gulf of Mexico. And thanks for proving that people are funny.
And don't forget to always make yours forever yours.
Well, now who's next, Roy?
Mrs. Margie Neal from Los Angeles. Meet Art Linkletter.
Hello, Mrs. Neal.
Hello, Art.
A very pretty blonde girl, about 24.
25.
Uh-huh. Where are you from originally?
Tyler, Texas.
Mm-hmm. You're a married lady?
Yes.
Have any children?
I have 2.
We have for you, for the dark chocolate fans in your house, a big box of 24 delicious Forever Yours candy bars. And what business is your husband in, Miss Neal?
Well, he sells for a living.
Mm-hmm. And did you meet him that way?
No, I met him in a radio station.
What were you doing there?
Well, I was on a ladies' trio.
And what was he doing there?
He was the announcer.
You like to talk. That's why you were picked out of the audience, I remember.
I love to.
All right. Now, could you talk about your husband for 1 minute and 30 seconds without making any embarrassing pauses while you thought of things to say?
Just give me a chance.
I'll not only give you a chance, but I'll pay you for it. I'm going to give you $2 a second worth of merchandise from Chicago's famous Spiegel store, and I'm going to give you 90 seconds so you could win $180 worth of anything you want from their big catalog. Now, that sounds easy.
Mm-hmm.
And it is easy. There's only one proviso we'll make. Well, really 2. First of all, anytime you pause to think of something to say, I'm going to start counting. 1, 2, 3. And if I can count 3, you've lost all the money up to that time, and you must start all over again. Now, you know a lot of nice things about your husband.
Mm-hmm.
All right. I know you'd want to mention those. But the second thing we're going to impose on you is this. Every time that you hear this bell, every time that bell rings, you must switch from whatever you're saying. If it's good, you must switch to bad things without a break, without a pause, and so on, back and forth every time the bell rings. Mrs. Neal, are you ready?
I think so.
For $2 a second, start telling us about your husband.
My husband has a gorgeous personality. I think he's the most wonderful man in the world. He's not very good with the children, though, because he spanks them, and I don't agree with him all the time. We never have too many arguments, but then when we do have one, he usually wins it. He always opens the door for me when we come into the house, and he arises when I come into the room. But he always picks the softest chair for himself and leaves me with a hard bottom chair, or else I'm standing. And when we go out for a ride, well, he always opens the car door for me very politely. But he usually catches my dress in the car door and it's ripped. And we go for a lovely ride in the hills. And he says, "Oh dear, wouldn't you like to live up here?" And I say, "Yes, that would be wonderful." But then he says, "My goodness, it costs $30,000, and I'm only a salesman." What a rotten personality that is. But he's awfully nice. Lots of times when we go shopping, he brings me boxes of candy, but he always waits till we have company for me to open
30
them.
seconds.
It's always lovely candy, and it's always tied with a beautiful ribbon. But the candy bars are usually broken, but then they can...
You must be buying some other kind of candy bar. That's all I got to say. Keep going.
We ran out of Mars bars yesterday.
Uh-huh.
Where am I?
Better be bad. Starts with a good.
Yes. I had a lovely sewing machine, but he said that I didn't use it often enough, so he was going to put it up for auction.
Time's up, and she did a wonderful job. A wonderful job. I think, Mrs. Neal, that your husband better stay around the house and let you go out from door to door. You're a real good talker, and you've won $180, didn't she, John?
That's right, 90 seconds.
And Spiegel has been satisfying thousands of customers for more than 88 years, and you'll be among them from now on. And thanks from People Are Funny.
And don't forget, always make yours forever yours.
How would you like to get something for nothing? That's the opening line of the confidence men who each year in the United States fleece people out of hundreds of millions of dollars. Actually, that much money is taken from the public. Last week, probing this particular field, we had a special guest of honor on the show who wanted to prove that people will still fall for unbelievably simple rackets. He's been out this last week in the United States swindling housewives for People Are Funny. And wait till you hear what happened. To make it more interesting, we promised that if anybody recognized him as our Mr. X from People Are Funny and accused him to his face of being the swindler we sent out, that person would win for herself a brand new 1954 Hudson Jet. And the compact Hudson Jet is America's most beautiful car for its weight and price. Where is Mr. X? Here he is, ladies and gentlemen. Mr. X, we're calling you that, as you know, so that your real name will not get around. You're looking rather prosperous. Did you have a good week?
I had an excellent week, Mr. Linkletter. Very fine.
Now, you've had experience in working in all kinds of fields where you sell.
That's right.
And you know what the rackets are from the standpoint of what the confidence men use.
I made a study of it, yes.
Mm-hmm. What part of the country did you fly to try the racket during this last week?
I went to the great state of Missouri.
And you stayed in one town or went around?
No, I made about, seven little towns. I looked them all over, 7 of them.
Mm-hmm. And you flew out there and back?
That's right.
Find those TWA Constellations are mighty comfortable?
Very comfortable.
And the stewardess?
Lovely.
Thank you. What kind of a con game now we can reveal did you play on the housewives?
Well, sir, when I got into Missouri, like I said, I looked over these 7 towns, and I decided to pick on one of them only, just one town. And I went out and had some cards printed. And I rented a truck, had a sign printed, put it on the truck, got myself a pair of coveralls, and I posed as a rug cleaner.
A rug cleaner?
A rug cleaner.
With a phony name and everything phony about you.
That's right.
All right. Now, what did you do?
Then I approached one of the homes, a nice-looking place, knocked on the door, and I told the lady that I was in the rug cleaning business. Now that the holidays were over, and I told her perhaps her rug was soiled, and we had a big special deal on. You see, they have sort of an alliance, these rug cleaners, where they charge $20 for the type of rug that she had. Now, this was the rule amongst the rug cleaning association in that particular area. That's what I told her. And I told her that if she'd help me out...
Is this the truth or not?
Oh, no, I made that up. Of course it's not the truth.
Gee, I just about gave him my rug here. And then what happened?
I told her that if she'd help me out by passing out some of my cards. I gave her the business cards, and I said, now, look, let me use your name, or you give these to your friends, and instead of charging you $20, I'll charge you $5 to clean this lovely rug.
You put her into business for you,
That's right. She thought. That's right.
So then what happened?
So she agreed to that. And her brother-in-law, by the way, was visiting her, and we all helped move the furniture about. We rolled up the rug, and her brother-in-law and myself put it on my truck.
And you drove away with the rug?
No, I didn't drive away. Immediately, I went across the street.
Yeah.
And I told that lady that this one sent me to clean her rug. And she gave it to me.
Now, in other words, what you did was appeal to the cupidity of these housewives in cutting the price and getting their rugs in your truck. How many rugs did you get away with during the week?
6.
What would those rugs be worth?
I had them estimated already. They're worth about $750.
And those people didn't have your address?
They don't have my address. They didn't know me for a madam. And by the way, I still have the rugs.
As a matter of fact, They didn't call any Better Business Bureau. They didn't check with anybody to find out whether the cards you had printed were real or not.
No, sir, Mr. Linkletter, and to prove that, I brought along the order book. You notice there's no name on the order book at all?
No address.
No address?
Nothing.
Nothing.
All you did was write down the rug and the price and take it away.
That's exactly right.
Well, now, no one then asked you, I presume, that you were Mr. X from People Are Funny.
No one.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, the rugs will be returned immediately because we have the list of the names and addresses of the people. And because we did cause these people a little inconvenience, I don't think we better tell their names, do you?
I don't think so. They'd be embarrassed, I'm sure.
We are going to send to each of these people, along with an explanation of how they helped us to help the nation see what a racket can do. We're going to send each of them their rug cleaned, and along with it, the amazing new powerful Lewitt vacuum cleaner that filters the air 3 times to remove dusty odors. From now on, they'll clean their own rugs. Nobody will get away with them. And I hope that they've learned a lesson, because the next con man they meet, they won't get a prize. They'll probably just lose their shirt. Now, Mr. X, you weren't discovered last week.
No, sir.
Now, that means you fly out on another TWA plane from Hollywood again this week, somewhere to the United States.
Right.
Now, I won't ask you what part of the country you're going to, but what are you going to try next?
I've got a dandy whipped up for next week.
Dandy, a little Jim Dandy. Where are you going to work?
I'm going to operate in hotel lobbies, cocktail lounges, bus stations. As a matter of fact, anywhere where the public congregates. And by the way, I'm going to employ a Confederate.
In other words, there'll be 2 of you.
That's right.
Mm-hmm. Ah, that's fine. And you'll do that one?
I certainly will, and not only that, I think I'll do that rug racket again. It was such a doggone good one, I liked it. I'll do it again.
Well, aren't you afraid that now that we've talked about it, they'll know about it?
No, sir. I'd like to prove that in spite of the fact that it's been done and they hear about it, they'll fall for it again.
All right. Now, folks, watch out. If you catch this man this week in some hotel lobby, barber shop, or a place where people gather, and you accuse him of being Mr. X from People Are Funny, he'll say yes, if it is our Mr. X. And he's a tall man, about 5 feet 11 and a half. Looks a little like Cary Grant, huh?
Could be.
Yes, uh-huh. He'll hand you the keys to a brand new 1954 Hudson jet. And that makes Mr. X worth watching out for. So beware and be ready, and goodbye, Mr. X.
Thank you.
Happy hunting.
Goodbye.
I remember reading a book once about a fictitious place where everybody was supposed to look the same and act the same and talk the same. Boy, what a dull bunch of characters they were. You know, it would be a dull world if there weren't any variety. That's how the Mars people feels about their candy. They know that you and I like variety, and they give it to us. A great big selection of delicious candy bars. For example, when it comes to chocolate, the Mars people know that sometimes we crave dark chocolate, sometimes light chocolate. So they satisfy our tastes with Forever Yours and Milky Way candy bars. Now get this straight. Forever Yours is the dark chocolate favorite from Mars, a candy bar with a rich, thick, dark milk chocolate covering flavored with pure vanilla, and inside a luscious, fluffy white vanilla nougat, blended with a layer of creamy golden caramel. Now that's Forever Yours. Secondly, we have Milky Way, and that treats you to a king-size coating of pure light milk chocolate, wrapped all around a creamy chocolate center flavored with real malted milk. And topping that nougat, a layer of the famous, easy-to-eat Mars caramel. That's Milky Way. So remember, Forever Yours for deep, dark milk chocolate, Milky Way for pure, light milk chocolate. You try them both. You'll love them both. About 25 minutes ago, we sent a contestant out from People Are Funny here at CBS to a nearby residential neighborhood in Hollywood to try an interesting psychological stunt, to deliver china lamps that had supposedly been misaddressed and to break them just as he handed them to the householder. He's back now, so here comes our Mr. Jeffrey. Let's find out what happened. Mr. Jeffrey, a buffer from the Silver Company. This is your first door-to-door work, I suppose.
Yes, it is.
Now, what did you say when the householder came out? You noticed the address, of course.
Well, I told them that I lived in the next block with the same address as they did.
Yeah, and that... The
and
package?
It belonged to them.
I see. After you'd opened it.
After I had opened it, the package was theirs, and I was bringing it over to them.
So there it was, a great big beautiful china lamp, and you're standing there. So who was the first one that answered the first door?
Well, the first one was a gentleman answered the door.
Uh-huh. And what did you do when you dropped the lamp?
Well, I stepped back, and then his wife ran out, and she was very angry, and she wanted to know who's going to clean it up.
Oh, fine. What did the man say?
Oh, man, he was good-natured about it. He just stand there laughing. It's done. He didn't say anything.
Did he seem at all pleased that you'd think of to bring them over?
Well, he was pleased when I brought it over, but it didn't anger him when it dropped.
He's just happy-go-lucky.
He's just happy.
He doesn't care.
He didn't care whether it was broken or not.
And then and she just wanted it cleaned up. Did she feel that she lost her present?
Well, I think that's why she was mad, because the lamp was all over the...
Yeah.
All over the...
So what did you say? You just kind of back away?
Well, I backed away. I apologized for breaking it. I told her I'd go get the lampshade. It was in the car.
Did you?
Well, I got away from there.
Oh, I see. You got back to the car and drove away. Now the second house you went to. How many houses did you go to?
Well, we went to 3.
All right, second house. What happened?
The second house was another man.
Yeah.
Well, he was pleased to get it, and he reached out to get it. As he reached out, I dropped it.
Yeah?
Well, gee, he didn't look too mad, but he said he'd take the base and the wiring, that he could use the wiring anyway.
Meantime, the whole bowl is down. Did his wife show up or not?
His wife showed up, too, and she was displeased about the whole...
In other words, the women were madder than the men.
Yeah, so far, that's the way it was. The women were madder than the men.
And the men seemed to take it with considerable plum.
That's the way they took it.
Irv Atkins, come on up here. Here, Irv's our outside man who observes everything from a safe distance, you see. So if anything happens to the contestant, he can come back and tell. Was there anything that he left out?
Well, not at the last house. At the earlier houses, there were a few different things. I think the second man was pretty angry, and the wife at the second house said, well, we're glad to get this lamp until it broke, and then she says, I don't think it belongs to us after all, and walked off.
Oh, she made the best of that. Well, I tell you what we're going to do. We're going to make those people all very happy. We're going to send, we got their addresses, and we're going to send each of them a bottle of glue to repair those lamps. I'm only kidding. Forever Yours Candy Bars will send each one of them a brand new lamp, and this time the delivery boy won't drop them. And for you, sir, we have... Where do you live?
I live in Meriden, Connecticut.
We are going to send to Meriden, Connecticut, a beautiful 12-cubic-foot Amana freezer made by the century-old Amana colonies in Iowa, guaranteed to outperform all other freezers. It's yours from Forever Yours. Thank you, Mr. Jeffries, for trying our stunt. Well, during this next week, don't forget to watch for our con man. If you call him Mr. X from People Are Funny, you get a 1954 Hudson Jet, lovely as a jewel case. The Hudson Jet's a compact edition of the fabulous Hudson Hornet. Right now, this is Art Linkletter saying goodnight from Hollywood, reminding you that when you go for really good candy, get Milky Way and its first cousin, Forever Yours. Forever Yours candy bars, the dark chocolate favorites everywhere. Take them home in the handy family 6-pack or the 24-bar box. Good night, everybody.
People Are Funny is brought to you by Forever Yours Candy Bars, that dark chocolate-covered favorite. Remember, when your taste tells you light, pure milk chocolate over chocolate malted milk nougat, ask for Milky Way. But when dark chocolate is your wish, Forever Yours is your dish. Milky Way, Forever Yours. 2 quality candy bars made famous by Mars. This program was transcribed from Hollywood.
Would you welcome 2 perfect strangers right off the street into your home for dinner?
It might be worth your while if they're from...
People Are Funny.
Yes, transcribed from Hollywood, John Goodell's production of People Are Funny, brought to you by Forever Yours and Milky Way Candy Bars, both quality bars made famous by Mars. And now here's radio's top master of ceremonies, Art Linkletter.
Well, here we are in sunny Southern California with a house loaded with tourists. Many of them are still here from the holidays and the New Year's, aren't you? Probably most of you are still here because you're broke. You can't get home. Well, I hope you win something tonight and have some fun with us. Of course, if you were home and you weren't here in Hollywood, you might have won a 1954 Hudson Jet automobile this past week. That's the compact edition of the fabulous Hudson Hornet. And all you had to do this past week was to be home and to identify the confidence man, Mr. X, who is currently traveling around the country for People Are Funny, showing how the various swindle rackets work. He'll report about what happened somewhere in the United States during this past week before we go off the air tonight. But right now, Roy Rowan, who's first to take a chance to prove that people are funny?
Mr. and Mrs. Donald McGee from Fort Rock, Oregon. Meet Art Linkletter.
Hello, Mr. and Mrs. McGee. Hello. What's the polite thing to say when I give you this big take-home box of 24 delicious Forever Yours candy bars?
Thank you very much.
Don't mention it. We'd like to give things to people on this show. By the way, what business are you in, Mr. McGee?
I have a small sawmill up in Oregon.
Any children, Mrs.?
I have a 5.5-year-old boy, David.
And you've been married, I presume, about
8 years.
Uh-huh. Well, now, this is an interesting stunt that you two have happened to hit upon tonight. Last week, during the week, we mailed 3 very nice thank you presents out. They were lovely luncheon sets to 3 strangers who live here in Hollywood. Now, I say strangers because we don't know these people. They don't know each other, and I'm sure you don't know them. And we got their names out of a phone book. Now, we sent this note with each one of the presents we sent to these 3 people. Would you read it, Mrs. McGee?
It was awfully nice meeting you over the holidays, and we'll be glad to accept your invitation to dinner next Tuesday night at 8:30. Sincerely, John and Joyce.
John and Joyce. Now, you see, the basis of this stunt is that during the holidays, everybody goes to a lot of parties, and they meet a lot of people they never saw before, and they get chatting in a corner, and they didn't quite catch their name, and they find themselves inviting them to come over to the house sometime or another, and when they get home, they can't even remember who they were talking to during the evening. Well, we want to see if some of the people that we sent presents to are like the rest of us. They'll wonder who signed the note. You notice we don't put the last name, John and Joyce, and they may wonder which party they met them at and who they are. But we know who they are, don't we, Mr. McGee?
Yes. We'll find out.
You're John.
I'm John.
Hello, Joyce.
Hi.
Yes, you two are going to be John and Joyce. And you're going to go to these houses and see if these people really took these notes and these presents for real, and if they've actually prepared dinner and are expecting a couple whose names they can't even remember. Now, here's the list of names and addresses. What do you think you'll say, Mr. McGee?
Well, I'm glad to see the people first.
That's good, yeah. And you'll be real jovial now, Mrs. McGee, won't you?
Oh, yeah.
Remember both of them. You have their names right here, you see. And you say, we're John and Joyce. You remember us? You're Happy New Year, pals.
Okay, we'll do it.
All right. Now, if they don't give you dinner, you know, if they don't go along with this thing, at least you ask for your present back.
That's your department.
What would you do you think, Mrs. McGee, if you happened to be a person who had received this present and note, and this happened to you at your house?
At my house, well, I'd get my can opener out, and I'd start fixing dinner.
You really would?
I would.
Uh-huh. Well, let's see what happens in Hollywood. Now, if they have prepared dinner for you, tell them it's a People Are Funny stuff. Bring them back to CBS if they've fixed dinner for you, and we'll give them a nice prize. If they haven't fixed dinner, you bring our present back.
Now, you have to take the present back.
No, just ask them for it. If they don't give it back, at least they'll be embarrassed. Now, Irv Atkins will show you out to the neighborhood and drive the car and get you back on time. Have fun. Say goodbye to them, audience. You know, on these kind of stunts, when we make them up and figure them out in advance, we many times have big arguments as to how they're going to turn out, what's going to actually happen. I wonder if we have a lady who lives here in Los Angeles who thinks... is there anybody here who lives in Los Angeles? This lady over here. Mrs. who?
Mrs. James Calebaugh.
Where are you from?
Well, I'm originally from Edinburgh, Texas.
But now you live here.
Yes, sir.
What do you think will happen?
Well, I believe they'll get their dinner.
Would you be willing to make a bet with me on it?
Well, I'm not a betting woman.
Well, let me tell you the bet. And you make up your own mind. I have no reason to think they will or they won't, you understand. There's nothing fixed up about this, but here's the bet. If, when they come back at the end of the show, if one or more of the 3 couples they call on actually has dinner ready for them, I'll give you a solid gold Wittenauer wristwatch for yourself. How's that sound? The other side of the coin is this. If they don't get any dinners, then sometime this week, you have to have them out to your house and cook dinner for them. Will you do it?
I sure will. I'll be glad to have them.
Now, I want to be sure to locate you. You're Mrs.
Mrs. James Calebaugh.
Mrs. Calebaugh. All right, Mrs. Calebaugh, you sit right there. Keep your fingers crossed till the end of the show, and you might walk out of here with a beautiful solid gold wristwatch. Otherwise, we'll all be over at your house for dinner. Say, Roy Rowan, our announcer, just became a father recently. And, Roy, is this first or second?
This is number 1.
Number 1. And it's a little girl. And, what'd you name her?
Well, we really had quite a time, Art. You see, everybody in the family had a different suggestion.
What'd you finally call her?
Lisa.
Lisa. Ah, well, you think you had trouble? I had 5 names to pick, Roy. But you know, as hard as it is to name your own child and satisfy everybody, it's even more difficult to pick a name for a product that's going to be sold all over the country. Now, you got to please everybody, not just your own family. When I was in Chicago last month visiting the Mars Company, I asked them how they decided on a name for a candy bar such as Forever Yours. Well, the Mars people told me they picked the name Forever Yours because it has a nice flow to it. It's easy to remember, it sounds appealing, and it looks pretty on the package. Well, Forever Yours sure lives up to everything. Once you try this dark chocolate candy bar from Mars, it will be a favorite of yours forever. You get a rich, thick, dark milk chocolate covering flavored with pure vanilla. And you get a luscious, fluffy white vanilla nougat center, plus a creamy, buttery, golden caramel layer. Ah, yes, Forever Yours is a name to remember for the best dark chocolate-covered candy bar that money can buy. You try one tomorrow. Who's next, Roy?
2 married couples, Art, Mr. and Mrs. Don Gessler and Mr. and Mrs. George Reed, but the husbands are being held off stage.
Oh, you're Mrs. Gessler?
Yes, I am.
And Mrs. George Reed?
Yes.
Now, your husbands are where?
Here.
Yeah, I mean, they're not on stage, are they, Mrs. Gessler?
Oh, they're backstage somewhere.
That's right, Mrs. Reed, Mrs. Gessler, we're holding your husbands in dressing rooms off stage just so they can't hear us now. We want to find out a little bit about you. What does your husband do, Mrs. Gessler?
He runs a Dairy Queen ice cream store and a drive-in.
Where?
In Worthington, Minnesota.
And Mrs. George Reed, what's your husband do?
He runs a hatchery back there and raises turkeys.
Oh, well, then your husbands work together, really?
No.
Not exactly.
Huh?
Not exactly.
But they do business.
They cooperate.
Yeah, they're good pals.
Mm-hmm. Sure. They're good pals.
This is so important. So important. They are good pals. How long have they known each other, Mrs. Reed?
4 or 5 years.
By the way, how'd you happen to come to the show tonight, Mrs. Reed?
Well, we just thought we'd enjoy it.
Well, that's good. That's why I'm here, too. Here's why we've kept your husbands off stage. We want to find out how really good friends they are, what pals they can be under rather trying circumstances. Now, we're going to bring them both on stage and have a simple little contest. One of them will win, and the winner gets his choice of 2 prizes, a valuable prize and a fairly inexpensive prize, and the loser, of course, gets the one that the winner doesn't pick. Now, when I point out that the winner can give his pal a bad shake by taking the good prize, he is probably going to take, if he's a real good friend, he'll probably take the cheaper prize for himself. What do you think? Do you think your husband would, Miss Gessler?
I think he'll take the cheaper prize for himself.
Mrs. Reed, what do you think about your husband?
Well, I don't know. He might.
Yeah, well, wait till you see how I put it. Oh, yes, by the way, there's one extra little catch here. When the contest is over, I'll call the wife of the winner up here. Might be you, Mrs. Gessler. Might be you, Mrs. Reed. If you can convince your husband to be selfish and keep the expensive prize for himself without revealing why you want it, I'll give you a more expensive prize than ever. And that's a 21-inch Stromberg Carlson television set. There is nothing finer than a Stromberg Carlson. Now, you can't tell him that you're going to get anything, but I just want you to overcome his noble impulses.
Well, how about that?
That ought to be kind of interesting. See, we got things going in every direction here. I don't know what's going to happen. All right, you ladies can just stand right over there. We'll bring the husbands back now, Mr. Goodell. You see, we've got all kinds of conflicts set up here. Come right in, fellas. We found out a little bit about you. Which is the one who grows the gobblers? Mr. Reese, how do you do, sir? How was the turkey crop this year?
Very good.
Good, good. How was business with you, Don?
Very good.
You are good friends.
Very good.
You really are, Don?
Yes, we are.
Do almost anything for each other?
Sure would.
How about it, George?
No, I think I would.
Yeah, well, that's just what I want. Now we're going to have a little contest between these two great and good friends. We're going to have a simple little game. It's called a word game. And I'm going to give you 15 seconds to think of as many words as you can that the first word that I give you reminds you of. In other words, first word, if I gave you the word apple, you might say apple reminds me of fruit. Fruit reminds me of peaches. Peaches remind me of milk. Milk reminds me of cows. Cows remind me of mother, a home, or whatever you want to do. You got that?
Yeah.
15 seconds. And your word, Mr. Don Gessler, is money. Ready, go.
Money reminds me of billfold. Billfold reminds me of leather. Leather reminds me of cows. Cows remind me of horses. Horses remind me of pigs. Pigs remind me of corn. Corn reminds me of farm.
Time's up.
That's pretty good. How many did you get, John?
7.
Thank you. Now, we go to Mr. Reed. Your word in 15 seconds, Mr. Reed, is wife. Ready, go.
Wife reminds me of house. House reminds me of woman. Woman reminds me of trouble. Trouble reminds me of worries. Worries reminds me of correcting the worries. And correction reminds me of trying to get along with my wife.
So you live a dangerous life between the turkeys and the wife, don't you? Who won, Mr. Goodell?
Mr. Reed got 6, so Mr. Gessler wins with 7.
Well, now, don't go away, Mr. Reed, Mr. Gessler. This is the way the thing works out. You see, for your prize as the winner, you get your choice of either one of two things. There's a $30 clock radio. There's a $7.50 sports shirt. Now, you keep one for yourself, and the other one goes to your pal, George Reed. Now, it's entirely up to you. You can keep the better prize for yourself or be unselfish, be a good sport.
Well, I think I'd like to see George have the radio. I need a sports shirt.
What do you think of that, George?
Well, that's very nice.
Isn't that swell, folks, that he gave away the big prize? And I think that proves... this was a test of your friendship, and it has definitely proved, Mr. Gessler, that you are a good friend of his. We wanted to find out if you would give him the big one. Now, I didn't influence you, did I?
No, not at all.
You would have given it to him, even if I hadn't said unselfish?
Sure, surely.
Mrs. Gessler has come up to the microphone. What did you have something to say?
Well, he won it. I kind of like the clock radio.
Oh, but...
Well, I'll buy you a sports shirt.
Well, I don't know. It's entirely... You folks can huh?
After all, they're our guests today.
Well, we don't I know. Maybe he doesn't want it.
Do you want the clock radio, Mr. Reed?
Yeah, I'd sure like to have it, but...
Well, I don't know. Mrs. Gessler, it's up to you. You're his wife, and you have a right to get into the argument before the prizes are distributed.
Well, it's my opinion. We need one of those in the kitchen. And in the living room, or in Jane's room, too.
Oh, we have one in the bedroom.
Yeah, but if that's only one...
Turn it up.
Well...
Make it louder, uh-huh.
Well, I like it in the living room so that I can, when I take a nap, I can set it. It wakes me up in time for the next program.
Well, I tell you, I'll take the sports shirt and buy you a clock radio.
Well, I guess that does it, folks. That's your decision. I tell you, Mrs. You get the radio, Mr. Reed. You're the loser. You like that?
Very much.
That's a clock radio. And Mr. Gessler, you have no idea what you just did. You just lost your wife. What did he lose you, Mrs. Gessler?
Television set.
Yes, we told her. We told her she could talk you into keeping the bigger prize for yourself. We'd give her a 21-inch Stromberg Carlson television set with panoramic vision. Now, what do you think?
I can't buy her one of those.
Well, anyhow, you got a good sports shirt, didn't you?
Yes, I hope it'll be a good one.
However, However, on this program, we like to reward unselfishness and friendship. And since you are obviously a very sincere friend of this guy and you won't even let your wife talk you out of it, Forever Yours is going to give you the television set, Mr. Gessler. And just remember this one thing. If during an evening there's any argument as to what program is to be turned on, you're the one who gets the choice.
I should have it.
And if she hasn't been a good wife, she can't even watch it. Goodbye, Mrs. Gessler.
Goodbye, Mr.
Thanks to all of you for proving that people are funny.
And remember, always make yours forever yours.
Who's next, Roy?
Art, it's a man nobody knows, Mr. X.
Oh, yeah, I love this stunt. Mr. X is coming on stage now. He's been here the last 2 weeks, and we sent him out across the United States to prove that people are not only funny, but they're pushovers for a confidence game well presented. Now, Mr. X, we're not giving you a real name because of the nature of the stunt. What was your first week's swindle on the American public? You went to the state of Missouri in several towns a week ago for that.
That's right, and I operated as a rug cleaner. I walked into homes and told people that I'd clean their rug for them for $5. The average price is $20, providing that the woman would pass out my cards and permit me to use her name. In other words, the old gimmick, something for nothing. I picked up 6 rugs, I believe, and I never turned them back. You did, but not me.
In other words, they even helped him roll up the rugs and take him out and put him in a wagon. They didn't know who he was, had no credit references or anything, and away he went with their rugs. Just because the ladies thought they'd get a bargain. Now, we promised that the first person who said, "You're Mr. X from People Are Funny," would receive from Forever Yours a brand new 1954 Hudson Jet car. Nobody did it the first week, right?
No one.
Now, what kind of a game did you work last week? You told people last week before you went that it was to be mostly in hotel lobbies. That's all that you tipped them off to. What part of the country did you go to?
I went to Florida.
What kind of hotels did you go to? Medium?
Medium class.
Mm-hmm. Now, what was the racket you worked?
I worked a little dandy. This one is called the Hidden Peeper. I used an accomplice, like I told you. Mm-hmm. This fellow walked in advance of me, and he had a black patch over his eye. And he let it be known that he had lost his glass eye. And he wanted to get this eye back because he couldn't replace it. And he offered a reward of $50 to anyone who would return him that glass eye.
And where did he tell them they could find him?
He gave them a room number where they could locate him.
And then he left?
And then he left. Now I walked in. And I sat down on one of the chairs in the first hotel lobby that I went to. And I just sat there, put my hand in between the padding of the Davenport there, and I came up with this eye.
And you had it in your hand all the time?
I had it in my hand all the time.
Now, you were sitting next to somebody who looked like a good prospect?
A woman.
Huh?
And when I took this eye out, I said, well, what do you know? Look at this. This is something nice. I says, I wonder what it is. My kids will have a great time with this at home. Why, she says, that belongs to a man. He was in here looking for that eye. He offered a $50 reward for it.
In other words, this woman was perfectly honest.
Absolutely honest. I was frustrated.
But then how did it work in the other direction?
Now, the next place I went to, practically the same thing happened. A man this time. He says, the fellow offered $50. I said, look, I'm in a hurry. I'll tell you what, give me 10 and you go ahead and take the 50. He says, sure, and he gave me $10.
And then, of course, when he went to find out where the man was in the room, there was no such a man and no such a room.
No such body, no, sir.
In all the places you went, how many times did it work?
It worked 8 times.
8 times people paid you money. What was the most you got for the eye?
$25. And they stuck with the 25-cent glass eye.
Now, you were going to continue the rug cleaning racket during the last week because we want both of them to keep running. Now, what happened about the rugs? Did you get some more rugs?
Yes, I did. I like that very much. That rug racket, I think, is the best.
Yeah. The housewives really go for that.
Oh, they eat it up.
Now comes the big Hudson Jet question. Did anybody recognize you as Mr. X from People Are Funny and claim the reward?
You know, one woman almost had me. I thought I was dead.
What happened?
Well, she kind of stuttered. And she kept looking at me while I'm discussing this rug with her. And she's X. And I thought I was dead. I says, what's that, madam? She says, you remind me of my ex-husband.
Well, as long as they don't say, are you Mr. X, they do not get the car. Now, in addition to the rug cleaning racket and the glass eye game, You've still got some glass eyes left.
Yes, I have.
What's your plan for next week?
I'm going to run an ad in the newspapers. It'll be a small ad. It'll be an innocent-looking ad. And that's all I'm going to say.
And you'll get people to come and answer that, and then you'll swindle them.
It will involve a lot of people.
Mm-hmm. By the way, I must be sure to report that following each one of these swindles during the past week, we return the money to the people as we do the rugs, and in every case, immediately following the fact that they did not identify our Mr. X, their money is returned and a small present is given to them. And we'll take care of your expenses as usual. You will fly out on TWA, the big 300-mile-an-hour Constellation, any place you want to go. And remember, no swindling on the airplane.
No swindling on the airplane.
All right. Listen, everybody, hold on to your pocketbooks. Watch out for Mr. X if he tries to pull the rug swindle, the glass eye switch, or the new ad routine that we can't tell you about. If you say, "Are you Mr. X from People Are Funny?" he will hand you the keys to America's most beautiful car for its weight and its price, a 1954 Hudson Jet. So beware and be ready, and so long, Mr. X. See you next Tuesday night. Goodbye. It's a lot of fun to make up limericks. You ever try to do it? Here's one. There was a young man from Tacoma who checked on candy aroma, and he found that by far, forever yours is the bar that most people like to take home of. How's that, Roy?
Wonderful, but I have one too, Art.
Uh-huh.
Like to hear it?
Yeah.
There was a young miss from St. Joe who to candy always said no. Then she tried Milky Way. Now it brightens her day, and with millions of people, 'tis so.
That's real good. Now I have another one. There was an old... No, that's another one. Folks, remember this. Both candy bars are honestly great. When you crave dark chocolate, Forever Yours is just the ticket. Really deep, dark, delicious chocolate over a fluffy, white vanilla nougat. And when you want light chocolate, Milky Way fills the bill. Pure light milk chocolate, wrapped all around a creamy chocolate center with a real malted milk flavoring. And both candy bars have a wonderful big layer of Mars' famous golden caramel. Whatever your taste calls for, you call for one of these two great candy bars from Mars. Forever Yours for dark chocolate, Milky Way for light milk chocolate. At the beginning of the show, we sent a couple from Oregon who runs a sawmill up there, Mr. and Mrs. McGee, out into Hollywood to call at the homes of 3 total strangers and claim they met them during the holiday season and that they'd been invited there for dinner tonight. We had picked the houses at random from the phone book. During this past week, we'd sent each one a lovely luncheon set with a note signed simply John and Joyce. Well, our 2 contestants are back, so send them in and let's hear what happened during the past 25 minutes. Mr. and Mrs. McGee. Well, now, Mrs. McGee, supposing you tell us what happened at the first house.
At the first house,
Uh-huh.
we rang the bell, and we were greeted by Mr. Miller.
The luncheon set had arrived?
The luncheon set had arrived, and we walked in, and I seen the most beautiful table set with turkey dinner and everything.
Is this right, Mr. McGee?
That's right. She even had a beautiful 3-decker cake, and when she heard that you was mixed up in this deal, she threatened you with it.
Well, let's bring this couple in. We'll take them one at a time here. Would you, Here she comes, bearing a great big cake. Oh, look at the cake with all of the nuts on top. What's that?
You have to eat it, too.
Well, I'd be delighted to eat it. Mrs. Miller, how do you do? And Mr. Miller, how are you?
Very good, thank you.
Here's what I want to find out. When the luncheon set arrived toward the middle of the week, did you argue among each other as to whether it would be somebody you knew or something?
No, we just sat there in a chair and was wondering who John and Joyce was.
You'd been to some parties, hadn't you?
Well, her brother from Camp Rutgers out here in the Army, and her mother and father from Wichita. And we'd had lots of guests. We'd been to Newport and all around, taking them around, showing them. And I told her we'd goof somewhere or other because this was one I didn't remember.
Now, let's see what happened at the second house.
Well, we went up the door of Mr. and Mrs. Shealy and rang the bell, and we told them that we was John and Joyce, and they seemed rather dubious, and they didn't know just what to think. And And then Mr. Shealy come out, and he looked me over pretty good. He's trying to think of where he'd seen me last or if he'd ever seen me before. But they had some beautiful steaks all ready for the broiler for us, and the table was all set, and they were just waiting our arrival.
Well, are they here now? Hello, Mrs. Shealy. Did you? How do you do, Mr. Shealy? What business are you in?
Well, I'm just in the motion picture business.
What do you do for them?
I'm an art director and set designer.
For which studio?
MGM.
Did you argue with each other, or did you try to recollect when the present arrived with a note? Where Joyce?
Well, definitely.
When the box arrived, it was a very beautiful present.
Yes.
And the nice little card said, "I'll be over.
Tuesday.
We'll accept your invitation Tuesday at 8:30."
Yeah.
Besides, anybody that would send such a lovely present, I'd certainly have to have a lovely dinner for them.
Well, now, I tell you, what happened at the third house, Mrs. McGee?
Well, they didn't have nothing for us.
They did. Did they have any excuses, Mr. McGee?
Well, the biggest excuse was it seemed that they'd been out of town and hadn't had any parties over the holidays and was quite certain that they didn't meet any John and Joyce.
Well, did they seem to feel that you were interlopers or accuse you of anything?
No, they were they were youngsters, really, and Simon Legree, I asked for the present back.
And then, oh, you did? What they
And they were going to give it back. They were going to give it back.
They were ready to give it back.
And we let them keep it. My heart melted, so I let them keep it.
You let them keep my present. Well, I'm glad you did. If they were out of town, they had a perfectly good reason, but I think, in fact, I am amazed that we got 2 out of the 3. And we kind of upset your evening, you folks who came back here, and we want to send back to your homes for each of you, as a little token of our appreciation, a wonderful Westinghouse electric blanket for you to use right in your own home. Do you like that?
I love it.
All right. And John and Joyce, we have for you, as our experimentalists, a beautiful Tappan gas range for your home. Huh?
Thank you.
It has all the exclusive Tappan features, and good foods just happen when you're cooking on a Tappan. You'll never have to go out and cadge food anymore. Who do we have on stage? Who is this? Oh, our lady from originally from Texas?
Yes, sir.
Mrs. Calabaugh.
Kalebaugh.
Kalebaugh.
Yes, sir.
She is the wife of a carpenter, and she was down in the audience in the early part of the show after you two left, Mr. and Miss McGee. We went down, and you bet me what?
I bet you that they would get a dinner.
You thought that people were nice.
Yes, sir.
And people would have a dinner ready
Yes, sir.
for them. Well, you won a solid gold Whitnauer wristwatch from the Longines Whitnauer Watch Company as a reward for having faith in human nature. And we want to thank all of you for proving that people are wonderful. Good night. Well, that's about it for tonight, but next week, who knows, somebody might have caught Mr. X and won himself a brand new Hudson Jet, the car that's not only easy to handle or drive or park in traffic, but it's easy on the gas and it seats 6 people. Now, before I say goodbye, do you know that 1 million children are getting into trouble with the law each year? You can do something to help our children in these troubled times. Why don't you be a big brother and lend a helping hand to a little feller who needs a friend? Write the Big Brothers of America, Philadelphia 3, Pennsylvania. Now, this is Art Linkletter saying goodnight from Hollywood and reminding you that you can't miss on those 2 candy friends from Mars, Milky Way, and its first cousin, Forever Yours. Remember, for dark chocolate goodness, always buy Forever Yours candy bars. Get them in handy 6-packs or 24-bar boxes. Good night.
People Are Funny is brought to you by Forever Yours candy bars, that dark chocolate-covered favorite. Remember, when your taste tells you light, pure milk chocolate over chocolate malted milk nougat, ask for Milky Way. But when dark chocolate is your wish, Forever Yours is your dish. Milky Way, Forever Yours. 2 quality candy bars made famous by Mars. This program was transcribed from Hollywood.
Could you buy a hamburger with good United States currency?
It might not be so easy tonight on
People Are Funny.
Yes, transcribed from Hollywood, John Goodell's production of People Are Funny, brought to you by Forever Yours and Milky Way Candy Bars. 2 quality bars made famous by Mars. And now here is America's top master of ceremonies, Art Linkletter.
Ladies and gentlemen, here hanging from a small peg on my Hollywood and Vine sign is a little milk bucket. And inside that bucket is 1 gallon of liquid that is worth $2,500 in cash, and which will figure in a very interesting stunt a little later in the show. I won't tell you what kind of liquid it is, but it's very interesting. I realize that most of you people, many of you tourists and travelers from elsewhere, have come to Hollywood in search of education and culture, and that you're not interested in money. However, I am holding in my hands now, ladies and gentlemen, a bill, and I wonder if anybody is interested in taking a closer look at it. Some man. Let's see some man here. Well, how about this fellow right here? How do you do, sir? You just come right down here. What's your name?
Mr. Joe Schaefer.
First of all, we'd like you to have a Milky Way six-pack. Where are you from, Joe?
Toronto, Canada, sir.
Oh, Canadian.
Yes, sir.
What do you do up there, Joe?
I repair radio and television.
What am I holding here in my hand?
Man, $100 bill. $1,000 bill.
Yeah, look at all those zeros. There's not 100, that's 1,000, Joe.
1,000.
Now, look, Joe, how would you like to spend a couple of weeks in peace and contentment, sleeping late, no worries about money or anything?
Geez, I'd love that.
You would. In other words, you'd like to be a bum, huh?
Yeah.
Well, all right. John, take his coat off here and put on the old coat and the old hat, make him look like a bum. We want to dress him up kind of like a bum. All right, now you look a little disreputable. Now, here is the $1,000 bill. Just imagine. Just think how it feels to have that, huh?
Yeah.
Of course, it isn't yours. I say just think how it feels. Because the $1,000 bill is only for the use in an experiment, which, if it works out right, you will win a beautiful Stromberg-Carlson television set. Now, here's what we want you to do. Listen carefully. If you can go out of this theater and come back before the end of the show and have this $1,000 bill cashed, in other words, get change and bring it back, you will get the television set. Now, that sounds okay?
Fine. I'm
All
on
right.
my way.
Wait. Not so fast. It isn't quite that easy. Now, here's the way we want you to do it. You are to go up to the corner, first of all, near Selma and Vine, where there's a hot dog stand.
Yes.
We want you to just drop up to the counter, order a hot dog, with or without onions, take a bite, and start to eat. Then you lay down the $1,000 bill on the counter. You got that?
Yes.
Now, of course, if they don't have change, you could get change from your own pocket, couldn't you?
My money's in my other pocket.
Oh, in your other coat pocket? Yeah. Oh, well, then it's gone. Just leave it. You don't have any other money. Now, supposing that you have no change, which you have none, what will happen?
I don't know.
Well, we don't either. You look like a bum. Why should a guy who looks like a bum have a $1,000 bill and no change?
I don't know, but I have it.
That's right. And if the storekeeper tries to take the hot dog back, don't give it back to him. It's yours. You offer him the money. If he can't change it, isn't it your fault, is it?
That's right. But what if he mistakes it for a $1 bill or something like that?
Oh, well, then you got to get it back.
Oh, I see.
Now, if he tells you to go on, you go other places.
Oh,
in other words, try the drugstore, buy some gum, open a piece, start chewing, and then lay the $1,000 bill down. We want to find out what will happen to a man with only a $1,000 bill buying articles under 50 cents and eating part of each one before you pay the $1,000.
Under 50 cents.
Under 50 cents. Now, if a policeman is called, you know your rights, don't you?
Yes.
What are your rights?
I have money. I have $1,000.
That's right.
And I'm not doing nothing wrong. He can't change my money. That's all.
You remember that. Keep that in your mind.
Yeah.
And by morning, you'll be deported back to Canada. Now, you keep thinking of that. All right. Now, if you come back and you have the change, you get the television set.
All right.
Good luck. Out the door. Say goodbye to him, audience. Oh, my. That ought to be very interesting, shouldn't it? And besides, ladies and gentlemen, This is absolutely on the level. There are no angles to this stunt. He is within his rights, absolutely, to do what we told him to do. But I can't help wondering whether or not tonight it's drafty in the Hollywood jail. However, we'll see what happens. We don't know. The end of the program, by the way, we have one of our men following him. In case he doesn't come back, we'd like our $1,000 back. You know, in a few days, it's going to be Halloween. Yes, the old goblins will be rambling around your neighborhood. And you'll soon be seeing a big ad in Life magazine that'll show you a ghost eating a Milky Way candy bar. And the ad will say, hauntin' flavor. Well, that ad will give you an idea, I'm sure, that Milky Ways make a scrumptious Halloween treat. And actually, Milky Way is the best like chocolate-covered candy bar in the whole world. You see, a Milky Way bar has a thick coating of honest-to-goodness milk chocolate over a chocolate malted milk nougat center. And then blended with that is a creamy, rich caramel layer. Yes, a Milky Way bar is a 3-flavored hit. Now, for Halloween festivities, you serve Milky Ways sliced on a dish or in a big bowl, right in their wrappers for party refreshments. And when the doorbell starts pealing, you hand out Milky Ways to the little tricksters and treatsters. Buy Milky Ways for Halloween in the thrifty and convenient 6-pack carton or the 24-bar box. Better get them tomorrow. Then you'll be ready for Halloween with a treat of the finest candy. Milky Ways, made only by Mars. Our next contestant is a beautiful, big, brown-eyed gal filled to the overflowing with the milk of human kindness. Here she comes now, Mrs. Hines and Mr. Hines. Would you come over here, please, sir? First of all, we'd like you to have a Milky Way 6-pack. Where are you from, Mr. Hines?
Altus, Oklahoma.
Altus is a town how big?
About 12,000.
And what do you do in Altus?
I'm a salesman.
What do you sell?
Automobiles.
Do you have any children?
Have 4.
4 children. Gee, that's wonderful. Mrs. Hines, do you think that Mr. Hines loves you more than money?
Well, how much money?
Well, I hadn't thought of that, but I mean just money in general. A wife sometimes wonders if her husband, in the conquest and the fight for everyday sustenance, sometimes places money before his own wife's love. And tonight, we're going to find out. Mrs. Hines, if you'll just come right by here, would you step out a little bit, Mr. Hines? And Mr. Goodell, would you take Mrs. Hines back through our fence into our beautiful western scene here? And now, Mr. Hines, if you'll notice, your wife's head is being put through a fence, and then some little catches are being lowered, and her neck is being put right in the fence. Easy now, easy. Are you all right, Mrs. Hines?
I hope so.
She hopes so. Now, this is what's going to happen next, Mr. Hines. This is a very interesting stunt. Your wife is stuck there with her head out of the fence, and the cow's on the other side. Herman, stop. Never can remember whether his name is Herman or Milton. Now, keep still for a minute, because this is what's going to happen. Would you bring me out some of these items, please, boys? This is a beautiful lady's wristwatch worth about $50 or $60. You see that?
You bet.
This happens to be a very nice, beautiful waffle iron worth about $30 or $40. And this is a brand new Polaroid camera worth $85 or $90. That's about what that's worth. Now, Mr. Hines, this is the test of salesmanship and love of conquest in the business field versus love of home and wife, because you and I are going down in the audience, and we're going to let you sell these 3 items to anybody who wants to buy them. And you can sell them for as much or as little cash as you can get. If you can sell all 3 items in 3 minutes, fine. But if it takes you more than 3 minutes to sell these things for cash, which must be collected, your wife is going to be the recipient of what the kids used to call a cowlick. But now wait a minute. There's one thing you must know. What you get for these 8 items, which are worth about $175 at retail, what you get for them in the audience is the prize you get tonight. So if you sell them for $1 or $2 each, that's all you get. If you take a little more time and get a little more money, you get more money, but your wife is in danger. Now, do you see how this works? Very nice. Let's go down and see what happens. $160 worth of merchandise and 3 minutes to sell it. The 3 minutes starts right now. What do you want to start with first?
I'll start with a watch.
I'll give you $50.
$10. How much?
50 sold. For the watch. No,
No,
sir.
one at a time. Man wanted to get 50 for the... $10? Well, tell him about the watch.
$10. Look, this is a shock-proof watch, and it's water resistant. It's a beautiful thing. You can't see it. Look at there.
Yeah.
I've got an offer of 10. How much? $12. How much for that? $12. 15. Make it 16. 16.
Wait a minute, let's meet the lady. Would you stand up, please? What's your name?
Martha Romans.
Where are you from?
Evanston, Illinois.
And do you have $16?
Yeah.
Collect the money, please. $15. We got to collect the money. How's the time going, John?
2 minutes.
He has 2 minutes and 15 seconds left to go. Have you gotten the money yet, Mr. Hines?
Who wants a waffle iron?
Now, wait a minute. Wait till you get the money. You must consummate each deal before we sell the next thing. Now, wait a minute. We got a waffle iron here. Do you want to sell that next?
2 minutes to go.
2 minutes to go. We got a beautiful waffle iron. Let's go up the aisle here.
This is about 30. How much?
$5. Pick somebody out and sell them.
You got over there.
Here's $10 right below you.
Right here, $10.
Now, wait a minute. Get him up a little.
Look, this thing costs about $30, $40. New. I mean, you can cook grilled sandwiches on it. You can, make it 20. Make it 20. Really, you can see yourself. You can grill sandwiches, hot cheese. Are you a bachelor? Man, that'd really work good.
You get some more dough.
Make it 15. I'll let you have it.
He got him up to 11.
$12. You can have it. $12. Hurry up, $7.
Wait a minute. Let's get his name. What's your name?
Ed McClure. Where you from, Ed? Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania.
Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania, boy. Give the man from Pittsburgh a nice round of applause. 12 seconds. Wait a minute. How much did you get? How much did you get from him?
I got 12
and you got
15.
15. So far, you've made $27, and your wife is mooing. I mean, Herman's mooing. He's got a minute. Let's go over on this side. Mr. Hines, I'd like to have you meet my wife, Mrs. Linkletter. Hello, honey. I didn't know you were down. This is my wife. And just a second, please. Are the children all right there? Would you tell? Just a moment, Mr. Hines. Let's not be impolite. This is my wife, and honey, he wants to know the names of the children.
Diane, Sharon, Robert, Dawn, and Blake.
Would you be interested in learning how we met and fell in love?
Mrs. Linkletter, you can have this for $85 or $90.
Wait, please. You're not. None of you are being polite to my wife. She doesn't come down to the show very often. Now wait a minute. Yes.
You time's up.
Oh, I'm sorry. Just a moment. Madam, it's too late. I'm sorry, it's too late. Mr. Hines, I am awfully sorry that a personal matter such as this interrupted your efforts to sell.
So am I.
And the only thing I can say is that you and I are going to have ringside seats for a most interesting operation. Let's go up and watch the cow licking. Now, let's just go up here. Isn't it a shame? He did so well, too, at the start. And then suddenly we seemed to run into some difficulty. Now, I don't know how you feel about this. You probably don't like it.
A little shortchanged on time.
Well, those are some of the things that a salesman has to run into in everyday selling. Those are the problems of selling. Now, would you like to get your wife out of this predicament?
Yeah, I believe I would.
Well, I'm sure you would. And, Mr. Hines, so would we. So we're going to let you take her place. Just go right back there. Yes, that's right. Get her out. Mrs. Hines, you come in. And now, Mrs. Hines, he did a good job until he got fouled up down there with a pretty girl he was talking to. Happened to be my wife. Now the tables are turned. I'm talking to his wife. And he's about to make the acquaintance of a pretty little brown-eyed miss with a strange silhouette. Now, Mr. Hines, you may never have had your face licked by a cow, but this is going to be an interesting thing to watch. What? Oh, you're putting salt right on his cheek. Turn his cheek. There, just put a little salt down. Now, watch the cow. There, he's got his nose in the bucket. Now, watch it. Now, bring the bucket up to his face. Here we go, right up there. Now, watch. There. Oh, he got a beautiful one. There you go. Mr. Hines. I tell you, when you get back to Altus, Oklahoma, the cows will be lined up at the railroad track. All the cows will be lined up waiting to get their lick in. And Mrs. Hines, I tell you, you are the one who was in jeopardy tonight, and so we're going to give you and the mister from People Are Funny, first of all, a beautiful People Are Funny game that you can play on the way back to Altus, and there it is. And secondly, a service for 8 of international sterling silver in the stunning silver rhythm pattern in a handsome monogrammed chest. Compliments of Milky Way.
Thanks.
Goodbye and good luck. Before we went on the air this evening, as I always do, I asked among the audience for volunteers. We picked the young man who's about to come in and whom I haven't yet met myself. Would you send him in, please, boys? And I'll meet him. How do you do, young man? Gee, you're a big one. How tall are you?
I'm 6'6".
And what's your name?
My name is Vidge Hall.
Before we start your stunt tonight, we'd like you to have a Milky Way 6-pack, the best light chocolate-covered candy bar in the whole world. Mr. Hall, what do you do for a living?
I'm a salesman, Art.
You're about 25?
25 years old.
And you come from where?
Monette, Missouri, originally. I've been out here about 6 months.
Were you in the service?
Yes, I spent 2 years as a special investigator with military intelligence.
Now, when you volunteered tonight, did you have any idea what was going to happen to you? Are you willing to do anything?
I'm willing. I didn't know.
Yeah, can you go anywhere?
Well,
I mean, there's no ties to hold you.
No, nothing.
You have no family, no fiancé, no debts, anything like that?
No fiancé.
Oh. Have you ever heard the expression carrying coals to Newcastle?
Yes.
It's an expression meaning taking something to some place where they don't need it.
Right.
Now, if you were going to go to Paris, for instance, and take something to Paris, what would be comparable to carrying coals to Newcastle?
Girls.
Girls. What I had in mind was perfume. And coming in right now behind you is a bucket, a big bucket of My Sin perfume by Lanvin. And this, ladies and gentlemen, this whole bucket full sells for $20 an ounce. That's how much this perfume costs. Would you be willing to take this open bucket of perfume back to Paris where it came from if we gave you a free transatlantic plane ride to Paris?
Oh, definitely, yes.
You would?
Yes, I'd gladly do it.
Well, you can get away.
Oh, definitely.
Here is your ticket, right there. Now, your plane leaves New York at noon 1 week from tomorrow. How does that sound?
That sounds wonderful.
Now, look, Vidge, we don't want you to spend a nickel of your own money on this trip. John, would you take... Where's your wallet?
It's right here.
Right here in the coat pocket. And you got any money? Any other money?
Yeah.
There's some down in his pants pocket. We'll take it because we want this boy not to be encumbered with any expenses. There goes his money. Now we have his wallet and we have his money. Now you're all set except for one little thing. How are you going to get from Hollywood to New York? This is the trick. You are going to hitchhike across the country, and you're going to have to eat wherever you can. Do you not have any idea how you're going to eat?
No.
Well, we did. Boys, bring out the bottles. We're putting a lei around his neck of 250 half-ounce empty bottles tied together with a ribbon. Now, look. When you fill one of these bottles with My Sin perfume, it is worth $10 a bottle. This is the actual truth. $10 a bottle. And as you go on your way, hitchhiking from Hollywood to New York, you just keep filling up the bottles and trading them in for whatever you want. Food, lodging, rides. You're a rich man. You got $2,500 in this bucket. Now remember that. Then when you get to New York, go to the Savoy Plaza Hotel. And our representative will be there to analyze what's left in the bucket, because we're not going to let you dilute it. In other words, he is going to measure what you have left of My Sin perfume. Now get this. If you get to New York in a week, which you must do, and you get to the hotel, there are 8 pints of perfume in here to start with. For every half pint that is left in this bucket, you will get 1 day in Paris with all expenses paid. So that if you didn't use any, you'd have 16 days. So the more you use, the less time you spend in Paris. But if you don't use a lot, you may not get to New York because the plane ticket cannot be delayed, and you either take that plane or none. You got that?
I've got it, yeah.
Telephone us from New York if you reach there. How much perfume you have left will determine how much time you spend in Paris. Good luck, boy. Say goodbye to him, audience. Right through that door, baby. Folks, I'm awfully enthusiastic about that idea I mentioned a little earlier. I mean about having Milky Ways for Halloween treats. We're doing it in the Linkletter household. Do it every year. We have 5 children, so naturally we picked up the thrifty box of 24 Milky Way bars. And another good Halloween suggestion, of course, is the Milky Way money-saving 6-pack. Lots of folks are getting the Milky Way 6-pack for Halloween. And think of it. When you buy a Milky Way carton or pack, you're getting the best, like, chocolate-covered candy bar in the whole world. You see, a Milky Way bar has an extra thick coating of honest-to-goodness milk chocolate with a double helping of chocolate malted milk nougat inside. Plus, there's something more. Blended with that fluffy nougat is a layer of golden, creamy caramel. Milky Way is grand 3-flavored eating. Now, for Halloween, you get the Milky Way 6-pack or the 24-bar box. Both are convenient. They'll save you money. And then when your doorbell rings, you'll make a hit with those little spooks, 'cause you'll have a delicious Milky Way bar to offer. For wonderful Halloween fun, remember to get Milky Ways made by Mars. Time now, toward the end of the program, to find out what our young Canadian, he was to go up and see what would happen if a man who was dressed like a bum and had a $1,000 bill only would buy a hot dog or gum or ice cream and eat it, and then try to pay for it in a little shop that wouldn't have the change for the 1,000. So bring him back out, and let's find out what happened. Now, your name again?
Joe Schaefer.
You went out, and you went up to the hot dog stand.
Yes, the hamburger stand up there, and I sat down and asked for a hot dog, see? And I was going to take a bite before I gave him the money because I knew if I gave him the money first, well, I wouldn't get the hot dog. So I took a bite of the hot dog. Meanwhile, I sent him to get me a Coke, see? And by that time, I had eaten half the hot dog, and he came back, and he said 37 cents or something. So I said, well, here, sir, I only have a $1,000 bill somebody presented to me, and I'm poor. Otherwise, I haven't got a cent. And he said, well, I don't know. And he got his hand on a bill, and he grabbed it, threw it in the register, and he says, man, when you come back with the 37 cents, you get your $1,000. Until then, you're not getting nothing. So what could I do? There was a man following me from your studio. You took my money away.
That's right.
I had him come up. He paid the money, and I got the $1,000 bill back. And then I hurried.
Wait a minute. This is an unthought-of twist to the stunt. This guy up there is smarter than Dillinger. And twice as alive, I might add. He got the dough, put it in the till, and wouldn't give it to you until you got money.
Yeah.
That's blackmail.
I didn't know
Why didn't you call a cop?
I didn't see any. See, and anyway, I put it, if I would ask him for it back, I wanted to get going up the street and win this television set, you know.
All right, so where'd you go next?
Well, I went up at the corner. It was an old drugstore. So I went in there, and I asked for some cigarettes. And meanwhile, I'm opening, I says, a package of matches. So she gives it to me. Then I says, another package. I didn't have them opened yet.
So you got the cigarettes all open and torn. So you got one out, and then what did you give her the 1,000?
Well, I give her the 1,000. I says, I'm sorry, ma'am. This is all I have. I appreciate it. It's very important that I get a change. I want to buy something else. So she says, I'm sorry. I says, well, the cigarettes, then I could have them? She says, well, just a minute. And she called the manager, see?
Yeah?
The manager comes, and I says, I buy this package of cigarettes, and I only have a $1,000 bill. And he takes it, and he looks at it. I don't think he's seen one before, see?
Yeah, he's just one of those poor people, yeah?
So anyway, he said, I can't change that. I haven't got that much money in the place. I says, well, I want the cigarettes, and I got money to pay for it. He says, well, here, take it. I says, there's an officer outside. There was one standing outside, a sergeant, you know, standing outside the door.
Yeah?
And I says, well, this is legal money, and I want cigarettes. Call the officer, and he'll examine the bill. It's real, I told him. And he said, no, I don't want no part of $1,000. He says, take the cigarettes, goodbye.
Then where'd you go?
Well, then I want to get the television set in mind. You know, I ran like heck down the street, and I went to this Rancho Market next door here, and I went right back through the grocery department to the delicatessen, and I opened the thing, and I grabbed out a package of cheese, and I opened it up, and I started eating it.
There is a smelly trick if I've ever heard one. And what happened then?
Well, I'll tell you, I opened a package with a big lineup at both cashiers, and I was in a hurry. I told the people if they'd mind only got a small package of cheese, I eat half of it already. If they'll let me in front of the line, oh, yeah, okay. So I get in there, and I'm next, and the fellow says, how much is that? And he looks at the wrapper, he says, 20 cents.
Yeah.
I says, well, sir, I only have a $1,000 bill. And by the way, I better give you the $1,000 bill before I forget, huh?
You didn't get a change?
No, I didn't.
You mean even the ranch market next door, this great big monster market?
Wait till I tell you what happened. I said to him, would you please, it's life and death to me. I have to have that change. I ate part of the cheese. I just have to have a change. So he calls the manager. The manager says, no. I says, come here, please. So the manager comes over, and I said, please change 1,000. It means everything to me. And I got some cheese here, and I ate half of it. He says, look, I'd be very glad to change it for you, but I haven't got that amount of money in the whole place, he says. I says, maybe you could scrape it up somewhere. He says, I'm sorry. I says, well, the cheese, I'm still hungry, I told him.
You're still eating the cheese?
So I'm still eating. I walk away, and he says, hey, just a minute, come here. And he grabs the cheese from me, and he says, we don't do business around this place like that. He says, you go get your money, you could have your cheese back. But I couldn't get that thing
And he
changed.
took the cheese back.
Yeah.
And when you left with your 1,000, the manager is standing there eating the rest of the cheese, huh?
No, but I haven't got the cheese, and I haven't got the bill changed. That's all I know.
Well, you did a good try. Under the rules of the contest, you didn't get a change. You went to the biggest places, one of the biggest stores in town and one of the biggest drugstores. But as a consolation prize, I want you to have a beautiful Stromberg Carlson High Fayette. That's a very beautiful reproducing machine. There's nothing finer than a Stromberg Carlson. Compliments of Milky Way.
Thanks.
Goodbye.
And here's cigarettes. I don't smoke.
Well, you got to admit that young fellow really gave it a college try, didn't he? But he didn't get it changed, and that was the luck of the draw, even though he tried hard. He did get a very nice prize, however. Next week, ladies and gentlemen, be sure to tune us in and find out how the young man is doing hitchhiking across the United States with an open bucket filled with $2,500 worth of My Sin perfume. See what happens when he gets to New York.
People Are Funny is brought to you by Forever Yours and Milky Way candy bars. Remember Forever Yours for dark chocolate with creamy vanilla nougat, and Milky Way for milk chocolate with chocolate malted milk nougat. Next week, People Are Funny will be presented by Tony.
If your telephone rang 5 minutes from now and somebody invited you to a party tonight, would your hair look its loveliest? Would it be looking its best with soft, lovely waves? No? Well, then, party or not, you owe it to yourself and your everyday good looks to have a new self-neutralizing Prom Home Permanent. You just choose the Prom Waving Lotion that's right for you. There's Prom Super, Prom Regular, and Prom Very Gentle. All you do is use the Prom Waving Lotion. 15 minutes later, rinse with clear water. That's all. Prom does the rest. Prom neutralizes itself automatically while your hair dries naturally right there on the curlers. And the results are lovely, long-lasting, natural-looking waves with springy end curls. And if the phone doesn't ring in 5 minutes, it will later, and the prettier you look every day, the happier you'll be when the phone does ring. Good night.
This program was transcribed from Hollywood.
Goodbye from Hollywood. How grateful would a woman be if she got a mink stove for nothing?
You'll find out tonight, because this is
People Are Funny.
Yes,
transcribed from Hollywood, John Goodell's production of People Are Funny. Brought to you by New Prom, the self-neutralizing home permanent, now faster and easier than ever, and New Pamper Shampoo that leaves hair soft yet so easy to manage. It's gentle as a lamb. And now here is America's top master of ceremonies, Art Linkletter.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Well, this little box I'm holding in my hand is one of the devices we used recently to prove that people are funny. This little box with padlock attached has just completed an around-the-world trip with a school teacher who won a thrilling contest on the show several weeks ago. This was one of her additional prizes if she could get the box opened on the trip around the world, and you're going to hear how it comes out a little later in the program. Right now, I want you to meet a young man, our first guest of the evening, who was selected out of our studio audience, arriving here with a very innocent face and a sport coat, but who is about to appear on the stage dressed slightly differently. So let's give him a nice welcome as our first guest parades out on the stage in a tuxedo. Howdy. Well, you do look smart in a tuxedo and brown sport shoes. What's your name?
Morris. Neil.
Neil Morris. And
Morris is the first name. It's an old family name.
Morris Neil.
That's correct.
Where are you from, Morris?
From Texas originally, now of Norwalk, California.
And what do you do there?
I'm a wholesale grocery salesman calling on stores, restaurants, wholesale houses.
How does it happen that you switched from a sport coat to a tuxedo?
Well, now, the fellows backstage did that.
In other words, the minute we picked you out of the audience, took you backstage, they redressed you.
That is correct.
You're going to find out why you need that tuxedo in just a few moments. Now, would you tell our audience who's listening in what I asked for?
You wanted a man who thought that he could judge human nature.
All right. Now, what makes you think you can judge human nature? Why did you put your hand up?
Well, as I say, I'm a salesman. I call on varied, assorted men every day, and I have to know human nature in order to do my job.
We all think that, Morris. Now, I'm going to give you a small test. Supposing you went up to a strange woman on the street you never met before, and you were to hand her this lovely little package and tell her that it was a bottle of $25 bottle of Arpege perfume, and you just give it to her. How would she react, in your opinion?
Well, there might be one of three things she might do. She might accept it graciously. She might slap my face as being a wolf. Or she might become very cooperative.
Very innocent. In other words, you are not saying which you think she'd do, but giving us three alternatives. Which you think would be the most likely here in Hollywood?
Chances are she would be indifferent.
Indifferent? All right, let me have the next gift here, please. Happens to be a beautiful orchid. Supposing that you were to give her this orchid, and also you were going to give her this little mink stole. Now, what do you think her reaction would be?
You know, we might get back to that third one yet.
Which third one?
The cooperative one.
Are you... You talk like a married man, are you?
Yes.
Well, now, that is exactly what we have in mind for you tonight. But under most peculiar circumstances, naturally, since People Are Funny tries to go for the novel and unique. With these three gifts, the bottle of perfume, the orchid corsage, and the mink stole, you are going up to the corner of Hollywood and Vine, where the Big Owl drugstore is located. We have up there tremendous searchlights which reach up into the sky like they have at the openings of premieres and so forth. And the drugstore is decorated. Now, you're going to go in dressed as in a tuxedo as if you were the manager of the drugstore. Now, you walk around in the store, and when you see a woman coming in the front door, any woman that you want to pick, you can wait 5 minutes or so, rush up to her. Say, "Madam, congratulations, you are the 1 millionth visitor to the Owl Drug Company." Give her the perfume, give her the orchid corsage, and hang the mink coat around her shoulder. How do you think she'll react?
I think she'd be very happy and appreciative.
Well, I think any woman would be. And then after you tell her that, you run out in the front, there's a limousine waiting for you. Tell her that she comes on a radio show on NBC. Don't tell her it's People Are Funny. That it's a special show celebrating the 1 millionth visitor to this tremendous center in Hollywood. Bring her down here, we'll give her flowers, and it'll be a wonderful broadcast. How does that sound?
Fine.
All right. Now, of course, every silver lining has a cloud. Especially on People Are Funny. And this one has a very dark cloud, because while I am interviewing her here on the stage, after you've brought her back and we give her a big round of applause, at the signal of our producer, Mr. Goodell, you come running back in on the stage, announce that there's been a terrible mistake. She is only the 999,999 visitor, and take everything back. Take the coat off, take the fur, take everything. Now, we are at the point of the entire scheme. How do you think she will now react?
I'm afraid to even guess. I think she'd probably be very unhappy.
Very unhappy. Do you think she would be unhappy enough to hit you in the nose?
She might.
That's what we want to find out tonight. Say goodbye to him, audience. There he goes. Now, here's a tune you'll all be singing.
Pamper, pamper, new shampoo. Gentle as a lamb, so right for you.
Gentle as a lamb?
Yes, ma'am. Pamper, pamper, new shampoo.
Yes, ladies, new clear liquid Pamper shampoo is definitely so gentle that... That what? Well, so gentle that it leaves your hair lovely and soft, but easier to manage than you'd ever believe. And my, how your hair will shine and sparkle with highlights after a thorough but gentle Pamper shampoo. Only Pamper shampoo can do so much for your hair, ladies, because it's so gentle.
Gentle as a lamb?
Yes, ma'am. Pamper, pamper, new shampoo.
How would you like a trip around the world? A couple of weeks ago on People Are Funny, we invited 2 fifth-grade school teachers to appear and have a contest, which ran for 2 weeks. And finally, in one of the most thrilling finales that I have ever witnessed in 20 years of a widow lady won the prize of a trip around the world. And this school teacher, who had never been farther than a few hundred miles away from her home in her entire life, is back to tell us about it. Let's give her a nice welcome to the show. And, Mrs. Eisen, did you have fun?
Oh, it was wonderful.
What would you say would be the highlight of your whole trip?
Well, you know, that's difficult to say. Every place had its own particular charm, but I think I was more impressed with Hong Kong.
How about Bangkok? Did you like that town?
Oh, Bangkok was charming.
What was the most interesting food you had in your trip around the world?
Well, I liked the little wild strawberries they serve with a heavy cream in Paris.
She talks like a world traveler. And I'll bet something else, Cleone. I'll bet that there are a lot of people who just couldn't believe that you'd won a trip around the world.
Oh, that happened everywhere I went. In the airport and everywhere, I'd say, well, I'm going around the world. And Art Linkletter sent me. I won it on a TV program. And he said, what? Did those things really happen?
They did to you.
They certainly did.
Well, now, Cleone, something else was going to happen. In addition to the trip around the world, we gave you this little box with a padlock on it and told you that you could have what was inside the box as an additional present if you could find the man who had the key. Now, the man's name was Mr. Embrassez-moi, a Frenchman. And did you find him?
I asked for him at every port, but he didn't show up.
Now, did you page him? Did you yell?
Yes, I did, and in Paris 4 times.
Now, you went around the airport yelling, Embrassez-moi, Embrassez-moi.
Over the loudspeaker.
Did you ever find out what Embrassez-moi means?
Indeed, I did.
What did it mean?
It sent me around the world with this box inviting a man to embrace me.
That's right. Embrassez-moi in French actually means kiss me. And we thought it would be very cute if we sent a widow school teacher around the world yelling at the airports to kiss me. We figured the odds were 8 to 1 she wouldn't come back a single gal, but you did, didn't you?
Sure.
Then you didn't find Embrassez-moi, and the box was not opened.
Well, not at any airport. The customs opened it.
Where?
In New York.
Oh, you mean they wouldn't let you go through with it locked?
That's right.
Well, then you know what's in it.
No, they wouldn't tell me. I bet you paid them off or something. They got
No, I didn't. I don't understand why you didn't find him. You really paged him.
Oh, indeed I did.
Well, let's hear how you said it.
Oh, my French is terrible. Even in France, they tried to help me.
Go ahead, say it.
Monsieur, embrasse-moi.
Say it louder.
Monsieur, embrasse-moi.
Is somebody calling me?
Oh,
it's our carpenter. Joe, I didn't know. Your middle name, Embrasse-moi?
That's right.
Well, I'll be darned. Here you went around the world, and he was sitting here all the time with the key. Do you have the key?
Why, sure, I made the box. Here's the key.
Thank you very much. Well, now, you just sit right down here, school teacher, and you open it. She hasn't the faintest idea what's in the box that she lugged all around the world. And like so many... What's that?
I'll bet it's empty.
Oh, after all the nice things...
Oh!
Look what it is. An apple for the teacher. Yes, she took an apple around the world after winning our contest, but you notice it's cut in two, Cleone, so open it up and see what's in it. Just pull it open. There it is. It's a piece of paper. Now open the paper and read, what does that say right up there?
A beautiful Cocker Spaniel.
That's right. That's one of the additional prizes we've given you because we found out by polling your 5 children that they wanted a dog above everything else. And so we're going to give them a beautiful Cocker Spaniel and about a year's supply of Vet's dog food to make him strong and healthy and happy. Now, what else is on the card?
They'll just love that.
All right, what's the next thing?
A brand new gas range.
That's right. We found out that you haven't been cooking on gas, and you should be, and all 4 burners should be on, a widow of your...
That's right. I'm just desperate for a new gas stove.
Well, in addition to the trip around the world and the dog for your children, we're going to give you a new deluxe Tappan gas range with all the exclusive Tappan features, compliments of prom. Goodbye, Cleone. Thank you. Money, 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 money. I love to give away the sponsors' money. And tonight we're going to give some of this away in a little fun and a little experiment that involves newlyweds. And where is our young lady? I haven't met her in person yet. You are Mrs.?
Phyllis Driggs.
And where are you from, Mrs. Driggs?
I'm from Los Angeles.
And how long have you been married?
2.5 months.
Do you know much about men?
Well, how much can you learn in 2.5 months?
Well, for instance, do you happen to know what is the one thing that husbands dislike more than almost any other thing in a wife? What would you guess it would be? What characteristic, what personality trait makes a man boil?
They don't think we talk too much.
They think you talk too much. You're exactly right. And that is the core and the crux of our experiment tonight. Now, I'm giving you 25 $1 bills. Now, all I want you to do is to test your husband's boiling point. We want to find out at what particular place the top of his head goes up in smoke because you talk too much. And this is the way we're going to do it. When he comes out, and he's in a dressing room now, he will not know that you and I have spoken like this. I am going to pretend that both of you are coming from 2 different dressing rooms at the same time, and I'm going to interview you. Now, I want you to answer every question before he can get his yap open. In other words, you just jump in and ride right over him and tell me whatever I ask. And, of course, you don't know what I'm going to ask. You'll have to make up your answer just as fast as you can. But every time he gets a word in edgewise, you're going to lose one of these dollar bills. Hold it behind you like this when you're standing here, and we will have somebody take one away every time he says anything. So it's going to cost you money. Of course, you may keep all the money and lose your husband. It's an interesting possibility. So you go right back through the curtains there and come out when we tell you. Don't fall in the pool. Now keep your eye on the husband. If you ever want to see a frustrated-looking character about halfway through this stunt, you're going to see him. If I don't miss my guess. A newlywed suddenly finding out that his wife has flipped her lid. All right, let's bring out the husband. He's coming from a dressing room over there someplace. He ought to be coming out here pretty soon. How do you do, sir? Haven't met you yet. Come on over here. Your name is... Bill Driggs. Come right over here, Mr. Driggs, and stand in the center of the stage. Where's your wife? Oh, here she comes. She was in the other dressing room.
That's right.
Very pretty lady. How do you do, Mrs. Driggs? Mrs. Driggs, I would like to ask you just a few simple questions before we have our stunt as to the romantic background that preceded the marriage. For instance, where did you two first meet and see each other?
In church.
In church. That's an interesting place to be. And, of course, who spoke the first?
Oh, he did.
Uh-huh. Do you remember what you said, Mr. Driggs?
He said hello.
Uh-huh. And did you answer him right away?
Oh, yes, of course.
You had your eye on him, too. Had you been flirting with him?
No. First time I'd seen him.
Do you, was it the first time you'd seen her, Mr. Driggs?
Yes, I think it was.
Well, now, you've been married 2.5 months, and I wonder about some of your problems. For instance, who handles the money in the house?
I do.
You do? Well, good for you. Do you give her an allowance of any kind?
No.
Yes.
What do you think after 2.5 months, what size family do you plan on having?
Oh, at least 4 children.
3 or 4.
Mm-hmm, 3 or 4 children. Do you have any problems with in-laws at all, Mr. Driggs?
With 6 sisters-in-law? No, none.
None at all, huh? Who plans on which way and what you'll do for your vacation, Mr. Driggs?
We both do.
Yeah, we both.
And, well, who is the boss of the family here?
I am.
Well, you'd never know it to watch you because she seems to be doing all the talking. She does all the talking around the house, Mr. Driggs?
No, oh no. Mm-mm.
Do you do the talking?
Sure.
Uh-huh. She doesn't, and what's happened to her, I wonder?
I do some of the talking.
Mm-hmm. Well, you find it's very expensive when you don't. I was wondering whether or not, Mr. Driggs, if you have a rule about opening mail when the mail arrives.
Yes.
No.
Yes, we do. No mail opening.
No mail
We
opening?
open our own mail.
Would you ever open his mail, Mrs.
Oh,
Driggs?
no, I wouldn't.
She wouldn't dare.
Would you open hers?
No, he wouldn't.
No.
How much do you have left, John?
$17. 8.
You know what's going on here, Driggs?
Yeah, I think I'm beginning to wake up.
What's happening?
Well, every time she speaks first, she wins something, and every time I speak first, or...
Yeah, every time you speak first, what?
Every time I speak first, I win something, maybe.
No? Well, you're about half right. The only difference is you guessed our game except the latter half. Every time you speak first, you lose something.
Oh.
Because we have her loaded with money, and every time you beat her to the draw, it takes money away from her, and I presume you split everything 50-50, don't you?
Yeah.
Do you?
Oh, of course, yes.
That isn't what you said a minute ago when you were trying to beat him out of the answers. Well, ladies and gentlemen, we think this husband has had enough of a lesson in frustration for the evening.
Well, say.
For a while there, you didn't know what had come over her, did you?
No.
Doesn't a husband hate to have a wife butt in all the time?
I'll say.
Will you forgive her? As a matter of fact, she'll give you all the money, won't you?
No.
Not even if she loses him. But she has the money, and we're going to give you as a little consolation award a beautiful new Polaroid land camera for yourself. Compliments of Paper-Mate Pen. Goodbye, Mr. and Mrs. Driggs. It was nice to have you with us. Goodbye. Pretty smart fellow. He had it figured out pretty quickly, didn't he? Last week on People Are Funny, I picked a young book salesman out of our studio audience, a bachelor about 24, 25 years of age, and I sent him on a really wild stunt. His job was to hitchhike across the United States without a penny in his pocket and get to New York inside of 6 days. And all I gave him to use for barter, whether it was for food or lodging or rides, was an open bucket filled with 1 gallon of my Sin perfume. Now, that was worth $2,500 at $20 an ounce. And the trick was he could use all of it he wanted for barter, but when he got to New York, he was going to get as a prize a day in Paris for every half pint he had left. Well, he got to New York. He had quite a time, they tell me, but I want him to tell you in person. So right now, he's in a studio at Radio City, so engineers, let's bring him in. Vidge Hall, come on in.
Hello, Art. How are you?
Hello, Vidge. Well, you're looking pretty good from the screen here. No deep lines, no starvation. Did you find it pretty easy?
Well, yes, Art. It wasn't bad at all. I had a real good time.
How long did it take you to go the 3,000 miles?
Well, it took me 5 days, Art, exactly.
5 days, uh-huh. Where'd you have your roughest time?
Well, I couldn't say that I had a rough time anywhere, Art. I had to spend one night on the desert, but that wasn't bad at all.
Well, now, did you find that the people would accept the perfume in place of money for food and lodging?
Very definitely, yes, they did.
It's $20 an ounce. You had a lot of little half-ounce bottles and ounce bottles. What'd you get for the perfume?
Well, Art, I'll have to admit that I didn't get the full price for it, but I got half price, half the retail price.
$10 an ounce.
Yes, that's right.
Well, you made it across the country, and did you find any place where the people wouldn't accept the perfume or thought that you were a fake, or the perfume was a fake?
Well, Art, I received a wonderful reception all the way. I had one small difficulty out in Arizona, and it was simply because the owner of a cafe wasn't there. And I talked the assistant manager into taking the perfume, so I got to eat again, so everything was all right.
Uh-huh. Well, Vidge, that's a mighty good story. But now we're going to find out what you have left and what it looks like. Our representative, Jerry Lavin, are you there, Jerry? You analyzed the perfume he had left. How was it? Diluted?
The perfume was not watered down.
In other words, just exactly my sin perfume the way it should have been. Well, Jerry, here's the big question now. How much perfume was left in the bucket?
He had 3 pints left.
3 pints. Now, at 1 day per half pint, Vidge, that gives you 6 days in Paris. How's that sound?
That sounds wonderful, Art.
Got any questions you want to ask an old world traveler?
Well, have you got any good numbers you could give me?
I thought he was going to ask me about the Place d'Etoile or the unknown soldier's grave, and you asked me for telephone numbers. Don't you know every time I go to Paris I'm with my wife?
I didn't know that, Art.
Anyhow, Vidge, you have a lot of fun there. Paris is a grand city, and you'll be back in Hollywood next week. You'll be flying back on a big, non-stop, 365-mile-per-hour United Airlines mainliner, and you'll tell us all about your first trip to Paris. So, goodbye and good luck.
Thank you, Art. Goodbye.
I have a lady out of the studio audience whose name is...
Mrs. Neva Carney.
Where do you come from, Mrs. Carney?
North Hollywood.
And originally?
Idaho.
The reason I've asked you to come up here is that you volunteered when I asked for people who have been trying prom home permanents for the first time recently. Is that true?
Yes, I had mine 2 days ago.
2 days ago. Well, now, how did you happen to start using it?
A friend told me about it.
Recommendation from a friend.
Yes.
And that's why prom is becoming such a big seller. How'd you find it?
My friend told me to buy it in a drugstore.
No, I mean, how did you find the prom? Did it do everything we say it did?
Yes, it's very simple.
That's what I mean. I knew where you got it, Mrs. Carney. But in what condition did prom leave your hair?
Nice and soft and not kinky.
Uh-huh. Let me feel it here. Mm-hmm. No fuzzy ends?
No.
Real nice?
That's right.
What kind of a prom did you use? Did you use a super?
A regular for normal hair.
You are a normal-haired girl.
Yes.
Mm-hmm. We want to thank you for coming and telling all the other ladies about how much you enjoyed it, just as your friend recommended it. And every woman who has used New Prom knows that Prom's self-neutralizing action is so thorough, you get a lovelier, livelier wave with springy end curls, the proof of a long-lasting permanent. Make your next permanent a self-neutralizing Prom. And now, ladies and gentlemen, it's time to remember that at the beginning of the program, we picked a young fellow out of the studio audience, dressed him in a tuxedo, sent him up to the Owl drugstore on the corner of Hollywood and Vine to pick out a phony 1 millionth customer. So let's find out what happened. I think we have him here. Morris Neal, wasn't it?
That's correct.
Morris, you went up to the drugstore.
That's right.
Now, of course, we had the big searchlights up there, and it looked like something was going on. And when you grabbed her and gave her all these presents, what was her reaction?
Well, she couldn't believe that this was happening to her.
The mink and everything.
That's right.
And you brought her back here in a limousine.
Yes, we did.
Now, you remember the rest of the plot. She's out in the dressing room right now, and she can't hear us. So what's going to happen next when we bring her in here?
Then I have to come in and discover my mistake and take all the nice prizes away.
That's right. Now, your judgment of human nature was what?
At first, I said she would get mad.
You still think so?
Yes.
You think she'll be mad. All right, let's find out what happens when a person who's just won a whole pot full of prizes suddenly loses them all. And you go out and get her out of the dressing room and bring her in and wait for my cue to come out and take them all away. All right, now, when she comes in, folks, let's all give her a nice welcome. She doesn't know this is People Are Funny. Thinks it's a big Owl Drug Company program. Ladies and gentlemen, our guest of honor, the 1 millionth visitor, is arriving, and here she comes. Let's give her a nice welcome. Hollywood. How do you do?
Oh,
Mrs. Hyman of Hollywood.
Nice meeting you.
A blonde and a rather young lady, too. Where were you going tonight, Mrs. Hyman? What were you doing?
I'm living at the Palace Hotel, Plaza Hotel.
Oh, you're living there?
Yeah, that's right. He came from Santa Barbara.
Ah, and where from originally? I hear a little accent.
From China?
Uh-huh. And did you ever win anything before?
No, never.
Are you pleased and surprised?
Very much so.
Have you ever had a mink stole before?
No.
Oh, isn't it wonderful? I think that you... What's that?
I'm afraid there has been a terrible mistake. There was a
What do you
mistake
mean?
in our tabulating machine, and this lovely young lady was only the 999,000th customer and not 1 million. She came in a couple of minutes later.
Oh, now,
I'm
wait a
sorry.
minute. This is a very embarrassing thing. Are you sure about this?
Yes, there was a mistake in the machine. We found it out. Absolutely.
So?
She was one customer too early.
Well, the entire program was based on this. We'll have to get another one.
Yes?
Then we'll have to use these gifts again?
I'm afraid we shall. I'm afraid I'm going to have to ask for the lovely perfume
Well,
back
I'm
and the beautiful
so
clothes
sorry.
and this beautiful orchid.
Isn't that a shame?
But the contest was for the millionth lady, and you missed it by just one.
That's too bad.
Isn't that too bad? Well, I tell you. Well, they are just applauding you because you are such a good sport about giving it all up. And
What can I do?
I mean, it was our fault, really, that the mistake was made. What can we say?
So once I had a nice meat stall on.
Now, I think it's a terrible thing that you have made this mistake, and I want you to have, as a little present here, this perfume.
Thank you.
I knew that you'd want something, and it's very
That's
lovely.
fine.
You're very
Thank you,
welcome.
Mr.
Thank
Lee.
you. Goodbye. Now, I tell you, let's give her the orchid corsage, too. Well, you did get
Yes.
something, didn't you?
Thank you.
You're very sweet.
No, I have to-
Not to be. You're not angry at all?
No, not at all.
You don't want to hit him in the nose?
No, I wouldn't.
Do you want me to
They're
hit him
very
in the
nice. They're very nice boys.
Yes. Well, I tell you, come on back here. I feel so terrible about this. I'm going to let you in on a little joke here. This man really has nothing to do with the Owl Drug Company. This man did this as a joke to see whether or not you would be angry or gracious, and you have proved that people are gracious and kind and pleasant in an embarrassing situation. He thought you'd get mad. And if he'd have been right in his judgment, he would have won a new Cadillac. However, that loses the prize for him. However, we have a nice consolation prize for this young man. Mr. Morris Neal, is it?
Yes.
We have for you a beautiful Stromberg Carlson 21-inch television set with panoramic vision. There's nothing finer than a Stromberg Carlson. Isn't that nice? Did he get that?
Let that fall.
Yes. Wait, you're so sweet. Here, come here. I want you to have this. Yes, you're so nice. We want you to have the mink stole. Goodbye, Ginger. Here you are. Was that fun? Well, ladies and gentlemen, we never know what's going to happen on these stunts, and that's what makes them so much fun for us here on People Are Funny. So here's a lady from China, from faraway country, didn't know what was happening to her, walks into a drugstore and everything falls on her, minks and everything, comes here and was very charming and very gracious.
People Are Funny was brought to you by New Prom, the self-neutralizing home permanent, and Gentle Pamper Shampoo, the new clear golden liquid shampoo. Next week, People Are Funny will be presented by Milky Way and Forever Yours candy bars.
You know one of the nicest things you can do with a nickel? Well, it's to turn in that nickel rattling around in your pocket for that very special dark chocolate candy bar, Forever Yours, made by Mars. Now, folks, doubt if a nickel ever bought more fine quality candy, because you see, a Mars Forever Yours bar is made with premium dark chocolate. Honest-to-goodness chocolate, obtained from the finest imported chocolate beans. And that thick, dark chocolate is wrapped around a soft, fluffy white vanilla nougat. And blended with that nougat is a smooth caramel layer. So tomorrow, why don't you be extra good to yourself pick up a scrumptious Forever Yours bar. Remember, a wonderful Forever Yours bar is made by Mars. Join us next week at the same time for People Are Funny.
This program was transcribed from Hollywood.
Well, I thought that worked out pretty well. I wonder how many people here would have been that gracious. I'd have hit him right in the nose. Huh? We want you to wait for just a moment, ladies and gentlemen.
Okay.
Is a college boy smarter than a chorus girl?
Maybe so, but not on People Are Funny. Yes, NBC presents John Goodell's production of People Are Funny, transcribed from Hollywood. And now here's America's top master of ceremonies, Art Linkletter.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. You know, I get a great kick out of this show. I look forward every week to doing it because every week it's completely different. Now, for instance, tonight's subject happens to be chorus girls. Lovely chorus girls. Almost like any other girl, except the merchandise is gift wrapped. And when you think of chorus girls, you think of either millionaires, stage door Johnnies, or college boys. Well, we couldn't find any millionaires or stage door Johnnies around, so we got a boy from UCLA, a nearby college, and I want you to meet him now. Come on out, Mr. Sorenson. How do you do? Well, Mr. Sorenson, your whole name is...
Theodore Roosevelt Sorenson.
What was that again?
Theodore Roosevelt Sorenson, Jr.
Theodore Roosevelt. I didn't know there were any left. I suppose that I should ask you, first of all, your age.
22.
And your status in college?
Graduate student.
In what subject are you specializing?
History.
You're a history graduate student. Ted, you know our subject tonight is chorus girls. That's all you know about tonight's program, am I right?
Right.
Now, here's the next thing I want to tell you. You're going to meet some chorus girls, perhaps, tonight. Have you ever met any that you know of before?
No.
Have you ever been backstage?
No.
Would you say, Ted, that the average chorus girl is as intelligent, well-read, and generally informed as the girls in your class at college?
No, not quite. I wouldn't say they were.
You'd say that college girls were perhaps...
Yes, they have more opportunity to read. And
That's something we want to test tonight. Everybody says, oh, dumb chorus girls, gold diggers. We're going to find out from a college boy how smart a chorus girl is. Have you ever heard of the Moulin Rouge nightclub?
Oh, yes, yes.
Frank Sennis Moulin Rouge is perhaps the biggest nightclub in the world. It's up here on Sunset. There are about 40 or 50 beautiful showgirls backstage right now getting ready for their first big production number. And we're going to send you backstage to interview chorus girls.
Sounds very interesting.
I think we have just lost a history major. Now, you must come back alone before the end of the program, and here is my bet with you. On your way up there, and before we cut up there, because we have microphones and cameras up there, we want you to think of 5 questions on your favorite subject, which is American history. Got that? Now, we'll pick out some showgirls. You pick them out up there. You ask these girls the questions. If you can get 2 of them, if only 2 out of the 5 get the answer right, then, 2 or less, we're going to send you on an all-expense-paid trip to Las Vegas, where American history is really being made. I think you'll have a lot of fun. You can look around, but don't touch the merchandise. You make up the questions yourself.
All right.
Write them out, and we'll see how smart chorus girls are for once and for all. Theodore Roosevelt, up the hill.
All right.
And Adam, say goodbye, audience. Now, I have told him practically everything. I've told him that we have microphones up there and we're going to be listening to him. I've told him that the girls are going to be up there. and he can make up his own questions. But there's one thing I haven't told him. And this may turn out to be the dirtiest double cross that we have perpetrated in some time, and may cause him not only to quit school, but go away and live on a desert island the rest of his life. You'll have to wait for a few minutes before we cut in backstage at the Moulin Rouge to see what we have up our voluminous sleeves.
Here's a word about a person who is pretty funny, Groucho Marx. Just in case you haven't heard his program, it's called You Bet Your Life. It's a bright, quick half hour when Groucho meets the contestants that come from all walks of life. You never know who you might meet, an earthworm farmer or a lady sheriff. It's barrels of fun and surprises each Wednesday when Groucho Marx plays You Bet Your Life on NBC Radio.
Before we went on the air tonight, I asked for a volunteer in our studio audience, a young lady who really was fond of animals and thought she had some influence on animals, and we got a red-headed gal. Where is she? Please, would you come out? Here she is. Oh, I'm over here. How do you do?
Hello.
What's your name?
Virginia Tracy.
It is, eh?
Yes.
And what do you do, Miss Tracy?
I'm a traffic girl in an advertising agency.
Well, I'd love to be a male going either in or out if you're in charge of the traffic. Now, Miss Tracy, as you can see, there's some very interesting things on this slanted table in front of us here. There is a $1 hunk of costume jewelry glittering there. There's a People Are Funny game that costs $1.49. There's a, let's see, a $150 Lucien Picard wristwatch. There's a $500 string of Duchess pearls. And there's a $1,000 sapphire and diamond ring by Lucien Picard right there. See, isn't that beautiful? So it goes from $1 to $1,000. Now, when I asked you to volunteer, what did you say you liked?
Animals.
You like animals. Mm-hmm. Because what you get tonight is going to be up to an animal to decide.
Oh, really?
Yeah. Uh-huh. Now, you can talk to this animal, and you can coax him, and you can get him to do anything that you possibly can without touching him, but he is going to select a prize from $1 to $1,000.
Oh, that sounds impossible.
It sounds impossible? Watch. Would you bring out Homo sapiens Jr., please? And here comes a little monkey, and we're hooking him to the center of the table, and his big long tail. Isn't he cute? Now, what happens is as follows. When the bell rings at the end of a minute and a half, whatever the monkey touches next, you will get. All right? The time starts right now. The time starts right now, and look, he's got the $1,000 ring. Now, if he's holding that when the bell rings in a minute and a half, you get the $1,000 ring. Now, of course, he may put it down and grab the dollar jewelry.
Well, oh. What's his name?
Monkey. Babette.
Oh, pick it up again. Come on.
He's dropped it.
Come on, little sweetheart. Well, he's supposed to pick it up if I'm to get it. Is that right?
Yeah.
Well, come on, honey. Come on.
There's 1 minute to go, and he's picked up the diamond ring again.
Hello.
And he's dropped the diamond ring. And remember, it's the last thing he touches before he's picked it up again. Now he's got the pearls.
Over here, come on.
He's got the pearls.
Hello. Over here.
There's 40 seconds to go. He's biting the pearls. Now he's got the dollar.
No. That's it. Come on. Right there. Come on.
Don't touch it. Now, don't touch it. Now he's got the $1.49 game. 30 seconds to go. Now he's got the $500 Duchess pearls. 20 seconds to go. Well, that's not bad, you know.
Well, I know. I think it's
15 seconds.
I don't have any of it.
He's on the pearls.
Oh, no, sweetheart.
10
the
seconds.
Other one. Come on. Wait.
He's still got the pearls.
Look, little
5 seconds.
Pick them both up, will you? Come on.
The bell rings. Look. Well, he played with the $1,000 diamond ring for about 1/3 of the time, but when the bell rang, now look, he's got the dollar item. This is the $500 string of Duchess pearls, which you got selected by a monkey.
Thank you.
And so when anybody asks you who gave them to you when you're out at a party, Just say an ugly little friend of mine. Thank you, Miss Tracy, for proving that monkeys are funny. Ladies and gentlemen, I have just heard that our college student, Mr. Theodore Roosevelt Sorenson, Jr., has arrived in all of his youthful glory and masculinity backstage at the famous Moulin Rouge. And they're getting ready for the first big show of the evening. And they're getting the chorus girls lined up. And he's got to ask 5 questions on American history. If 2 of them lose, only 2, he gets a trip to Las Vegas, all expenses paid. Now, there's one part of the plot you will recall that he does not know about. And you'll find out about it when you meet our special guest, who is here unknown to Mr. Sorenson, and his name is Dr. Smith. Would you come out, please, Dr. Smith? How do you do, sir? Doctor, would you come right over here and tell us what your position is?
Well, I'm an assistant professor of American history at UCLA.
Mr. Sorenson, as a matter of fact, is one of your students?
That's right.
He does not know that you are here.
That's also correct.
Would you take these earphones and put them on over your head? And I'll put these on over my head so we can hear Mr. Sorenson backstage at the Moulin Rouge. Now, you'll notice that I'm holding a microphone here over which Dr. Smith and I are conversing and which is going out on the air. And there's another microphone on stage which is connected not to any public address system or any radio or television system, but to its own private little network. Each of the showgirls at the backstage of the Moulin Rouge who are dressing for a big, fantastic Chinese number with great big headdresses on are wearing, inside those big headdresses, little earphones. We have wired the whole chorus line. And when I throw a switch, all our eyes light up. Actually, each of those little earphones is connected to Dr. Smith's microphone alone. And when we hear on our own earphones the question that Mr. Sorenson has thought up, you will immediately tell the girl on your microphone, Mr. Smith, the answer to the question.
I know the answer.
If you know the answer, well, of course you will know the answer. You're the professor.
Well, I wish I had your confidence.
I hope it does not turn out that we are exposing coast to coast that Mr. Sorenson knows more about American history than his professor.
Well, that's the aim of higher education. I mean, we want the students to know more than we do.
That is a very well thought out answer. I can see that you have been alibying your way through history for years. Well, now, Dr. Smith, we will listen, and you will hear the answers and the questions, and you will give the answers. All right? Now, for the first time, we're cutting in the loudspeaker system backstage at the Moulin Rouge, where the cameras and lights and microphones are all set up. Pat McGeehan, are you there?
I'm here. I'm waiting for Mr. Sorenson, Art.
All right, bring Mr. Sorenson.
And here he comes.
Into the picture?
Not quite. Mr. Sorenson, how are you? I'm Pat McGeehan. Welcome back to Moulin Rouge backstage here.
Are you having fun, Theodore Roosevelt?
Yes, it's very interesting here.
Put your eyes back into the sockets and let's get on with the program.
Well, they'll get back there.
Mr. Sorenson, you got some girls there.
Yes, I think they're here.
All right, now, you have your questions written. You've got 5 questions.
Yes, I've got them written.
Who is the first young lady?
Let's get back there.
All right.
Okay, you step right over here. And now, Mr. Sorenson, meet this beautiful young lady. Your name is?
Sherry Stinnett.
Good evening. I expected this would happen. Well, I'm here from UCLA, and I'm going to ask you a couple of questions about American history, and I'm very much interested in seeing whether or not you know anything about this.
All right, fine.
All right. Shall I proceed? I was wondering if you knew who the second president of the United States was.
John Adams.
Oh, let me think a minute.
John Adams. John Adams.
Was it John Adams?
It was
John Adams.
John
yes,
Adams, that's
yes.
right.
Ah, Mr. Sorenson. She's pretty cute, huh?
That's something now, the second one is a little harder, I think.
Are you going to ask her 2 questions?
Yes, I'm going to ask her 2 questions. I'm going to ask her, what was the first English colony in America?
Oh,
Jamestown.
Was it Jamestown?
Right. Jamestown.
Jamestown is correct.
Was correct.
Now, how about the next young lady?
Mr. Sorenson.
Yes.
Girls aren't so dumb, are they, backstage?
Very good. Very good.
All right, you got another question?
Mr. Sorensen, Miss
Joan Garris.
Miss
Good
Garrett.
evening.
Hello.
All right. I'd like to ask you a couple of questions also. Do you know what party President Andrew Jackson belonged to? What party he was in?
Democratic Party.
I believe it was the Democratic Party.
That's right.
Correct.
Very good, yes. And I have a second one for you also. Do you know which British general surrendered to George Washington at Yorktown?
Cornwallis.
I believe that was Cornwallis.
Right.
Right?
Mr. Sorensen. Mr. Sorensen. Are you a little surprised?
Yes, I am.
Aren't you pleased to know that backstage at the Moulin Rouge we have such profound thinkers in American history?
No?
Huh? Well, now remember that you got to get.
Young lady.
You've asked 4 questions. You got
Yes.
another girl there? Another question?
Yes, I just have one for you.
Your name is?
Betty Lee.
Good evening. This one is, what was the first battle of the Civil War?
Manassas.
The map?
Right.
Is that correct?
Manassas is right.
Manassas
All
is
four
right.
All right, cut him off over there, boys. Cut him off. Well, their microphone has been, their loudspeaker's been cut off over there. Doctor, for one awful moment there, I thought we were going to lose the Civil War. Did you just dredge it up at the last second?
Yeah.
What was the name? I didn't get it.
Manassas, the first battle of Bull Run. I hope that's right.
Well, anyhow, he seemed to accept it. Now, Doctor, if you will just duck out through the back, and we'll surprise him when he comes in, because he'll be back from the Moulin Rouge very shortly, and I will then reveal and get a look at his face when his own American history professor walks in connected to a long line. And the long line will be connected to a long girl. And the long girl connected to the thigh bone. Oh, never mind. See you later.
All right, it's never up, never over, going on now and all the time. Step right up, 25 shots for 15 cents. Improve your aim, friend, improve your aim. Improve your aim in life, shoot the devil.
Oh, this is old Dead-Eye Linkletter. You've seen that coonskin hat that Davy Crockett wears? I'm the guy that shot the coon. Just a minute, boys. That's pretty good, isn't it? One shot? Sometimes I don't miss. I get the whole darn shooting gallery down. Ladies and gentlemen, we have gone to a lot of trouble tonight to set up a tremendous shooting gallery here with all of the things that you see at county fair shooting galleries, because we are going to introduce in just a moment a champion woman marksman, a crack shot. Now, she knows that she's going to be down here for an exhibition of target shooting, but what she doesn't know, I want to tell you before she comes out. We are going to try to prove that people are funny about shooting, hurting, destroying, or mutilating a picture of their loved one. Now, last season we did this with a woman with an axe who hit pictures, and as we turned them around, about the third picture was a picture of her husband. We couldn't get her to hit that picture with the axe for $100 cash. And experiments in colleges, in psychological laboratories show that people with ice picks sticking pictures, when they take the pictures off one at a time, when they come to the picture of a loved one, their mother, husband, wife, or child, will not stick the pick into the picture even though it's not the person. It's just a picture. And this is a funny thing about human nature. Let's see what happens tonight. The third picture that comes down in this shooting gallery with her shooting real bullets will be a picture we smuggled out of her house of her husband, who is in the audience tonight, and she doesn't know, but this will be the third one down. The first two will be just pictures of desperados, or should I say other desperados. At all events, let's see what happens. All right, boys, will you bring her out of the dressing room where she's been backstage? Now, we have the whole setup here, shooting real bullets with steel backing to this shooting gallery. And our woman sharpshooter is Mrs. Ina Thompson, who has a whole string of medals for her wonderful work on the shooting range. She's a trap shooter. She shoots clay pigeons. I was just talking about you. This is Mrs. Thompson, our champion, ladies and gentlemen. How do you do? After the build-up I gave you, you'd better not let me down. Mrs. Thompson, where do you live?
In Cucamonga.
Cucamonga? That's owned by Jack Benny, isn't it?
That's right.
And Mrs. Thompson, what do you and your husband do out there?
Well, my husband is in the lumber business.
Uh-huh. How'd you happen to become an attractive, pretty girl like you, interested in what is ordinarily thought of as a man's sport, trap shooting?
Well, I've always liked to shoot. With 4 brothers, I sort of fell into it.
I see. And so you've always been familiar with firearms?
More or less.
What do you ordinarily shoot? Shotguns?
Shotguns.
Now, as you can see, we have a shooting gallery set up here. What is the normal range for your skeet shooting? How far are you away from these little pigeons that go flying out?
Oh, about 50 feet.
50 feet.
It moves, remember?
It moves sideways, doesn't it? And from different angles. Now, in this case, you have a .22 instead of a shotgun, so you have 1 pellet instead of a lot of them. You have a target about 15 or 18 feet from where you're going to be standing, and if you can hit 3 targets in a row, we are going to give you a nice prize. Would you like to try?
I'll try.
All right, you go over and stand right to her.
Only remember, I'm moving this time.
You're the one that's moving. You go over right in back of there. Now, when the picture comes down, for $10, let's see if you can hit it right between the eyes. All right, ready? Bring down the picture, please. And there it is. Shoot. Boy, right in the middle. There is $10. Now for $20, a smaller picture. We're getting the smaller pictures. You got the gun cocked? All right, ready? For $20, bring the picture down. And there it is. Boing, right in the middle of that desperado. That's for $20. You cocked the gun? You pumped it? All right. And now for $40. Are you ready?
I'm ready.
Bring down the 3rd picture.
Oh, no.
What's the matter, Mrs. Thompson?
Well, that's my husband.
No, Mrs. Thompson, that is not your husband.
Oh, yes,
That's
it
a picture of your husband.
Oh, well, I still won't shoot him.
It's on, for $40 you won't shoot it?
I'd never shoot a trap, skeet, or anything else. I shot him.
You just could never... Well, come on over here. We'll talk about this.
How do I get the shot
Here. I'll take it.
Exploded.
Yeah, it's all right. I'll just point it at the girl there. There you are. Right like that. Now you come around here. Because, Mrs. Thompson, you're a woman used to handling firearms, used to shooting things, and this was an interesting psychological experiment you didn't know a thing about, did you?
No, I did not.
The funny look that came over your face when you saw that big picture of your husband.
That's too much.
Well, she lost all that money. How do you like that? Is it a superstition with you or what?
I should say not. Would you shoot your wife, even a picture of your wife?
Do you know where there's a program I can get on? Do you know that for $60 or $100 you could have 300 pictures made like that?
I don't care. I still won't shoot the picture.
Well, it was our pleasure to have you here, Mrs. Thompson.
Thank you.
And it's an interesting experiment, and we want you, because you loved your husband too much to shoot him, and I'll bet he feels good about this. Anybody who's married to a champion trap shooter must feel a little uncomfortable at times, and he feels much better now. We're going to fly you both up to Las Vegas on a United DC-7 365-mile-an-hour mainliner, and you'll have a wonderful vacation with all expenses paid at the Hotel Sahara.
Wonderful.
And when you come back, in addition to being the woman trap shooter, you may be the champion woman crap shooter. But just in case you don't like that game, we'll give you also a People Are Funny game to amuse you inexpensively, and congratulations.
Thank you. May I have the picture?
Yes.
America has food to spare. Korean war orphans, refugees from communism, displaced persons abroad have suffering to spare. They do not ask much, just enough to eat. Please give them a chance. Send our surplus food to them through your contribution to CARE. Address it to CARE, Los Angeles, or CARE, New York.
At the beginning of the program, we sent a young history student from UCLA, a Mr. Theodore Roosevelt Sorenson, Jr., backstage at Frank Senna's Moulin Rouge to see whether or not he could stump some chorus girls back there with history questions he made up himself. Well, he lost. But he still doesn't know why he lost, but let's have a little fun with him before we tell him why. Mr. Sorenson, would you come in, please? Well, we certainly completed a liberal education for you tonight, haven't we?
Yes, yes.
First time backstage, first time meet a chorus girl, and you were surprised, weren't you?
Right. They're a lot smarter than I thought they'd be.
You didn't have a single miss in those 5 questions.
No.
By the way, we brought one of the girls back, didn't we? I think she came back with you. Would we have Betty come out? Hello, Hello, Betty. You're Betty,
Lee.
Betty Lee. And, this young lady was one who answered the question.
Yes.
Now we're going to let you know why you might have been surprised. Betty, you're a showgirl, and the difference between a dancing girl and a showgirl is the dancers are about 5'3", and you're about,
5'9".
5'9", and with high heels, you're higher than I am. Would you tell him what college you went to?
Texas University.
And you graduated?
Yes, I did.
A graduate of the University of Texas. Now you're not surprised that this type of girl knew American history?
No, not at all.
No, sir. Texas, too, and they don't even recognize the United States. So they just study it for the fun of it, American history. Would you like to remove your headdress? There it comes. Look at the earphones and turn around, would you, please? There. That was hooked in backstage at the Moulin Rouge. All the girls were wired. For sound. What else? And these girls were able to listen to an answer to any question you gave. And you know how we knew we'd get the right answer? Would you move over, please? Would you come out, please, sir? Dr. Smith, yes, yes. Little surprise.
Right.
Well, he knew all the answers that you know. And a few more. We did a pretty good job on him tonight, did you think, Doctor?
Yes, certainly did.
And you are hereby guaranteed an A in the course. Not quite. But I'll bet he's a good student.
He always gets A.
Does he?
Oh, yes.
Straight A
Yes,
student.
yes.
Well, I tell you, from you. I tell you what we're going to do. Because my conscience would hurt me to deprive you of a prize that we double-crossed you out of, I'm going to see that you get to fly up to Las Vegas on a big United DC-7 mainliner. You'll stay at the famous Hotel Sahara. We'll have a card of introduction written out to all the chorus girls up there. And you can ask them different type questions. To heck with American history. You can pick up some better ones. And we're going to send to each of our showgirls and chorus girls who are on the air tonight a bottle of Arpège perfume by Lanvin. And Dr. Smith, we're sending to your home, and we know that you and your wife would like to have this, a beautiful new Tappan gas range with all the exclusive Tappan features.
Goodness. Well, that's wonderful.
Well,
very exciting.
Thank you very much for coming down and exposing us to higher education. Goodbye, Theodore Roosevelt. Goodbye, Betty. See you all again, Doctor. Well, that's all for tonight. We'll be back next week with some more stunts to prove that people are funny. Be sure to be with us then. Good night, everybody.
This program was transcribed from Hollywood.
Which is smarter, a Republican or a Democrat?
You pay your money and you take your choice in the battle of the century tonight on
People Are Funny.
Yes, NBC presents John Goodell's production of People Are Funny, transcribed from Hollywood. And now here's America's top master of ceremonies, Art Linkletter.
We hope you're going to enjoy this informal next half hour because we try to test out the theory that people are funny. And I mean all of us. Nobody escapes that in one form or another, especially married people. And we find that of all the different kinds of stunts we do on this show in the past 15, 16 years, but when we do a stunt about married people, we get the most appreciative response from our coast-to-coast audience. Now, one of the theories about married people that has been put forth by scientists is that the longer people live together happily, the more they tend to think alike and even look alike. And so, with this theory in mind, we have selected out of the audience a married couple who have been married for 20 years. And let's meet them now and bring them in. They don't know what's going to happen, and they haven't even heard this explanation so far. They know nothing about the stunt. Here they come. Evidently, they left. Had them hidden so deep down in the basement that they can't find them. Oh, hello. How do you do? Would you come over to this side on my left? Mr. Stevenson, it is, isn't it?
That's right.
What's your first name?
Harold.
Harold Stevenson. And Mrs.?
Mary.
Now, when you volunteered tonight, the only thing I asked that you know about so far is that you've been married for?
20 years.
Uh-huh. What's your line of business?
I'm a portrait painter.
Mm-hmm. Now, Mr. Stevenson, several questions we'd like to find out tonight about married couples in general. You've been married happily for 20 years.
Happily, yes, 20 years, off and on. Not every day, but we're happy.
Do you think as people grow older together, they get to be more alike?
More understanding and alike, I think so.
Do you think they think alike?
Mm-hmm. Yes, I do.
Would you say in the third phase of my questioning here that married couples have a more difficult time in the first 5, the second 5, or the third 5 years of getting together?
The third 5.
What would you say?
The first 5.
Uh-huh. Well, that's interesting. You have a little difference of opinion there. Mr. and Miss Stevenson, what the real purpose of selecting you out of the audience tonight for was to find out what the average American couple married for 15, 18, 20 years likes best in the way of songs and music and food and places to travel. For instance, what sort of a restaurant would you choose if you went out for kind of a different dinner? Would you go to a French restaurant, Mexican restaurant, or a Chinese restaurant? Now, I don't want you to answer that now, because backstage I have a number of cards with various subjects and 3 choices of each subject. And you'll go to separate rooms, and you'll write on each of the cards the one choice of the 3 that you yourself would make. You'll be given the cards backstage. Now, of course, ladies and gentlemen, this you already know. They are going to be tested as to whether or not they think alike. When they come back from these separate rooms, they'll have 7 choices to make. If 5 of the 7 choices are the same, they will get $1,000 in cash. 5 of the 7. Now, we're going to test this theory and have a little fun. We'll find out at the end of the show.
Every year more people buy RCA Victor than any other TV.
Enjoy the convenience of RCA's remote TV control. The Magic Brain does everything.
Turn set on, change channels, adjust picture, volume, fine-tuning, right from your easy chair.
Every year more people buy RCA Victor than any other TV.
You can get RCA's Magic Brain for most RCA Victor VHF models.
Like the big change table models, gorgeous lowboys, and full-door consoles.
See the Magic Brain at your RCA Victor dealers.
Every year more people buy RCA Victor than any other TV.
Ladies and gentlemen, these posters, Bryan and McKinley for president, may be a little out of date these days, but betting on the outcome of elections between Republicans and Democrats certainly is not. And everybody all over the world who knows anything about America must certainly admit that political campaigns and political parties certainly fit well into the title of our show. People are funny. And to prove it, we've invited a pair of traditional rivals to the show tonight, two young men, neither of whom know the other one is here. We have had them hidden in separate rooms backstage so that neither one knows about the other one. Right now, let's talk to the Republican. Mr. Heffern, would you come out, please? How do you do? Your name is Chuck Heffern, isn't it?
That's right, Art.
And Mr. Heffern, what is your position in the Republican Party?
Well, I'm president of the Santa Monica Young Republican Club.
And, of course, you are a wholehearted, 100%
Republican.
That's right. Where do you work, Mr. Heffern?
Well, I work at the Rand Corporation in Santa Monica.
Mm-hmm. Do you go out and make speeches for the Republicans?
No, not very many. Just one or two.
Uh-huh. Now, what happened to you tonight since you arrived backstage at People Are Funny?
Well, I've sat downstairs in a dungeon.
In our beautifully appointed dressing room under the stage. I'll correct that. And what were you given to do?
Well, I had a little test. I believe there were 8 or 9 questions on the test, current events.
Well, I hope you did well because, Mr. Heffern, tonight, you are competing with a Democrat to see which one of you is up on current events and knows the most about the world. Now, you haven't seen him backstage, have you?
No.
You don't have any idea who it is?
No, I don't.
Well, do you know the name Lang?
Yes, I do.
Where do you know it from?
He's at, he has an office right across the street from me. Right across the aisle.
Right across the hall, right in your own place.
That's right.
Did you know he was a Democrat?
No, I didn't think he was.
I know you didn't because he told us you'd invited him to a young Republican party. Would you bring out Mr. Lang now and we'll let him talk for himself? Here he comes. Come around here, Mr. Lang. Stand next to your buddy. Shake hands with Mr. Heffern. What's your party? What's your job?
Well, I'm president of the Santa Monica Canyon Democratic Club.
Well, I think it's kind of cute. We got these two fellows who work together, but didn't know. You don't discuss politics much at the office, do you?
No, he just tries to get me to go to his meetings.
And you don't try to get him to go to yours?
Not as yet.
All right. Now, you had the same experience in a separate room that Mr. Heffern had, Mr. Lang. You took a test?
Yes.
What we want to do is to know whether you're interested in a bet. Mr. Lang and Mr. Heffern, this is the bet. That whoever wins or loses in this individually taken test will devise a penalty that the other one must agree to abide by. Will you agree to this?
I'm willing. I even have a penalty in mind.
I'll go along with that.
All right. Now, Mr. McGeehan, would you give me the slip paper? Here it is. The winner, with a high score of 78 out of a possible 100, is the Democrat. Now, congratulations. Now, wait a minute. Don't leave. Now, Mr. Lang, is it? Mr. Lang?
Yes.
I have here, just to help you, a list of a half a dozen of the various penalties that we have given on People Are Funny over the last 10 or 12 years, just to get you in the mood. You can also think up your own. Would you please go backstage and figure out any penalty you want for the Republican? You got that?
Right.
You just leave now, Mr. Heffern, was it?
Yes, that's right.
Tell us about how you first met this man. Did you know as... He's gone.
Thank goodness.
Actually, you two fellas are friends at business. He seemed very joyful about going backstage to think up a thing for you.
Well, I'm not surprised at that.
Be murder, wouldn't it, when he comes out with really something? I guess it must be because he's a Democrat, basically, and you're a Republican.
That's right.
Yeah, because after all, when he... Huh?
I'm awfully sorry. We made a terrible mistake.
What's that?
We've just added the scores again, and the Democrat didn't win after all. The winner's the Republican.
The winner is the Republican. Ladies and gentlemen, there's been a mistake. How do you suppose this could have happened? How do you suppose this could have happened? As a matter of fact, what actually happened was that in retallying the scores, this terrible mistake has been revealed, and our Democrat, Mr. Lang, is backstage figuring out a big penalty for the loser, and he's the loser. So I tell you what we'll do. We'll give him the penalty he figures out for you. How does that sound?
That'd be fine. That was.
Spoken like a true Republican at this point. Now, you're actually looking quite eager, and I can understand you. And Pat, what we'll do to frame this thing, we'll wait and let Mr. Lang commit himself and tell us the whole penalty, and after that, you rush out and re-announce the mistake.
Okay.
All right, so we don't tip anything off, huh? I wonder if this Democrat will really be big about this thing, because he doesn't know a thing about it. Get him out, boys.
He was a friend of mine.
He was a friend of yours?
He was a friend of mine.
I think he's still basically... we were talking about you, Mr. Lang. Basically, you are still a friend of his, aren't you?
I believe so.
You don't act like it. What looked good to you? What kind of a penalty did you think about?
Well, I kind of have a penalty of my own picked out.
Yeah, what was your idea of a penalty for the losing Republican?
Well, I would like to see him go to Independence, Missouri, walk up to Truman and say, "I've seen the errors of my ways. Sorry. I'm very sorry." And if possible, I'd like to see his picture in the paper doing this.
A Republican saying that Truman was right after all.
Yes.
That's very good. I think that's an excellent stunt. Now, you will do this, won't you? We'll pay your way back. We'll pay... Huh?
I'm awfully sorry. Look, we've
What's
made
the
a
matter,
terrible mistake. We've added the scores again. Mr. Democrat doesn't win after all. The winner's Mr. Republican.
Well, now, wait a minute. What do you know about that? Mr. Lang... We don't have time to send you back out and think of anything, so I'll tell you what we'll do. We'll just reverse the whole thing. And you'll have to go to Eisenhower and tell him he's okay and the Democrats are all wrong. Is that all right?
It's perfectly all right.
How do you like that? Well, I tell you, we'll send you there, and we'll arrange for you to get a message to President Eisenhower on behalf of the young Democrats of what?
Couldn't we delete the publicity?
No, sir. It's got to be a picture of you sending that wire under the heading of the Young Democrats of Santa Monica.
Well...
And I hope this has taught all of us a terrible lesson. Don't be overconfident. Fellas, you're both good sports to come up and show that in both parties there are good men willing to do their best. And we have for each of you a great, big, beautiful prize, a stereo realist camera and a viewer that will give you pictures in 3 dimensions of our next presidential winner, whoever he is. Thank you, Republicans. Thank you, Democrats.
Thank you.
I'm coming down the audience now to look for somebody who would like to be rich. Let's see somebody who'd like to get rich. Wow, You'd like to be rich?
Why, sure.
Who are you?
Robert Farnham.
What do you do, Mr. Farnham?
Policeman.
Oh, you're not rich already?
Oh, I'm a poor man.
Where are you from?
New York City, Long Island.
Is this your wife?
No.
Oh, who are you?
I'm Mrs. Klosterman from Tampa, Florida.
And you'd like to be rich?
I sure would.
You aren't rich?
No.
What do you do?
I'm rich in family, but not in money. I'm a housewife.
How many do you have in your family?
We have 3 children and 4 grandchildren.
Come with me, Mrs. Klosterman. I'm going to give this nice gray-haired lady a chance to be rich. We'll come right up on stage and find out what happens. Well, here we are. Mrs. Klosterman is from, did you say where?
Tampa, Florida.
A Florida gal. And what does your husband do, Mrs. Klosterman?
He's a Seaboard Airline Railway conductor.
And he's away from home a lot?
Yes, he is.
Where does he travel between?
Well, different places. Tampa and St. Petersburg, Jacksonville.
Yeah.
Right now he's running to Boca Grande, where they have all those fish.
Yeah, and I bet you get free passes on the railroad, don't you?
Yes, we're out here on free passes to visit our daughter at Manhattan Beach.
Good for you. Have you ever won anything in any contest?
No.
Have you entered contests?
No.
You've never thought of entering?
No, because I didn't think I'd ever be this lucky.
Never?
As close to you.
Oh, Mrs. Klosterman.
You may win some money tonight, and if you were to suddenly get comparatively rich overnight, what would it mean to you? What would you do with it?
I might retire to California.
Did you hear that? A lady from Florida says she'd retire to California. There is the greatest blow that has been struck for the Chamber of Commerce in 50 years of Indian fighting. Mrs. Klosterman, I'm going to have a man wheel a wheelbarrow right up here into the front of the stage, and I'm going to have him, you can hear it clink as it comes, can't you? And I'm going to have him remove the cloth from the top of this golden wheelbarrow, and what do you see?
Money.
Money.
Is it real?
That is real money, ma'am.
Can I touch it?
Sure you can touch it. How's it feel?
It didn't stick.
None of it stuck. Well, maybe $10,000 worth of it will stick to you tonight, Mrs. Klosterman.
Now you're joking.
No, I'm not. Have you ever thought of getting $10,000 in cash?
No.
Well, this is your chance tonight. Somebody who came all the way to California on a free pass and has never won anything in her life, and she's about 53. Honest? Injun. All right. This is the way we play the game. If you'll just turn sideways and look back here, you will see that there are a number of letters on movable bases. Now, these letters conceal figures behind them. For instance, one of these letters has a 1 behind it, and all the other letters have zeros behind them. Now, we're going to ask you to rearrange these letters to make an English word. And if you get the right word, then the right letter will be here. And if the 1 is here and the 4 zeros are there, you get $10,000. If the word you make lets the 1 be behind a letter that's here, you get 1,000 or 100 or 10 or $1. You understand, Mrs. Klosterman?
I don't know. I hope so.
All right, you make a word. You make any kind of an English word you want. Just switch these around in any manner that you desire. And there are 5 words, at the least, which can be made out of these 5 letters. And $10,000 in cash is riding on your guess, on your good judgment, and on your ability. All right, Mrs. Klosterman, start rearranging. Can you get a word out of that? There are 5 of them. There are 2 vowels and 3 consonants. Shuffle them around a little. No, just move it this way, so you can move it around any way you want to. And you can change. You are spelling out the word capes. Now, are you satisfied with that? That's the word you want. All right, if you'll come over here now, Mrs. Klosterman, right where I was standing, I will demonstrate exactly what you have got. C-A-P-E-S is the word capes. Now, if the 1 is in back of the letter S, you will have only gotten $1 because the rest would all be zeros. 0. You might have $10. Well, you got to make either $10,000, $1,000, or $100. Let's cut the suspense short, shall we? Sure. If there's a 1 back of this C, you are walking away with $10,000 cash. No 10,000. You got $1,000 or $100. Mrs. Klosterman, come up here. I'm going to see what kind of a gal you are right now. This is entirely up to you. I have here a $500 bill with a picture of McKinley on it. Fine-looking man, wasn't he?
Wonderful. He was assassinated, wasn't it terrible?
Mrs. Klosterman, you can call off the game right now if you want to. You're such a nice gal, and just take this $500 and go singing on your way. Or you can say, go on with the game, and you get either 1,000 or 100. It might be 100, might be 1,000. But you can be safe and take the 500. It's up to you. I see some lip reading from the audience.
They're right in front of my husband.
Mr. Klosterman, stand up where your wife can see you. She wants a little assistance. What do you say? Are you going to take his judgment or your own? He said take your own judgment. He won't give you any help.
Well, I'm going to see what's back of those letters. Because I've always wondered how it would feel to take 100 when you could have gotten 5.
You've always wondered why?
I have seen people take 100 when they could have gotten 5 by taking a choice, but I'd like to see what's back of those.
It's worth that much money to you, if possibly you lose it, to see.
It'll break my heart.
All right, you just go back there, and I will reveal all. Now, you could have taken it either way. It's entirely up to you. Which letter do you want to see first? Huh? People are funny about money, aren't they? Which one? The A? You want to meet the 1,000 or the 100?
Let's see the 100.
The 100 you'd like to see first. See if it's 100. If there's a 1 back of here, that's it. Want to change your mind? You just said, oh, you have a feeling it's back here, haven't you? Yeah. But you don't want to change your mind?
No.
All right. That's the 100. I'm sorry, Mrs. Klosterman, that you didn't take the 5, but you're a real good sport. Thank you very much.
Make this your day to remember a child whom crippling polio did not forget. For him, for thousands, the polio vaccine has come too late. Remember him. Remember them. Be sure to join the 1956 March of Dimes today.
Earlier in the show, I sent a Mr. and Mrs. Stevenson, who'd been married for 20 years, backstage to take a rather interesting and unusual test. A test as to whether or not married people really do get to think alike about a variety of subjects independently of each other. And they have made their choices of the various subjects, and they're ready to be tested. So bring out Mr. and Mrs. Stevenson. Here they come. Well, Mrs. Stevenson, you and Mr. Stevenson both were in separate rooms. You didn't talk to each other at all.
Oh, no, we didn't.
Now, of course, what we really wanted to find out was not how the average person votes on music and food and songs and things, but how you two agreed. And you were given 7 choices, 7 categories.
That's right.
Now I'm going to tell you what we're going to do. I have here $1,000 in $50 bills. For each time that you agree on each of your categories, you get a $50 bill.
It's real.
That's real money.
That's real. I got a feeling too.
If it feels a little rough, it's because General Grant hasn't shaved for a long time. If you have 5 out of 7 categories, 5 out of 7 categories that agree, you will get all $1,000 at once. Now we're going to find out, Mr. and Mrs. Stevenson, whether or not these 20 years have been in vain. Let me get my card out. The first category was on the subject of foods, and we gave you 3 choices: French, Mexican, or Chinese. Would you each flip your top card over? Let it down. Chinese. Chinese. $1,000. Now, this is independent. They were in separate rooms when they marked these cards. They had no idea what the other one thought or what they were doing or tried to be similar. You weren't trying to be similar.
Oh, no,
you didn't know anything about that. Now, the next thing is home architecture. Do you prefer modern, colonial, or Spanish? Would you flip your card first, Mrs. Stevenson? Colonial? Mr. Stevenson? Colonial. They even even agree on the money. The next thing was a song, and we gave them Old Man River. Would they prefer to hear your Old Man River, Begin the Begin, or Summertime? Mr. Stevenson, will you flip your card? Begin the Begin. Begin the Begin.
Wonderful.
Isn't this just like...
It's simple.
Isn't that lovely? Now, our next item is a favorite gem. If you were to pick out a precious stone, would you take a diamond, emerald, or a sapphire? Would you start, Mrs. Stevenson, and see what you wrote? She likes an emerald. Mr. Stevenson, apparently you didn't. Diamond. Well, so far you have 3 for 4, and you need 5 for 7 in order to win the $1,000. Now, let's take motion pictures. Would you go to Gone with the Wind, Red Shoes, or The Best Years of Our Lives? You start out, Mr. Stevenson. Turn it over. Gone with the Wind, Red Shoes. You have 2 more times, and so far it's 3 for 5, and you need 5 for 7. You need both the next. The next thing is the foreign country you'd most like to visit. We gave you 3 choices: France and Gay Paris, Mexico City, or Italy, Rome. Mrs. Stevenson, both of you flip at one time, so neither one of you knows what the other one wrote. France. You each have $100, so even if you miss on the next one, you haven't done badly for 6 minutes' work. This one determines whether or not you get the $1,000, and I don't know myself what they wrote or what the vote is going to be. But old General Grant's waiting for you. Now, this one is another popular category about which married couples occasionally have to agree upon. The favorite sport to go to if you have an evening to go out on a sporting event. Baseball, wrestling, boxing. Now, when I give the word, you each turn over without looking. All right, turn it over. Baseball and boxing. How do you like that?
That boxing.
Huh?
That's to go. He always loves his boxing, and I thought, well, this is something I wouldn't enjoy with him, but baseball is something we both enjoy.
But he put down boxing. He'd rather go alone than to go to a baseball game with you. That cost them $900, $800, but you still have $100 each, and you have proved that even though you have been married a long time, you still have a mind of your own. Thank you, Mr. and Mrs. Stevenson. That's all for tonight. Next week, Dan Jenkins, West Coast editor of TV Guide, will try to invent a People Are Funny stunt so tough that I can't get anybody to volunteer for it out of the studio audience. Maybe he can, and maybe he can't. We'll see next week. Good night, everybody.
This program was transcribed from Hollywood.
Say, do you think mental telepathy really works?
There's only one way to find out, and that's to try it tonight on People Are Funny. Yes, NBC presents John Goodell's production of People Are Funny, transcribed from Hollywood. And now here's America's top master of ceremonies, Art Linkletter.
Ladies and gentlemen, we have a very special guest backstage at People Are Funny tonight. I'd like to have you meet. He's the West Coast editor of one of the most popular television magazines in the country, TV Guide. And his name is Mr. Dan Jenkins. Let's give him a nice welcome to the show. Dan? Dan here is one of our best TV editors and critics and writers, and naturally he's a little skeptical. Now, he's been covering shows, well, my show, on and off for the last 10 years, haven't you, Dan?
9 years.
And a couple of days ago, we were having lunch at the Brown Derby up the street, here in the heart of Hollywood, and I was telling Dan that one of the most amazing things about this show is that in all the 15 years that we've been on the air, I have never gone looking for volunteers in the audience that I didn't get them, no matter what it was for. Right. Jumping out of airplanes for the first time with parachutes, going into cages full of lions. We've done it all, and they're always volunteers. Now, Dan, you were kind of skeptical.
I was. As a matter of fact, I said I didn't believe it.
That's right. We made a bet. I said I'd get somebody out of the audience for any kind of a stunt that you could possibly think of.
Right. And I have the stunt.
You have the stunt.
I do indeed.
Well, I have the people. An audience full of people, and some of them are brave and some of them are timid. But what kind of a person in general do you want?
Well, I don't want a person. I want two people. I want a married couple. They have to be citizens.
Yes.
And they have to be free to travel.
Uh-huh.
And they have to be able to travel tonight.
Tonight?
Tonight.
And how long would they have to be gone, leaving tonight?
2 weeks.
2 weeks? Leaving tonight?
Leaving
with
tonight.
No previous plans whatsoever?
No strings.
Well, that's a pretty big offer. Pretty big job offer. But let's see what I can do. You stay up here and I'll go down and see what I can get for you. Well, ladies and gentlemen, you heard what the man said. Is there a married couple in the audience who would be willing to leave tonight for 2 weeks and go someplace? Let's see what kind of people we can get. This couple over here in the middle of the house, would you stand up? You live in Los Angeles?
No, sir.
Where do you live?
St. Louis.
St. Louis. What do you do?
I work for a newspaper.
A newspaper, and you could go anywhere for the next 2 weeks. Thank you very much. Uh-huh. Well, let's see this couple here. Where do you come from?
Palm Beach, Florida.
Palm Beach, Florida. You don't live here?
No.
Your name is?
W. Rainbreed.
And you could go anywhere?
Anywhere.
But you don't live here. Any more? Any more couples? There's a lady with her hand up. Don't you have your hand up? I'll talk to her. She's the volunteer. Would you stand up for a moment? Who are you?
Mrs. Feltner.
Who?
Mrs. Feltner.
Faulkner? And you are?
Mr. Feltner.
She's volunteering. Will you go along?
Sure will.
Where do you live?
In Van Nuys.
Oh, you are a Los Angeles resident?
Yes.
That's very important. That's what I'm looking for. And you are citizens?
Yes.
And you could leave tonight?
Yes.
Come with me. Come with me. We'll go back up on stage. Well, Mr. and Mrs. Faulkner?
Faulkner.
This is Mr. Dan Jenkins.
How do you do?
Now, I got the people. I got volunteers who are married. How long have you been married?
About a week and a half.
You've been married a week and a half? Oh, are you on your honeymoon?
Well, we didn't take one.
Oh, you didn't take one? Oh, no wonder they volunteer. They'll go anywhere. Well, congratulations. Where do you live?
On Hazeltine and Van Nuys.
In Los Angeles?
Yes.
What do you do for a living?
I'm an auto mechanic. I have my own shop up on Foothill and Osborne in San Fernando.
Notice that sneaky plug he worked in there? He doesn't care where he goes as long as when he comes back there's more business. And do you work?
Yes, I'm a waitress at Chef's Inn in La Canada.
Oh, you're a waitress. Are you going to go on working even though you're married?
Yes.
Sure is.
Congratulations. Good man. This was all arranged before you got married, I suppose.
Very definitely.
Now, I'm always curious to know, and believe me, in 15 years, people have volunteered to do anything and get away from everything without any warning. Now, you didn't know that you'd be volunteering. How can you get away from being a waitress? Don't you have a regular job? Aren't you supposed to be there tomorrow?
Well, no.
Why?
Because I just work part-time, and if I don't call in, I don't have to be there.
Isn't that a nice job? If she doesn't call in, the boss doesn't expect her. And how about you? How can you get away?
Well, the doors are closed. I won't have to open them in the morning if I'm not here.
Oh, it's your own shop?
Yes, it is.
Well, and you'll go away?
I sure will.
How come you didn't take a honeymoon?
Well, we couldn't afford it.
He couldn't afford to shut the doors of his place for a honeymoon, but for people who are funny, he'll go anywhere. Now, Dan, does this convince you that we can get anything out of the audience we want?
I'm with you so far.
Oh, you don't think they may go on through with the stunt after they know what it is?
I'm not through yet.
I know you're not through yet. We have found so far that they will go away, that they can leave tonight, and that they will go anywhere. And now comes the big question. Are you listening? You must have some diabolical thought in mind. Where do you want us to send them?
Africa.
Africa! Now, but that does bring us up to the next question. Why and what do you want them to do in Africa? Because there must be some kind of a stunt.
Lion hunt.
A real... Huh? What'd you say?
Yes.
You know, this is your honeymoon. Well, they apparently aren't phased, Dan. They didn't know a thing about it. They have met the test of saying that they will go to Africa and leave tonight. And I tell you what we will do. We will fly you on a DC-7 United Airlines mainliner to New York City, nonstop, and then the next day you'll get on a KLM Royal Dutch Airline and fly all the way from New York to Durban, South Africa. Now, that's as far away as you can get from Hollywood in the whole world. Huh? Have you ever flown?
Oh, just once.
Well, don't worry. United and KLM are the best airlines in the world, and you're perfectly safe. We wouldn't want any harm to come to them.
No, they'll be taken care of.
But one thing occurs to me. Wait a minute. You asked... Oh, I can see now why you asked for citizens with birth certificates,
right,
and why you wanted them to live in Los Angeles, because your birth certificates are at home somewhere probably, and we can get them, and they can... Oh, but wait a minute. A passport takes...
Oh, no, I've taken care of that, too.
How's that?
Well, we do things thoroughly. I have brought with me a good friend of mine, Mrs. Josefina Dean, who is in charge of the U.S. District Court Passport Department. And she is here to tell us just how this whole thing can be expedited.
Mrs. Dean, would you, is she here? Would you come out, please? Hello, Mrs. Dean.
How are you?
You work for the United States government.
Yes, I do.
Meet a couple of citizens.
How do you do?
Not taxpayers. He's closing up his business.
Oh.
Now, Mrs. Dean, how will this work? How fast can we get them out of the country? They have to go where first?
Well, since Los Angeles isn't an issuing office, the passports have to be handled through San Francisco. If they have evidence of citizenship and photos and a witness who is an American that has known them 2 years, they may hand carry their applications to San Francisco so that they can be issued tomorrow.
And we can fly them up tonight. They can be ready in the morning, and you'll expedite it?
I'll help expedite it if they have all the documentation.
All right. Do you have anybody who knows you for 2 years?
Yes, we do.
Yes. How long have you known each other, by the way?
About 6 months.
Well, they have friends who've known them longer than they've known each other, so that ought to be interesting. So then, with your help, Mrs. Dean, we can get them through and out of the country, on their way out of the country by tomorrow.
Assuming that everything is all right.
See, the government is speaking. Assuming. All right.
We have affidavits, instruction sheets, and application forms right here. And if they have their birth certificates, it should be all right because the whole thing revolves around the evidence of citizenship.
Yes, and you are citizens.
Yes, we are.
Were you born here?
Yes.
And you?
Yes.
Oh, congratulations. I'm a Canadian myself. I had to join the club. Now, you've got everything you need. I'm going to put you in the care of Mrs. Dean. And if you'll just wait for them backstage, thank you very much for coming down. Being a very gracious and helpful lady, as all the government folks are. And now, are you satisfied that we have done everything that you and I were betting about?
Well, I'm 80% satisfied. I'll be 100% satisfied maybe about 2 weeks from today.
What else?
Well, we've got to go through with this thing.
Well, what do they got to bring back?
Lion?
A lion. Live or dead?
Well, I'm not going to be hard either way.
Oh, that's nice of you,
That's
Mr.
all right.
Jenkins. You bring back a lion, alive or dead, to this program in a couple of weeks, and you will have been satisfied and I will win the bet.
Right.
The reason I'm so anxious to send you to Africa on the lion hunt and everything is because our bet is a piece of pie, and I don't want to lose that. You know, these big bets.
That Derby pie is expensive, too.
Now, a lion shouldn't be so hard to bring back to Hollywood, because after all the movies they've shot down in Africa, the average lion down there is dying to get to Hollywood. And you better not shoot the lion. You know why I say that, Dan, after all these years on the air? If we said to go down there and shoot a line, we would get a notice in the morning from the SPCA, Society for the Prevention of Cruelty to Animals, and we don't want to run into any trouble with them. But you can get it alive, you can shoot it, it can be little, it can be big. You'll be back here in 2 weeks. I'll collect on my bet. You'll have had a great honeymoon. You may have lost your husband, but it'll be a grand trip. Dan Jenkins, thanks. Good luck to you and the TV guide. Good luck to you. Huh?
I'm sorry.
Give them a send-off, folks. Goodbye. There they go.
RCA Victor announces another great milestone in music, the 75th anniversary of the fabulous Boston Symphony Orchestra. For conductors Charles Munch and Arthur Fiedler, a diamond-studded baton in honor of this great occasion presented by Frank M. Folsom, president of RCA. For you, 2 exciting new historical highlight albums specially recorded by RCA Victor. A musical history of the Boston Symphony on 12-inch long play, a $3.98 value, only 98 cents. And the story of the Boston Pops in 45 extended play, a $1.49 value, only 49 cents at your RCA Victor dealers now.
And be sure to see the Producers Showcase Festival of Music in color on NBC television January 30th, featuring RCA Victor artists.
My gosh, look at all the loot on the stage behind me. Just run your eyes down that row of beautiful loot. A stereo realist camera and a viewer, luggage, a vacation trip, a range, a washer, and a television set. Hundreds of dollars worth of loot. And most people would jump at a chance to get all this stuff. And as a matter of fact, we have somebody who may have to do just that. Come on in, couple. These are specially invited guests. How long have you been married?
14 years.
And you're from where, Mr. Holtz?
Philadelphia originally.
And now?
Hollywood.
And your business?
I sell Blue Cross, the hospital plan.
Uh-huh. And Mrs. Holtz, do you work?
No, I don't.
Now, ladies and gentlemen, these 2 guests were not picked out of the audience. They were invited down here specially because of the nature of tonight's stunt. They had to have a belief in something. Would you tell them what you 2 folks believe in that caused us to pick you?
We believe in extrasensory perception, mental telepathy.
Why, how long have you believed in this mental telepathy, Mrs. Holtz?
Oh, for many years we've been interested in the subject.
Now, do you believe in thought transference?
We believe it's possible, yes.
It's possible, huh? Who is the big expert on that in the United States?
I would say Dunninger is.
Dunninger?
Or Dr. Ryan of Drake University.
He's written some books on it, hasn't he?
Yes, he has.
Well, now, when we say mental thought transference, does that mean that if you 2 are in harmony, you can pretty well tell what you're each thinking?
Well, theoretically, that's the way it should work.
And there are people who can really do that.
I believe there are.
That's very important. I want everybody to realize that you do believe in it. And this is an interesting field. Nobody knows what can actually be transferred from person to person. And we all know that husbands and wives have a greater chance of doing this than other people because you've lived together for 14 years. And here's what we're going to do. There are on the stage a number of prizes, as you can see. And each of these prizes is situated directly behind a paper-covered drum. Each of these little drums on the stage, which is a circular drum, is covered across the top with a very light paper. Now, we are going to have you, Mr. Holtz, go up on the stage and stand with your back to that railing. Will you go up there now, please?
All right.
Now, you'll notice that these drums are all close enough so you can jump from one to the other. Bump, 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 bump. There are 2, 4, 6 of them. Now, as you jump through each paper drum, you will jump about 3 or 4 inches, and there's the floor. And when you do that, you get whatever prize is in back of the drum. So you see, you get the whole business. All right. Here is the interesting part of it that I haven't told you about. Underneath this tremendous platform here, there is a tank filled with 500 gallons of ice water. And when you jump through one of these hoops, you will go right straight down into the tank. And you don't know which one, do you?
That's it.
These clothes you have on, we asked you to wear so that if they got wet, it wouldn't matter. You're all set. You have nothing in your pants pockets. Although, actually, I have no worries about you because I'm going to tell your wife which one of these you shouldn't jump into. And all she has to do is to send you that mental thought, and when you get to it, you'll stop. You got that? Now, Mrs. Holtz, if you'll come right over here, I'm going to give you the number of the drums, and you will find out. I will call them out, so you will be able to think no or yes. Now, you get all the presents each time you jump into a drum as you go along. But if you jump into the water, you lose all of them up to that point. This makes it impossible, you see, for him to go ahead and just jump and get them all. You must want to stop him, not only because of the water, but because you'll lose everything. Now, no nodding your head. Mr. Holtz, you are tuned in on your wife, I hope. And I trust that right now she is telling you whether to jump or not to jump on number 1. Ready? Are you going to jump?
Yes.
Jump. Well, you got the stereo realist camera and a viewer for third dimension pictures, one of the finest cameras in the country. Now, for the next one, you have a beautiful set of Samsonite luggage, the strongest luggage in the world, and you have the second one to jump. You know, Mrs. Holtz, whether he should jump or not. Are you anything coming through to you?
I think this one's all right.
It's up to you. Jump. I forgot to ask you something. Can you swim? All right. Now, Mr. Holtz, you have just won a beautiful set of luggage. Now, you can lose both of them if you jump into the tank. We come next to a vacation trip to the Sahara Hotel at Las Vegas and flown up on a big United Airlines DC-7 and all your expenses paid for a week in Las Vegas. This is number 3. Would you please think, Mrs. Holtz, carefully and send every mental thought you can, yes or no. To jump or not to jump, Mr. Holtz?
I feel pretty sure about this one.
What?
I feel pretty sure about this one.
You feel the thoughts?
This one, I think, is all right.
Uh-huh. Well, he doesn't care. He works for the Blue Cross. All right. Fold your arms and jump. Well, you just won a 2-week trip to the Sahara Hotel. Now you can lose it all, or you might add a tap and range. This is number 4.
All right.
Huh?
I'll go for this one.
You will jump for this one. All right. All right. Go ahead and jump. Gee, I thought it was going to splash. You have now won a tap and range, a trip to the Sahara, luggage, and a camera. We now get into number 5, and Mrs. Holtz, send the message, yes or no. Have I given you enough time?
No, this is all right.
This one's all right? Now, this is the one, number 5. All right, just go ahead and jump. Stand right here for you, will you? Ladies and gentlemen, we have just punctured the theory of extrasensory perception. And also this thing, you were sending messages?
You can't blame the theory.
Oh, well, I tell you what we do for you. You didn't follow it. You have lost the prizes. You could have stopped anywhere, but we have for you a beautiful Maytag dryer. Here it is from the Maytag Hotel. Actually, we are going to send to your home a beautiful Maytag dryer and washer, both the washer and the dryer, and it's got what they call the automatic water level control, and it seems to be working perfectly with him. He has lovely legs, hasn't he, through the water? Goodbye, and thank you very much.
If you were a little boy with polio, still fighting to recover from paralysis, what would you give to the March of Dimes? Put yourself in his shoes, his braces, and join the 1956 March of Dimes.
Now comes the part of the show, ladies and gentlemen, where we're going to try to give away, actually try in the next couple of minutes, $10,000 in cash to somebody who's never won before any kind of a prize, which is why we picked them out of the audience. And she yet doesn't know what her stunt is or what this is all about. Could I have our first guest, please? Hello. How do you do? You are Mrs.?
William Reardon.
From where?
From La Cañada, California.
Housewife?
Housewife.
Husband
mother.
is a...
He works at Lockheed.
And you have how many children?
I have 4.
And your name is?
Priscilla.
You've never won anything before?
Never.
Have you tried?
Well, I always enter those, contests. I've never won even a deck of cards.
Nothing in your life. And yet all around you, you're hearing about people winning money and prizes. Wouldn't it be great to go home tonight, let's say, with a toaster?
Yeah, I would.
Well, I tell you, you might do even better than that. Would you wheel on that wheelbarrow, Mr. Shore?
Oh, my heavens.
You know what that represents?
It looks like about $1 million.
It's $10,000 in cash, and you might wheel that home.
Oh, all the way up the freeway.
Yeah, all the way up the freeway. If you happen to figure things out just right in the next 2 minutes.
Oh, my.
Now, here's the way the game works. Priscilla?
Oh.
Are you here alone tonight or with your husband?
Well, I'm with my husband and some neighbors.
I knew you were with some man because he was just carried out on a stretcher. He can't stand the strain. You see these 5 letters up here? A-P-S-L-E?
Oh, yes.
Those 5 letters, by being rearranged, they can all be moved around any way you want, spell 5 different words.
Oh.
There are 5 different words. Now, you can spell any word you want, Mrs. Reardon, with those 5 letters, and how much money you win depends upon the word you spell out, because behind one of those letters is the figure 1, and behind all the others are zeros. So if you get the word with the 1 in the first place, it'll be 10,000. If the 1 is behind the letter that happens to be in the second place, it'll be 1,000. The third, 100. The fourth, 10. And the fifth, $1.
Oh.
$1. Now, there are 5 different words, in dictionary words, regular words, that you could make, and you just go ahead and rearrange them for $10,000. Your mind is a blank. Well, that's all right. Just take your time. Well, I tell you, just start moving them around a little. You might come to a word. Oh, wonderful word. Sail. Sample. I don't want to give you a hint. Just rearrange them around. Eastbowl. Folks, have you eaten Eastbowl lately? This is a fine, nourishing breakfast food. Peasel, come home to me. Baby, won't you, Peasel, come home? She says that you cannot make a word out of this. Yes, you can. Keep going. You almost have something there. Spale. How do you... Yeah. She said she has seen a word sort of like this. There's a word. Pails. P-A-L-E-S. You know what that means?
Pails and pails. No,
you don't know what
yeah.
What does it mean?
Pails. You know.
Your face pales. P-A-L-E-S. The girl's face paled as we handed her $10,000.
Yeah.
All right, is this the word you want? Here we go. If the one's back of that, you get $1.
Oh.
If one's back of this, you get $10. Well, you got 10,000, 1,000, or 100. Let's go for the whole thing, huh? $10,000. Mrs. Reardon, the one is in back of one of these two letters. Either 10,000, either 1,000 or 100. Either 1,000 or 100. Now, I want you to make up your mind. We'll quit the game and give you a $500 bill, or we'll go ahead and play it. In other words, you might have 100, you might have 1,000, or you're sure to have 500. People are funny about money. Are you going to take the sure middle road or the chance?
I'm going to take the chance.
You're definitely going to take the chance. This is your decision. You have won $100, and the $10,000 word was leaps. L-E-A-P-S. Or you could have spelled peels, P-E-A-L-S. Or a part of a flower called the sepal, S-E-P-A-L. That's a hard one, but the leaps was the easiest one, and we thought that would be the first one you'd think of, leaps. So, you have $100, and you missed the $500 in spite of the fact that I tried to give it to you. And so, dig in there. You can get $100 worth. Thank you very much. Goodbye, everybody. That's all for tonight from Hollywood. Next week on People Are Funny, we put a man and his wife to the acid test, the money test. Tune in and see how. Good night, everybody.
This program was transcribed from Hollywood.
Do you know the difference between a fib, a white lie, and a whopper?
You be the judge. You'll hear them all tonight on
People Are Funny.
Yes, NBC presents John Goodell's production of People Are Funny, transcribed from Hollywood. And now here's America's top master of ceremonies, Art Linkletter.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, we had so much fun playing guessing games on this program, we decided to guess a little bit about age. And since everybody wonders what everybody else is in the way of age, let me see some hands of people who think they're good guessers. Where are you from? Where do you live? Canada? Where's that fellow from? Hollywood. Where are you from? New York City. Where's this fellow from? Ann Arbor, Michigan. Come on over, Ann Arbor. Now, how do you do, sir? And what's your name?
J. Bolt.
J. Bolt?
B-O-L-T.
Oh, Bolt.
Keep it easy.
What? What do you do, Jay?
Well, I'm a professor at the University of Michigan, sir.
Well, good for you. And what do you teach?
I teach mechanical engineering.
Mm-hmm. And you had a good football team this past year.
Very, very good.
You out here as a tourist now. Well, Professor, let's see how well you do in the matter of age. Now, let me pick a woman. That lady right there in the green coat. Would you come on over here? Yes, the lady in the pretty red hat and the green coat. You come on over here and you take a look at her, Jay, because it's going to be worth $1,000 to you if you can tell me how old she is when she gets here.
I'm looking.
Oh, well, she has pretty gray hair right here.
Can't hurt my feelings either.
What'd you say?
Can't hurt my feelings.
Can't hurt your feelings.
I'm proud to have lived as long as I have.
Well, now you tell us your name and not your age.
Lila DeBlanc.
Where are you from, Lila?
Louisiana. New Iberia, Louisiana.
Well, how do you do, man, you all? Now, Jay, take a look at her. $1,000 in cash if you tell me her age correctly, and half off of your prize for each year that you miss.
57.
57.
This is our 3 years.
How old are you?
60.
60.
Yes.
And you can prove that, can
yes.
you?
July the 9th.
July the 9th.
1895.
1895. Is it 1895, 605, 67? That's right, 60. And you missed it by 3 years. You get $125.
Very good.
Not bad, huh?
Thank you, sir.
You a grandmother?
Oh, yes, by stepmother.
You're a grandmother by
I have
a
about 24 grandchildren.
You have 20?
Step-grandchildren.
Step-grandchildren.
Yes.
What are step-grandchildren?
I love them all. Well, I was, Mr. DeBlanc had children, and I remarried. You know, I married him, and he had children. I didn't.
Well.
I'll get it.
You get it, and you got it, and you have it, and we're going to give you a bottle of Balenciaga perfume from France. Goodbye. Goodbye, Professor.
RCA Victor has just announced a new tape recorder. It's high fidelity. Push a button, record, like this. RCA Victor's high fidelity tape recorder has 3 speakers. Now, play it back. RCA Victor's high fidelity tape recorder has 3 speakers. So simple. Push a button, record anything you like, or enjoy pre-recorded music on tape. Every sound is crisp, clear, new orthophonic, high-fidelity sound. You will find dozens of uses for RCA Victor's high-fidelity tape recorder, as low as $189.95. Try it yourself at your RCA Victor dealers.
Quite interesting, huh? Ladies and gentlemen, this is an odd-looking machine. You should all be familiar with it because it is a lie detector. But it's a lie detector that is operated by a slight stratagem, a device called a push button. When I push it once, like this, it goes to fib. If I push it twice, white lie. And so on through falsehood and a whopper. Now, this button is going to be connected to a fellow who's in with us on a big double cross tonight. And to let you in on the whole plot, I'm going to bring out Mr. Morales. Jack Morales, would you come out, please? Come on over here and meet the folks. Ladies and gentlemen, Jack is a very special guest of ours, invited down here to be on the program. Tell us what you do, Jack.
I coach out at Harvard schools and I'm attending L.A. State College.
What do you coach?
Football at the present time.
Mm-hmm. You're a single man.
Oh, yes.
And you have a very good friend by the name of...
Louis Foglia, commonly known as Ouija.
Ouija Foglia. What does Ouija do?
He's a cement contractor.
Yeah, and what's going to happen to him next Saturday?
Oh, boy. He's getting the axe. He's getting married.
Yeah, and you're going to be the...
best man.
The best man. Now, who's he marrying?
Diane.
You've given me a lot of information about Louis.
We've worked together quite well.
And the reason, ladies and gentlemen, is that this couple who is going to be married next Saturday night are being held backstage, and they have no idea that their best man is here tonight. Where do they think you are?
The football banquet, giving a lecture.
And they, in fact, invited you to come down and see him on this show.
Oh, yes, but I couldn't make it.
Yeah, that's right. They, of course, have no idea why they're here. They're just a young couple about to be married, and we thought we'd do a little romance department with them. Now, Jack, this is the thing. From the information you've given me, I've prepared some questions. When you go backstage, you listen to his answers to those questions, and if he tells a lie, you press the button that fits the kind of a lie he tells.
Oh, yeah.
You got that?
Oh, yeah.
You go on backstage now. The plot begins to thicken. Of course, the whole idea of this stunt is to prove that people who are getting married should tell each other the absolute truth. And some of the couples looking in tonight will be more inclined to follow the truth after they see what happens to this young couple. So right now they're on their way here. One of the boys should be bringing them in, and they don't know anything about what's happened so far. So here comes Mr. Ouija Foglia and Miss Diane Webster, I think it is. Oh, let's give our next guest a nice welcome. Come right on out, folks. How do you do? Will you be seated? Well, your name is,
Louis Foglia.
Can you talk up a little bit, Louis?
Louis Foglia.
Attaboy, Louis, we want to hear you. And your name is?
Diane Weaver.
Now, you folks were invited down because you're getting married next Saturday.
That's right.
Uh-huh. Louis, what business you in?
I work for my dad, cement work.
Uh-huh. And what do you intend to be eventually? Do you have any final ambition?
Yes, perhaps a construction contractor. Contractor.
A contractor, huh? How did you two happen to meet?
Oh, it was at a college party in Santa Barbara. I was attending the University of California at Santa Barbara, and I met Diane at one of the parties.
Louis, do you have a nickname, by the way?
Lou.
Lou. Lou, I'll tell you what. You've told her everything she needs to know about you.
Oh, yes.
You haven't concealed anything from her.
No, not a thing.
Well, I'll tell you what I'll do. If you tell me the whole truth and nothing but the truth, the complete, absolute truth, for the next 5 minutes, I'm going to see that she gets a $1,000 diamond and sapphire ring.
Yeah.
How does that sound?
Sorry.
Sorry. Okay. Now, is that a deal?
Sure is.
A beautiful Lucien Picard diamond and sapphire ring worth $1,000. And since we must determine whether or not you are telling the truth, do you mind if we use the latest scientific lie detector?
Must you?
Have you ever had one?
No, I haven't.
It works entirely according to your rate of pulse, and just hold perfectly still. You know you look better this way? Look around, Louis. That is our lie detector. All right. Now, all you have to do is to tell the truth for the next 5 minutes. Were you ever in love with any other girl, truly in love with any other girl before you met Diane?
No. No.
We seem to be getting some vibrations. Did you hear that bell?
Yes.
Well, now that bell said a fib. Not a real big fib, lie, but just a kind of a fib. Perhaps I should ask you, does the name Dolores mean anything to you?
No. No. Not at all.
You made the white lie department that time, Louis. Are you sure she doesn't mean... You know the name Dolores. You know it, don't you?
Oh, come to think of it, it's a distant friend of the family is what it is.
It's an old friend of the family?
That's right.
Uh-huh. Diane, you notice what's happening in back of you?
Yes.
Was it anything more than that?
Puppy love, I guess you could call it, one of those things.
Oh, it's a long time ago, huh?
Yeah, that's right.
By golly, he's finally telling the truth. He gets a Nobel Prize for that one. Well, Diane, we're determining what he's going to do. Do you think a marriage should start off, Louis, on good, solid financial grounds? For instance, Do you owe any debts to anybody?
Oh, no.
You don't owe anybody? We got a fib on that one. Do you? I don't mean anything big, anything small.
Well, I owe about $100 to a friend of mine.
You do owe $100. Very interesting. Do you have no more debt?
No, that's just that one.
Did you know about that?
No.
You didn't know he had any debts. Do you have any debts, Diane?
No.
Uh-huh. Well, there's something pretty cute about this thing. The good thing, the thing isn't attached to you. In the good old days, Louis, when you weren't engaged, were you a kind of a wolf? Did you, for instance, did you try to kiss girls on the first date?
Oh, no.
Diane, are you going to believe him or that lie machine? The machine, huh? Louis, you've already lost the ring about 4 out of 5 times. Now, I can't give you this ring unless you tell the truth at least once more. I'm going to give you one more chance. Is Diane the first girl you ever proposed to?
Oh, yes, definitely.
She is the first girl you ever proposed to.
That's right.
Louis, this machine works. You better tell us. Have you ever even suggested marriage to another girl?
Well... Very, very slightly.
Very slightly. Very slightly. Louis, you really haven't told... What do you think of this, Diane?
I'm learning a lot.
You sure are. And would you like to see how our lie detector works, the inside scientific facts? Because, all right, bring out the lie detector, please, the operator, because this is a very interesting device. And the whole thing works on the principle of a kind of a You didn't know he was here, did you?
He's going to be my best man.
Louis, he was going to be your best man. Check with Diane. We did it to him, didn't we?
Yes, we did.
Every time you told, he gave me the tip-off to the kind of questions to ask, and knowing you to be a sneaky fellow, we figured you would go the other way, and you did, didn't you? Now, the best man, Jack Morales, you're supposed to have the ring, aren't you?
Oh, yes, he is.
He missed every time, and so, Louis, you missed on this beautiful Lucien Picard $1,000 diamond and sapphire ring. I'm very sorry, but you have lost it. However, that's not Diane's fault, is it?
No, it isn't.
Not her fault.
No, it isn't.
She's a true blue type girl. You take the ring.
Oh, my God.
There you are. And for being our best man tonight, and he is definitely the best man tonight, Diane, we're going to send him out of harm's way, because you may have ideas about him. We're going to send you on a little vacation trip up to the Sahara Hotel in Las Vegas. Would you like to do that? You're a single man.
I'm a single man.
And we're going to give you a trip up there on a big United Airlines DC-7 mainliner and give you $1 to get started and have some fun. And you'll forgive us, won't you, Ouija?
Yes, sir.
See, I know all about you. I know your nickname and everything else. And by the way, I didn't ask you scarcely anything tonight, Diana. I want to ask you, since you've already asked him so many things, have you told him everything about your past?
Yes.
She isn't even connected to the machine, and look how it works. I think we better leave them to work things out. Don't you, Jack? Come on. last show, you may recall, we put together several interesting elements. First, a couple of young University of Oklahoma students who had come to Hollywood on a vacation, and secondly, a trip to the Leaning Tower of Pisa in Italy for a very interesting experiment, reliving the days of Galileo. So let's bring our young students back, Joe Smeltzer and Jack Close. Come on out, boys, and let's find out what happened. Let's see, now, you're Joe.
That's right.
And you're Jack.
Yes.
Jack and Joe went up the hill of Leaning Tower of Pisa. Well, we'll throw that one away. Joe, now, let's see. You flew across the Atlantic. You flew to New York.
Uh-huh.
Got aboard a big KLM, Royal Dutch Airline, flew across to Rome.
Uh-huh, that's right. Had a wonderful trip on the KLM.
Oh, yeah. And how about Rome? Did you like Rome?
Had a fabulous time.
You're a medical student.
That's right.
So, did you go to any hospitals over there?
No.
No chance for that. You were too busy. Then we drove you down to Pisa.
Uh-huh.
That's how many hours drive about?
Oh, it's about 3.5 hours drive.
From Rome, uh-huh. Now, the idea was for you to go up to the Leaning Tower of Pisa and lean over and drop a peach. Who had the peach?
Well, I had the peach and the grape.
Oh, you went to the top of the tower.
Yeah.
And you took the peach and the grape.
That's right.
And what did you do?
Well, I stood at the bottom and made sure they landed at the same time. Or at least we hoped they would.
Yeah, you thought that they would land at the same time.
No, I thought
they'd land at the same time, and you thought the heavier
I didn't
one.
know, so I was going to stay at the bottom.
All right. Now, by the way, were there any guards or anything around the Pisa Tower?
Yeah, there were so many guards at the top that I went back down and got the guy that was driving the car, and he went up on the back side of the tower and talked to the guards while I ran around the front side and dropped it off.
Oh, you didn't think they'd let you drop anything off there, huh? So you had a decoy, our driver.
That's right.
Your driver. Got the guards around.
And talked to them. There were about 3, I believe.
Yeah, well, tell me this. When you're up in the Leaning Tower Pisa, you went up the top too, didn't you?
Uh-huh, yes.
Does it give you kind of a feeling that the whole thing is going to fall over the way it looks like in the pictures we see?
It certainly does. You feel like when you're walking up, you have to lean over all the way up.
Did you have any worries? Did anybody say it might fall over?
No, it's supposed to fall in another 160 years, I believe.
Oh, 160 years. Well, we won't do any more stunts there. But at any event, this is the important thing. You went over on a scientific experiment to determine whether or not 2 objects of different weights, when released from a high object or a high building, would hit the ground at the same time. You were at the bottom.
Uh-huh, yes.
Tell us.
They did. They hit at the same time, and the grape disappeared, and the peach just splattered all over the ground.
But at the same time?
At the same time. Well, it seemed like they did. As near as I could tell, they landed at the same time.
Yeah. And you were at the top of the Leaning Tower Pisa.
That's right.
How many stories high would you say it was?
About probably 15, I don't know.
15 stories about. Well, ladies and gentlemen, here are 2 young fellows selected out of our Hollywood tourists. We gave you a wonderful vacation to Italy. You weren't there very long, of course, but you did prove that Galileo was right, and we will not repeal the law of gravity. And now that you're back in Hollywood, you're our guests up at the Hollywood Plaza Hotel. We'll pick up your tabs for your trips around town. And, of course, we'll fly you back to the University of Oklahoma. Good luck to you.
Thank you.
Hope you had an exciting time, and you will be the talk of the campus. Goodbye, boys.
Bye.
Thank you very much.
How much do you know about cancer? Do you know the simple facts about this disease that may someday save your life or the life of someone you love? Free information is available from your American Cancer Society. Address Cancer, in care of your local post office. The address again, Cancer, in care of your local post office.
Well, tonight, ladies and gentlemen, we're featuring puppy love on People Are Funny. Puppy love is when a young man sees a slick chick and starts acting like a sick duck. But at all events, it's a lot of fun to see young people in the throes of their first adolescent experiences in meeting and courting and wooing the opposite sex. And so People Are Funny has invited down to our program tonight a special guest that our scouts went out into the junior high schools around Hollywood looking for, and it was no easy trick to find this young fella because, well, I'll let him tell you why it was a little trick. A young junior high school boy. Come on out here, Gary. Your name is Gary?
Graham.
Mr. Graham, you're how old?
13.
Boy, you're a big one for 13. You're almost 6 feet tall, aren't you?
Yes, sir.
Now, Gary, will you tell the folks what we went looking for and why we picked you when it comes to the subject of girls?
Well, you picked me because I had never asked a girl out on a date before, and so that's what I'm going to do now.
That's right. We told him to come on down and let us watch him asking his first girl out on his first date. And Gary, before we go any farther with this stunt, I'd like to know, have you ever thought seriously of it and just backed away at the last minute? Are you shy?
Yes.
You're a little shy. Yeah. You like girls?
Well, I guess so.
Yeah, they can't play baseball, of course.
No.
Can you dance?
Yes.
Oh, you did learn to dance.
Mm-hmm.
So you plan to take a girl out.
Yes, I did.
How did you learn to dance?
Well, my sister taught me. She's 16.
Yeah, uh-huh. And any particular type of girl you like? You prefer, you don't like girls generally, but blondes, brunettes, redheads?
No.
Yeah. Now, you made out a list of girls you know in your class that you might like to date. Do you have it with you? Mm-hmm. You got the phone numbers?
Yes, sir.
You got two girls here. What's the difference between these two girls? One's Marianne, the other's Patty. Marianne, describe her.
Well, she's real short and real jolly and everything.
Kind of cute, huh? You kind of eyed her down the classroom?
Yes, I did.
And Patty, what about her? What does she look like?
Well, she's pretty tall and she's a brunette. She's cute.
Yeah, jolly?
Not especially.
Oh. Marianne and Patty. Well, you got the Marianne on top. You want to call her?
Okay.
Now, sit down there in the phone booth. Gary, now we have here a little clock. When Marianne answers on the phone, we're going to give you 90 seconds. That clock will go around once and a half for you to make a date with her. Now, you got in mind anything coming up in school that you might ask her out for?
Well, there's a dance after school tomorrow.
Oh, how much does it cost?
20 cents per couple.
Oh. Who's playing? Guy Lombardo?
No, just they have records at the school.
Oh, they have records. All right. Now, suppose you ask her to that dance. This is the first time. If you can get a date with Marianne at this telephone number in 90 seconds, I'm going to give you a beautiful Stromberg Carlson high-five phonograph outfit. That's a beautiful big set that plays records with high and low and all the rest of them, huh? 1 o'clock, 2 o'clock. Okay? I'll put on the earphones just to check up on you, although we'll all hear both sides of the conversation. Is that the way an earphone goes on? All right, Gary. The number is a state number, so if you'll lift up the phone and dial O, that's the operator. Just leave it right there. And when the operator answers, you just turn right around so we can see you. There's the number.
State 98306, please.
Beg pardon?
98306.
Thank you. What is your number, please?
Hollywood 20733.
Now, don't be nervous that the thing doesn't start.
Thank you.
Do a good selling job now. This girl knows you. There's the phone ringing.
Hello?
Oh, is Marianne there?
Just a moment.
Now, speak up, boy. This is the most important moment of your life.
Marianne?
Who is it?
Gary?
Oh, Gary who?
Graham?
Oh, hi. How are you?
Pretty good. How are you?
Fine, thank you.
What are you doing?
Oh, not much. What are you doing?
Well, I was just thinking there's a school dance tomorrow. I'd wonder if you'd go with me.
Oh, I didn't know you went out on dates.
Well, this is the first one.
Oh, well, do you know how to dance?
Yes?
Oh. Well, gee, Gary, I don't know. On such short notice, I wouldn't know what to wear.
30 seconds.
Anything. I don't care.
Well, see, I was supposed to be a hostess at the dance, so I don't know how it would work out.
Well, you could turn down the hostess to go to the dance, couldn't you?
Well, you know, I've been seeing quite a lot of this one boy, and I don't know whether he would like it too well. And,
1 minute to...
well, I just don't know. We're not going steady, of course, but then, well...
Well, please, just go with me this time.
15 seconds. Say yes or no.
Say yes or no, please.
Well, I don't know. I just don't know that I should or not.
Please?
I I just don't know. I don't know that I could make it or not.
Well, you have to.
Well, I just...
Say yes.
I wouldn't know what to wear.
Wear anything.
Say yes.
Well, you can't just wear anything to a dance. Well, I suppose I'll go.
Say goodbye. Goodbye. Oh.
Gary, boy, wasn't that an ordeal?
Yeah.
Do you think all dates are going to be that tough?
I hope not.
But you did it, didn't you?
Yep. With a little help.
Huh?
With a little help.
I think you got about an extra 10 seconds there,
Yeah.
huh? But you did it. Now this will give you confidence to go ahead in the future.
Mm-hmm.
Say, who's that? She was here all the time, Gary. This is the girl. You see, we got that list from you the other day, and we brought the girls down. We had them in a telephone booth backstage. Mary Ann, we fooled them, didn't we?
We sure did.
But how about the date now?
Why, sure.
Gary?
Well, that sounds good enough for me.
Mary Ann, how old are you?
13.
13. Now, you've had dates before.
Well, going to dances, yes.
Yeah, things like that. What does your dad do?
Oh, he's a chef at the Statler Hotel.
Well, you're marrying a family where both the mother and father cook if you get into that family. Well, I think they make a charming couple. Stand a little closer. Hook your arm through his. Look down at her. Look up at her. I pronounce you boy and girl. Man to man, Gary, what is the ideal size family?
4.
Boy, he's progressing rapidly, isn't he? From no dates to 4 children. Well, Mary Ann, you and Gary have started down life's path hand in hand, arm in arm. And we're delighted to have looked in on a teenager making his first date. In case the dance gets dull, how many lessons have you had?
Well, I haven't counted them. A couple.
I think we better give you a couple of our People Are Funny games to play in case he steps on your feet. And you each get a beautiful Stromberg Carlson hi-fi phonograph. There's nothing finer than a Stromberg Carlson. Goodbye, Gary. Goodbye. Goodbye. Well, that's all for tonight. Next week, somebody's going to have a chance to buy a brand new radio for $1. Tune in and find out why. Good night, everybody.
This program was transcribed from Hollywood.
Did you ever buy anything sight unseen?
If you did, you probably got stung. But not on People Are Funny. Yes, John Goodell's production of People Are Funny, brought to you by NBC Radio, repeating the best shows of the past seasons. And now, here is America's top master of ceremonies, Art Linkletter.
Hello there. You know, tonight what we're going to prove on People Are Funny, among other things, that people will do anything for a bargain. And I'm no exception. Look at this gadget I've got here. Isn't that a honey? Look at that. It cost 88 cents at a bargain sale, marked down from $4.50. I haven't the faintest idea what it is, but at 88 cents you can't afford to overlook it. It's a bargain. And tonight we've picked a man out of our audience, a volunteer out there, who's going to help us prove that people are funny about bargains. So let's meet him and bring him out. Come on out, sir. Right over here. Thank you very much. Your name is?
Wayne Hutchison.
Mr. Hutchinson, you are dressed in a rather odd fashion to come to a People Are Funny show, aren't you?
Well, this is what we wear down at the beach, and it's sort of a...
Oh, I see. It's a kind of a beachcomber-like outfit, huh? Turn around. Let him see the holes. Actually, ladies and gentlemen, we dressed this man up after we picked him out of the audience. He came here in a dark suit and looked very presentable. And we gave him a bunch of kind of adventurous-looking clothes out at the elbows. Because when you volunteered, didn't I ask for a man who liked adventure?
That's correct.
Well, now, how do you go about searching for adventure?
Well, go look for it.
What do you do as a hobby?
I do surfing, skin diving, generally around the beach. And
In your skin diving activities, do you use a mask and lung, or do you...
Yes.
Huh?
Mask and lung and fins.
How far down do you dive?
Well, I've been down 160 feet.
160 feet with just a mask and lungs, huh? What's the biggest fish that you've ever speared?
Well, I never got a fish.
What do you do when you get down 160 feet?
Mostly go for lobster and abalone.
Ah, do you have to wear big, heavy gloves for the lobster?
Yes.
Mm-hmm. You're a single man.
Yes.
Uh-huh. How old?
31.
31. Your first name again?
Wayne.
Wayne. This may seem a rather personal question, but have you ever been in jail?
Yes.
You have? What'd you do in jail?
Well, I was a guest of the city, just temporarily.
What had you done?
It was a mix-up, a mistake.
Oh, I'm glad to hear that. Because...
So am I.
The reason I was so startled is that we have an interesting stunt, and you may be back in again. Only this time there'll be no mistake. Actually, this is what we are going to do. It's a kind of a risky stunt, but I don't think so. We want to find out if the average American, who is basically a pretty honest person, will go for a real good bargain, which is also what the average American goes for, if he suspects that the bargain is such a good bargain, it might be stolen goods. You got that? I'll show you how it works. Bring out the set, will you? This is a Stromberg Carlson brand new portable radio. It's worth about $40 in cash. Now, you're going to be driven out to a nearby neighborhood and pick out any house or apartment house that you want. You're going to go around and offer this for sale for $2. Now, you can't say you're from People Are Funny. You can make up any argument you want as to why you're selling it for $2. Can you think of an argument?
Yes.
Like what?
Well, like I might be broke or out of gas or stuck and I need $2, but I don't think I'd try to sell it. I might try to sort of pawn it.
No, you got to sell it. You can't pawn it. Huh? $40 portable for $2. It's a real bargain, isn't it?
I'm liable to go to jail again.
Yeah, you're liable to go to jail again. That's just the start, of course. We have other loot. Irv, would you bring out the gunny sack? You're going to be loaded tonight. You're going to carry a gunny sack, and here's a Westinghouse toaster. And here's Arpège perfume by Lanvin. Here's a 35-millimeter realist camera, also brand new. And here is a beautiful... Let's unwrap this, please, Irv. A beautiful Lucien Piccard wristwatch. Brand new. Now, everything is new, which is going to make it harder to sell. Put it all back in there. And it's in a gunny sack. And I want you, of course, you're dressed beautifully for this kind of a job. I'll bet there'll be a phone call to the police department by the first place he goes to. Put it right back in there. You take the gunny sack. Now, if you can sell just 3 of those 5 items at 3 different places, one at a time, see, 3 all told, for $2, $3, $4, no higher than $4, and come back here, having sold the 3 of them, not given them away or not pawned them, I'm going to give you a beautiful television set. Now, one other thing. If somebody refuses to buy and absolutely, just gets irate about the whole idea, bring them back. We want to see what kind of an honest citizen will come back and tell us what they think at that particular time. Will you do that?
Yes,
all right. Now, good luck. And don't forget, we have influence. If something goes wrong on this stunt, we'll have you out of jail by Christmas. Say goodbye to him, audience. There he goes. Ladies and gentlemen, this stunt is absolutely on the level. He'll be driven out and left in a residential district in Hollywood all on his own. And you know what? I think if he sells that stuff to householders, we can stop worrying about juvenile delinquents and begin concentrating on us older folks. Before we went on the air tonight, ladies and gentlemen, we picked a volunteer out of our studio audience who said that he had a very persuasive manner and a very persuasive voice. In fact, we gave him a test, and the audience here selected him over 2 other volunteers because he really was a very glib man with an argument. Well, we have him backstage now, and this is the idea of the stunt. I'm going to have him make a telephone call to one of the busiest men in Southern California, a man who gets all kinds of crank calls and who may or may not be patient with this one. Now, our volunteer doesn't know who he's going to call and won't know until I tell him right on the spot. and we'll see if he can engage this busy man in conversation and keep him from hanging up. We're going to call the desk sergeant at the main police station. Let him try to figure out what to talk about to keep that fellow on the phone. All right, boys, let's get him out of the soundproof room and bring him in, and we'll find out what happens. His name is Mr. Gil Hertzberg. And Mr. Hertzberg, you with us? How do you do, sir? Now, you're a salesman, aren't you, Gil?
Yes, sir.
That's what you said when you volunteered. What do you sell?
Check protectors.
What?
Check protecting equipment.
Oh, and you live here?
I'm traveling through here right now. We intend to make this our permanent home.
Where do you live up to now?
Ohio, Cleveland, Ohio.
Uh-huh. And traveling salesman has to be a pretty fast man with a tongue, doesn't he?
Sometimes,
Talking
yes.
his way in and out of things.
That's correct.
Been a salesman all your life?
No.
What'd you do before this?
Had a grocery store.
Uh-huh. Now, what we're going to do is very simple. We're going to have you make a telephone call, and if you can engage the man on the other end of the line and keep him talking to you from hanging up, I'm going to give you $1 a second. For every second you can keep him talking. You can't talk all the time, you know. You got to talk to him. Up to 2 minutes. And if you can do it up to 2 minutes, your wife will get a $500 strand of Duchess pearls, in addition to the $120 that you'll get. So let's see, we need a telephone, and in Hollywood you can always get a phone somewhere. See this magazine rack? Would you lift up the top there? Phone, please. Thank you. Just hold it right there. Now, I'll tell you what number to dial. That was from our hired hand there. Dial 116. I'll tell you when your time starts.
The operator, may I help you, please?
I'd like the desk sergeant of the police department, please, immediately.
All right, I'll connect you with the police, sir.
When he answers, you start. Bring the clock out.
What phone number is speaking from, please?
Hollywood 2, 0733.
Thank you.
Not yet, not yet. Time doesn't start yet, boys.
Hello, is this the desk sergeant of the police department?
Now.
Yes, it is. I'd like to report something about a missing dog.
Yeah?
The dog was lost somewhere in the vicinity of Hollywood and Vine.
Yeah?
And I'd like to give you the color of him.
Well, let me transfer you to Hollywood desk.
Oh, just a moment. Wait. I want to speak to you on this because they told me to talk to you at the desk sergeant.
Well, I want to transfer you to Hollywood desk sergeant.
No, the Hollywood desk sergeant. Where are you at?
I'm downtown.
Downtown?
Yeah.
Well, I'm calling from downtown now. Can I come up and speak to you on it?
Yeah.
Where are you located at exactly?
North Los Angeles.
What was that again, please?
150.
150 Los Angeles. Any certain floor?
Right in the front door, sir, and then turn to your right.
Front door and turn to the right. And whom should I ask for when I get up there?
50 seconds.
One of the boys there at the desk.
One of the boys? Well, I'd like to know who I'm speaking to, please. Officer?
Yeah.
I'd like to know who I'm speaking to, please.
1 minute.
This is number 16.
Officer number 16.
1 minute to go.
Just a moment, please. Also, I'd like to report that the dog was lost. It was stolen from our car. Do I speak to you on that also?
You speak to him at the desk on that, sir.
Oh, I speak to them at the desk, and I give them the description. I don't have my registration with me right now.
40 seconds to go.
What? Am I recording this?
Yeah.
I'm not recording this.
You've got a bug on your line, then.
I've got a bug on my line. What do you mean by a bug?
I mean, this is being recorded.
Oh, you being recorded?
Yeah.
Well, I'm calling
20 seconds to go.
Private station. I'm in a public station here. I don't know anything about a bug. Maybe they have a bug on your line, the police department line.
This conversation is being recorded.
This conversation is being recorded. Well, I'm not recording it at all.
5 seconds.
What would they want to know anything about me?
Well, I don't know.
Time's up.
Bye, goodbye.
I'm shaking like a leaf. What'd you say? I'm shaking like a leaf.
If everybody's real quiet, we can hear the siren in a moment.
They'll be coming to get you.
Well, I must say that the desk sergeant was very polite and pretty sharp to hear that beeper on the wire, wasn't he? Well, you did a good job. And so you get your $120 in cash, and your wife gets a beautiful string of Duchess pearls for a special present from you. You're a good man on a phone, boy.
Thank you very much.
You did it. Goodbye.
Bye-bye.
Let me have the pearls, boys.
At long last, there's a smoother taste in smoking. It's the Viceroy taste.
Smoother, 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 Viceroy. Smoother taste, 'cause Viceroy has twice as many filters as the other two leading filter cigarettes.
Yes, smoother taste because of twice as many filters in every Viceroy tip. No wonder millions are changing their smoking habits, changing to smoother Viceroys. It's the smoke that's never rough. For only Viceroy gives you 20,000 tiny filters in every tip, made from pure cellulose. Soft, snow-white, natural. That's twice as many filters as the other two largest-selling filter brands. That's why Viceroy is never rough. Never, no, never rough. It's the smoother taste in smoking.
A smoother taste, 'cause Viceroy has twice as many filters as the other two leading filter cigarettes.
Smoke smoother Viceroy.
Seems like week after week goes by and we just can't give away our $10,000 in cash because, as you regular viewers and listeners to People Are Funny know, this is the time we play our anagram game. We pick a contestant out of the audience who, if possible, is somebody who has never won a prize before in his life. We get him up here and we play a game. Now, we have a young lady we selected just before we went on the air who knows nothing about her stunt, what she's going to do, or what's going to happen. So let's bring her on and see her expression of surprise when she sees $10,000 in cash right here. Hello. Would you like to join me out here in the spotlight?
Sure.
Who are you?
Doris Miller,
Where are you from, Doris?
Czechoslovakia,
Which part?
Moravia.
Moravia, Czechoslovakia.
Yes.
And don't you have to kind of escape from that place these days, or can you just leave and come and go?
Well, I kind of did.
You did escape? How long have you been in this country?
3 years.
Uh-huh. Are you married?
No.
What do you do?
I'm a bookkeeper.
How did you get out of Czechoslovakia?
Oh, that's a long story.
Well, it's a long way.
Well, I had to cross the border illegally.
Illegally?
Yes, 1945, right after the war.
Did you go under the barbed wire, or did you go...
Something like this, yes.
Really, by yourself?
No, I was with somebody else then.
Uh-huh. And your family is still in Czechoslovakia?
Some, yes.
You ever hear from them?
No, we are afraid for certain reasons to be in connection with them.
Yes. Well, now, Doris, you got to talk up, or you and I aren't going to hear each other at all. Because I snuck in here from Canada a few years ago, so you see we're a couple of foreigners facing the world together. How old are you, Doris?
28.
Uh-huh. And still single. And very
Yes.
cute.
Thank you.
And have you ever won anything in your life in the way of
Never.
money?
Anything.
Well, you won your freedom, and you won your way to the United States, which are the biggest prizes in the world. And right now we're going to add to that by giving you a chance to win $10,000 in cash in that big wheelbarrow. Doesn't that look like something?
Oh, wonderful.
What would you do if you had 10,000?
Oh, gee, I don't know.
It's almost too much to think about.
Yes.
Now, Doris, here's the way we play the game. If you'll turn around and look here, you'll see a number of letters, M, S, T, A, E. Now, these letters are all stuck in movable little stands. And the idea is that you move these around, and by manipulating them, you can make a word. Now, you can actually make 5 different words with this, at least, that we know about. And behind each of these letters, there is either a 1 or a 0. There are 4 zeros and a 1. See, if you lift that up, you'd know. Now, if you get a word where the letter with the 1 behind it's in front, you got $10,000 because the rest is zeros. If the word you make has the letter with the 1 behind it in second place, you get $1,000, 100, 10, or $1. Now, come a little closer, Doris. There are 2 words tonight, 2 words out of the 5 that make $10,000. And I'll give you this clue. You can't have one without doing the other. I don't know whether that means anything to you, but you think of some words, move them around, and it must be an English word, no Czechoslovakian words. All right, just move right in, and you have M, S, T, A, E. And 2 words are worth $10,000 in cash. Well, make a word, Doris, and we'll see if you want to keep that word. You can't think of a word? Well, I can't help you, because if I give you one single hint, it would either be towards a word that would be 10,000 or away from it. One or the other. And I don't want to tout you off 10 grand. And I don't want to be accused of giving you the 10,000 without you doing it. So make up a word with those letters. Can you do it? All right, let's just start. Just move them right around any way you want. T-E-A-M-S. Well, that's a word. That's a word. Now, there are other words. Do you want to stick with this word? Is this the word you're going to hold to? What? No, you just make one word, and that's the word, but you can change this if you want to, or you can stick with it. Come right up here, honey child, so we can see you. You're backing up into the shadows. It's a hard decision to make. You have other ways of making the word, or you can leave it the way it is. If you can't think of English words, can you think of other English words? Or you can leave it this way. Now remember the clue I gave you. You can't have one without doing the other. Satisfied? Time's up? She's satisfied. This is the word. She's selected. Would you come over here now, Doris? And I will go over there. If the one is in back of this S, you have won $1. If it's in back of the M, you have won $10. Let's jump up to the $1,000 one, shall we? If it's in back of here, you've won $1,000. You have won either $10,000 or $100. Doris, which one do you want me to undo next? Doesn't make any difference, because one will tell you the story. We'll take this one. That is right, Doris. You have won $10,000. Well, you see, we send a lot of our money abroad for foreign aid. Occasionally they come here to get it. It just saves us a little extra time and trouble. Now, Doris, you have $10,000 in cash, some of which you will owe to Uncle Sam. But what do you think you'd like to do now that you have the money?
I would like to visit my mother.
And where is she?
In Germany, close to Munich.
Close to Munich. Well, with $10,000, you can fly to Munich and see your mother and perhaps find out about some of your other relatives back of the Iron Curtain and what's happened to them. Doris, isn't that a wonderful present?
Yes, sure is.
That's the nicest present you've ever had. Well, Doris, it's all yours, and we'll just leave you here to play with the silver while we go away. Goodbye, and good luck.
Thank you.
This is the time of the year when pedestrian traffic fatalities are very likely to increase because of earlier hours of darkness and unexpected bad weather, which catches both drivers and pedestrians unprepared. Please keep these factors in mind. Always walk lawfully, carefully, and safely.
A little while ago, we sent a young single fellow out of the audience, got him up here and dressed him up in an old outfit, sent him out on the street with a gunny sack full of hot merchandise. Well, it looked hot. It was brand new. It was good merchandise worth anywhere from $25 to $100. We told him to go from door to door trying to sell it for under $3 to see whether or not people would be suspicious of too good a bargain. So let's find out what happened to him and if anybody turned him away or turned him in. Here he comes back. Mr. Weaver, wasn't it? Hutchinson. Mr. Hutchinson. Glad to meet you again, sir. Mr. Hutchinson, here is your gunny sack. And apparently it's still got some things in it. So let's find out what happened to you at the first place you went to, which was in a residential neighborhood.
Well, a lady came to the door, and the little dog kept trying to get out to bite me. And so I sort of told her that I had run out of gas in the neighborhood and that I'd won these things in a raffle, and did she want to buy a radio for $2?
Now, this was a $40 radio.
Well, I didn't know how much it cost, so she said, no, we already have a radio. And I said, well, this is a portable radio. She said, we have one of those too. Bang went the door.
She wouldn't listen. Was she hostile?
Well, she wasn't very friendly.
Yeah. She look at you suspiciously?
Well, it was kind of dark in there. I couldn't really tell.
Yeah. All right, then where'd you go next?
Well, I went to the next house down the street and knocked on the door, and the man came to the door and looked through a little peek hole.
Yeah?
And he said, what do you want? And I said, well, I went through the little talk I had sort of figured out about running out of gas. And I have a toaster. And he said, what kind? So I thought maybe I had a little business there. And so he said, I said, Westinghouse toaster. And so he said, does it work? And I said, I don't know. Plug it in and see. So he opened the door and took it. And they left the door open, and there were more dogs trying to get at me. And he was gone quite a while, and pretty soon he come back with this piece of toast, and he said, it works. And so he gave me the $2, and I left.
So he bought the toaster, but he tested it out, huh?
Yeah.
We'll take the $2. All right, now.
Then I went down the street to the next house. And
you had to sell 3 things to win the prize.
Yeah, I was shooting 50% by then. I figured I was going to do all right. I went to the next house, and big fella came to the door. Yeah, pretty good size. And I said, well, I still had this little portable radio I was trying to get rid of, and he said they had 2 or 3 portable radios. And then I said something about Arpège Cologne, and he sort of looked, I guess he was looking at his wife. I don't know. He was looking at something, and then he said, no, thank you, and shut the door. And then I went to several other houses. I went to 10 houses altogether, and mostly that was the answer I got along.
Nobody would buy anything.
No, they just...
the camera?
Yeah,
anything.
Nothing. Most people wouldn't even talk to me, and one person said, "Isn't you're a little early for trick or treat?" You know. Like that.
Well, I want a general statement from you as to whether or not people were suspicious of the bargains being too big. Were they suspicious of you, or just kind of generally hostile?
Well, I think they were just sort of. I think they were all a little bit leery, actually.
Bargains were too good.
Well, they were brand new, and for a couple of dollars, things just didn't look right to them, I think.
And even though you told them it was a raffle, they didn't believe you.
I don't think I was very convincing.
Yeah. Now, we asked you if you would bring back somebody who seemed more suspicious than the rest, or somebody who wouldn't buy. Were you successful?
Yes, I was.
Let's meet one of these householders and see what his reaction is. Would you come out? It's a man. How do you do, sir?
How do you do, sir?
What's your name?
Hal Fiffner.
What do you do, Mr. Fiffner?
I'm in the trucking business. Hal's Truck Service.
Good for you. Married?
Yes.
You were at home tonight?
I was at home
eating
with
dinner
my wife.
or something?
Just finished dinner, reading.
Now, when he came to the door, I'd like to know what your reactions were. Here you were, not involved in this stunt in any way, shape, or form. What'd you think?
Well, a little bit bigger shoulders, but I was very skeptical at the time.
You were. You didn't think that this was... did you think that the stuff was stolen?
I did, and I figured I would be an accessory to the crime if I purchased.
An accessory to the crime, huh?
Yes.
In other words, you were taking no chance on such a good bargain.
That's right. He had a good bargain. I'll admit that. It was a terrific bargain. $2 for the... Do you have it there, by the way?
What'd you offer him? Do you remember? What was it?
This family-sized bottle of Arpège.
This Arpège
The
perfume.
first thing was... he had one before that.
Yeah, but you wouldn't take anything.
No, I wouldn't. And incidentally, when my wife heard Arpège, I looked back in the door and she says, Arpège? And I says, no, I buy her Arpège. Legitimate.
Oh, legitimate. Well, now, this man has got a good look, honest-looking face.
That's right.
But you don't believe this.
No, I'd sooner have the sales slip signed. Paid.
Well, I think that you represent, and I think everybody's interested in finding out, that you represent the average American who will not take a chance on any underhanded activities. And you keep reminding me of something. You're not Arthur Godfrey's brother, are you?
No, I'm just a hard-working man.
Oh, a hard-working fella. You look a little...
Small businessman.
Small businessman. Well, you're a good citizen, which is very important, and you proved it tonight. And we asked him to bring back a representative good citizen to prove that everybody isn't looking for a bargain at any cost, no matter what they may think of the background of the bargain. So, Mr. Hutchins, is it?
Fiffner.
Fiffner. Oh.
You didn't tell me you had all these people here. Look at them.
Yeah, there you go. Or are you just noticing the audience? This is the first time I even saw you out there. In a minute, he'll be running for office. Let's get him off. Mr. Fiftner, we have for you as a nice consolation prize at no cost whatsoever a beautiful Bell & Howell motion picture camera and a projector and everything you need for home movies. What do you think of that?
Terrific.
This is People Are Funny. You'll remember us, won't you?
I sure will.
Mr. Fiftner, go Forfner. And now, Mr. Hutchinson. Aren't you surprised you thought it would be easy to sell 3 items?
Yes, I am.
It's mighty tough to sell them under suspicious circumstances. In fact, the odds were stacked so heavily against you that we don't think it was a fair contest. You against the average American public. So, we're going to give you the prize of a Stromberg-Carlson television set. There's nothing finer than a Stromberg-Carlson. Thank you very much, and goodbye and good luck. Next week, ladies and gentlemen, on People Are Funny, some unsuspecting person may win $1,000 in cash just for paying me a quick visit. You know what I mean? You will next week. Good night, everybody.
This program was transcribed from Hollywood.